This audiobook was created with Google Text-to-Speech. Created by 3T. Don't stop at 10,000 pages a year. And now let's the book begin.
The part about Archimboldi. His mother was blind in one eye. She had blonde hair and was blind in one eye. Her good eye was sky blue and placid, which made her seem slow but sweet-natured, truly good. His father was lame. He had lost his leg in the war and spent a month in a military hospital near Düren. Thinking he was done for and watching as the patients who could move, he couldn't, stole cigarettes from the others. When they tried to steal his cigarettes, though, he grabbed the thief by the neck, a freckled boy with broad cheekbones and broad hips, and said, "Halt. A soldier's tobacco is sacred." Then the freckled boy went away and night fell and he had the sense that someone was watching him. In the next bed there was a mummy. He had black eyes like two deep wells. "Do you want a smoke?" the man with one leg asked. The mummy didn't answer. "It's good to have a smoke," said the man with one leg, and he lit a cigarette and tried to find the mummy's mouth among the bandages. The mummy shuddered. "Maybe he doesn't smoke," thought the man, and he took the cigarette away. The moon illuminated the end of the cigarette, which was stained with a kind of white mold. Then he put it back between the mummy's lips, saying, "Smoke, smoke, forget all about it." The mummy's eyes remained fixed on him. "Maybe," he thought, "it's a comrade from the battalion and he's recognized me. But why doesn't he say anything? Maybe he can't talk," he thought. Suddenly, smoke began to filter out between the bandages. "He's boiling," he thought, "boiling, boiling." Smoke came out of the mummy's ears, his throat, his forehead, his eyes, which remained fixed on the man with one leg, until the man plucked the cigarette from the mummy's lips and blew, and kept blowing for a while on the mummy's bandaged head until the smoke had disappeared. Then he stubbed the cigarette out on the floor and fell asleep. When he woke, the mummy was no longer there. "Where's the mummy?" he asked. "He died this morning," said someone from a different bed. Then he lit a cigarette and settled down to wait for breakfast. When he was released he went stumping toward the city of Düren. There he boarded a train that brought him to another city. In this city he waited 24 hours in the station, eating army soup. The man distributing the soup was a one-legged sergeant like himself. They talked for a while, as the sergeant ladled soup into the soldiers' tin plates and he ate, sitting on a nearby wooden bench like a carpenter's. According to the sergeant, everything was about to change. The war was coming to an end and a new era was about to begin. He answered, as he ate, that nothing would ever change. Not even the two of them had changed, and each had lost a leg. Whenever he spoke, the sergeant laughed. If the sergeant said white, he said black. If the sergeant said day, he said night. And the sergeant laughed at his answers and asked whether the soup needed salt, whether it was very bland. Then the man got tired of waiting for a train that seemed as if it would never come, and he set off again on foot. He roamed the countryside for 3 weeks, eating stale bread and stealing fruit and chickens from farmyards. During his wanderings, Germany surrendered. When he was told, he said, "Good." One afternoon he came to his town and knocked at the door of his house. His mother came to the door and upon seeing him in such a state she didn't recognize him. Then everyone hugged him and fed him. He asked if the girl who was blind in one eye had married. They said no. That night he went to see her, without changing clothes or washing, despite his mother's pleas that he at least shave. When the girl saw him standing at the door to her house, she recognized him instantly. The one-legged man saw her too, looking out the window, and he raised a hand in a formal salute, even a stiff salute, though it could also have been interpreted as a way of saying such is life. From that moment on he told whoever would listen that in his town everyone was blind and the one-eyed girl was a queen. In 1920 Hans Reiter was born. He seemed less like a child than like a strand of seaweed. Canetti and Borges, too, I think, two very different men, said that just as the sea was the symbol or mirror of the English, the forest was the metaphor the Germans inhabited. Hans Reiter defied this rule from the moment he was born. He didn't like the earth, much less forests. He didn't like the sea either, or what ordinary mortals call the sea, which is really only the surface of the sea, waves kicked up by the wind that have gradually become the metaphor for defeat and madness. What he liked was the seabed, that other earth, with its plains that weren't plains and valleys that weren't valleys and cliffs that weren't cliffs. When his one-eyed mother bathed him in a washtub, the child Hans Reiter always slipped from her soapy hands and sank to the bottom, with his eyes open, and if her hands hadn't lifted him back Key to the surface, he would have stayed there, contemplating the black wood and the black water where little particles of his own filth floated, tiny bits of skin that traveled like submarines toward an inlet the size of an eye, a calm, dark cove, although there was no calm, and all that existed was movement, which is the mask of many things, calm among them. Once, his one-legged father, who sometimes watched as his one-eyed mother bathed him, told her not to lift him out, to see what he would do. From the bottom of the washtub Hans Reiter's blue eyes gazed up at his mother's blue eye, and then he turned on his side and remained very still, watching the fragments of his body drift away in all directions, like space probes launched at random across the universe. When he ran out of breath he stopped watching the tiny particles as they were lost in the distance and set out after them. He turned red and understood that he was passing through a region very like hell. But he didn't open his mouth or make the slightest attempt to come up, although his head was only 4 inches below the surface and the seas of oxygen. Finally his mother's arms lifted him out and he began to cry. His father, wrapped in an old military cloak, looked down at the floor and spat into the center of the hearth. At 3 Hans Reiter was taller than all the other 3-year-olds in his town. He was also taller than any 4-year-old, and not all the 5-year-olds were taller than he was. At first he was unsteady on his feet and the town doctor said it was because of his height and advised that he be given more milk to strengthen his bones. But the doctor was wrong. Hans Reiter was unsteady on his feet because he moved across the surface of the earth like a novice diver along the seafloor. He actually lived and ate and slept and played at the bottom of the sea. Milk wasn't a problem. His mother kept 3 cows and hens and the boy was given plenty to eat. His one-legged father sometimes watched him walking in the fields and wondered whether anyone in his family had ever been so tall. The brother of a great-great-grandfather or great-grandfather, it was said, had served under Frederick the Great in a regiment composed only of men over 5 foot 10 or 6 feet. This select regiment or battalion had suffered many losses, because the soldiers were such easy targets. At some point, thought the one-legged man as he watched his son move clumsily along the edges of the neighboring gardens, the Prussian regiment found itself face to face with a similar Russian regiment, peasants 5 foot 10 or 6 feet tall, clad in the green jackets of the Russian Imperial Guard, and they clashed and the carnage was terrible. Even when both armies had retreated, the 2 regiments of giants remained locked in hand-to-hand combat that ceased only when the top generals sent unconditional orders to retreat to new positions. Before Hans Reiter's father went off to war, he was 5 foot 5. When he came back, perhaps because he was missing a leg, he was only 5 foot 4. A regiment of giants is madness, he thought. Hans's one-eyed mother was 5 foot 2 and she believed that men could never be too tall. At 6 Hans Reiter was taller than all the other 6-year-olds, taller than all the 7-year-olds, taller than all the 8-year-olds, taller than all the 9-year-olds, and taller than half the 10-year-olds. At age 6, too, he stole his first book. The book was called Animals and Plants of the European Coastal Region. He hid it under his bed although no one at school ever noticed it was missing. Around the same time he began to dive. This was in 1926. He had been swimming since he was 4 and he would put his head underwater and open his eyes and then his mother scolded him because his eyes were red all day and she was afraid that when people saw him they would think he was always crying. But until he was 6, he didn't learn to dive. He would duck underwater, swim down a few feet, and open his eyes and look around. That much he did. But he didn't dive. At 6 he decided that a few feet wasn't enough and he plunged toward the bottom of the sea. The book Animals and Plants of the European Coastal Region was stamped on his brain, and while he dove he would slowly page through it. This was how he discovered Laminaria di guttata, a giant seaweed with a sturdy stem and broad leaves, as the book said, shaped like a fan with numerous sections of strands that really did look like fingers. Laminaria digitata is native to cold waters like the Baltic, the North Sea, and the Atlantic. It's found in large masses, at low tide, and off rocky shores. The tide often uncovers forests of this seaweed. When Hans Reiter saw a seaweed forest for the first time he was so moved that he began to cry underwater. It may be hard to believe that a human being could cry while diving with his eyes open, but let us not forget that Hans was only 6 at the time and in a sense he w. As a singular child. Laminaria digitata is light brown and resembles Laminaria hyperborea, which has a rough stalk, and Saccharizza polyschides, which has a stem with bulbous protuberances. The lat tare too, however, live in deep waters, and although sometimes, on summer afternoons, Hans Reiter would swim far from the beach or the rocks where he had left his clothes and then dive down. He could never spot them, only fantasize that he'd seen them there in the depths, a still and silent forest. Around this time he began to draw all kinds of seaweed in a notebook. He drew Corda phi lum, made up of thin strands that could nevertheless grow to be 25 feet long. It had no branches and looked delicate but was really very strong. It grew below the low tide mark. He also drew Lethisia difformis, rounded bulbs of olive brown that grew on rocks and other seaweed. A strange-looking plant. He never saw it, but he often dreamed about it. He drew Ascophilum Nodosum, a dun-colored, irregularly patterned seaweed with oval blisters along its branches. There were male and female varieties of Ascophilum Nodosum, which product fruit-like growths akin to raisins. In the male, they were yellow. In the female, they were a greenish color. He drew Laminaria saccharina, a single long frond in the shape of a belt. When it was dry, crystals of a sweet substance called mannitol were visible on its surface. It grew on rocky coasts, clinging to various solid objects, though it was often washed out to sea. He drew Padina pavonia, an uncommon seaweed, small and fan-shaped. It was a warm water species found from the southern coasts of Great Britain to the Mediterranean. There were no related species. He drew Sargassum vulgar, a seaweed that lived on the stony beaches of the Mediterranean and possessed small pedunculated reproductive organs among its fronds. It was found in shallow water as well as in the deepest seas. He drew Porphyra umbilicalis, a particularly lovely seaweed, nearly 8 inches long and reddish-purple in color. It grew in the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, the English Channel, and the North Sea. There were various species of Porphyra and all of them were edible. The Welsh, in particular, were fond of them. "The Welsh are swine," said the one-legged man in reply to a question from his son. "Absolute swine. The English are swine, too, but not as bad as the Welsh. Though really they're the same, but they make an effort not to seem it, and since they know how to pretend, they succeed. The Scots are bigger swine than the English and only a little better than the Welsh. The French are as bad as the Scots. The Italians are little swine. Little swine ready and willing to gobble up their own swine mother. The same can be said of the Austrians. Swine, swine, swine. Never trust a Hungarian. Never trust a Bohemian. They'll lick your hand while they devour your little finger. Never trust a Jew. He'll eat your thumb and leave your hand covered in slobber. The Bavarians are also swine. When you talk to a Bavarian, son, make sure you keep your belt fastened tight. Better not to talk to Rhinelanders at all. Before the cock crows they'll try to saw off your leg. The Poles look like chickens, but pluck 4 feathers and you'll see they've got the skin of swine. Same with the Russians. They look like starving dogs but they're really starving swine. Swine that'll eat anyone, without a second thought, without the slightest remorse. The Serbs are the same as the Russians, but miniature. They're like swine disguised as chihuahuas. Chihuahuas are tiny dogs, the size of a sparrow, that live in the north of Mexico and are seen in some American movies. Americans are swine, of course. And Canadians are big ruthless swine, although the worst swine from Canada are the French Canadians, just as the worst swine from America are the Irish American swine. The Turks are no better. They're sodomite swine, like the Saxons and the Westphalians. All I can say about the Greeks is that they're the same as the Turks, bald, sodomitic swine. The only people who aren't swine are the Prussians. But Prussia no longer exists. Where is Prussia? Do you see it? I don't. Sometimes I imagine that while I was in the hospital, that filthy swine hospital, there was a mass migration of Prussians to some faraway place. Sometimes I go out to the rocks and gaze at the Baltic and try to guess where the Prussian ships sailed. Sweden? Norway? Finland? Not on your life. Those are swinelands. Where, then? Iceland? Greenland? I try but I can't make it out. Where are the Prussians, then? I climb up on the rocks and search for them on the grey horizon. A churning grey like pus. And I don't mean once a year. Once a month. Every 2 weeks. But I never see them. I can never guess what point on the horizon they set sail to. All I see is you. Your head in the waves as they wash back and forth. And then I have a seat on a rock and for a long time I don't move, watching you. As if I've become another rock, and even though sometimes I lose sight of you, or your head comes up far away from where you went under, I'm never afraid, because I know you'll come up again. There's no danger in the water for you. Sometimes I actually fall asleep, sitting on a rock, and when I wake up I'm so cold I don't so much as look up to make sure you're still there. What do I do then? Why, I get up and come back to town, teeth chattering. And as I turn down the first streets I start to sing so that the neighbors tell themselves I've been out drinking down at Krebs's. Young Hans Reiter also liked to walk, like a diver, but he didn't like to sing, for divers never sing. Sometimes he would walk east out of town, along a dirt road through the forest, and he would come to the village of red men, where all they did was sell peat. If he walked farther east, there was the village of blue women, in the middle of a lake that dried up in the summer. Both places looked like ghost towns, inhabited by the dead. Beyond the village of blue women was the town of the fat. It smelled bad there, like blood and rotting meat, a dense, heavy smell very different from the smell of his own town, which smelled of dirty clothes, sweat clinging to the skin, pissed upon earth, which is a thin smell, a smell like corda phylum. In the town of the fat, as was to be expected, there were many animals and several butcher shops. Sometimes, on his way home, moving like a diver, he watched the town of the fat citizens wander the streets of the village of blue women or the village of red men, and he thought that maybe the villagers, those who were ghosts now, had died at the hands of the inhabitants of the town of the fat, who were surely fearsome and relentless practitioners of the art of killing, no matter that they never bothered him, among other reasons because he was a diver, which is to say he didn't belong to their world, where he came only as an explorer or a visitor. On other occasions his steps took him west, and he walked down the main street of Egg Village, which each year was farther and farther from the rocks, as if the houses could move on their own, and chose to seek a safer place near the dells and forests. It wasn't far from Egg Village to Pig Village, a village he imagined his father never visited, where there were many pigsties and the happiest herds of pigs for miles around. Pigs that seemed to greet the passerby regardless of his social standing or age or marital status, with friendly grunts, almost musical, or in fact entirely musical, while the villagers stood frozen with their hats in their hands or covering their faces, whether out of modesty or shame it wasn't clear. And farther on was the town of chattering girls, girls who went to parties and dances in even bigger towns whose names the young Hans Reiter heard and immediately forgot. Girls who smoked in the streets and talked about sailors at a big port who served on this or that ship, the names of which the young Hans Reiter immediately forgot. Girls who went to the movies and saw the most thrilling films, with actors who were the handsomest men on the planet and actresses who, if one wanted to be fashionable, one had to imitate, and whose names the young Hans Reiter immediately forgot. When he got home, like a night diver, his mother asked him where he'd spent the day, and the young Hans Reiter told her the first thing that came to mind. Anything but the truth. Then his mother stared at him with her blue eye, and the boy held her gaze with his two blue eyes, and from the corner near the hearth, the one-legged man watched them both with his two blue eyes, and for 3 or 4 seconds the island of Prussia seemed to rise from the depths. At 8 Hans Reiter lost interest in school. By then he had twice come close to drowning. The first time was during the summer, and he was saved by a young tourist from Berlin who was spending his holidays in the town of chattering girls. The young tourist saw a boy near some rocks, his head bobbing up and down, and after confirming that it was in fact a boy, since the tourist was short-sighted and at first glance thought it was a clump of seaweed, he removed his jacket, in which he was carrying some important papers, climbed down the rocks as far as he could go, and plunged into the water. In 4 strokes he was beside the boy, and once he'd scanned the shore for the best place to make for land, he began to swim toward a spot some 30 yards from where he'd gone in. The tourist's name was Vogel, and he was a man of incredible optimism. Though perhaps he wasn't optimistic so much as mad, and he was on holiday in the town of chattering girls on the orders of his doctor, who, concerned about his health, endeavored to get him out of Berlin on the slightest pretext. If one was on anything like intimate terms with Vogel, his presence soon became unbearable. He believed in the intrinsic goodness of humankind. He claimed that a person who was pure of heart could walk from Moscow to Madrid without being accosted by anyone, whether beast or police officer, to say nothing of a customs official, because the traveler would take the necessary precautions, among them leaving the road from time to time and striking off across country. He was easily smitten and awkward, with the result that he didn't have a girl. Sometimes he talked, not caring who might be listening, about the healing properties of masturbation. He cited Kant as an example, to be practiced from the earliest years to the most advanced age, which mostly tended to provoke laughter in the girls from the town of chattering girls who happened to hear him, and which exceedingly bored and disgusted his acquaintances in Berlin, who were already over-familiar with this theory and who thought that Vogel, in explaining it with such stubborn zeal, was really masturbating in front of them or using them as masturbation aids. But bravery was another thing he held in high esteem, and when he saw that a boy, though at first he mistook him for seaweed, was drowning, he didn't hesitate a second before throwing himself into the sea, which wasn't exactly calm near the rocks just there, to rescue him. One further thing must be noted, which is that Vogel's blunder, mistaking a boy with brown skin and blonde hair for a tangle of seaweed, tormented him that night, after it was all over. In bed, in the dark, Vogel relived the day's occurrences just as he always did, that is, with great satisfaction, until suddenly he saw the drowning boy again and himself watching, not sure whether it was a human being or seaweed. Sleep deserted him. How could he have mistaken a boy for seaweed? He asked himself. And then, in what sense can a boy resemble seaweed? And then, can a boy and seaweed have anything in common? Before he formulated a fourth question, Vogel thought that possibly his doctor in Berlin was right and he was going mad, or perhaps not mad in the usual sense, but he was approaching the path of madness, so to speak, because a boy, he thought, has nothing in common with seaweed, and an observer from the rocks who mistakes a boy for seaweed is a person with a half-loosened screw, not a madman, exactly, with a screw altogether loose, but a man whose screw is loosening, and who, as a result, must tread more carefully in all matters regarding his mental health. Then, since he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep all night, he began to think about the boy he had saved. He was very thin, he remembered, very tall for his age, and his speech was confoundedly garbled. When Vogel asked what had happened, the boy answered, "Nut." "What?" asked Vogel. "What did you say?" "Nut," repeated the boy. And Vogel understood that nut meant, "Nothing, nothing happened." And so it was with the rest of his vocabulary, which struck Vogel as highly picturesque and amusing, so he began to ask all kinds of pointless questions, just for the pleasure of listening to the boy, who answered everything in the most natural manner. For example, "What do you call this wood?" Vogel asked, and the boy answered Slavs, which meant Gustav's wood, and "What's the name of that wood over there?" and the boy answered Reda's, which meant Greta's wood, and "What's the name of that dark wood, to the right of Greta's wood?" and the boy answered a name, which meant the wood that has no name, until they got to the top of the rocks where Vogel had left his jacket with the important papers in the pocket, and at the urging of Vogel, who wouldn't let him get back in the water, the boy retrieved his clothes from a cave a little farther down the shore, a kind of resting place for gulls, and then they said goodbye, not without first introducing themselves. "My name is Heinz Vogel." Vogel said as if he were addressing an idiot, "What is your name?" The boy told him it was Hans Reiter, pronouncing the name clearly, and then they shook hands and each went his separate way. All of this Vogel recalled as he tossed and turned in bed, reluctant to turn on the light and unable to sleep. What was it about the boy that made him look like seaweed? He asked himself. Was it his thinness, his sun-bleached hair, his long, placid face? And he wondered, should I return to Berlin? Should I take my doctor more seriously? Should I embark on a course of self-examination? Finally he grew tired of all the questions and jerked off, and fell asleep. The second time young Hans Reiter almost drowned was in winter, when he went with some fishermen to cast nets across from the village of Blue Women. It was getting dark and the fishermen began to talk about the lights that moved at the bottom of the sea. One said it was dead fishermen searching for the way to their villages, their cemeteries on dry land. And other said it was shining lichens that shone only once a month, as if in a single night they gave off all the light it had taken them 30 days to build up. A knot. Her said it was a kind of anemone particular to that coast, and the female anemones lit up to attract the male anemones, although everywhere else in the world anemones were hermaphrodites, neither male nor female, but male and female in a single body, as if the mind lapsed into sleep and when it woke, a part of the anemone had fucked the other part, as if inside each of us there were a woman and a man, or a faggot and a man in the cases where the anemone was sterile. Another said it was electric fish, a very strange kind of fish that required great vigil ants, because if they landed in your nets they looked no different from any other kind of fish, but when people ate them they fell ill, with terrible electric shocks in the stomach, which at times could even be deadly. And as the fishermen talked, young Hans Reiter's irrepressible curiosity, or madness, which at times made him do things he shouldn't, led him to drop off the boat with no warning, and he dove down after the lights or light of those singular fish or that singular fish, and at first the fishermen weren't alarmed, nor did they shout or cry out, because they were all aware of young Reiter's peculiarities, and yet, after a few seconds without a sighting of his head, they grew worried, Because even though they were uneducated Prussians, they were also men of the sea, and they knew that no one can hold his breath for more than 2 minutes, or thereabouts, certainly not a boy, whose lungs, no matter how tall he is, aren't strong enough to survive the strain. And finally 2 of them plunged into that dark sea, a sea like a pack of wolves, and they dove around the boat trying to find young Ryder's body, with no success, until they had to come up for air, and before they dove again, they asked the men on the boat whether the brat had surfaced. And then, under the weight of the negative response, they disappeared once more among the dark waves like forest beasts, and one of the men who hadn't been in before joined them, and it was he who some 15 feet down spotted the body of young Ryder floating like uprooted seaweed, upward, a brilliant white in the underwater space, and it was he who grabbed the boy under the arms and brought him up, and also he who made the young Ryder vomit all the water he had swallowed. When Hans Reiter was 10, his one-eyed mother and one-legged father had their second child. It was a girl, and they called her Lotte. She was a beautiful child, and she might have been the first person on the surface of the earth who interested, or moved, Hans Reiter. Often his parents left her in his care. In no time at all he learned to change diapers, fix bottles, walk with the baby in his arms until she fell asleep. As far as Hans was concerned, his sister was the best thing that had ever happened to him, and many times he tried to draw her in the same notebook where he'd drawn different kinds of seaweed. But the results were always unsatisfactory. Sometimes the baby looked like a bag of rubbish left on a pebbly beach. Other times like Petrobius maritimus, a marine insect that lives in crevices and rocks and feeds on scraps, or Lipora maritima, another insect, very small and dark slate or gray, its habitat the puddles among rocks. In time, by stretching his imagination or his tastes or his own artistic nature, he managed to draw her as a little mermaid, more fish than girl, closer to fat than thin, but always smiling, always with an enviable tendency to smile and see the positive side of things, which was a faithful reflection of his sister's character. At 13 Hans Reiter left school. This was 1933, the year Hitler came to power. At 12 Hans had begun to attend a school in the town of Chattering Girls. But for various reasons, all of them perfectly sensible, he didn't like it there, and he dawdled on his way, finding the path neither flat nor flat with hills nor flat with switchbacks, but vertical, a prolonged fall toward the bottom of the sea where everything, trees, grass, swamps, animals, fences, was transformed into marine insects or crustaceans, into suspended and remote forms of life, into starfish and sea spiders, whose bodies, the young Ryder knew, were so tiny that the animal's stomach didn't fit inside and extended into its legs, which were themselves enormous and mysterious, or in other words contained an enigma, or at least for him they did. Because the sea spider has 8 legs, 4 on each side, plus another pair, much smaller, in fact infinitely smaller and useless, at the end nearest its head, and those legs or tiny appendages struck Ryder not as legs but as hands, as if the sea spider, over a long process of evolution, had finally developed 2 arms and therefore 2 hands but didn't know yet that it had them. How long would the sea spider be unaware that it had hands? Probably, the young Ryder said to himself out loud, "Nuffer a thousings, nuffer 2 thousings, nuffer 10 thousings year. Nuffer lo. Ing, long time." And that was how he walked to school in the town of Chattering Girls, and of course he was always late, his mind elsewhere, too. In 1933, the headmaster of the school summoned Hans Reiter's parents. Only Hans's mother came. The headmaster ushered her into his office and explained briefly that the boy wasn't fit for school. Then he spread his arms, as if to take the sting out of what he'd said, and suggested that she apprentice him in a trade. This was the year Hitler seized power. The same year, before Hitler seized power, a propaganda committee passed through Hans Reiter's town. The committee stopped first in the town of Chattering Girls, where it held a rally at the movie theater, a success, and the next day it moved on to Pig Village and Egg Village, and in the afternoon it reached Hans Reiter's town, where the members of the committee drank beer at the tavern with the local farmers and fishermen, bringing glad tidings and explanations of National Socialism, a movement that would raise Germany up from its ashes and Prussia from its ashes, too. The talk open and friendly, until someone who couldn't keep his mouth shut mentioned Hans Reiter's one-legged father, the only townsman who had returned alive from the front, a hero, a seasoned veteran, every inch a Prussian, although perhaps a bit lazy, a countryman who told war stories that gave you goosebumps, stories he had lived himself. The townspeople put special emphasis on this. He had lived them, they were true, and not only were they true but the storyteller had lived them, and then one member of the committee, a man who put on lordly airs. This must be stressed, because his companions certainly didn't put on lordly airs. They were ordinary men, happy to drink beer and eat fish and sausages and fart and laugh and sing. And they didn't put on airs, which is only fair to say and bears repeating, because in fact they were like villagers, salesmen who traveled from village to village and sprang from the common herd and lived as part of the common herd, and who, when they died, would fade from common memory. Said that perhaps, just perhaps, it would be interesting to meet this soldier. And then he asked why Ryder wasn't there, at the tavern, conversing with his National Socialist comrades who had only Germany at heart, and one of the townspeople, a man who had a one-eyed horse that he looked after more carefully than Ryder looked after his one-eyed wife, said that the aforementioned wasn't at the tavern because he didn't have the money to buy even a mug of beer, which led the members of the committee to protest that they would buy the soldier a beer. And then the man who put on lordly airs singled out one of the townsmen and ordered him to go to Ryder's house and bring the old soldier to the tavern, and the townsman hurried off. But when he returned, 15 minutes later, he informed those present that Ryder had refused to come, with the excuse that he wasn't dressed properly to be introduced to the distinguished members of the committee, and also that he was alone with his daughter, because his one-eyed wife was still at work, and naturally his daughter couldn't be left alone. An argument that nearly moved the members of the committee, who were swine, to tears, because in addition to being swine they were sentimentalists, and the fate of this veteran and war cripple touched their hearts. But not so the lordly man, who got up and, after saying, as evidence of his great learning, that if Muhammad couldn't come to the mountain would come to Muhammad, motioned for the townsman to lead him to the soldier's house and forbade any of the other members of the committee to accompany them. And so this National Socialist Party member dirtied his boots in the mud of the town streets and followed the townsman nearly to the edge of the forest, where the Ryder family house stood, which the lordly man scanned with a knowing eye for an instant before he went in, as if to weigh the character of the paterfamilias by the harmony or strength of the house's lines, or as if he were tremendously interested in rustic architecture in that part of Prussia. And then they went into the house, and there really was a girl of 3 asleep in a wooden cot, and her one-legged father really was dressed in rags, because his military cloak and only pair of decent trousers were in the washtub that day or hanging wet in the yard, which didn't prevent the old soldier from offering his visitor a warm welcome. And surely at first he felt proud, privileged, that a member of the committee had come all the way to his house expressly to meet him. But then things took a wrong turn, or seemed to take a wrong turn, because the questions asked by the lordly man began gradually to displease the one-legged man, and the lordly man's remarks, which were more like prophecies, also began to displease him. And then the one-legged man answered each question with a statement, generally outlandish or outrageous, and countered each of the other man's remarks with a question that somehow discredited the remark itself or cast it in doubt or made it seem puerile, completely lacking in common sense, which in turn began to exasperate the lordly man. And in a vain effort to find common ground, he told the one-legged man that he had been a pilot during the war and shot down 12 French planes and 8 English planes, and he knew very well the suffering one experienced at the front, to which the one-legged man replied that his worst suffering hadn't come at the front but at the cursed military hospital near Düren, where his comrades stole not only cigarettes but whatever they could lay their hands on. They even stole men's souls to sell, since there were a disproportionate number of Satanists in German military hospitals, which, after all, said the one-legged man, was understandable, because a long stay in a military hospital drove people to become Satanists, a claim that exasperated the self-avowed aviator, who had also spent 3 weeks in a military hospital, in Düren. Asked the one-legged man, no, in Belgium, said the lordly man, and the treatment he had received not only met but very often exceeded every expectation of sacrifice but also of kindness and understanding, marvelous and manly doctors, skilled and pretty nurses, an atmosphere of solidarity and endurance and courage. Even a group of Belgian nuns had shown the highest sense of duty. In short, everyone had done his or her part to make the patient's stay as pleasant as possible, taking into account the circumstances, of course, because naturally a hospital isn't a cabaret or a brothel. And then they moved on to other topics, like the creation of Greater Germany, the construction of a hinterland, the cleansing of the state institutions, to be followed by the cleansing of the nation, the creation of new jobs, the struggle for modernization. And as the ex-pilot talked, Hans Reiter's father grew more and more nervous, as if he were afraid little Lotte would start to cry at any moment, or as if all at once he had realized that he wasn't a worthy interlocutor for this lordly man, and that perhaps it would be best to throw himself at the feet of this dreamer, this centurion of the skies, and plead what was already obvious, his ignorance and poverty and the courage he had lost, but he did nothing of the sort. Instead he shook his head at each word the other uttered, as if he wasn't convinced, in fact he was terrified. As if it were difficult for him to understand the full scope of the other man's dreams. In fact he didn't understand them at all. Until suddenly both of them, the former pilot who put on lordly airs and the old soldier, witnessed the arrival of young Hans Reiter, who, without a word, lifted his sister from her cot and carried her into the yard. "And who is that?" asked the former pilot. "My son," said the one-legged man. "He looks like a giraffe fish," said the former pilot, and he laughed. So in 1933 Hans Reiter left school, charged with apathy and poor attendance, which was strictly true, and his parents and relatives found him a job on a fishing boat, which lasted 3 months, until the skipper let him go, because young Ryder was more interested in gazing at the bottom of the sea than helping to cast the nets, and then he worked for a little while as a farm laborer, until he was let go for idling, and as a gatherer of peat and an apprentice at a toolshop in the town of the Fat and as a helper to a farmer who travelled to Stettin to sell his vegetables, until he was once again let go because he was more of a burden than a help, and finally he was put to work at the country house of a Prussian baron, a house in the middle of a forest, near a lake of black waters, where his one-eyed mother also worked, dusting the furniture and paintings and enormous curtains and gobelins and the different rooms, each with a mysterious name of its own that evoked the rites of a secret sect, where the dust inevitably built up, rooms that had to be aired to be rid of the smell of damp and neglect that crept in every so often, and there was also dusting to be done of the books in the huge library, books the baron hardly ever read, old tomes his father had tended and that had been handed down by the baron's grandfather, seemingly the only member of that vast family who read books and who had inculcated the love of books in his descendants, a love that translated not into reading but into the preservation of the library, which was exactly as the baron's grandfather had left it, no bigger and no smaller. And Hans Reiter, who had never in his life seen so many books all together, dusted them one by one and handled them with care, but didn't read them either, partly because he was satisfied with his book of marine life and partly because he feared the sudden appearance of the baron, who rarely visited the country house, busy as he was with his affairs in Berlin and Paris, although every so often his nephew came to stay, the son of the baron's younger sister, prematurely deceased, and a painter who had settled in the south of France, despised by the baron. This nephew was a boy of 20 who often spent a week at the country house, entirely alone, never getting in anyone's way, retreating to the library for hours on end to read and drink cognac until he fell asleep in his chair. Other times the baron's daughter came, but her visits were shorter, no longer than a weekend, although for the servants that weekend was like a month because the baron's daughter never came alone but with a retinue of friends, sometimes more than 10, all gay, all voracious, all untidy, who turned the house into a chaotic and noisy place, with parties every night that lasted until dawn. Sometimes the daughter's arrival coincided with one of the visits from the baron's nephew, and then the baron's nephew almost always left immediately, despite his cousin's urging, sometimes even without waiting for the cart drawn by a draft horse that in such cases usually conveyed him to the train station in the town of Chattering Girls. With the arrival of his cousin, the baron's nephew, already timid, was thrown into a state of such stiffness and awkwardness that the servants, when they discussed the day's events, were unanimous in their verdict. He loved her or desired her or yearned for her or was pining away for her, opinions that the young Hans Reiter listened to, sitting cross-legged and eating bread and butter, without saying a word or adding any commentary of his own, although the truth is he knew the baron's nephew, whose name was Hugo Halder, much better than the other servants, who seemed blind to reality and saw only what they wanted to see, which was a young orphan in love and distress and a young orphan girl, although the baron's daughter had a father and mother, as everyone well knew, headstrong and awaiting a vague, dense redemption. A redemption that smelled of peat smoke, of cabbage soup, of the wind tangled in the forest undergrowth. A redemption that smelled of mirror, thought young Ryder, nearly choking on his bread. And why did the boy Ryder know Hugo Halder, a youth of some 20 years, better than the rest of the servants? Well, for one very simple reason. Or two very simple reasons, which, intertwined or combined, supply a fuller and also more complicated portrait of the baron's nephew. First, he had watched him in the library as he ran his feather duster over the books, he had watched, from the top of the rolling ladder, as the baron's nephew slept, breathing deeply or snoring, talking to himself, though not in whole sentences, like sweet Lotte, but in monosyllable labels, scraps of words, particles of insults, defensive, as if in his sleep he were about to be killed. He had also seen the titles of the books the Baron's nephew read. Most were history books, which meant the Baron's nephew loved history or found it interesting, which at first struck the young Ryder as repulsive. Nights spent drinking cognac and smoking and reading history books. Repulsive. Which led him to wonder, all that silence for this. And he'd heard the words uttered by the Baron's nephew when he was woken by the least sound, the rustle of a mouse or the soft scrape of a leather-bound book as it was returned to its place between two other books, words of total confusion, as if the world had shifted on its axis, not the words of a man in love but words of total confusion, the words of a sufferer, words issuing from a trap. The second reason was even more solid. On one of the several occasions when Hugo Halder had decided to make a quick exit from the country house upon the sudden appearance of his cousin, young Hans Reiter had accompanied him, carrying his valise. There were two paths from the country house to the train station in the town of Chattering Girls. One, the longest, passed Pig Village and Egg Village and occasionally ran along the rocks and the sea. The other, much shorter, cut through a huge forest of oaks and beeches and poplars and emerged on the edge of the town of Chattering Girls, near an abandoned pickle factory, very near the station. The scene is the following. Hugo Halder walks ahead of Hans Reiter with his hat in his hand and carefully scans the forest canopy, a dark underbelly alive with the stealthy movement of animals and birds he doesn't recognize. 30 feet behind walks Hans Reiter with the nephew's valise, which is too heavy and which every so often he shifts from hand to hand. Suddenly both hear the grunt of a wild boar or what they believe is a wild boar. Maybe it's just a dog. Maybe what they've heard is the distant engine of a car about to crash. These two last scenarios are highly improbable but not impossible. In any case, both quicken their step, without a word, and suddenly Hans Reiter trips and falls and the valise falls too and it op. ENS and its contents are scattered over the dark path through the dark forest. And in the tangle of Hugo Halder's clothes, as Hugo Halder keeps walking, not noticing the boy has fallen, the exhausted young Hans Reiter sees silver cutlery, candelabras, little lacquered wooden boxes, medallions forgotten in the many chambers of the country house, which the Baron's nephew will surely pawn or sell for a pittance in Berlin. Of course, Hugo Halder knew Hans Reiter had found him out and the result of this was to bring him closer to the young servant. The first sign came the same afternoon Hans Reiter carried his valise to the train station. When Halder took his leave, he dropped a few coins into Hans's hand. It was the first time he'd given him money and also the first time Hans Reiter had received money over and above his meager wage. On Halder's next visit to the country house he gave Hans a sweater. He said it was his and it didn't fit him anymore because he'd gained a little weight, though it was plain at a glance that this was untrue. In a word, Hans Reiter was no longer invisible and his presence merited some sort of notice. Sometimes, when Halder was in the library reading or pretending to read his history books, he sent for Ryder, with whom he held longer and longer conversations. At first he asked about the other servants. He wanted to know what they thought of him, whether they were inconvenienced by his presence, whether they minded having him, whether anyone bore him a grudge. Next came the monologues. Halder talked about his life, his dead mother, his uncle the Baron, his only cousin, that unattainable and headstrong girl, about the Tempta Tions of Berlin, a city he loved but that also caused him untold suffering, at times unbearably fierce, about the state of his nerves, always near the breaking point. Then, in turn, he wanted the young Hans Reiter to talk about his own life. What did he do? What did he want to do? What were his dreams? What did he think the future held for him? Regarding the future, naturally, Halder had ideas of his own. He believed that someone would soon invent and sell a kind of artificial stomach. The idea was so outrageous that he was the first to laugh at it. It was the first time Hans Reiter had heard him laugh and he found Halder's laugh deeply disagreeable. About his father, the painter who lived in France, Halder never spoke, but at the same time he liked to hear about other people's parents. He was amused by young Reiter's response to his questions on the subject. Hans said he didn't know anything about his father. True, said Halder, one never knows anything about one's father. A father, he said, is a passageway immersed in the deepest darkness, where we stumble blindly seeking a way out. Still, he insisted that the boy at least tell him what his father looked like, but the young Hans Reiter replied that he sincerely didn't know. At this point Halder wanted to know whether he lived with his father or not. I've always lived with him, answered Hans Reiter. So what does he look like? Can't you describe him? "I can't because I don't know," answered Hans Reiter. For a few seconds both were silent, one examining his nails and the other gazing up at the library's high ceiling. It may have been hard to believe this reply, but Halder did. Speaking very loosely, one might call Halder Hans Reiter's first friend. Each time Halder came to the country house he spent more time with Hans, whether shut in the library or walking and talking in the parkland that surrounded the estate. Halder, too, was the first to get Hans to read something other than animals and plants of the European coastal region. It wasn't easy. First he asked whether he knew how to read. Hans Reiter said yes. Then he asked whether he'd ever read a good book. He stressed the word good. Hans Reiter said yes. He had a good book, he said. Halder asked what the book was. Hans Reiter told him it was Animals and Plants of the European Coastal Region. Halder said that must be a reference book and he meant a good literary book. Hans Reiter said he didn't know the difference between a good reference book and a good literary book. Halder said the difference lay in beauty, in the beauty of the story and the beauty of the language in which the story was told. Immediately he began to cite examples. He talked about Goethe and Schiller, he talked about Hölderlin and Kleist, he raved about Novalis. He said he had read all these authors and each time he reread them he wept. "Wept," he said, "wept, do you understand, Hans?" To which Hans Reiter replied that the only books he had seen Halder with were history books. Halder's answer took him by surprise. Halder said, "It's because I don't have a proper grasp of history and I need to brush up." "What for?" asked Hans Reiter. "To fill a void." "Voids can't be filled," said Hans Reiter. "Yes, they can," said Halder, "with a little effort everything in T.'s world can be filled." "When I was your age," said Halder, clearly exaggerating, "I read Goethe until I couldn't read any more, although Goethe, of course, is infinite. But anyway, I read Goethe, Eichendorff, Hoffmann, and I neglected my studies of history, which are also needed in order to hone both edges of the blade, so to speak." Then, as dusk fell and they listened to the crackling of the fire, they tried to decide which book Hans Reiter should read first and were unable to agree. When night had come, Halder finally told him to take any book he wanted and return it in a week. The young servant agreed that this was the best solution. Soon afterward there was an increase in small thefts by the baron's nephew at the country estate, due, in his words, to gambling debts and inescapable obligations to certain ladies he was duty-bound to assist. Halder's clumsiness in disguising his purloinings was great and the young Hans Reiter decided to help. To keep the pilfered objects from being missed he suggested that Halder order the other servants to shift things around arbitrarily, to empty rooms under the pretext of airing them, to bring up old trunks from the cellars and carry them back down. In a word, to make rearrangements. He also suggested, and in this he actively participated, that Halder devote his attention to the rare objects, taking only the really old and therefore forgotten antiques, diadems of no apparent value that had belonged to his great-grandmother or great-great-grandmother, silver-handled walking sticks of precious wood, swords that his forebears had used in the Napoleonic Wars or against the Danes or the Austrians. Meanwhile, Halder was always generous. Upon each new visit he gave Hans what he called his share of the booty, which was really no more than a rather large tip, but which for Hans Reiter constituted a fortune. He didn't show his parents this fortune, of course, because they would have been quick to accuse him of stealing. Nor did he buy anything for himself. He found a biscuit tin, into which he put the few bills and many coins, wrote on a paper, "This money belongs to Lotte Ryder," and buried it in the forest. Of course, there were German medieval poets more important than Wolfram von Eschenbach. Like Friedrich von Hausen or Walther von der Vogelweide. But Wolfram's pride, "I fled the pursuit of letters, I was untutored in the arts," a pride that stands aloof, a pride that says die, all of you, but I'll live, confers on him a halo of dizzying mystery, of terrible indifference, which attracted the young Hans the way a giant magnet attracts a slender nail. Wolfram had no lands. Wolfram therefore lived in a state of vassalage. Wolfram had some protectors, counts who allowed their vassals, or at least some of them, to be visible. Wolfram said, "My hereditary office is the shield." And as Halder told Hans all these things about Wolfram, as if to place him at the scene of the crime, Hans read Parzival from beginning to end, sometimes aloud, out in the fields or on his way along the path home from work, and not only did he understand it, he liked it. And what he liked most, what made him cry and roll laughing in the grass, was that Parzival sometimes wrote, "My hereditary office is the shield," wearing his madman's garb under his suit of armor. Chance or the devil had it that the book Hans Reiter chose to read was Wolfram von Eschenbach's Parzival. When Halder saw him with it he smiled and told him he wouldn't understand it, but he also said he wasn't surprised he had chosen that book and none other, because in fact, he said, though he might never understand it, it was the perfect book for him, just as Wolfram von Eschenbach was the author in whom he would find the clearest resemblance to himself or his inner being or what he aspired to be, and, regrettably, never would become, though he might come this close, said Halder, holding his thumb and index finger a fraction of an inch apart. Wolfram, Hans discovered, said of himself, "I fled the pursuit of letters." Wolfram, Hans discovered, broke with the archetype of the courtly knight and was denied, or denied himself, all training, all clerical schooling. Wolfram, Hans discovered, unlike the troubadours and the Min-Nessingers, declined to serve a lady. Wolfram, Hans discovered, declared that he was untutored in the arts, not to boast of a lack of education, but as a way of saying he was free from the burden of Latin learning and that he was a lay and independent knight. Lay and independent. The years he spent in Hugo Halder's company were profitable for him. The thefts continued, now at a furious pace, now slowing, in part because there was little left to rob anymore that wouldn't be noticed by Hugo's cousin or the other servants. Only once did the Baron make an appearance. He drove up in a black sedan, with the curtains drawn, and stayed one night. Hans thought he would see him, thought perhaps the Baron would speak to him, but no thing happened like that. The Baron spent only a single night at the estate, roaming the most neglected wings of the house, in constant motion, and constant silence, making no demands on the servants, as if he were lost in a dream and couldn't communicate verbally with anyone. At night he dined on black bread and cheese and went down to the cellars himself to choose the bottle of wine he opened to accompany his frugal meal. The next morning he was gone by the first light of day. The Baron's daughter, however, he saw many times, always in the company of her friends. On 3 occasions during the time Hans worked at the house she came to stay while Halder was visiting, and each time Halder, profoundly ill at ease in his cousin's presence, was quick to pack his bags and leave. The last time, as they were crossing the forest that had in some sense sealed their complicity, Hans asked what made him so nervous. Halder's response was curt and ill-tempered. He said Hans wouldn't understand and strode along under the leafy forest roof. In 1936 the Baron closed the country house and let the servants go, retaining only the groundskeeper. For a while Hans had nothing to do and then he moved on to swell the ranks of the laborers who built the Reich's highways. Each month he sent his family almost his entire salary, because his needs were few, although on his free days he went down with his fellow workers to the taverns in the nearest towns, where they drank themselves insensible with beer. Among the young workers he undoubtedly held his liquor best, and a few times he took part in impromptu contests to see who could drink the most in the shortest time. But he didn't like alcohol, or he didn't like it any more than food, and when his team was stationed near Berlin he gave his notice and headed off. It didn't take him long to find Halder in the big city, and he turned up at his door in search of assistance. Halder got him a job as a clerk in a stationery shop. Hans lived in a room in a house of workmen, where he was let a bed. He shared the room with a man of about 40 who worked as a night watchman at a factory. The man's name was Futchler and he suffered from an affliction, possibly of nervous origin, as he admitted, that some nights manifested itself in the form of rheumatism and other nights as heart trouble or sudden attacks of asthma. He and Futchler didn't see each other often, because Futchler worked at night and Hans worked during the day, but when they did meet they got along marvelously. As Futchler confessed, long ago he had been married and had a child. When his son was 5 the boy fell ill, and soon afterward he died. The child's death was more than Futchler could bear, and after 3 months of mourning in the cellar, he filled a pack and left without a word to anyone. For a time he wandered the roads of Germany, living on charity or whatever chance saw fit to affair him. A number of years later he came to Berlin, where a friend recognized him on the street and offered him a job. This friend, who was dead now, worked as a supervisor at the factory where Futchler was still employed as a watchman. The factory wasn't very big and it used to make shotguns, but lately it had been converted to the production of rifles. One night, when he got back from work, Hans Reiter found the watchman in bed. The landlady had brought up a plate of soup. The stationer's apprentice knew at once that his roommate was going to die. Healthy people flee contact with the diseased. This rule applies to almost everyone. Hans Reiter was an exception. He feared neither the healthy nor the diseased. He never got bored. He was always eager to help, and he greatly valued the notion, so vague, so malleable, so warped, of friendship. The diseased, anyway, are more interesting than the healthy. The words of the diseased, even those who can manage only a murmur, carry more weight than those of the healthy. Then, too, all healthy people will in the future know disease. That sense of time, the diseased man's sense of time, what treasure hidden in a desert cave. Then, too, the diseased truly bite, whereas the healthy pretend to bite but really only snap at the air. Then, too. Before he died, Fuchler told Hans he could have his job if he wanted it. He asked how much he earned at the stationer's. Hans told him, a pittance. Fuchler wrote Hans a letter of introduction to the new supervisor, in which he vouched for the young man's conduct, saying he had known Hans since he was born. Hans thought about it all day, as he unloaded boxes of pencils and erasers and notebooks and swept the sidewalk in front of the shop. When he got home he told Fuchler he liked the idea, he would change jobs. That same night he showed up at the rifle factory, which was on the edge of the city, and after a brief conversation with the supervisor they agreed on a 2-week trial period. Shortly afterward, Fuchler died. Since there was no one to give his belongings to, Hans kept them. A coat, 2 pairs of shoes, a wool scarf, 4 shirts, various undershirts, 7 pairs of socks. Fuchler's razor he presented to the landlord. Under the bed, in a cardboard box, he found several cowboy November Ls. He kept those for himself. From then on Hans Reiter had much more free time. At night he paced the flagstone factory yard and the cold corridors of long rooms with big glass windows designed to let in as much sunlight as possible, and in the mornings, after breakfasting at some cart in the working-class neighborhood where he lived, he slept between 4 and 6 hours, and then he had his afternoons free to ride the tram to the center of Berlin, where he would drop in on Hugo Halder, with whom he would go for a walk, or to cafes and restaurants where the Baron's nephew invariably came upon acquaintances and proposed deals that were never made. In those days Hugo Halder was living on a back street near the Himmelstrasse, in a small flat crammed with old furniture and dusty paintings, and his best friend, besides Hans, was a Japanese who worked as assistant to the charge of agricultural affairs at the Japanese legation. The Japanese man's name was Noboru Nisamata, but Halder and Hans, too, called him Nisa. He was 28 and good-natured, ready to laugh at the most innocent jokes and willing to listen to the most outrageous ideas. Generally they met at the Stone Virgin Café, a few steps from Alexanderplatz, where Halder and Hans usually arrived first and had something to eat, perhaps sausage with a bit of sauerkraut. An hour or two later, the Japan essayman would meet them, impeccably dressed, and they would scarcely drink a glass of whiskey neat before leaving in a hurry and losing themselves in the Berlin night. Then Halder would take charge. They went by taxi to the Eclipse, a cabaret with the worst performers in Berlin, a group of talentless old women who had found success in the unadorned exhibition of failure, and where, despite the laughter and whistles, if one knew a waiter well enough to be given an out-of-the-way table, one could converse without too much difficulty. The Eclipse was cheap, too, although Halder didn't concern himself with money during these nights of Berlin revelry, among other reasons because his Japanese friend always paid. Then, well lubricated, they would go to the Café des Artistes, where there were no vari-etti acts but one could catch a glimpse of some of the Rijks painters, and, this was something Nisa greatly enjoyed, share a table with an art world celebrity or two, many of whom Halder had long known and some of whom he even called by their first names. It was generally 3 in the morning when they left the Café des Artistes for the Danube, a fancy cabaret, where the dancers were very tall and beautiful and where they more than once had trouble convincing the doorman or maitre d' to let Hans in, since he was as poor as a church mouse and his attire didn't conform to the dress code. On weekdays, anyway, Hans left his friends at 10 to run to the tram stop and make it just on time to the factory where he worked as night watchman. On these days, if the weather was good, they spent hours sitting on the terrace of some fashionable restaurant, talking about the inventions Halder came up with. Halder swore that someday, when he had time, he would patent them and make his fortune, which provoked strange attacks of hilarity in his Japanese friend. There was something hysterical about Nisa's laughter. He laughed not only with his lips and eyes and throat but also with his hands and neck and feet, stamping delicately on the floor. Once, after explaining the usefulness of a machine that would make artificial clouds, Halder asked Nisse abruptly whether his mission in Germany was what he claimed it to be or whether he was really a secret agent. The question, so unexpected, took Nisse by surprise, and at first he didn't fully understand it. Then, when Halder seriously explained the mission of a secret agent, Nisse exploded in an attack of laughter like nothing Hans had witnessed in his life, going so far as to fall in a faint onto the table, and Hans and Halder had to carry him off to the washroom, where they splashed water on his face and managed to revive him. Nisse didn't talk much himself, whether out of discretion or because he didn't want to offend with his heavily accented German. And yet sometimes he said interesting things. He said, for example, that Zen was a mountain that bites its own tail. He said the language he had studied was English and it was just another of the ministry's many mistakes that he was stationed in Berlin. He said that samurais were like fish in a waterfall, but the best samurai in history was a woman. He said his father had known a Christian monk who lived for 15 years without ever leaving the island of Endo, a few miles from Okinawa, an island of volcanic rock with no water. And he said these things it was often with a smile. Halder, in turn, baited him by announcing that Nisse was a Shintoist, that he liked only German whores, that in addition to German and English he could speak and write Finnish, Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, Dutch, and Russian. When Halder said these things, Nisse laughed slowly, he, and showed Hans his teeth, his eyes shining. Sometimes, however, as they sat on a café terrace or around a dark cabaret table, an obstinate silence descended inexplicably over the trio. They seemed suddenly to freeze, lose all sense of time, and turn completely inward, as if they were bypassing the abyss of daily life, the abyss of people, the abyss of conversation, and had decided to approach a kind of lakeside region, a late romantic region, where the borders were clocked from dusk to dusk, 10, 15, 20 minutes, an eternity, like the minutes of those condemned to die, like the minutes of women who've just given birth and are condemned to die, who understand that more time isn't more eternity and nevertheless wish with all their souls for more time, and their whales are birds that come flying every so often across the double lakeside landscape, so calmly, like luxurious excrescences or heartbeats. Then, naturally, the three men would emerge stiff from the silence and go back to talking about inventions, women, Finnish philology, the building of highways across the Reich. On no few occasions they ended their nights at the flat of Crete von Joachim Staller, an old friend with whom Halder maintained relations full of subterfuge and misunderstandings. Musicians often visited Crete, including an orchestra conductor who claimed that music was the fourth dimension and whom Halder respected greatly. The orchestra conductor was 35 and was admired, women swooned over him, as if he were 25 and venerated as if he were 80. As a general rule, when he came to conclude an evening at Crete's flat he sat at the piano, though he didn't touch it with even the tip of his little finger, and immediately he was surrounded by a court of spellbound friends and followers, until he decided to get up and go forth like the keeper of a swarm of bees, except that this beekeeper wasn't protected by a mesh suit or a helmet, and woe betide the bee that tried to sting him, even if only in thought. The fourth dimension, he liked to say, encompasses the three dimensions and consequently puts them in their place, that is, it obliterates the dictatorship of the three-dimensional science and thereby obliterates the three-dimensional world we know and live in. The fourth dimension, he said, is the full richness of the senses and the capital S, spirit. It's the capital E, I. In other words, the open eye that obliterates the eyes, which compared to the eye are just poor orifices of mud, absorbed in contemplation or the equation birth training work death, whereas the eye sails up the river of philosophy, the river of existence, the fast-flowing river of fate. The fourth dimension, he said, was expressible only through music. Bach, Mozart, Beethoven. It was hard to get near the conductor. That is, it wasn't hard to get near him physically, but it was hard to get him to see one, blinded as he was by the footlights, separated from others by the pit. One night, however, the picturesque trio composed of Halder, Nisse, and Hans caught his attention and he asked the hostess who they were. She told him that Halder was a friend, the son of a once promising painter, nephew of Baron von Zumpe, and that the Japan SA gentleman worked at the Japanese embassy and the tall, shabby, poorly dressed young man was doubtless an artist, perhaps a painter, Halder's protégé. The conductor then wanted to meet them, and the hostess, with great delicacy, beckoned to the surprised trio and led them to a quiet corner of the flat. For a while, as might be expected, they didn't know what to say. Again, because it was his favorite subject at the time, the conductor talked about music or the fourth dimension. It wasn't exactly clear where one ended and the other began, though perhaps, to judge by certain mysterious words of the conductor, the point of union was the conductor himself, in whom mysteries and answers spontaneously coincided. Halder and Nisse nodded agreement at everything. Not so Hans. According to the director, life qua life in the fourth dimension was of an unimaginable richness, etc., etc., but the truly important thing was the distance from which one, immersed in this harmony, could contemplate human affairs, with equanimity, in a word, and free of the artificial travails that oppress the spirit devoted to work and creation, to life's only transcendent truth, the truth that creates more and more life, an inexhaustible torrent of life and happiness and brightness. The conductor talked and talked, about the fourth dimension and some symphonies he had conducted or planned soon to conduct. Never once taking his eyes off his listeners. His eyes were like the eyes of a hawk that flies and delights in its flight, but that also maintains a watchful gaze, capable of discerning even the slightest movement down below, on the scrambled pattern of earth. Perhaps the conductor was slightly drunk. Perhaps the conductor was tired and his thoughts were elsewhere. Perhaps the conductor's words didn't at all express his state of mind, his manner of being, his worshipful regard for the artistic phenomenon. That night, however, Hans asked or wondered aloud. It was the first time he had spoken, what those who inhabited or visited the fifth dimension must think. At first the conductor didn't quite understand him, although Hans's German had improved considerably since he left home to join the road crews and even more since he came to live in Berlin. Then he got the idea and turned from Halder and Nisse to focus his hawk's or eagle's or carrion bird's gaze on the calm blue eyes of the young Prussian, who was already formulating another question. What would those who had ready access to the sixth dimension think of those who were settled in the fifth or fourth dimension? What would those who lived in the 10th dimension, that is, those who perceived 10 dimensions, think of music, for example? What would Beethoven mean to them? What would Mozart mean to them? What would Bach mean to them? Probably, the young Ryder answered himself, music would just be noise, noise like crumpled pages, noise like burned books. At this point the conductor raised a hand and said, or rather whispered confidentially, "Don't speak of burned books, my dear young man." To which Hans responded, "Everything is a burned book, my dear maestro. Music, the 10th dimension, the 4th dimension, cradles, the production of bullets and rifles, westerns, all burned books." "What are you talking about?" asked the director. "I was just stating my opinion," said Hans. "An opinion like any other," said Halder, doing his best to end the conversation on a humorous note. One that would leave them all on good terms, he and the conductor and Hans and the conductor, a typically adolescent pronouncement. "No, no, no," said the conductor. "What do you mean by westerns?" "Cowboy novels," said Hans. This declaration seemed to relieve the director, who, after exchanging a few friendly words with them, soon took his leave. Later, he would tell their hostess that Halder and the Japan essay man seemed like decent people, but Halder's young friend was a time bomb. No question about it. An untrained, powerful mind, irrational, illogical, capable of exploding at the moment least expected. Which was untrue. After the musicians had gone home, nights at Crete von Joachim's Thaler's flat usually ended in bed or the bathtub. A bathtub like few in Berlin, 8 feet long and 5 feet wide, black enamel with claw feet, where Halder and then Nisse endlessly massaged Crete, from temples to toes, the two of them fully dressed, even sometimes with their coats on, at Crete's express request, while Crete cavorted like a mermaid, sometimes on her back, sometimes on her belly, other times underwater. Her nakedness covered only by foam. During these amorous interludes Hans waited in the kitchen, where he made a snack and poured a beer, and then walked, glass of beer in one hand and snack in the other, along the flat's wide hallways or went to stand by the big windows in the salon from which he watched the sunrise as it washed like a wave over the city, drowning them all. Sometimes Hans felt feverish and he thought it was desire that made his face burn, but he was wrong. Sometimes Hans left the windows open to clear the smell of smoke from the salon and turned out the lights and sat in an armchair, bundled in his coat. Then he felt the cold and he was tired and closed his eyes. An hour later, when the sun was fully up, he felt Halder and Nisse shaking him, telling him they had to go. Crete von Joachim Staller never appeared at that hour. Only Halder and Nisse. And Halder always had a bundle that he tried to hide under his coat. Once out in the street, still half asleep, He saw that his friends' trouser legs were wet and the sleeves of their suits, too. And that the legs and sleeves steamed in the cold, the vapor only a little less dense than the clouds breathed out by Nisse and Halder and Hans himself, and in the early morning his friends spurned taxis to walk to the nearest café and eat a big breakfast. In 1939 Hans Reiter was drafted. After a few months of training he was assigned to the 31th, a light infantry regiment whose base was 20 miles from the Polish border. The 310th, as well as the 311th and 312th, was part of the 79th Light Infantry Division, commanded at the time by General Kruger, which in turn was part of the 10th Infantry Corps, commanded by General von Bohl, one of the Reich's leading philatelists. The 310th was commanded by Colonel von Barenberg, and it consisted of 3 battalions. Hans Reiter belonged to the 3rd Battalion, assigned first to serve as an assistant machine gun operator and then to an assault company. The captain responsible for this second assignment was Paul Gurka, an aesthete who believed that Reiter's height would do very well to instill respect and even fear during, say, a practice charge or military parade, but who knew that in the case of real as opposed to simulated combat the same height that had got him the post would, in the long run, be his undoing, because in practice the best assault soldier is short and thin as a sprig and darts along like a squirrel. Of course, before becoming an infantryman with the 310th Regiment, 79th Division, Hans Reiter, presented with the dilemma of choosing, tried to get himself selected for service on a submarine. This ambition, encouraged by Halder, who called on or claimed to have called on all of his friends in the military and government, most of whom, Hans suspected, were more imaginary than real, only provoked fits of laughter in the officers in charge of the German Navy's priority lists, especially among those familiar with the real dimensions of submarines and the living conditions aboard, where a man who was 6'5" would surely become the bane of his comrades. Whatever the case, despite Halder's connections, real or not, Hans was rejected by the German Navy in the most ignominious fashion. It was even recommended to him, in jest, that he join a tank company, and he had to content himself with his original assignment, the light infantry. A week before he left for basic training, Halder and Nisse took him out for a farewell dinner that ended at a brothel, where they begged him to lose his virginity once and for all, in honor of their friendship. The whore he was assigned, chosen by Halder and probably a friend of Halder's and also probably a disappointed partner in one of Halder's multiple business schemes, was a peasant from Bavaria, very sweet and quiet, although when she talked, which she did infrequently as if to conserve words, she seemed to be a practical woman in every sense, including the sexual, even showing signs of avarice that thoroughly repelled Hans. Of course, he didn't make love that night, although he told his friends he had, but the next day he went back to see the whore, whose name was Anita. On this second visit Hans lost his virginity, and there were 2 more visits, enough to inspire Anita to expound on her life and her philosophy of life. When the time came for him to go, he left alone. He noted that it was odd no one saw him off at the train station. He'd said his goodbyes to Anita the night before. Of Halder and Nisse he'd heard nothing since the first visit to the brothel, as if both friends had taken it for granted that he was leaving the next morning, which wasn't the case. For a week now, he thought, Halder has been living in Berlin as if I were already gone. The only person he bade farewell the day he left was his landlady, who told him it was an honor to serve his country. All he carried in his new kit bag were a few items of clothing and the book Animals and Plants of the European coastal region. In September the war began. Reiter's division advanced to the border and crossed behind the panzer divisions and the motorized infantry divisions that cleared the way. By forced marches they made their way into Polish territory, seeing no combat and taking few pre-Kautions. The 3 regiments moved almost as one in a general atmosphere of festivity, as if the men were on a journey of pilgrimage and not a march toward a war in which some would inevitably be killed. They passed through several towns, without plundering them, in orderly fashion, but not arrogantly at all, smiling at the children and young women, and every so often they crossed paths with soldiers on motorcycles flying along the road, sometimes heading east and sometimes west, carrying orders for the division or the corps general staff. They forged ahead of the artillery. Sometimes, when they reached the top of a hill, they gazed east, toward where they imagined the front to be, and they didn't see anything, just a landscape slumbering in summer's last splendor. Toward the west, however, they could make out the dust cloud of the regimental and divisional artillery as it strove to catch up with them. On the 3rd day of traveling, Hans's regiment turned onto another dirt road. Just before nightfall they reached a river. Past the river rose a forest of pines and poplars, and past the forest, they were told, was a village where a group of Poles had taken a stand. They assembled the machine guns and mortars and shot up flares, but there was no response. 2 assault companies crossed the river after midnight. In the forest Hans and his comrades heard the hoot of an owl. When they came out on the far side, they spied the village, like a black lump set or encrusted in the darkness. The 2 companies divided into several groups and continued their advance. At 50 yards from the first house the captain gave the order and they all went running toward the village, and 1 or 2 even seemed surprised when they found it was deserted. The next day the regiment continued eastward, along 3 different roads, parallel to the main route taken by the larger part of the division. Ryder's battalion came upon a detachment of Poles occupying a bridge. The Germans demanded the surrender of the Poles. The Poles refused and opened fire. After the battle, which lasted scarcely 10 minutes, one of Ryder's comrades returned with a broken nose, which bled copiously. As he told it, after he had crossed the bridge he had walked on with 10 soldiers to the edge of the forest. Just at that moment, a Pole dropped from a tree branch and began to beat him with his fists. Naturally, Ryder's comrade didn't know what to do, because in the worst or best of cases, call it the most extreme of cases, he had imagined being attacked with a knife or a bayonet, if not shot, but he had never imagined being punched. When the Pole hit him in the face, he felt anger, of course, but stronger than anger was the surprise, the shock of it, which left him powerless to respond, whether with his fists, like his attacker, or with his gun. He just stood there and took a blow to the stomach, which didn't hurt, and then to the nose, which half stunned him, and then, as he fell, he saw the Pole, the hazy silhouette of the Pole, who instead of taking his gun, as someone more intelligent might have, tried to run back into the forest, and the silhouette of one of his companions shooting at the Pole, and then more shots and the silhouette of the Pole falling riddled with bullets. When Hans and the rest of the battalion crossed the bridge there were no enemy bodies lying by the side of the road, and the battalion's only casualties were 2 lightly wounded soldiers. It was around this time, as they walked under the sun or the grey clouds, enormous, endless grey clouds that brought tidings of a fall to remember, and his battalion left behind village after village, that Hans imagined that under his Wehrmacht uniform he was wearing the suit or garb of a madman. One afternoon his battalion encountered a group of general staff officers. Which general staff? He didn't know, but they were general staff officers. As his battalion marched along the road, the officers had gathered on a hill very near the road and were gazing at the sky, across which at that moment a squadron of planes was flying east. Maybe Stukas. Maybe fighter planes. Some of the officers pointed with their index finger or with their whole hand, as if they were giving the planes the Heil Hitler salute, while a few steps away, another officer, seemingly lost in thought, watched as an orderly carefully laid out refreshments on a folding table, refreshments that he unpacked from a large black box, like a special box from some pharmaceutical company, the kind of box that holds dangerous medicines or medicines that haven't been thoroughly tested, or even worse, like a box from some scientific research center where glove-wearing German scientists pack away something with the power to destroy the world and Germany too. Near the orderly and the officer who watched as the orderly arranged the refreshments on the table was another officer, this one in a Luftwaffe uniform, his back to everyone, bored with watching the planes fly overhead, who held a long cigarette in one hand and a book in the other, a simple operation but one that seemed to demand untold efforts, because the breeze on the hill where everyone stood was constantly fluttering the pages of the book so that the officer was unable to read and had to use the hand that held the long cigarette to keep the pages from fluttering, or ruffling or flipping, which only managed to make the situation worse, because the cigarette or the cigarette's ash unfailingly scorched the pages or the breeze scattered ash across them, which bothered the officer no end, causing him to bend his head and blow, very carefully, because he was facing into the wind and when he blew there was a risk the ashes would fly into his eyes. Near this Luftwaffe officer, but sitting in 2 folding chairs, were a couple of old soldiers. One of them looked like a general of the land forces. The other seemed to be dressed as a lancer or hussar. They looked at each other and laughed, first the general and then the land cer, and so on, back and forth, as if they had no idea what was happening or as if they understood something that none of the general staff officers stationed on the hill knew. 3 cars were parked at the bottom of the hill. Next to the cars, the drivers stood and smoked, and in one of the cars was a woman, lovely and elegantly dressed, who bore a strong resemblance, or so Ryder thought, to the daughter of the Baron von Zumpe, Hugo Halder's uncle. The First real battle in which Ryder took part was on the outskirts of Kutno, where the Poles were few and poorly armed but showed no inclination to surrender. The clash didn't last long, because in the end it turned out that the Poles did want to surrender and the problem was they didn't know how. Ryder's assault group attacked a farm and a forest where the enemy had concentrated the remains of its artillery. As he watched the group leave, Captain Gurka thought that Ryder would probably be killed. For the captain it was like seeing a gur-afi go off in a pack of wolves, coyotes, and hyenas. Ryder was so tall that any Polish conscript, even the clumsiest, would surely target him. 2 German soldiers were killed in the attack on the farm and 5 others were wounded. In the attack on the forest, another German soldier was killed and 3 more were wounded. Nothing happened to Ryder. That night, the sergeant who commanded the group told the captain that far from serving as an easy target, Ryder had somehow frightened the other side. How? Asked the captain. By shouting? By cursing? By his ruthlessness? Maybe he had frightened them because in combat he was transformed? Transformed into a Teutonic warrior without fear or mercy. Or maybe a hunter, the primal hunter inside all of us, wily, fast, always a step ahead of his prey. To which the sergeant, after thinking a moment, replied no, it wasn't exactly that. Ryder, he said, was different. But actually he was the same person as always, the person everyone knew. What happened was that he had gone into combat as if he wasn't going into combat, as if he wasn't there or the quarrel wasn't with him. Which didn't mean he failed to follow orders or disobeyed orders. It wasn't that at all. Nor was he in a trance. Some soldiers, paralyzed by fear, go into a trance. But it isn't a trance, it's just fear. Anyway, he, the sergeant, wasn't sure what it was. But Ryder had something evident even to the enemy, who shot at him several times and never hit him, to their increasing dismay. The 79th Division kept fighting on the outskirts of Kutno, but Ryder didn't take part in another skirmish. Before the end of September the whole division was transferred, this time by train, to the western border, to join the rest of the 10th Infantry Corps. From October 1939 to June 1940 they didn't budge. Ahead was the Maginot Line, though they couldn't see it from where they lay hidden in forests and orchards. Life grew calm. The soldiers listened to the radio, ate, drank beer, wrote letters, slept. Some talked about the day they would have to march straight for the concrete fortifications of the French. Those who listened laughed nervously, told jokes, swapped stories about their families. One night someone told them that Denmark and Norway had surrendered. That night Hans dreamed of his father. He saw the one-legged man, wrapped in his old military cloak, staring out at the Baltic and wondering where the island of Prussia had hidden itself. Sometimes Captain Gurka came to talk to Hans for a while. The captain asked whether he was afraid of dying. "What kind of question is that, Captain?" said Ryder. "Of course I'm afraid." When the captain heard this, he gave him a long stare and then said in a low voice, as if talking to himself, "You goddamn liar, I don't believe you, you can't fool me. You're not afraid of anything." Then the captain would go talk to other soldiers and his mood changed depending on the soldier he was talking to. Around this time his sergeant was awarded the Iron Cross Second Class, for valor in combat in Poland. They celebrated by drinking beer. At night Hans left the makeshift barracks and lay on his back on the cold grass outside to watch the stars. The chill didn't seem to bother him much. He often thought about his family, about little Lotte, who by then would be 10, in school. Sometimes, without bitterness, he regretted having abandoned his studies so early, because he sensed vaguely that he might have had a better life if he had kept at them. At the same time, he wasn't unhappy as a soldier and he felt no need or perhaps wasn't able to think seriously about the future. Sometimes, alone or with his companions, he pretended he was a diver, strolling along the bottom of the sea again. No one noticed, of course, although if they had watched Ryder's movements more carefully, something might have given him away. A slight difference in the way he walked, the way he breathed, the way he gazed around him. A certain prudence, each step premeditated, his breathing measured, a glassy-ness of the corneas, as if his eyes were swelling from an insufficient supply of oxygen, or as if, solely at these moments, all his sang-froid deserted him and he found himself suddenly unable to contain his tears, which meanwhile never quite spilled over. Around this time, as they were waiting, a soldier from Ryder's battalion went mad. He said he could hear radio transmissions from the German side, and also, more curiously, the French. This soldier's name was Gus Tav and he was 20, the same age as Ryder, and he had never been assigned to the battalion's communications team. The doctor, a tired-looking man from Munich, examined him and said that Gustav had experienced an episode of auditory schizophrenia, which consisted of hearing voices in the head, and prescribed cold baths and tranquilizers. Gustav's case, however, differed in one critical respect from most cases of auditory schizophrenia. Usually the voices the patient hears are directed at him, they talk to him or berate him, whereas in Gustav's case the voices simply issued orders. They belonged to soldiers, scouts, lieutenants giving their daily reports, colonels speaking by phone to generals, quartermasters demanding 100 pounds of flour, pilots delivering the weather report. The first week of treatment Gustav seemed to improve. He went about in a slight stupor and he resisted the cold baths, but he no longer shouted or claimed his soul was being poisoned. The second week he escaped from the field hospital and hanged himself from a tree. For the 79th Infantry Division there was nothing epic about the war on the Western Front. In June, after the Somme offensive, they crossed the Maginot Line with few surprises and participated in the siege of a few thousand French soldiers near Nancy. Then the division was quartered in Normandy. During the train trip Hans heard an odd story about a soldier of the 79th who had gotten lost in the tunnels of the Maginot Line. The section of tunnel he was lost in, as far as the Sol Dyer could tell, was called the Charles sector. The soldier, of course, had nerves of steel, or so it was told, and he kept searching for a way to the surface. After walking some 500 yards underground he came to the Catherine sector. The Catherine sector, it goes without saying, was in no way different from the Charles sector, except for the signs. After walking half a mile, he got to the Jules sector. By now the soldier was nervous and his imagination had begun to wander. He imagined himself imprisoned forever in those underground passageways, with no comrade coming to his aid. He wanted to yell, and although at first he restrained himself, for fear of alerting any French soldiers still hiding nearby, at last he gave in to the urge and began to shout at the top of his lungs. But no one answered and he kept walking, in the hope that at some point he'd find the way out. He left behind the Jules sector and entered the Claudine sector. Then came the Émile sector, the Marie sector, the Jean-Pierre sector, the Berenice sector, the André sector, the Sylvie sector. When he got to the Sylvie sector, the soldier made a discovery, which anyone else would have made much sooner. He noticed the curious neatness of the nearly immaculate passageways. Then he began to think about the usefulness of the passageways, that is their military usefulness, and he came to the conclusion that they were of absolutely no use and there had probably never been soldiers here. At this point the soldier thought he'd gone mad or, even worse, that he died and this was his private hell. Tired and hopeless, he lay down on the floor and slept. He dreamed of God in human form. The soldier was asleep under an apple tree, in the Alsatian countryside, and a country squire came up to him and woke him with a gentle knock on the legs with his staff. "I'm God," he said, "and if you sell me your soul, which already belongs to me anyway, I'll get you out of the tunnels." "Let me sleep," said the soldier, and he tried to go back to sleep. "I said your soul already belongs to me," he heard the voice of God say, "so please don't be a fool, and accept my offer." Then the soldier awoke and looked at God and asked where he had to sign. "Here," said God, pulling a paper out of the air. The soldier tried to read the contract, but it was written in some other language, not German or English or French, of that he was certain. "What do I sign with?" asked the soldier. "With your blood, as is only proper," God answered. Immediately the soldier took out a penknife and made a cut in the palm of his left hand. Then he dipped the tip of his index finger in the blood and signed. "All right, now you can go back to sleep," God said. "I'd like to get out of the tunnels soon," the soldier pleaded. "All will proceed as ordained," said God, and he turned and started down a little dirt path toward a valley where there was a village of houses painted green and white and light brown. The soldier thought it might be wise to say a prayer. He joined his hands and raised his eyes to the heavens. Then he saw that all the apples on the tree had dried up. Now they looked like raisins, or prunes. At the same time he heard a noise that sounded vaguely metal-like. "What is this?" he exclaimed. From the valley rose long plumes of black smoke that hung in the air when they reached a certain height. A hand grabbed him by the shoulder and shook him. It was soldiers from a company that had come down the tunnel into the Berenice sector. The soldier began to weep with joy, not much, but enough to find relief. That night, as he ate, he told his best friend about the dream he'd had in the tunnels. His friend told him it was normal to dream nonsense when one found oneself in such situations. It wasn't nonsense, the soldier answered. I saw God in my dreams, I was rescued, I'm back among friends again, but I can't quite be easy. Then, in a calmer voice, he corrected himself. I can't quite feel safe. To which his friend responded that in war no one could feel entirely safe. The friend went to sleep. Silence fell over the town. The sentinels lit cigarettes. 4 days later, the soldier who had sold his soul to God was walking along the street when he was hit by a German car and killed. During his regiment's stay in Normandy, Ryder often swam, no matter how cold it was, off the rocks of Port Bail, near the Hollande, or off the rocks north of Carteret. His battalion was based in the town of Besneval. In the mornings he went out, with his weapons and a rucksack in which he carried cheese, bread, and half a bottle of wine, and walked to the coast. There he chose a rock well out of sight, and after swimming and diving naked for hours, he would stretch out on his rock and eat and drink and reread his book Animals and Plants of the European Coastal Region. Sometimes he found starfish, which he stared at for as long as his lungs would hold, until finally he made up his mind to touch them just before he returned to the surface. Once he saw a pair of gobies, Gobius paganellus, lost in a jungle of seaweed, and he followed them for a while. The seaweed jungle was like the locks of a dead giant, until he was seized by a strange, powerful despair and had to come up quickly, because if he had stayed down any longer the despair would have dragged him to the bottom. Sometimes he felt so good, drowsing on his damp slab of rock, that he might have chosen never to rejoin the battalion. And more than once he gave serious thought to deserting, living like a tramp in Normandy, finding a cave, feeding himself on the charitable offerings of peas ants or small thefts that no one would report. I would learn to see in the dark, he thought. In time my clothes would fall to rags and finally I would live naked. I would never return to Germany. One day I would drown, radiant with joy. Around this time, a medical team came to visit Ryder's company. The doctor who examined him found him as healthy as could be, except for his eyes, which were unnaturally red, for reasons of which Ryder was well aware. The long hours spent diving barefaced in salt water. But he didn't tell the doctor for fear he would be punished or forbidden to return to the sea. In those days, Ryder would have considered it sacrilege to dive with goggles. A helmet yes, goggles categorically no. The doctor prescribed some drops for him and told him to get his superior to issue him an order to be seen by the ophthalmologist. As the doctor left he mused that the lanky boy was probably a drug addict, and he wrote in his diary, "How is it that in the ranks of our army we find young men addicted to morphine, heroin, perhaps all sorts of drugs? What do they represent? Are they a symptom or a new social illness? Are they the mirror of our fate or the hammer that will shatter mirror and fate together?" One day, without warning, all leaves were cancelled and Ryder's battalion, which was in the town of Besneval, joined 2 other battalions of the 310th Regiment that were stationed in Saint-Sauveur-le-Vicomte and Briquebec, and they all got on an eastward-bound military train that linked up in Paris with another train carrying the 311th Regiment, and although the Divi Sion was missing its 3rd Regiment, which apparently it would never regain, they set off across Europe from west to east, and thus passed through Germany and Hungary, finally coming to a halt in Romania, the new posting of the 79th Division. Some troops set up camp near the Soviet frontier, others near the new border with Hungary. Hans's battalion was stationed in the Carpathians. The headquarters of the division, which was no longer part of the 10th Corps, but of a new corps, the 49th, which had just been formed and for the moment consisted of a single division, was located in Bucharest, although every so often General Kruger, the new commander of the corps, accompanied by General von Barenberg, formerly Colonel von Barenberg, the new commander of the 79th, visited the troops and took an interest in their state of preparation. Now Ryder lived far from the sea, in the mountains, and for the moment he gave up any idea of deserting. For the first few weeks of his stay in Romania all he saw were soldiers from his own battalion. Then he saw peasants, who kept in constant motion, as if they had ants in their pants, going back and forth with bundles of their belongings. They spoke only to their children, who followed them like sheep or little goats. The sunsets in the Carpathians were endless, but the sky seemed too low, just a few yards above the soldiers' heads, which produced a sense of smothering or unease. Daily life, despite everything, was once again peaceful, uneventful. One night some soldiers from Ryder's battalion rose before dawn and left in 2 trucks for the mountains. As soon as they had settled themselves on the wooden benches in the back of the truck, the soldiers fell asleep again. Ryder couldn't. Sitting next to the back flap, he pushed aside the canvas that served as roof and watched the scenery. His night vision eyes, permanently reddened despite the drops he used each morning, glimpsed a series of small, dark valleys between two lines of peaks. Every so often the trucks passed huge stands of pine, which crept threateningly toward the road. In the distance, on a smaller mountain, he made out the silhouette of a castle or fort. When the sun rose he realized it was just a forest. He saw hills or rocky outcroppings that looked like ships about to sink, prows lifted, like enraged horses, nearly vertical. He saw dark mountain paths that led nowhere, but above which, at a great height, soared blackbirds that must be carrion fowl. At mid-morning they came to a castle. The only people there were 3 Romanians and an SS officer who was acting as butler and who put them right to work, after serving them a breakfast consisting of a glass of cold milk and a scrap of bread, which some soldiers left untouched in disgust. Everyone, except for 4 soldiers who stood guard, among them Ryder, whom the SS officer judged ill-suited for the task of tidying the castle, left their rifles in the kitchen and set to work sweeping, mopping, dusting lamps, putting clean sheets on the beds. At around 3 the guests arrived. One was General von Barenberg, the division commander. With him came Hermann Honch, a writer of the Reich, and 2 officers of the 79th's general staff. In the other car came the Romanian General Eugen Antrescu, 35 at the time and the rising star of his country's armed forces, accompanied by the young scholar Paul Popescu, 23, and the Baroness von Zumpe, whom the Romanians had met only the night before at a reception at the German embassy and who by rights should have ridden with General von Barenberg, but who was finally persuaded by Antrescu's gallant ways and Popescu's amusing and playful manner to give in to their pleas, which were reasonably based on the fact that the Baroness would have more room in their car, since they were carrying fewer passengers. Ryder's surprise when he saw the Baroness von Zumpe step out of the car couldn't have been greater. But the strangest thing of all was that this time the young Baroness stopped in front of him and asked, with real interest, whether he knew her, because his face, she said, looked familiar. Ryder, still standing at attention, staring impassively off at the horizon in Martial fashion, or perhaps gazing into nothing, answered that of course he knew her because he had served in the house of her father, the Baron, from an early age, as had his mother, Frau Ryder, whom perhaps the Baroness might recall. "That's right," said the Baroness, and she began to laugh. "You were the long-legged boy who was always underfoot." "That was me," said Ryder. "My cousin's confidant," said the Baroness. "A friend of your cousin," said Ryder, "Mr. Hugo Halder." "And what are you doing here, at Dracula's castle?" asked the Baroness. "Serving the Reich," said Ryder, and for the first time he looked at her. He thought she was stunningly beautiful, much more so than when he had known her. A few steps from them, waiting, was General Antrescu, who couldn't stop smiling, and the young scholar Popescu, who more than once exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful! Yet again the sword of fate severs the head from the hydra of chance." The guests had a light meal and then went out to explore the castle grounds. General von Barenberg, initially a proponent of this expedition, soon felt fatigued and retired, leaving General Antrescu to lead the way, with the Baroness on his arm and the young scholar Popescu to his left, who made it his business to reel off and elaborate on a host of mostly contradictory facts. Alongside Popescu was the SS officer, and lagging a bit behind were Honch, the Reich writer, and the 2 general staff officers. Bringing up the rear was Ryder, whom the Baroness had insisted on keeping with her, arguing that before he served the Reich he had served her family, a petition von Barenberg immediately granted. Soon they came to a crypt dug out of the rock. An iron gate, with a coat of arms eroded by time, barred the entrance. The SS officer, who behaved as if he owned the castle, took a key out of his pocket and let them in. Then he switched on a flashlight and they all ventured into the crypt, except for Ryder, who remained on guard at the door at the signal of one of the officers. So Ryder stood there, watching the stone stairs that led down into the dark, and the desolate garden through which they had come, and the towers of the castle like 2 grey candles on a deserted altar. Then he felt for a cigarette in his jacket, lit it, and gazed at the grey sky, the distant valleys, and thought about the Baroness von Zumpe's face as the cigarette ash dropped to the ground, and little by little he fell asleep, leaning on the stone wall. Then he dreamed about the inside of the crypt. The stairs led down to an amphitheatre only partially illuminated by the SS officer's flashlight. He dreamed that the visitors were laughing, all except one of the general staff officers, who wept and searched for a place to hide. He dreamed that Honch recited a poem by Wolfram von Eschenbach and then spat blood. He dreamed that among them they had agreed to eat the Baroness von Zumpe. He woke with a start and almost bolted down the stairs to confirm with his own eyes that nothing he had dreamed was real. When the visitors returned to the surface, anyone, even the least astute observer, could have seen that they were divided into two groups: those who were pale when they emerged, as if they had glimpsed something momentous down below, and those who appeared with a half-smile sketched on their faces, as if they had just been reapprised of the naïveté of the human race. That night, during dinner, they talked about the crypt, but they also talked about other things. They talked about death. Honch said that death itself was only an illusion under permanent construction, that in reality it didn't exist. The SS officer said death was a necessity. No one in his right mind, he said, would stand for a world full of turtles or giraffes. Death, he concluded, served a regulatory function. The young scholar Popescu said that death, in the Eastern tradition, was only a passage. What wasn't clear, he said, or at least not to him, was toward what place, what reality, that passage led. The question, he said, is where. The answer, he answered himself, is wherever my merits take me. General Antrescu was of the opinion that this hardly mattered. The important thing was to keep moving, the dynamic of motion, which made men and all living beings, including cockroaches, equal to the great stars. Baroness von Zumpe said, and perhaps she was the only one to speak frankly, that death was a bore. General von Barenberg declined to offer an opinion, as did the two general staff officers. Then they talked about murder. The SS officer said that murder was an ambiguous, confusing, imprecise, vague, ill-defined word, easily misused. Honch agreed. General von Beer-Enberg said that he would rather leave the laws to the judges and the criminal courts, and if a judge said a certain act was murder, then it was murder, and if the judge and the court ruled it wasn't, then it wasn't, and that was the end of the matter. The two general staff officers agreed. General Antrescu confessed that his childhood heroes were always murderers and criminals, for whom, he said, he felt a great respect. The young scholar Popescu reminded the guests that murderers and heroes resembled each other in their solitariness, and, at least in Italy, in the public's lack of understanding of their actions. Baroness von Zumpe, meanwhile, said she had never in her life met a murderer, as was only natural, but she had met a criminal, if he could be called that, a despicable being imbued with a mysterious aura that made him attractive to women. In fact, she said, an aunt of hers, her father's only sister, fell in love with him, which almost drove her father mad and led him to challenge the man who had conquered his sister's heart to a duel, and to the surprise of everyone, the challenge was accepted, and the duel took place in the heart of Autumn Forest, outside Potsdam, a place that she, the Baroness von Zumpe, had visited many years later in order to see with her own eyes the towering grey trees and the clearing, a sloping piece of ground some 50 yards across, where her father had done battle with that unpredictable man, who arrived at 7 in the morning with 2 tramps instead of seconds, 2 beggars falling down drunk, of course, whereas her father's seconds were the Baron of X and the Count of Y. Anyway, such a disgrace that the Baron of X himself, red with fury, was about to raise his own gun and kill the seconds who had come with Conrad Halder. That was the name of my aunt's beloved, as doubtless General von Barenberg will recall. The general nodded, though he had no idea what the Baroness von Zumpe was talking about. The case was much discussed back then, before I was born, of course. In fact, my father, the Baron von Zumpe, was still a bachelor at the time. Anyway. Why, in that little forest with the romantic name the duel was fought, with pistols, of course, and although I don't know what rules were followed, I suppose both men aimed and fired at once. My father's bullet passed a fraction of an inch from Halder's left shoulder, and no one heard Halder's shot, though everyone was convinced it hadn't hit its target either, since my father was a much better marksman and if anyone fell it would be Halder, not my father. But then, oh surprise, everyone, including my father, saw that Halder, far from lowering his arm, was still aiming, and then they understood that he hadn't fired yet and the duel, therefore, wasn't over. And then came the most surprising thing of all. Especially if we take into account the reputation of the man, the pretender to the hand of my father's sister, who, far from shooting at my father, chose a part of his own anatomy, I think it was his left arm, and shot himself point blank. What happened next I don't know. I suppose they took Halder to a doctor. Or perhaps Halder went himself, with his beggar seconds, to find a doctor to see to the wound. while my father stood motionless in the heart of autumn forest, seething with rage or livid at what he had just witnessed, while his seconds gathered around to console him and urge him not to concern himself. One could expect all sorts of buffoonery from these people. Shortly afterward Halder ran away with my father's sister. For a while they lived in Paris and then in the south of France, where Halder, who was a painter, though I never saw any of his paintings, spent long stretches. Then they got married and settled in Berlin, or so I heard. Life was hard and my father's sister fell gravely ill. The day of her death my father received a telegram, and that night he saw Halder for the second time. He found him drunk and half naked, while Halder's son, my cousin, who was 3 at the time, roamed the house, which was also Halder's studio, completely naked and daubed with paint. That night they talked for the first time and possibly came to an agreement. My father took charge of his nephew and Konrad Halder left Berlin forever. Occasionally news came of him, always preceded by some small scandal. His Berlin paintings were left in the care of my father, who didn't have the heart to burn them. Once I asked where he kept them. He wouldn't tell me. I asked him what they were like. My father looked at me and said they were just dead women. Portraits of my aunt? No, said my father, other women, all dead. No one at that dinner, of course, had ever seen a painting by Konrad Halder, except for the SS officer, who said the painter was a degenerate artist, clearly a disgrace to the von Zumpe family. Then they talked about art, about the heroic in art, about still lifes, superstitions and symbols. Honch said that culture was a chain of links composed of heroic art and superstitious interpretations. The young scholar Popescu said culture was a symbol in the shape of a lifebuoy. The Baroness von Zumpe said culture was essentially pleasure, anything that provided or bestowed pleasure, and the rest was just charlatanry. The SS officer said culture was the call of the blood, a call better heard by night than by day, and also, he said, a decoder of fate. General von Barenberg said culture was Bach and that was enough for him. One of his General staff officers said culture was Wagner and that was enough for him too. The other General staff officer said culture was Goethe, and as the general had said, that was enough for him, sometimes more than enough. The life of a man is comparable only to the life of another man. The life of a man, he said, is only long enough to fully enjoy the works of another man. General Antrescu, who was highly amused by the General Staff officer's claim, said that for him, on the contrary, culture was life, not the life of a single man or the work of a single man, but life in general, any manifestation of it, even the most vulgar. And then he talked about the backdrops of some Renaissance paintings and he said those landscapes could be seen anywhere in Romania, and he talked about Madonnas and said that at that precise instant he was gazing on the face of a Madonna more beautiful than any Italian Renaissance painter's Madonna. Baroness von Zumpe flushed. And finally he talked about Cubism and modern painting and said that any abandoned wall or bombed-out wall was more interesting than the most famous Cubist painting. Never mind Surrealism, he said, which couldn't hold a candle to the dream of a single illiterate Romanian peasant. After which there was a brief silence, brief but expectant, as if General Antrescu had said a bad word or a rude word or a word in poor taste or had insulted his German guests, since it had been his idea, his and Popescu's, to visit that gloomy castle. A silence that was nevertheless broken by the Baroness von Zumpe when she asked, her tone ranging from innocent to worldly, what it was that the peasants of Romania dreamed and how he knew what those most peculiar peasants dreamed. To which General Antrescu responded with a frank laugh, an open and crystalline laugh, a laugh that in Bucharest's most fashionable circles was described, not without a hint of ambiguity, as the unmistakable laugh of a superman, and then, looking the Baroness von Zumpe in the eye, he said that nothing about his men, he meant his soldiers, most of whom were peasants, was foreign to him. I steal into their dreams, he said. I steal into their most shameful thoughts, I'm in every shiver, every spasm of their souls, I steal into their hearts, I scrutinize their most fundamental beliefs, I scan their irrational impulses, their unspeakable emotions, I sleep in their lungs during the summer and their muscles during the winter, and all of this I do without the least effort, without intending to, without asking or seeking it out, without constraints, driven only by love and devotion. When it came time to go to sleep or move into another room adorned with suits of armor and swords and hunting trophies, where liquors and little cakes and Turkish cigarettes awaited them, General von Barenberg excused himself and shortly afterward retired to his chambers. One of his officers, the Wagner enthusiast, followed his lead, whereas the other, the Goethe enthusiast, chose to prolong the evening. The Baroness von Zumpe said she wasn't tired. Honch and the SS officer led the march to the next room. General Antrescu sat beside the Baroness. The intellectual Popescu remained standing, next to the fireplace, observing the SS officer with curiosity. 2 soldiers, one of them Ryder, served as footmen. The other was a fat man with red hair, his name Cruz, who seemed on the verge of sleep. First they praised the assortment of little cakes and then, without pause, they began to talk about Count Dracula, as if they had been waiting all night for this moment. It wasn't long before they broke into 2 factions, those who believed in the Count and those who didn't. Among the latter were the General Staff Officer, General Antrescu, and the Baroness von Zumpe. Among the former were Popescu, Honch, and the SS officer, though Popescu claimed that Dracula, whose real name was Vlad Tepes, aka Vlad the Impaler, was Romanian, and Honch and the SS officer claimed that Dracula was a noble Teuton, who had left Germany accused of an imaginary act of treason or disloyalty and had come to live with some of his loyal retainers in Transylvania a long time before Vlad Tepes was born, and while they didn't deny Tepes a real historical or Transylvanian existence, they believed that his methods, as revealed by his alias or nickname, had little or nothing to do with the methods of Dracula, who was more of a strangler than an impaler, and sometimes a throat-slitter, and whose life abroad, so to speak, had been a constant dizzying spin, a constant abysmal penitence. As far as Popescu was concerned, meanwhile, Dracula was simply a Romanian patriot who had resisted the Turks, a deed for which every European nation should to some degree be grateful. "History is cruel," said Popescu, cruel and paradoxical. "The man who halts the conquering onslaught of the Turks is transformed, thanks to a second-rate English writer, into a monster, a libertine whose sole interest is human blood, when the truth is that the only blood Tepes cared to spill was Turkish." At this point, Antrescu, who despite the copious quantities of drink he had downed at Din Ner and continued to down during the postprandial hour, didn't seem drunk. In fact, he gave the impression of being the most sober of the group, along with the fastidious SS officer, who scarcely wet his lips with alcohol, said it wasn't strange, if one cast a dispassionate glance over the great deeds of history, even the blank deeds of history, although this, of course, no one understood, that a hero should be transformed into a monster or the worst sort of villain or that he should unintentionally succumb to invisibility, in the same way that a villain or an ordinary person or a good-hearted mediocrity should become, with the passage of the center ies, a beacon of wisdom, a magnetic beacon capable of casting a spell over millions of human beings, without having done anything to justify such adoration, in fact without even having aspired to it or desired it, although all men, including the worst kind of ruffians, at some moment in their lives dream of reigning over man and time. Did Jesus Christ, he asked, suspect that someday his church would spread to the farthest corners of earth? Did Jesus Christ, he asked, ever have what we, today, call an idea of the world? Did Jesus Christ, who apparently knew everything, know that the world was round and to the east lived the Chinese? This sentence he spat out, as if it cost him great effort to utter it, and to the west the primitive peoples of America? And he answered himself, no, although of course in a way having an idea of the world is easy. Everybody has one, generally an idea restricted to one's village, bound to the land, to the tangible and mediocre things before one's eyes, and this idea of the world, petty, limited, crusted with the grime of the familiar, tends to persist and acquire authority and eloquence with the passage of time. And then, taking an unexpected detour, General Antrescu began to talk about Flavius Josephus, that intelligent, cowardly, cautious man, a flatterer and odds-on gambler, whose idea of the world was much more complex and subtle than Christ's, if one paid it careful attention, but much less subtle than that of those who, it said, helped to translate his history into Greek, in other words the lesser Greek philosophers, men for hire of the great man for hire, who gave shape to his shapeless writings, elegance to what was vulgar, who converted Flavius Josephus's splutterings of panic and death into something distinguished, gracious, and fine. And then Antrescu began to envision those philosophers for hire. He saw them wandering the streets of Rome and the roads that lead to the sea. He saw them sitting by the side of those roads, bundled in their cloaks, mentally constructing an idea of the world. He saw them eating in portside taverns, dark places that smelled of seafood and spices, wine and fried food, until at last they faded away, just as Dracula faded away, with his blood-tinted armor and blood-tinted clothing, a stoic Dracula, a Dracula who read Seneca or took pleasure in hearing the German Minnesingers and whose feats in Eastern Europe found their match only in the deeds described in the Chanson de Roland. Historically, that is, or politically, side Intrescu, as well as symbolically or poetically. And at this point Intrescu apologized for letting himself be carried away by enthusiasm and was silent. And the lull was seized upon by Popescu, who began to talk about a Romanian mathematician who lived from 1865 to 1936, a man who spent the last 20 years of his life devoted to the search for some mysterious numbers, hidden in a part of the vast landscape visible to man, though the numbers themselves were invisible and could live between rocks or between one room and another or even between one number and another. Call it a kind of alternative mathematics camouflaged between 7 and 8. Just waiting for the man capable of seeing it and deciphering it. The only problem was that to decipher it one had to see it, and to see it one had to decipher it. When the mathematician talked about deciphering, explained Popescu, he really meant understanding, and when he talked about seeing, explained Popescu, he really meant applying, or so Popescu believed. Though perhaps not, he said, hesitating. Perhaps his disciples, among whom I count myself, misinterpreted his words. In any case, as was inevitable, the mathematician went out of his head one night and had to be sent to an asylum. Popescu and 2 other young men from Bucharest went to visit him. At first he didn't recognize them, but as the days went by and he no longer resembled a raging lunatic but simply a defeated old man, he remembered them or pretended to remember them and smiled. Nevertheless, at his family's request, he remained at the asylum. And anyway, because of his regular relapses, his doctors counseled an indefinite stay. One day Popescu went to see him. The doctors had given the mathematician a little notebook in which he drew the trees that surrounded the hospital, portraits of other patients, and architectural sketches of the houses visible from the grounds. For a long time they were silent, until Popescu decided to speak frankly. With the typical heedlessness of youth, he broached the subject of his teacher's madness or presumed madness. The mathematician laughed. "There is no such thing as madness," he said. "But you're here," said Popescu, "and this is a madhouse." The mathematician didn't seem to be listening. "The only real madness, if we can call it that," he said, "is a chemical imbalance, which is easily cured by treatment with chemical products." "But you're here, dear professor, you're here," shouted Popescu. "For my own protection," said the mathematician. Popescu didn't understand him. It occurred to him that he was talking to an utter lunatic, a hopeless lunatic. He covered his face with his hands and didn't move for some time. For a moment he thought he would fall asleep. Then he opened his eyes, rubbed them, and saw the mathematician sitting before him, watching him, his back straight, his legs crossed. Popescu asked whether something had happened. "I saw something I shouldn't," said the mathematician. Popescu asked him to explain what he meant. "If I explained," answered the mathematician, "I would go mad again and possibly die." "But for a man of your genius," said Popescu, "being here is like being buried alive." The mathematician smiled kindly. "You're wrong," he said. "In fact I have everything here I need to stave off death. Medicine, time, nurses and doctors, a notebook to draw in, a park." Shortly afterward, however, the mathematician died. Popescu attended the burial. When it was over, he and some other disciples of the dead man went to a restaurant, where they ate and lingered until dusk. They told stories about the mathematician. They talked about poster ity. Someone compared man's fate to the fate of an old whore, and one boy, scarcely 18, who had just returned from a trip to India with his parents, recited a poem. 2 years later, purely by chance, Popescu was at a party with one of the doctors who had treated the mathematician during his stay at the asylum. The doctor was a sincere young man with a Romanian heart, which is to say a heart not deceitful in the slightest. Also, he was a bit drunk, which made confidences easier. According to this doctor, the mathematician, upon being admitted, showed severe symptoms of schizophrenia, though he made favorable progress after a few days of treatment. One night when the doctor was on duty he went to the mathematician's room to talk a little, because, even with sleeping pills, the mathematician hardly slept and the hospital management allowed him to keep his light on as long as he wanted. The first surprise came when he opened the door. The mathematician wasn't in bed. For an instant the doctor thought he might have escaped, but then he discovered him huddled in a dark corner. He crouched down beside him and after verifying that he was in fine physical shape he asked what was wrong. Then the mathematician said, nothing, and met his eyes, and in them the doctor saw a look of absolute fear of a sort he had never seen before, even in his daily dealings with so many madmen of the most varied types. "What is a look of absolute fear?" Popescu asked. The doctor belched a few times, shifted in his chair, and answered that it was a kind of look of mercy, but empty, as if all that were left of mercy, after a mysterious voyage, was the skin, as if mercy were a skin of water, say, in the hands of a Tatar horseman who gallops away over the steppe and dwindles until he vanishes, and then the horseman returns, or the ghost of the horseman returns, or his shadow, or the idea of him, and he has the skin, empty of water now, because he drank it all during his trip, or he and his horse drank it, and the skin is empty now. It's a normal skin, an empty skin, because after all the abnormal thing is a skin swollen with water, but this skin swollen with water, this hideous skin swollen with water doesn't arouse fear, doesn't awaken it, much less isolate it, but the empty skin does, and that was what he saw in the mathematician's face, absolute fear. But the most interesting thing, the doctor said to Popescu, was that after a while the mathematician recovered and his look of alienation vanished without a trace, and as far as he knew, it never came back. That was the story Popescu had to tell, and like Intrescu before him, he expressed regret for going on too long and probably boring them, which the others hastened to deny, although their voices lacked conviction. From that moment on, conversation began to flag and soon afterward they all retired to their rooms. But there were more surprises still in store for Ryder. In the early morning hours he felt someone shaking him. He opened his eyes. It was Cruz. Unable to make out what Cruz was saying, the words whispered in his ear, he grabbed him by the neck and squeezed. An other hand dropped on his shoulder. It was their comrade Nietzsche. "Don't hurt him, idiot," said Nietzsche. Ryder let go of Cruz's neck and listened to the proposal. Then he dressed quickly and followed them. They left the cellar that served as sleeping quarters and turned into a long hallway where Wilkie, another comrade, was waiting for them. Wilkie was a small man, no more than 5'2", with a wizened face and intelligent eyes. When they reached him they shook hands, because Wilkie was a formal man and his comrades knew that with him one had to adhere to protocol. Then they went up a staircase and opened a door. The room they came to was empty and cold, as if Dracula had just stepped out. The only thing there was an old mirror that Wilkie lifted off the stone wall, uncovering a secret passageway. Nietzsche took out a flashlight and passed it to Wilkie. They walked for more than 10 minutes, going up and down stone stairs, not knowing whether they were at the top of the castle or whether they had returned to the cellar by a different path. The passageway split every 10 yards, and Wilkie, who was in the lead, got lost several times. As they walked, Cruz whispered that there was something strange about the passageways. They asked what was strange and Cruz answered that there weren't any rats. "Good," said Wilkie, "I hate rats." Ryder and Nietzsche agreed. "I don't lick rats either," said Cruz, "but there are always rats in the passageways of a castle, especially if it's an old castle, and here we haven't come across a single one." The others meditated in silence on Cruz's remark and after a while they admitted there was something shrewd about it. It really was strange they hadn't seen a single rat. Finally they stopped and shone the flashlight behind them and ahead of them, over the ceiling of the passageway and the floor that snaked away like a shadow. Not a single rat. All for the best. They lit 4 cigarettes and each man described how he would make love to the Baroness von Zumpe. Then they moved on in silence until they began to sweat and Nietzsche said it was hard to breathe. Then they turned back, with Cruz leading the way, and they soon reached the mirror room, where Nietzsche and Cruz took their leave. After saying goodbye, Wilkie and Ryder returned to the labyrinth, but this time they didn't talk, so that the sound of their whispers wouldn't confuse them again. Wilkie thought he heard footsteps gliding behind him. Ryder walked for a while with his eyes closed. When they were just about to despair, they found what they were looking for, a side passage, very narrow, that ran through the stone walls that looked thick but were apparently hollow, and in which there were peepholes or tiny slits that provided a nearly perfect view of the rooms behind. And so they were able to look into the room of the SS officer, lit by 3 candles, and they saw the SS officer up, wrapped in a robe, writing something at a table near the fireplace. The expression on his face was forlorn. And although that was all there was to see, Wilkie and Ryder patted each other on the back, because only then were they sure they were on the right path. They moved on. By touch they discovered other peepholes. Rooms lit by the light of the moon or in shadows, where, if they pressed an ear to the hole bored in the stone, they could hear the snores or sighs of a sleeper. The next lit room belonged to General von Barenberg. There was a single candle, set in a candlestick on the night table, and its flame wavered as if someone had left the huge window open, making shadows and ghostly shapes that at first disguised the spot where the general knelt at the foot of the big canopied bed, praying. Von Barenberg's face was contorted, Ryder noted, as if he bore a huge weight on his shoulders, not the life of his soldiers, certainly, or his family, or even his own life, but the weight of his conscience, which was something that grew clear to Ryder and Wilkie before they moved away from that peephole, struck with astonishment or horror. Finally, after passing other watch points plunged in darkness and sleep, they arrived at their true destination, the room of the Baroness von Zumpe, a room lit by 9 candles and presided over by the portrait of a soldier or warrior monk with the intent and tortured air of a hermit, in whose face, which hung 3 feet from the bed, one could observe all the bitterness of abstinence and penitence and self-abnegation. Beneath a naked man with an abundance of hair on his upper back and legs, they glimpsed the Baroness von Zumpe, her golden curls and part of her lily-white forehead occasionally emerging from behind the left shoulder of the person thrusting on top of her. The cries of the Baroness alarmed Ryder at first, who was slow to understand that they were cries of pleasure, not pain. When the coupling ended, General Antrescu got up from the bed and they watched him walk to a table where a bottle of vodka stood. His penis, from which hung a not negligible quantity of seminal fluid, was still erect or half erect and must have measured nearly a foot long. Wilkie reflected afterward, his calculations on the mark. He looked more like a horse than a man, Wilkie told his comrades. And he had the stamina of a horse too, because after swallowing some vodka he returned to the bed where the Baroness von Zumpe was drowsing, and after he had rearranged her he began to fuck her again, at first scarcely moving, but then with such violence that the Baroness, on her belly, bit the palm of her hand until she drew blood, so as not to scream. By now Wilkie had unbuttoned his fly and was masturbating, leaning against the wall. Ryder heard him moan beside him. First he thought it was a rat that just happened to be breathing its last somewhere nearby. A baby rat. But when he saw Wilkie's penis and Wilkie's hand moving back and forth, he was disgusted and elbowed him in the chest. Wilkie ignored him and continued to masturbate. Ryder glanced at his face. Wilkie's profile struck him as very odd. It looked like an engraving of a worker or artisan, an innocent passerby suddenly blinded by a ray of moonlight. He seemed to be dreaming, or, more accurately, momentarily breaking through the massive black walls that separate waking from sleep. So he left him alone, and after a while, he began to touch himself too, at first discreetly, through his trousers, and then openly, pulling out his penis and adjusting to the rhythm of General Antrescu and the Baroness von Zumpe, who wasn't biting her hand anymore. A bloodstain had spread on the sheet next to her sweaty cheeks, but crying and speaking words that neither the general nor the 2 soldiers understood, words that went beyond Romania, beyond even Germany and Europe, beyond a country estate, beyond some hazy friendships, beyond what they, Wilkie and Ryder, though perhaps not General Antrescu, understood by love, desire, sexuality. Then Wilkie came on the wall and mumbled something too, a soldier's prayer, and soon afterward Ryder came on the wall and bit his lips without saying a word. And then Antrescu got up and they saw, or thought they saw, drops of blood on his penis shiny with semen and vaginal fluid, and then Baroness von Zumpe asked for a glass of vodka, and then they watched as Antrescu and the Baroness stood entwined, each with a glass in hand and an air of distraction, and then Antrescu recited a poem in his tongue, which the Baroness didn't understand but whose musicality she lauded, and then Antrescu closed his eyes and cocked his head as if to listen to something, the music of the spheres, and then he opened his eyes and sat at the table and set the Baroness on his cock, erect again, the famous foot-long cock, pride of the Romanian army, and the cries and moans and tears resumed, and as the Baroness sank down onto Antrescu's cock or Antrescu's cock rose up into the Baroness von Zumpe, the Romanian general recited a new poem, a poem that he accompanied by waving both arms, the Baroness clinging to his neck, a poem that again neither of them understood, except for the word Dracula, which was repeated every 4 lines, a poem that might have been martial or satirical or metaphysical or marmoreal or even anti-German, but whose rhythm seemed made to order for the occasion, a poem that the young Baroness, sitting astride Antrescu's thighs, celebrated by swaying back and forth, like a little shepherdess gone wild in the vastness of Asia, digging her nails into her lover's neck, scrubbing the blood that still flowed from her right hand on her lover's face, smearing the corners of his lips with blood, while Antrescu, undeterred, continued to recite his poem in which the word Dracula sounded every 4 lines. A poem that was surely satirical, decided Ryder, with infinite joy, as Wilkie jerked off again. When it was all over, though for the unflagging Antrescu and the unflagging Baroness it was far from over, they filed silently back down the secret passageways, silently replaced the mirror, crept silently down to the improvised underground barracks, and slipped silently into bed next to their respective guns and kits. The next morning the detachment left the castle after the departure of the 2 carloads of guests. Only the SS officer remained behind while they swept, washed, and tidied everything. Then, when the officer was fully satisfied with their efforts, he ordered them off and the detachment climbed into the truck and headed back down to the plain. Only the SS officer's car, with no driver, which was odd, was left at the castle. As they drove away, Ryder saw the officer. He had climbed up to the battlements and was watching the detachment leave, craning his neck, rising up on tiptoe, until the castle, on the one hand, and the truck, on the other, disappeared from view. While he was posted in Romania, Ryder requested and obtained 2 leaves that he used to visit his parents. Back in the village, he spent the day lying on the rocky shore watching the sea, but with no urge to swim, much less dive, or he took long walks through the countryside, walks that invariably ended at the ancestral home of the Baron von Zumpe, empty and diminished, now watched over by the old gamekeeper, with whom he sometimes stopped to talk, although the conversations, if they could be called that, were mostly frustrating. The gamekeeper asked how the war was going and Ryder shrugged. Ryder, in turn, asked about the Baroness. Actually he asked about the young Baroness, which was how the locals referred to her, and the gamekeeper shrugged. The shrugs could mean he didn't know or that reality was increasingly vague, more like a dream, or that everything was going badly and it was best not to ask questions and to gird oneself with patience. He also spent long periods with his sister, Lotte, who was 10 by then and adored her brother. This devotion made Ryder laugh, but it made him sad, too, and he was swamped by grim thoughts in which everything was meaningless, though he was careful not to come to any resolve because he was sure he would end up shot. No one commits suicide in wartime, he thought as he lay in bed listening to his mother and father snore. Why not? Well, for convenience's sake, to postpone the inevitable, because and beings tend to leave their fate in the hands of others. In fact, the suicide rate is highest in wartime, but Ryder was too young then, though he could no longer be called completely untutored, to know that. On both leaves, too, he visited Berlin, on the way to his village, and tried in vain to find Hugo Halder. He couldn't find him. A family of civil servants with 4 adolescent daughters lived in Halder's old flat. When he asked whether the previous tenant had left an address where he could be found, the head of the family, a party member, answered curtly that he didn't know, but as Ryder was leaving, one of the daughters, the oldest and prettiest, caught up to him on the stairs and said she knew where Halder was living now. Then she continued down the stairs and Ryder followed her. The girl dragged him to a public park. There, in a corner safe from prying eyes, she turned, as if seeing him for the first time, and hurled herself at him, planting a kiss on his mouth. Ryder pulled away and asked why in heaven she was kissing him. The girl said she was happy to see him. Ryder studied her eyes, a washed-out blue, like the eyes of a blind woman, and realized he was talking to a madwoman. Even so, he wanted to know what information the girl had about Halder. She said that if he didn't let her kiss him she wouldn't tell him. They kissed again. The girl's tongue was very dry at first and Ryder caressed it with his tongue until it was thoroughly moistened. "Where does Hugo Halder live now?" he asked. The girl smiled at him as if Ryder were a slow child. "Can't you guess?" she asked. Ryder shook his head. The girl, who couldn't have been more than 16, began to laugh so hard that Ryder was afraid if she didn't stop the police would come, and he could think of no better way of silencing her than kissing her on the mouth again. "My name is Ingeborg," said the girl when Ryder removed his lips from hers. "My name is Hans Reiter," he said. Then she looked at the sandy, pebbly ground and paled visibly, as if she were about to faint. "My name," she repeated, "is Ingeborg Bauer. I hope you won't forget me." From this moment on they spoke in fainter and fainter whispers. "I won't," said Ryder. "Swear it," said the girl. "I swear," said Ryder. "Who do you swear by? Your mother, your father, God?" asked the girl. "I swear by God," said Ryder. "I don't believe in God," said the girl. "Then I swear by my mother and father," said Ryder. "An oath like that is no good," said the girl. "Parents are no good. People are always trying to forget they have parents." Not me, said Ryder. Yes, you, said the girl, and me, and everyone. Then I swear to you by whatever you want, said Ryder. Do you swear by your division? Asked the girl. I swear by my division and regiment and battalion, said Ryder, and then he added that he also swore by his corps and his army group. Don't tell anyone, said the girl, but to be honest, I don't believe in the army. What do you believe in? Asked Ryder. Not much, said the girl after pondering her reply for a second. Sometimes I even forget what I believe in. There are so few things, and so many things I don't believe in, such a huge number of things, that they hide what I do believe in. Right now, for example, I can't remember anything. Do you believe in love? Asked Ryder. Frankly, no, said the girl. What about honesty? Asked Ryder. That's worse than love, said the girl. Do you believe in sunsets? Asked Ryder, starry nights, bright mornings? No, 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 said the girl with a gesture of evident distaste. I don't believe in anything ridiculous. You're right, said Ryder. What about books? Even worse, said the girl, and anyway in my house there are only Nazi books, Nazi politics, Nazi history, Nazi economics, Nazi mythology, Nazi poetry, Nazi novels, Nazi plays. I had no idea the Nazis had written so much, said Ryder. As far as I can tell, you don't have much idea about anything, Hans, said the girl, except kissing me. True, said Ryder, who was always ready to admit his ignorance. By then they were strolling through the park holding hands, and every so often Ingeborg would stop and kiss Ryder on the mouth, and anyone who saw them might have thought they were just a young soldier and his girl, with no money to go anywhere else, very much in love and with many things to tell each other. And yet if this hypothetical observer had approached the couple and looked them in the eyes, he would have seen that the young woman was mad and the young soldier knew it and didn't care. Truthfully, by now Ryder didn't care that the girl was crazy, much less about his friend Hugo Halder's address. All he cared about was learning once and for all the few things Ingeborg felt were worthy of swearing by. So he asked and made tentative suggestions. The girl's sisters and the city of Berlin and world peace and the children of the world and birds of the world and the opera and the rivers of Europe and the faces, dear God, of men she had loved, and her own life, Ingeborg's, and friendship and humor and everything he could think of, and he received one negative response after another, until at last, after they had explored every corner of the park, the girl remembered two things she thought were valid oaths. Do you want to know what they are? Of course I do, said Ryder. I hope you won't laugh when I tell you. I won't laugh, said Ryder. The first is storms, said the girl. Storms? Asked Ryder, greatly surprised. Only big storms, when the sky turns black and the air turns gray. Thunder, lightning, and peasants killed when they cross fields, said the girl. Now I understand, said Ryder, who didn't love storms. So what's the second thing? The Aztecs, said the girl. The Aztecs? Asked Ryder, more perplexed than by the storms. That's right, the Aztecs, said the girl, the people who lived in Mexico before Cortés came, the ones who built the pyramids. Oh, the Aztecs, those Aztecs, said Ryder. They're the only Aztecs, said the girl, the ones who lived in Tenochtitlan and Tlatelolco and performed human sacrifices and inhabited two cities built around lakes. Oh, so they lived in two cities built around lakes, said Ryder. Yes, said the girl. For a while they walked in silence. Then the girl said, I imagine those cities to be like Geneva and Montreux. Once I was with my family on holiday in Switzerland. We went by ferry from Geneva to Montreux. Lake Geneva is marvelous in summer, although there are perhaps too many mosquitoes. We spent the night at an inn in Montreux and the next day we returned by ferry again to Geneva. Have you been to Lake Geneva? No, said Ryder. It's very beautiful and it isn't just those two cities. There are many towns on the lake, like Lausanne, which is bigger than Montreux, or Vevey, or Evian. In fact there are more than 20 towns, some tiny. Do you see? Vaguely, said Ryder. Look, this is the lake. The girl drew the lake with the tip of her shoe on the ground. Here's Geneva. Here, and at the other end, Montreux, and these are the other towns. Do you see now? Yes, said Ryder. Well, that's how I imagine the lake of the Aztecs, said the girl as she rubbed out the map with her shoe. Except much prettier. With no mosquitoes, nice weather all year round, and lots of pyramids, so many and so big it's impossible to count them all. Pyramids on top of pyramids, pyramids behind other pyramids, all stained red with the blood of daily sacrifices. And then I imagine the Aztecs, but perhaps that doesn't interest you," said the girl. "It does," said Ryder, who until then had never given the Aztecs any thought. "They're very strange people," said the girl. "If you look them closely in the face, after a moment you realize they're mad. But they aren't shut up in a madhouse. Or maybe they are. But they don't seem to be. The Aztecs dress with great elegance. They're very careful when they choose what clothes to wear each day. One might think they spent hours in a dressing room, choosing the proper attire, and then they put on very precious plumed hats, and necklaces and rings, as well as gems on their arms and feet, and both the men and the women paint their faces, and then they go out for a walk along the lakeshore, never speaking to one another, absorbed in contemplation of the passing boats, whose crews, if they aren't Aztec, lower their gaze and keep fishing or hurry away, because some Aztecs are seized by cruel whims, and after strolling like philosophers they go into the pyramids, which are completely hollow and look like cathedrals inside, and are illuminated only by a light from above, light filtered through a great obsidian stone, in other words a dark, sparkling light. By the way, have you ever seen a piece of obsidian? Asked the girl. No, never, said Ryder, or maybe I have and I didn't know it. You would have known it instantly, said the girl. Obsidian is a black or very dark green feldspar, a curious thing in itself because feldspar tends to be white or yellowish. The most important kinds of feldspar, for your information, are orthoclase, albite, and labradorite. But the kind I like best is obsidian. Well, back to the pyramids. At the top is the sacrificial stone. Can you guess what it's made of? Obsidian, said Ryder. Precisely, said the girl, a stone like a surgeon's table, where the Aztec priests or doctors lay their victims before tearing out their hearts. But now comes the part that will really surprise you. This stone bed where the victims were laid was transparent. It was a sacrificial stone chosen and polished in such a way that it was transparent. And the Aztecs inside the pyramid watched the sacrifice as if from within, because as you'll have guessed, the light from above that illuminated the bowels of the pyramids came from an opening just beneath the sacrificial stone, so that at first the light was black or gray, a dim light in which only the inscrutable silhouettes of the Aztecs inside the pyramids could be seen. But then, as the blood of the new victim spread across the skylight of transparent obsidian, the light turned red and black, a very bright red and a very bright black, and then not only were the silhouettes of the Aztecs visible but also their features transfigured by the red and black light, as if the light had the power to personalize each man or woman, and that is essentially all. But that can last a long time, that exists outside time, or in some other time, ruled by other laws. When the Aztecs came out of the pyramids, the sunlight didn't hurt them. They behaved as if there were an eclipse of the sun. And they returned to their daily rounds, which basically consisted of strolling and bathing and then strolling again and spending a long time standing still in contemplation of imperceptible things or studying the patterns insects made in the dirt and eating with friends, but always in silence, which is the same as eating alone, and every so often they made war. And above them in the sky there was always an eclipse, said the girl. Well, 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 said Ryder, impressed by his new friend's knowledge. For a while, without intending to, the pair walked in silence through the park, as if they were Aztecs, until the girl asked what he would swear by, Aztecs or storms. I don't know, said Ryder, who had already forgotten what he had to swear to. Choose, said the girl, and think carefully because it's much more important than you understand. What's important? Asked Ryder. Your oath, said the girl. And why is it important? Asked Ryder. For you, I don't know, said the girl, but for me it's important because it will mark my fate. At that moment Ryder remembered that he had to swear he would never forget her and he felt great sorrow. For a moment he could scarcely breathe and then he felt as if the words were catching in his throat. He decided he would swear by the Aztecs, since he didn't like storms. I swear by the Aztecs, he said, I'll never forget you. Thank you, said the girl, and they kept walking. After a while, although he no longer cared, Ryder asked for Halder's address. He lives in Paris, said the girl with a sigh. I don't have the address. Ah, said Ryder. It's only natural that he lives in Paris, said the girl. Ryder thought that maybe she was right and it was the most natural thing in the world that Halder had moved to Paris. When it began to get dark Ryder walked the girl to her front door and then went running to the station. The attack on the Soviet Union began on June 22, 1941. The 79th Division was attached to the 11th German Army, and a few days later the division's advance troops crossed the Prut and marched shoulder to shoulder into combat, along with the Romanian Army Corps, who showed much more spirit than the Germans expected. And yet their advance was not as rapid as that of the units of Army Group South, composed of the 6th Army, the 17th Army, and the 1st Panzer Group, as it was called at the time, although during the course of the war it would come to be known, along with the 2nd Panzer Group, the 3rd Panzer Group, and the 4th Panzer Group, as the more intimidating Panzer Army. The human and material resources of the LLTH Army were, as might be expected, infinitely smaller, not to mention the mat terre of the region's terrain and scarcity of roads. Nor could it rely on the surprise factor that had favored Army Groups South, Central, and North. But Ryder's division delivered what its commanders expected of it, and they crossed the Prut and fought, and then they fought some more on the steppes and hills of Bessarabia, and then they crossed the Dniester and came to the outskirts of Odessa, and then they advanced, while the Romanians halted, and fought Russian troops in retreat, and then they crossed the Bug and kept advancing, leaving a wake of burned Ukrainian villages and granaries and woods that suddenly burst into flames as if by means of a mysterious process of combustion. Woods like dark islands in the middle of endless wheat fields. "Who's setting fire to the woods?" Ryder asked Wilkie sometimes, and Wilkie shrugged. And so did Knightske and Cruz and Sergeant Lemke, exhausted from walking, because the 79th was a light infantry division, in other words a division that moved under its own steam, powered only by mules and soldiers, the function of the mules to pull the heavy equipment and the function of the soldiers to walk and fight, as if lightning warfare hadn't even blinked an eye on the division's organizational charts, like in Napoleonic times. Said Wilkie, marches and countermarches and forced marches, or rather constant forced marches, said Wilkie, and then, without getting up from the ground where he lay like everyone else, he said, "I don't know who the hell is setting fires. It certainly wasn't us, was it, boys?" And Knightske said, "No, not us," and Cruz and Bars echoed him, and even Sergeant Lemke said, "No, we burned that village there, or we bombed this village to the left or right, but not the woods," and his men nodded and no one said another word. They just watched the blaze. The way the fire turned the dark is land into an orangish-red island. Maybe it was Captain Ladenthan's battalion. Someone said, "They came this way. They must have encountered resistance in the woods." Maybe it was the Sapper battalion, said another, but the truth is they hadn't seen anyone in the area. Whether German soldiers nearby or Soviet soldiers putting up a fight. Only the black woods in the middle of a yellow sea, under a bright blue sky. And suddenly, without warning, as if they were in a great theatre of wheat and the wood was the stage and proscenium of that theatre in the round, the all-devouring, beautiful fire. After the Bug, the division crossed the Dnieper and forged into the Crimean Peninsula. Ryder fought in Perekop and several villages near Perekop whose names he never learned but along whose dirt streets he walked, clearing away corpses and ordering the elderly, women, and children to go inside and not come out. Sometimes he felt dizzy. Sometimes he ticked that when he stood up suddenly, a black fog rose before his eyes, full of granulated dots like a rain of meteors. But the meteors moved in a very odd way. Or they didn't move. They were motionless meteors. Sometimes, along with his companions, he flung himself into the conquest of an enemy position, taking no precautions at all, which gave him a reputation for daring and bravery, though all he sought was a bullet to bring peace to his heart. One night, he got into an unexpected discussion of suicide with Wilkie. "Good Christians masturbate but we don't commit suicide," Wilkie said, and before Ryder went to sleep he pondered Wilkie's words, because he suspected there might be a hidden truth behind the joke. And yet his resolve was unshaken. During the battle for Chornomorsky, in which the 310th Regiment and especially Ryder's battalion played an important role, Ryder risked his life at least 3 times. The first during an attack on a brick fortification on the outskirts of Kirovsky, at the junction of Chernyshov, Kirovsky, and Chornomorsky, a fort that wouldn't have withstood a single artillery volley. A fort that touched Ryder deeply from the moment he saw it because of the poverty and innocence it radiated, as if it had been built and were manned by children. The company had no mortar rounds and decided to take it by storm. Volunteers were requested. Ryder was the first to step forward. He was joined almost immediately by Voss, who was also a brave man or a would-be suicide, and 3 others. The attack was quick. Ryder and Voss advanced along the left flank of the fort, the other 3 along the right. When they were 20 yards away, rifle fire came from inside. The 3 who were moving along the right flank dropped to the ground. Voss hesitated. Ryder kept running. He heard the hum of a bullet as it passed an inch from his head but he didn't get down. On the contrary, His body seemed to stretch up in a vain effort to see the faces of the adolescents who would put an end to his life, but he couldn't see anything. Another bullet brushed his right arm. He felt someone push him from behind and knock him down. It was Voss, who might have been rash but still retained some common sense. For a while he watched as his comrade, after having pulled him to the ground, crawled toward the fort. He saw stones, weeds, wildflowers, and the nails in the soles of Voss's boots as he was left behind. The tiny cloud of dust Voss raised, tiny to us, he mused, but not to the processions of ants marching from north to south as Voss crawls east to west. Then he got up and began to fire at the fort, over Voss's body, and once again he heard the bullets whistle past his body as he fired and walked, like someone strolling and taking photographs, until the fort exploded, hit by a grenade and then another and another, lobbed by the soldiers on the right flank. The second time he almost died was during the capture of Chornomorsky. The two main regiments of the 79th Division led the attack after all the divisional artillery was concentrated near the piers, at the head of the road that linked Chornomorsky with Evpatoria, Frunze, Inkerman, and Sevastopol, a road that lacked significant geographic landmarks. The first attack was repulsed. Ryder's battalion, which had been held in reserve, advanced in the second wave. The soldiers rushed over the barbed wire as the artillery adjusted its sights and pulverized the Soviet machine gun nests that had been located. As they ran, Ryder began to sweat, as if suddenly, in a fraction of a second, he had fallen ill. This time, he thought, he would die, and the nearness of the Seekonva inked him even more thoroughly of this idea. First they crossed a field and then they came out into a garden where there was a little house, and from one of the windows, a tiny, asymmetric window, an old man with a white beard watched. It seemed to Ryder that the old man was eating something because his jaws moved. On the other side of the garden there was a dirt road, and a little farther on they saw 5 Soviet soldiers dragging a field gun behind them. They killed all 5 and kept running. Some continued along on the road and others turned into a pine grove. In the grove Ryder spotted a figure in the undergrowth and stopped. It was the statue of a Greek goddess, or so he believed. Her hair was gathered up and she was tall, her expression impassive. Bathed in sweat, Ryder began to shake and stretched out his hand. The marble or stone, he couldn't say which, was cold. There was something absurd about where it stood, because that hidden spot in the trees was hardly the place for a statue. For a brief and painful instant, Ryder thought he should ask it something, but no question occurred to him and his face twisted in a grimace of suffering. Then he ran. The grove ended at the edge of a ravine from which one could see the sea and the harbor and a kind of seaside drive bordered by trees and benches and white houses and 3-story buildings that looked like hotels or spas. The trees were big and dark. In the hills a few houses were in flames, and at the harbor a group of miniature people crowded onto a ship. The sky was very blue and the sea looked calm, nearly flat. To the left, along a winding road, the first men of his regiment appeared, as a few Russians fled and others raised their hands over their heads and came out of fish sheds with blackened walls. The men with Ryder went down the hill toward a square on which 2 new 5-story buildings rose, painted white. When they reached the square, they were fired upon from several windows. The soldiers sought cover behind the trees, except for Ryder, who kept walking as if he hadn't heard anything, until he reached the door of one of the buildings. One of the walls was painted with a mural of an old sailor reading a letter. Some of the letter's lines were perfectly legible by the viewer, but they were written in Cyrillic and Ryder didn't understand a thing. The tiles on the floor were big and green. There was no elevator, so Ryder began to climb the stairs. When he got to the first landing someone shot at him. He saw a shadow pop up and then he felt a sting in his right arm. He kept climbing. He was shot at again. He stood still. The wound was hardly bleeding and the pain was perfectly bearable. Maybe I'm dead already, he thought. Then he thought he wasn't and he shouldn't faint, not until he took a bullet in the head. He turned toward one of the flats and kicked open the door. He saw a table, 4 chairs, a glass cabinet full of dishes with a few books on top. In the room he found a woman and 2 little boys. The woman was very young and gazed at him in terror. "I won't hurt you," he said, and tried to smile as he retreated. Then he went into another flat and 2 militiamen with closely cropped hair raised their hands and surrendered. Ryder didn't even glance at them. People came out of the other flats, looking as if they were starving or like pupils at a reform school. In one room, next to an open window, He found 2 old rifles that he threw down into the street as he signaled to his comrades to stop shooting. The third time he almost died was weeks later, during the attack on Sevastopol. This time the advance was driven back. Each time the German troops tried to stake out a line of defense, the city's artillery loosed a rain of projectiles on them. In the area outside the city, near the Russian trenches, there were stacks of the mutilated bodies of German and Romanian soldiers. More than once the struggle was hand-to-hand. The assault troops reached a trench of Russian sailors and fought for 5 minutes, after which one side retreated. But then more Russian sailors appeared shouting hurrahs and the battle began again. For Ryder, the presence of the sailors in those dusty trenches was charged with terrible and exhilarating portents. One of them, surely, would kill him and then he would sink down again into the depths of the Baltic or the Atlantic or the Black Sea, because all seas were ultimately the same sea, and at the bottom of the sea a forest of seaweed awaited him. Or he would simply disappear, no more. To Wilkie, the whole business was insane, because where had the Russian sailors come from? What were they doing there, miles from their natural element, the sea and ships? It made no sense unless the Stukas had sunk all the ships in the Russian fleet, Wilkie specu or the Black Sea had dried up, which naturally he didn't believe. But he said this only to Ryder, because the others never questioned anything they saw or that happened to them. In one attack Nietzsche and several others from the company were killed. One night, in the trenches, Ryder rose up to his full height and gazed at the stars, but his attention, inevitably, was diverted toward Sevastopol. The city in the distance was a black mass with red mouths that opened and closed. The soldiers called it the Bone Crusher, but that night it didn't strike Ryder as a machine but as the reincarnation of a mythological being, a living creature struggling to draw breath. Sergeant Lemke ordered him to get down. Ryder eyed him from above, took off his helmet, scratched his head, and before he could put his helmet back on, he was felled by a bullet. As he dropped he felt another bullet penetrate his chest. He gazed dimly at Sergeant Lemke. He thought the sergeant looked like an ant that gradually grew bigger and bigger. Some 500 yards away, several artillery rounds fell. 2 weeks later Ryder received the Iron Cross. A colonel presented it to him in the field hospital at Novoselivsky. The colonel shook Ryder's hand, told him there had been outstanding reports on his actions in Chornomorsky and Mykolaievka, and then left. Ryder couldn't talk because a bullet had pierced his throat. The wound in his chest healed well and soon he was transferred from the Crimean Peninsula to Krivoy Rog, in Ukraine, where there was a bigger hospital, and his throat was operated on again. After the operation he could eat normally and move his neck as he had before, but he still couldn't talk. The doctors who treated him didn't know whether to give him leave to return to Germany or send him back to his division, which was still engaged in the siege of Sevastopol and Kerch. The arrival of winter and the Soviet counterattack that overran parts of the German line postponed the decision and finally Ryder was neither sent to Germany nor reinstated in his unit. But since he couldn't stay at the hospital either, he was sent with 3 other wounded men from the 79th to the village of Kostakino, on the banks of the Dnieper, which some called Budini Model Farm and others Sweet Spring, because of a spring, a tributary of the Dnieper, whose waters were of a sweetness and purity unusual in the region. Really, Kostakino was scarcely a village. There were a few houses scattered among the hills, half-collapsed old wooden fences, 2 rotting granaries, and a dirt road, impassable in winter because of the snow and mud, that connected the village to a town on the rail line. On the outskirts there was an abandoned sovkhoz that 5 Germans tried to start up again. Most of the houses were abandoned, according to some because the villagers had fled the advance of the German army, according to others because they had been conscripted by the Red Army. For the first few days Ryder slept in what must have been an agronomy office or possibly the Communist Party headquarters, the only brick and cement building in town, but cohabitation with the few German engineers and convalescents who lived in Kostakino soon grew unbearable. So he decided to take up residence in one of the many empty farmhouses. At first glance, they all looked alike. One night, as he was having coffee at the brick house, Ryder heard a different account of the villagers' disappearance. They had neither been conscripted nor fled. The depopulation was the direct consequence of the passage through Kostakino of a detachment of the Einsatzgruppe C, which proceeded to physically eliminate all the Jews in the village. Since he couldn't speak he didn't ask any questions, but he spent the next day studying the houses more closely. In none of them did he find any object that might indicate the origin or religion of the former inhabitants. Finally he settled in a house near Sweet Spring. The first night he spent there he was woken several times by nightmares. But he couldn't remember what he had dreamed. The bed he slept in was narrow and very soft, next to the fireplace, on the first floor. The second floor was a kind of attic where there was another bed and a tiny round window, like a porthole. In a big chest he found a number of books, most in Russian, but some, to his surprise, in German. Since he knew that many Eastern European Jews spoke German, he guessed that the house had in fact belonged to a Jew. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, after waking up shouting from a nightmare, he would light the candle he always kept beside the bed and sit still for a long time, with the blankets cast off, contemplating the objects that danced in the candlelight and feeling that there was no hope as he slowly froze in the cold. Sometimes, in the morning, when he awoke, he would lie still again, staring up at the mud and straw ceiling, and it seemed to him there was something indefinably feminine about the house. Nearby lived some Ukrainians who weren't from Kostakino and had arrived recently to work on the old sovkhoz. When he left the house the Ukrainians lifted their caps and bowed slightly in greeting. The first few days Ryder didn't respond. But then, timidly, he raised his hand and waved as if to say goodbye. Each morning he walked to the stream. With his knife he hacked a hole and then lowered a pot and ladled out some water that he drank where he stood, not minding the cold. With the arrival of winter all the Germans holed up in the brick building and sometimes they caroused until dawn. Everyone had forgotten them, as if they had disappeared with the collapse of the front. Sometimes they went out in search of women. Other times they made love among themselves and no one said anything. "This is a frozen paradise," said one of Ryder's old comrades from the 79th. Ryder stared at him as if he had no idea what he was talking about and the soldier patted him on the back and said, "Poor Ryder, poor Ryder." At some point, Ryder looked at himself in a mirror he found in a corner of the farmhouse. It had been a long time, and he almost didn't recognize himself. His beard was blonde and tangled, his hair long and dirty, his eyes vacant and dry. "Shit," he thought. Then he took the bandage off his throat. The wound seemed to have healed without trouble, but the bandage was dirty, and the crusted blood made it stiff, so he decided to throw it in the fire. Then he went looking all over the house for something to use as a bandage, and that was how he found the papers of Boris Abramovich Ansky and the hiding place behind the hearth. The hiding place was extremely simple but extremely clever too. The hearth, which also served as cookstove, was wide enough and the flue deep enough so that a person could crouch inside. If the width was apparent at a glance, it was impossible to tell the depth from outside, because the soot-blackened walls afforded subtle camouflage. The eye couldn't discern the gap at the rear, just a crack, but big enough so that one person, sitting with his knees drawn up, could be safe there in the dark. Although for the hiding place to work perfectly, mused Ryder, alone in the solitude of the farmhouse, there had to be two people, one to hide and one to stay in the room and put a pot of soup on to heat and then light the fire and stoke it again and again. For many days this problem occupied his thoughts, because he believed that if he solved it he would have a better idea of the life or state of mind or the degree of desperation that had once afflicted Boris Ansky or someone Boris Ansky knew very well. On various occasions he tried to light a fire from inside. He managed it only once. Hanging a pot of water or lighting the samovar turned out to be an impossible task, so in the end he decided that whoever built the hiding place had done it thinking that someone, someday, would hide and another person would help him to hide. The rescued, thought Ryder, and the rescuer. The survivor and the victim. The one who flees when night falls and the one who stays and surrenders. Sometimes, in the afternoons, he got into the hiding place, armed only with Boris Ansky's papers and a candle, and he sat there until well into the night, until his joints were stiff and his limbs frozen, reading. Boris Abramovich Ansky was born in 1909, in Kostakino, in the same house that Ryder the soldier now occupied. His parents were Jews, like almost all the villagers, and they made a living selling shirts, which his father bought wholesale in Dnipropetrovsk and sometimes in Odessa and then resold in the neighboring villages. His mother raised chickens and sold eggs and they didn't need to buy vegetables because they kept a garden, small but well tended. They had just one son, Boris, when they were already approaching old age, like the biblical Abraham and Sarah, which filled them with happiness. Sometimes, when Abraham Ansky saw his friends, he would joke about it, saying his son was so spoiled that every so often he thought the boy should have been sacrificed when he was little. The village's Orthodox Jews were scandalized or pretended to be scandalized and the others laughed openly when Abraham Ansky concluded, but instead of sacrificing him I sacrificed a hen. A hen. A hen. Not a sheep or my firstborn but a hen. The hen that lays the golden eggs. At 14 Boris Ansky enlisted in the Red Army. His goodbyes were heartbreaking. First his father began to weep inconsolably, then his mother, and finally Boris threw himself into their arms and wept too. The trip to Moscow was unforgettable. Along the way he saw incredible faces, heard incredible conversations or speeches, read incredible proclamations on the walls that announced the paradise at hand, and everything he came upon, whether on foot or on the train, affected him deeply because this was the first time he'd left his village, with the exception of 2 trips he'd taken with his father to sell shirts in the region. In Moscow he visited a recruitment office, and when he tried to enlist to fight Wrangel he was told that Wrangel had already been defeated. Then Ansky said he wanted to enlist to fight the Poles, and he was told that the Poles had already been defeated. Then Ansky shouted that he wanted to fight Krasnov or Denikin, and he was told that Denikin and Krasnov had already been defeated. Then Ansky said all right. He wanted to fight the White Cossacks or the Czechs or Kolchak or Yudenich or the Allied troops, and he was told that all of them had already been defeated. "News comes late to your village," they said. And they also asked, "Where are you from, boy?" And Ansky said Kostakino, near the Dnieper. And then an old soldier who was smoking a pipe asked him his name and whether he was Jewish. And Ansky said yes, he was Jewish, and he looked the old soldier in the face, and only then did he notice that he was missing an eye, and also an arm. "I had a Jewish comrade, in the campaign against the Poles," said the old man, exhaling a puff of smoke. "What's his name?" asked Ansky. "Maybe I know him. Do you know all the Jews in the Soviet Republic, boy?" the one-eyed, one-armed soldier asked. "No, of course not," said Ansky, flushing. "His name was Dmitry Verbitsky," said the one-eyed man from his corner, "and he died 50 miles from Warsaw." Then the one-eyed man shifted in his chair, pulled a blanket up to his chin, and said, "Our commander's name was Korolenko and he died the same day." Then, at supersonic speed, Ansky imagined Verbitsky and Korolenko. He saw Korolenko mocking Verbitsky, heard what Korolenko said behind Verbitsky's back, entered into Verbitsky's night thoughts, Korolenko's desires, into each man's vague and shifting dreams, into their convictions and their rides on horseback, the forests they left behind and the flooded lands they crossed, the sounds of night in the open and the unintelligible morning conversations before they mounted again. He saw villages and farmland, he saw churches and hazy clouds of smoke rising on the horizon, until he came to the day when they both died, Verbitsky and Korolenko, a perfectly grey day, utterly grey, as if a 1,000-mile-long cloud had passed over the land without stopping, endless. At that moment, which hardly lasted a second, Ansky decided that he didn't want to be a soldier, but at the very same moment the officer handed him a paper and told him to sign. Now he was a soldier. The next 3 years he spent traveling. He was in Siberia and at the lead mines of Norilska, and he crossed the Tunguska Basin escorting engineers from Omsk who were looking for coal deposits, and he was in Yakutsk and he traveled up the Lena to the Arctic Ocean, beyond the Arctic Circle, and he accompanied another group of engineers and a neurologist to the New Siberian Islands where 2 of the engineers went mad, one of them peacefully, but the other dangerously, so that they had to liquidate him immediately on the orders of the neurologist, who explained there was no cure for that kind of madness, especially in the middle of such a blindingly white and mentally unsettling landscape. And then he was at the Okhotsk Sea with a supply detail carrying provisions to a detachment of lost explorers. But after a few days the supply detail got lost too and ended up eating all the provisions for the explorers, and then he was in a hospital in Vladivostok and then in Amur, and then he saw the shores of Lake Baikal, where thousands of birds flocked, and the city of Irkutsk, and finally he chased bandits in Kazakhstan, before returning to Moscow and attending to other affairs. And those affairs were reading and visiting museums, reading and walks in the park, reading and the almost obsessive attendance at all kinds of concerts, theatrical evenings, literary and political lectures, from which he drew many valuable lessons that he was able to apply to the freight of lived experience he had accumulated. And it was around this time that he met Ephraim Ivanov, the science fiction writer, at a literary café, the best literary café in Moscow, or rather on the terrace of the café, where Ivanov drank vodka at a table off to one side, under the branches of a giant oak that stretched up to the 3rd floor of the building, and they became friends, in part because Ivanov was interested in Ansky's outlandish ideas and in part because Ansky displayed, at least at the time, unqualified and unreserved admiration for Ivanov's science writing. as Ivanov liked to call it, rejecting the official and popular label of fantasy writer. In those days Ansky thought it wouldn't be long before the revolution spread all over the world, because only an idiot or a nihilist could fail to see or sense the potential it held for progress and happiness. Ultimately, thought Ansky, the revolution would abolish death. When Ivanov told him that this was impossible, that death had been with man from time immemorial, Ansky said that was precisely it, the whole point, maybe the only thing that mattered, abolishing death, abolishing it forever, immersing ourselves in the unknown until we found something else. Abolishment, abolishment, abolishment. Ivanov had been a party member since 1902. Back then he had tried to write stories in the manner of Tolstoy, Chekhov, Gorky, or rather he had tried to plagiarize them without much success, which led him, after long reflection, a whole summer night, to the astute decision that he should write in the manner of Odesky and Lizechnikov. 50% Odesky and 50% Lizechnikov. This went over well, in part because readers, their memories mostly faulty, had forgotten poor Odesky, 1803–1869, and poor Lizechnikov, 1792–1869, who died the same year, and in part because literary criticism, as keen as ever, neither extrapolated nor made the connection nor noticed a thing. In 1910 Ivanov was what is called a promising writer, of whom great things were expected, but Odesky and Lizechnikov had been exhausted as templates, and Ivanov's artistic production came to a dead halt or, depending on one's perspective, a point of collapse, from which he couldn't extricate himself even with the new blend he tried in desperation. A combination of the Hoffmannian Odesky and the Walter Scott disciple Lizechnikov with the rising star Gorky. His stories, he had to acknowledge, were no longer of interest to anyone, and this took its toll on his finances, and above all his self-regard. Until the October Revolution, Ivanov worked sporadically for scientific journals, for agricultural journals, as a proofreader, as a salesman of electric light bulbs, as a clerk in a lawyer's office, all without neglecting his work for the party, where he did practically everything that needed to be done, from writing and editing pamphlets to procuring paper and serving as a liaison with like-minded writers and some fellow travelers. And he did it all without complaint and without giving up his long-established habits, his daily visit to the watering holes where Moscow's bohemia gathered, and his vodka. The triumph of the revolution didn't improve his literary or work prospects, rather the reverse. His labors doubled and not infrequently tripled and sometimes even quadrupled, but Ivanov did his duty without complaint. One day he was asked for a story about life in Russia in 1940. In 3 hours Ivanov wrote his first science fiction tale. It was called, The Train Through the Urals, and it was told from the perspective of a boy traveling in a train the average speed of which was 125 miles an hour. The boy described everything that passed before his eyes: shining factories, well-tilled fields, new model villages comprising 2 or 3 buildings of more than 10 stories each, visited by cheerful foreign delegations that took careful note of the advances so as to adopt them in their own countries. The traveling boy in The Train Through the Urals was on his way to visit his grandfather, a former Red Army soldier who, after having received a university degree at an age when most students had long finished their studies, headed a laboratory devoted to complicated research shrouded in the deepest secrecy. As they left the station holding hands, the boy's grandfather, an energetic sort who didn't look more than 40 although of course he was much older, told the boy about some recent discoveries, but his grandson, a boy after all, made him tell stories about the revolution and the war against the whites and the foreign intervention, something his grandfather, an old man after all, was happy to do. And that was all. The story's reception was overwhelming. The first to be surprised, it must be said, was the writer himself. The second was the editor, who had read the story pencil in hand and didn't think much of it. Letters arrived at the magazine's offices asking for more contributions from Ivanov, that unknown, that promising voice, a writer who believes in tomorrow, a writer who inspires faith in the future we're fighting for, and the letters came from Moscow and Petrograd, but also from combatants and political activists in the farthest corners of the country who identified with the grandfather Tsar actor, which kept the magazine editor up at night, since he, a dialectical and methodical and materialist and in no way dogmatic Marxist, a Marxist who as a good Marxist hadn't studied only Marx but also Hegel and Feuerbach, and even Kant, and who laughed heartily when he reread Lichtenberg and had read Montaigne and Pascal and was relatively familiar with the writings of Fourier, couldn't believe that of all the good things, or, to be fair, The few good things the magazine had published, it was this story, cloyingly sentimental and with no scientific basis, that had most moved the citizens of the land of the Soviets. Something is wrong, he thought. Naturally, the editor's sleepless night was a night of vodka and jubilation for Ivanov, who decided to celebrate his RST success in Moscow's worst dives and then at the writer's house, where he dined with 4 friends who resembled the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. From then on Ivanov was asked only for science fiction stories, and after carefully scrutinizing his first, which he had more or less tossed off, he repeated the formula with variations, drawing on the riches of Russian literature and various chemistry, biology, medical, and astronomy publications that he accumulated in his room just as a moneylender accumulates unpaid promissory notes, letters of credit, cancelled checks. In this fashion his name became known in every corner of the Soviet Union and he was soon established as a professional writer, a man who lived solely on the income of his books and who attended meetings and conferences at universities and factories and whose works were fought over by literary magazines and newspapers. But everything grows old, and the formula of the bright future plus the hero who helps to bring about that bright future plus the boy, or the girl, who in the future, which in Ivanov's store i.e. was the present, enjoys the fruits of the whole cornucopia of communist inventiveness also grew old. By the time Ansky met Ivanov, the latter was no longer a sales success and his novels and stories, which many considered precious or insufferable, no longer aroused the enthusiasm they had in earlier days. But Ivanov kept writing and he kept being published and he kept bringing in money each month for his Arcadian visions. He was still a party member. He belonged to the Association of Revolutionary Writers. His name figured on the official lists of Soviet creators. On the surface he was a happy man, a bachelor with a big, comfortable room in a house in a nice Moscow neighborhood. A man who slept every so often with prostitutes who were no longer young and with whom he ended up singing and weeping. A man who ate at least 4 times a week at the Writers and Poets restaurant. Inside, however, Ivanov felt that something was missing. The decisive step, the bold stroke. The moment at which the larva, with a reckless smile, turns into a butterfly. Then came the young Jew Ansky and his peculiar ideas, his Siberian visions, his forays into cursed lands, the plenitude of wild experience that only a young man of 18 can possess. But Ivanov had been 18 once, too, and not by a long shot had he experienced anything like what Ansky described. Perhaps, he thought, it's because he's Jewish and I'm not. He soon rejected that idea. Perhaps it's because of his naivete, he thought. His impulsive character. His scorn for the conventions that govern life, even bourgeois life, he thought. And then he began to think about how repulsive adolescent artists or pseudo-artists were when viewed from up close. He thought about Mayakovsky, whom he knew personally, with whom he'd spoken once, perhaps twice, and his enormous vanity, a vanity that likely hid his lack of love for his fellow man, his lack of interest in his fellow man, his outsized craving for fame. And then he thought about Lermontov and Pushkin, as puffed up as movie stars or opera singers. Nijinsky, Gurov, Nadson, Bloch, whom he'd met and who was unbearable. Remoras on the flanks of art, he thought. They think they're suns, setting everything ablaze, but they aren't suns, they're just plunging meteors and in the end no one pays them any heed. They spread humiliation, not conflagration. And ultimately it's always they who are humiliated, truly humiliated, bludgeoned and spat upon, execrated and maimed, thoroughly humiliated, taught a lesson, humiliated utterly. For Ivanov, a real writer, a real artist and creator, was basically a responsible person with a certain level of maturity. A real writer had to know when to listen and when to act. He had to be reasonably enterprising and reasonably learned. Excessive learning aroused jealousy and resentment. Excessive enterprise aroused suspicion. A real writer had to be someone relatively cool-headed, a man with common sense. Someone who didn't talk too loud or start polemics. He had to be reasonably pleasant and he had to know how not to make gratuitous enemies. Above all, he had to keep his voice down, unless everyone else was raising his. A real writer had to be aware that behind him he had the Writers' Association, the Artists' Syndicate, the Confederation of Literary Workers, Poets' House. What's the first thing a man does when he comes into a church? Ephraim Ivanov asked himself. He takes off his hat. Maybe he doesn't cross himself. All right, that's allowed. We're modern. But the least he can do is bare his head. Adolescent writers, meanwhile, come into a church and don't take off their hats even when they're beaten with sticks, which is, regrettably, what happens in the end. And not only do they not take off their hats, they laugh, yawn, play the fool, pass gas. Some even applaud. And yet what Ansky had to offer was too tempting for Ivanov to pass up, despite his reservations. The pact, it seems, was sealed in the science fiction writer's room. A month later, Ansky joined the party. His sponsors were Ivanov and one of Ivanov's ex-lovers, Margarita Afanasyevna, who worked as a biologist at a Moscow institute. In Ansky's papers, the event is likened to a wedding. It was celebrated at the writer's restaurant and then they made the rounds of several Moscow dives, hauling along Afanasyevna, who drank like a condemned woman and who very nearly lapsed into an alcoholic coma that night. In one of the dives, as Ivanov and two writers who had joined them sang songs of lost loves, of glances never to be returned again, of silken words never to be heard, Afanasyevna awoke and, with her tiny hand, grabbed Ansky's penis and testicles through his trousers. "Now that you're a communist," she said, avoiding his eyes, her gaze fixed on an indeterminate spot between his navel and his neck, "you'll need these to be of steel." "Really?" asked Ansky. "Don't play the fool," said Afanasyevna's hoarse voice. "I understand you. From the start, I've known who you are." "And who am I?" asked Ansky. "A Jewish brat who confuses his desires with reality." "Reality," murmured Ansky, "can be pure desire." Afanasyevna laughed. "What should I make of that?" she asked. "Whatever you like, but take care, comrade," said Ansky. "Consider certain kinds of people, for example." "Who?" asked Afanasyevna. "The ill," said Ansky. "Tuberculosis patients, say. According to their doctors, they're dying, and there's no arguing with that. But for the patients, especially on some nights, some particularly long evenings, desire is reality and vice versa. Or take people suffering from impotence." "What kind of impotence?" asked Afanasyevna without letting go of Ansky's genitals. "Sexual impotence," said Ansky. "The impotent are more or less like tuberculosis patients, and they feel desire. A desire that in time not only supplants reality but is imposed on it." "Do you think," asked Afanasyevna, "that the dead feel sexual desire?" "Not the dead," said Ansky, "but the living dead do. When I was in Siberia I met a hunter whose sexual organs had been torn off." "Sexual organs?" said Afanasyevna mockingly. "His penis and testicles," said Ansky. "He peed through a little straw, sitting or on his knees, crouching." "You've made yourself clear," said Afanasyevna. "Well, anyway, once a week, no matter the weather, this man, who wasn't young either, went into the forest to look for his penis and testicles. Everyone thought he would die someday, caught in the snow, but the man always came back to the village, sometimes after an absence of months, and always with the same news: he hadn't found them. One day he decided to stop looking. Suddenly, he seemed to age. One night he looked 50 and the next morning he looked 80. My detachment left the village. 4 months later we passed through again and asked what had happened to the man without attributes. They told us he had married and was leading a happy life. One of my comrades and I wanted to see him. We found him preparing his gear for another long stay in the forest. He looked 50 again, instead of 80. Or perhaps even 40 in certain parts of his face. Around the eyes, the lips, the jaw. 2 days later, when we left, I believed the hunter had managed to impose his desires on reality, which, in their fashion, had transformed his surroundings, the village, the villagers, the forest, the snow, his lost penis and testicles. I imagined him on his knees, pissing, his legs well apart, in the middle of the frozen steppe, northward bound, striding toward the white deserts and blizzards with his knapsack full of traps, utterly oblivious of what we call fate. "That's a pretty story," said Afanasyevna as she let go of Ansky's genitals. "A pity I'm too old and have seen too much to believe it." "It has nothing to do with belief," said Ansky, "it has to do with understanding, and then changing." After this, at least in appearance, Ansky's and Ivanov's lives took different courses. The young Jew was plunged into frenetic activity. In 1929, for example, at the age of 20, he participated in the creation of magazines, in which none of his writing ever appeared, in Moscow, Leningrad, Smolensk, Kiev, Rostov. He was a founding member of the Theatre of Imaginary Voices. He tried to find a publisher for some of Klebanov's posthumous writings. As a reporter for a paper that never saw the light of day, he interviewed General Tukhachevsky and General Blucher. He took a lover, Maria Zamayatina, a doctor 10 years older than himself and married to a party boss. He embarked on a friendship with Grigory Yakovin, a great expert in contemporary German history, with whom he went on long walks and carried on conversations about the German language and Yiddish. He met Zinoviev. He wrote a strange poem in German on Trotsky's exile. He also wrote a series of aphorisms in German titled Reflections on the Death of Yevgenia Bosch, pseudonym of the Bolshevik leader Yevgenia Gottliebovna, 1879–1924, about whom Pierre Bru says, party member 1900, Bolshevik 1903. Arrested 1913, deported, escaped 1915, took refuge in the United States, pursued revolutionary activities with Pyatakov and Bukharin and opposed Lenin with regard to the national question. Returned after the February Revolution and took a leading role in the Kiev Uprising and the Civil War. Signatory of the Declaration of 46. Committed suicide in 1924 as a gesture of protest. And he wrote a poem in Yiddish, laudatory, vulgar, full of barbarisms, on Ivan Rajia, 1887–1920, one of the founders of the Communist Party of Finland, probably assassinated by his own comrades in a leadership struggle. He read the Futurists, the members of the Centrifuge Group, the Imagists. He read Platonov's first stories and Babel, as well as Boris Pilniak, whom he didn't like at all, and Andrei Belai, whose novel Petersburg kept him up for 4 days. He wrote an essay on the future of literature, which began and ended with the word nothing. Meanwhile, there was trouble in his relationship with Maria Zamayatina, who had another lover besides him, a doctor specializing in lung disease, a man who cured tuberculosis patients, and who lived most of the time in the Crimea and whom Maria Zamayatina described as if he were Jesus Christ reincarnated, minus the beard and plus a white coat that cropped up in Ansky's dreams in 1929. And he kept working hard at the Moscow library. And sometimes, when he remembered, he wrote letters to his parents, to which they responded with love and nostalgia and courage, never mentioning the hunger or scarcity that were rampant in the formerly fertile lands of the Dnieper. And he also had time to write a strange humor piece titled Landauer, based on the last days of the German writer Gustav Landauer, who in 1918 wrote his address to writers and in 1919 was executed for his participation in the Munich Soviet Republic. And in 1929, too, he read a recently published novel, Alfred Doblin's Berlin Alexanderplatz, which struck him as notable and memorable and distinguished and drove him to seek out more books by Doblin, finding in the Moscow library The Three Leaps of Wang Lun, 1915, Wojcik's Battle with the Steam Engine, 1918, Wallenstein, 1920, and Mountains, Seas, and Giants, 1924. And while Ansky read Doblin or interviewed Tukhachevsky or made love with Maria Zamayatina in his room on Petrov of Moscow Street, Ephraim Ivanov published his first great novel, the one that would open the gates of heaven to him, recovering on the one hand the devotion of his readers and on the other winning for the first time the respect of those he considered his equals, those writers, talented writers, who tended the flame of Tolstoy and Chekhov, who tended the flame of Pushkin, of Gogol, who suddenly noticed him, who saw him for the first time, in fact, and accepted him. Gorky, who at the time had yet to definitively resettle in Moscow, wrote him a letter with an Italian postmark in which one could discern the admonishing finger of the founding father, but in which one could also perceive a wealth of kindness and readerly gratitude. "Your novel," he said, "has afforded me some very amusing moments. One detects in it a faith, a hope. Your imagination cannot be called stifled. No, in no way whatsoever. Can that be said? There are those who speak of the Soviet Jules Verne. After long reflection, however, I think you are better than Jules Verne, a more mature writer, a writer guided by revolutionary instincts, a great writer, as one could only expect of a communist. But let's speak frankly. As Soviets, the literature of the proletariat speaks to today's man. It sets out problems that perhaps will only be solved tomorrow. But it is addressed to today's worker, not the worker of the future. In your next books you must bear that in mind. If Stendhal, as it is said, danced when he read Balzac's critique of the Charterhouse of Parma, Ivanov spilled countless tears of joy upon receiving Gorky's letter. The novel, so unanimously acclaimed, was called Twilight and its plot was very simple. A boy of 14 abandons his family to join the ranks of the revolution. Soon he's engaged in combat against Wrangel's troops. In the midst of battle he's injured and his comrades leave him for dead. But before the vultures come to feed on the bodies, a spaceship drops onto the battlefield and takes him away, along with some of the other mortally wounded soldiers. Then the spaceship enters the stratosphere and goes into orbit around Earth. All of the men's wounds are rapidly healed. Then a very thin, very tall creature, more like a strand of seaweed than a human being, asks them a series of questions like, how are the stars created? Where does the universe end? Where does it begin? Of course, no one knows the answers. One man says God created the stars and the universe begins and ends wherever God wants. He's tossed out into space. The others sleep. When the boy awakes he finds himself in a shabby room, with a shabby bed and a shabby wardrobe where his shabby clothes hang. When he goes to the window he gazes out in awe at the urban landscape of New York. But the boy finds only misfortune in the great city. He meets a jazz musician who tells him about chickens that talk and probably think. The worst of it, the musician says to him, is that the governments of the planet know it and that's why so many people raise chickens. The boy objects that the chickens are raised to be eaten. The musician says that's what the chickens want. And he finishes by saying, "Fucking masochistic chickens, they have our leaders by the balls." He also meets a girl who works as a hypnotist at a burlesque club, and he falls in love. The girl is 10 years older than the boy, or in other words 24, and although she has a number of lovers, including the boy, she doesn't want to fall in love with anyone because she believes that love will use up her powers as a hypnotist. One day the girl disappears and the boy, after searching for her in vain, decides to hire a Mexican detective who was a soldier under Pancho Villa. The detective has a strange theory. He believes in the existence of numerous Earths in parallel universes. Earths that can be reached through hypnosis. The boy thinks the detective is swindling him and decides to accompany him in his investigations. One night they come upon a Russian beggar shouting in an alley. The beggar shouts in Russian and only the boy can understand him. The beggar says, "I fought with Wrangel. Show some respect. Please, I fought in Crimea and I was evacuated from Sevastopol in an English ship." Then the boy asks whether the beggar was at the battle where he fell badly wounded. The beggar looks at him and says yes. "I was too," says the boy. "Impossible," replies the beggar, "that was 20 years ago and you weren't even born yet." Then the boy and the Mexican detective set off west in search of the hypnotist. They find her in Kansas City. The boy asks her to hypnotize him and send him back to the battlefield where he should have died, or accept his love and stop fleeing. The hypnotist answers that neither is possible. The Mexican detective shows an interest in the art of hypnosis. As the detective begins to tell the hypnotist a story, the boy leaves the roadside bar and goes walking under the night sky. After a while he stops crying. He walks for hours. When he's in the middle of nowhere he sees a figure by the side of the road. It's the seaweed-like extraterrestrial. They greet each other. They talk. Often, their conversation is unintelligible. The subjects they address are varied. Foreign languages, national monuments, the last days of Karl Marx, worker solidarity, the time of the change measured in Earth years and stellar years, the discovery of America as a stage setting, an unfathomable void, as painted by Door, of masks. Then the boy follows the extraterrestrial away from the road and they walk through a wheat field, cross a stream, climb a hill, cross another field, until they reach a smoldering pasture. In the next chapter, the boy is no longer a boy but a young man of 25 working at a Moscow newspaper where he has become the star reporter. The young man receives the assignment to interview a communist leader somewhere in China. The trip, he is warned, is extremely difficult, and once he reaches Peking, the situation may be dangerous, since there are lots of people who don't want any statement by the Chinese leader to get out. Despite these warnings, the young man accepts the job. When, after much hardship, he finally gains access to the cellar where the Chinese leader is hidden, the young man decides that not only will he interview him, he'll also help him escape the country. The Chinese leader's face, in the light of a candle, bears a notable resemblance to that of the Mexican detective and former soldier under Pancho Villa. The Chinese leader and the young Russian, meanwhile, come down with the same illness, brought on by the pestilence of the cellar. They shake with fever, they sweat, they talk, they rave. The Chinese leader says he sees dragons flying low over the streets of Peking. The young man says he sees a battle, perhaps just a skirmish, and he shouts hurrah and urges his comrades onward. Then both lie motionless as the dead for a long time, and suffer in silence until the day set for their flight. Each with a temperature of 102 degrees, the two men cross Peking and escape. Horses and provisions await them in the countryside. The Chinese leader has never ridden before. The young man teaches him how. During the trip they cross a forest and then some enormous mountains. The blazing of the stars in the sky seems supernatural. The Chinese leader asks himself, how are the stars created? Where does the universe end? Where does it begin? The young man hears him and vaguely recalls a wound in his side whose scar still aches, darkness, a trip. He also remembers the eyes of a hypnotist, although the woman's features remain hidden, mutable. If I close my eyes, thinks the young man, I'll see her again. But he doesn't close them. They make their way across a vast snow-covered plain. The horses sink in the snow. The Chinese leader sings, how were the stars created? Who are we in the middle of the boundless universe? What trace of us will remain? Suddenly the Chinese leader falls off his horse. The young Russian examines him. The Chinese leader is like a burning doll. The young Russian touches the Chinese leader's forehead and then his own forehead and understands that the fever is devouring them both. With no little effort he ties the Chinese leader to his mount and sets off again. The silence of the snow-covered plain is absolute. The night and the passage of stars across the vault of the sky show no signs of ever ending. In the distance an enormous black shadow seems to superimpose itself on the darkness. It's a mountain range. In the young Russian's mind the certainty takes shape that in the coming hours he will die on that snow-covered plain or as he crosses the mountains. A voice inside begs him to close his eyes, because if he closes them he'll see the eyes and then the beloved face of the hypnotist. It tells him that if he closes his eyes he'll see the streets of New York again, he'll walk again toward the hypnotist's house, where she sits waiting for him on a chair in the dark. But the Russian doesn't close his eyes. He rides on. It wasn't only Gorky who read Twilight. Other famous people did, too, and although none of them wrote to the author to express their admiration, they didn't forget his name, because not only were they famous, their memories were good, too. Ansky cites 4, in a kind of dizzying ascent. Professor Stanislaw Strumelin read it. It struck him as hard to follow. The writer Alexei Tolstoy read it. It struck him as chaotic. Andrei Janov read it. He left it half-finished. And Stalin read it. It struck him as suspect. Of course, none of this reached the ears of our friend Ivanov, who framed Gorky's letter and hung it on the wall, well within eyesight of his increasingly numerous visitors. Meanwhile, his life changed considerably. He was allotted a dacha outside of Moscow. Sometimes he was asked for his autograph in the metro. There was a table reserved for him each night at the writer's restaurant. He spent his holidays in Yalta, along with other equally famous colleagues. Those evenings at Yalta's Red October Hotel, the former English and French hotel, on the huge terrace overlooking the Black Sea, listening to the distant strains of the Blue Volga Orchestra, on warm nights with thousands of stars twinkling up above, as the fashionable playwright of the day dropped a clever remark and the metallurgical novelist responded with an unassailable parry. Those Yalta nights, with extraordinary women who could drink vodka without swooning until 6 in the morning and sweaty young people from the Association of Proletarian Writers of Crimea who came to ask for literary advice at 4 in the afternoon. Sometimes, when he was alone, and more often when he was alone in front of a mirror, poor Ivanov pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming, that it was all real. And in fact it was all real, at least in appearance. Black thunderclouds hovered over him, but he noticed only the long yearn for breeze, the scented breath of wind that wiped his face clean of so much misfortune and fear. What was Ivanov afraid of? Ansky wondered in his notebooks. Not of harm to his person, since as a longtime Bolshevik he'd had many brushes with arrest, prison, and deportation, and although he couldn't be called a brave man, neither could it fairly be said that he was cowardly or spineless. Ivanov's fear was of a literary nature. That is, it was the fear that afflicts most citizens who, one fine, or dark, day, choose to make the practice of writing, and especially the practice of fiction writing, an integral part of their lives. Fear of being no good. Also fear of being overlooked. But above all, fear of being no good. Fear that one's efforts and striving will come to nothing. Fear of the step that leaves no trace. Fear of the forces of chance and nature that wipe away shallow prints. Fear of dining alone and unnoticed. Fear of going unrecognized. Fear of failure and making a spectacle of oneself. But above all, fear of being no good. Fear of forever dwelling in the hell of bad writers. Irrational fears, thought and sky, especially when the fearful soothed their fears with semblances. As if the paradise of good writers, according to bad writers, were inhabited by semblances. As if the woe, or excellence, of a work were based on semblances. Semblances that varied, of course, from one era and country to another, but that always remained just that, semblances, things that only seem and never are, things all surface and no depth, pure gesture, and even the gesture muddled by an effort of will. The hair and eyes and lips of Tolstoy and the versts travelled on horseback by Tolstoy and the women deflowered by Tolstoy in a tapestry burned by the fire of seeming. In any case, storm clouds hovered over Ivanov, though he never even dreamed they were there, because Ivanov, at this point in his life, saw only Ivanov. Attaining the height of ridiculous self-regard during an interview conducted by two young men from the literary newspaper of the Komsomols of the Russian Federation, who asked him, among many other Tions, the following: "Young Komsomols, why do you think your first great work, the one that won the acclaim of the worker and peasant masses, was written when you were already nearly 60? How many years did it take you to come up with the plot of Twilight? Is it the work of a writer in his prime? Ephraim Ivanov. I'm only 59. I won't be 60 for some time. And may I remind you that Cervantes wrote Don Quixote more or less at the same age I am now. Young Komsomols. Do you believe your novel is the Don Quixote of Soviet science fiction? Ephraim Ivanov. There's something to that, no doubt. So Ivanov considered himself the Cervantes of fantastic literature. He saw clouds in the shape of a guillotine, he saw clouds in the shape of a shot in the back of the head. But really he saw only himself riding alongside a mysterious and indispensable Sancho across the steppes of literary glory. Danger, danger, said the moujiks, danger, danger, said the kulaks, danger, danger, said the signers of the Declaration of 46, danger, danger, said the dead Orthodox priests, danger, danger, said the ghost of Inessa Armand. But Ivanov was never known for his hearing or his sensitivity to the approach of clouds or the nearness of a storm. And after a more or less mediocre turn as a columnist and lecturer, at which he succeeded brilliantly since he hadn't been asked to be anything more than mediocre, he shut himself up in his Moscow room again and stacked up reams of paper and changed the ribbon on his typewriter, and then he went in search of Ansky, because he wanted to deliver a new novel to his editor in 4 months, if not sooner. About this time Ansky was working on a radio project meant to cover all of Europe and extend to the very edge of Siberia. In 1930, said the notebooks, Trotsky was expelled from the Soviet Union, although he was actually expelled in 1929, a mistake attributable to the lack of transparency in the Russian press, and Ansky's spirits began to flag. In 1930, Mayakovsky committed suicide. By 1930, no matter how naive or foolish one was, it was clear that the October Revolution had failed. But Ivanov wanted another novel and he went in search of Ansky. In 1932, Ivanov's new novel, titled Midday, was published. In 1934, another novel AP paired, titled Dawn. Both featured an abundance of extraterrestrials, interplanetary travels, fractured time, the existence of 2 or more advanced civilizations that periodically visited Earth, the struggles, often treacherous and violent, of these civilizations, roving characters. In 1935, Ivanov's novels were withdrawn from bookstores. A few days later, an official notice informed him of his expulsion from the party. According to Ansky, Ivanov spent 3 days unable to get out of bed. On the bed were his 3 novels and he reread them constantly, searching for something that might justify his expulsion. He moaned and whimpered and tried unsuccessfully to take refuge in his earliest childhood memories. He stroked the spines of his books with heartbreaking melancholy. Sometimes he got up and went over to the window and spent hours looking out into the street. In 1936, at the start of the First Great Purge, he was arrested. He spent 4 months in a prison cell and signed all the papers that were put before him. When he got out and his former literary friends treated him as if he had the plague, he wrote to Gorky to ask him to intercede on his behalf, but Gorky, gravely ill, didn't answer his letter. Then Gorky died and Ivanov attended the burial. When he was spotted, 2 young members of Gorky's circle, a poet and novelist, approached him and asked whether he wasn't ashamed, whether he had gone out of his head, whether he didn't understand that his very presence was an insult to the great man's memory. Gorky wrote to me, answered Ivanov. Gorky liked my novel. This is the least I can do for him. The least you can do for him, comrade, said the poet, is to commit suicide. "That is a good idea, isn't it?" said the novelist. "Throw yourself out a window, problem solved." "What are you saying, comrades?" sobbed Ivanov. A girl in a leather jacket that hung almost to her knees came over to them and asked what was going on. "It's Ephraim Ivanov," answered the poet. "Oh, never mind, then," said the girl, "make him leave." "I can't leave," said Ivanov, his face wet with tears. "Why can't you, comrade?" asked the girl. "Because my legs refuse to move. I can't take a step." For a few seconds the girl searched his face. Ivanov, his arms firmly in the grip of the two young riders, couldn't have looked more pathetic, which finally convinced her to help him out of the cemetery. But once they were in the street, Ivanov was still unable to get along alone, so the girl walked with him to the tram station and then decided Ivanov couldn't stop crying and seemed close to fainting to get on the tram with him, and in this fashion, putting off her departure several times along the way, she helped him up the stairs of his house and helped him unlock the door to his room and lie down in bed, and as Ivanov dissolved in floods of tears and incoherent words, the girl examined his collection of books, which happened to be rather unimpressive, until the door opened and Ansky walked in. Her name was Nadia Uranieva and she was 19. That very night she made love with Ansky, once Ivanov had managed to fall asleep after several glasses of vodka. They did it in Ansky's room and anyone who saw them would have said they fucked as if they had only a few hours left to live. Actually, Nadia Uranieva fucked like many Muscovites that year of 1936 and Boris Ansky fucked as if when all hope was lost he had suddenly found his one true love. Neither of the two thought, or wanted to think, about death. But both moved, twined their limbs, communed, as if they were on the edge of the abyss. At dawn they fell asleep, and when Ansky awoke, just after midday, Nadia Uranieva was gone. What Ansky felt first was despair, and then fear, and after he had dressed he went running to see Ivanov, to get some clue that would lead him to the girl. He found his friend busy writing letters. "I have to clear things up," said Ivanov. "I have to untangle this mess and only then will I be saved." Ansky asked what mess he was talking about. "The damned science fiction novels," shouted Ivanov with all his strength. The shout had a rending violence, like a claw, but not a claw that did any damage to Ansky's or Ivanov's real adversaries. Instead it was like a claw that pounces and floats in the middle of the room, like a helium balloon, a self-conscious claw, a claw beast that wonders what in God's name it's doing in this rather untidy room, who that old man is sitting at the table, who that young man is standing with tousled hair, then falls to the floor, deflated, returned once more to nothing. "Good Lord, that was quite a noise I made," said Ivanov. Then they began to talk about the young Nadia, Nadesha, Nadiushka, Nadiushkina, and Ivanov, before he would say anything, wanted to know whether they had made love. And then he wanted to know how many hours they'd been at it. And then whether Nadiushka was experienced or not. And then the positions. And since Ansky answered all his questions in full and with no hesitation, Ivanov went off on a sentimental tack. "Fucking youth," he said. "God damn fucking youth. Oh, the little slut. What a pair of filthy beasts. Ah, love." And the sentimental side of things, a side he could only imagine and not touch, made him remember that he was naked, not sitting there at the table, where in fact he was wrapped in a red robe, a robe or a dressing gown, to be precise, with the emblem of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation embroidered on the lapel, and a silk handkerchief around his neck, the gift of a faggoty French writer he'd met at a conference and whose work he'd never read, but naked in the figurative sense, naked on every other front, political, literary, economic, and this awareness made him lapse again into melancholy. "Nadia Uranieva, I believe, is a student or young poet," he said, "and she hates me with a passion. I met her at Gorky's burial. She and two other thugs slung me out. She isn't a bad person. The others aren't either. I'm sure they're fine communists, staunch, good-hearted Soviets. Believe me. I understand them." Then Ivanov motioned Ansky to his side. "If it had been up to them," he whispered in his ear, "they would have shot me right there, the sons of bitches, and then they would have dragged my body into a mass grave." Ivanov's breath smelled of vodka and sewers, sour and heavy, like something rotting, reminiscent of empty houses near swamps, nightfall at 4 in the afternoon, vapors rising from the sickly grass and fogging the dark windows. A horror film, thought Ansky. Where everything has come to a halt, and it comes to a halt because it knows it's lost. But Ivanov said "aw, love," and Ansky, in his fashion, also said "aw, love." So over the next few days he set out in tireless search of Nadia Uranieva, and at last he found her, wearing her long leather jacket, sitting in one of the lecture halls at the University of Moscow, looking like an orphan, a self-designated orphan, listening to the rousing remarks or poems or rhymed nonsense of some pretentious idiot, or whatever he was, who recited with his gaze fixed on the audience while in his left hand he held the silly manuscript that every so often he glanced at in a theatrical and unnecessary way, since his memory was clearly sharp. And Nadia Uranieva saw Ansky and got up discreetly and left the hall where the bad Soviet poet, as oblivious and foolish and prissy and gutless and affected as a Mexican lyrical poet, or actually a Latin American lyrical poet, that poor stunted and bloated phenomenon, reeled off his lines on the steel industry, possessing the same crass, arrogant ignorance as a Latin American poet speaking about his self, his era, his otherness, and she went out into the streets of Moscow, followed by Ansky, who instead of approaching her remained some 15 feet behind, a distance that shrank as time passed and they walked farther. Never before had Ansky better understood or delighted more in suprematism, Kazimir Malevich's invention, nor the first tenet of Malevich's Declaration of Independence signed in Vitebsk on November 5, 1920, which proclaims, "The fifth dimension has been established." In 1937 Ivanov was arrested. Once again he was subjected to a long interrogation and then they left him in a dark cell and forgot about him. His interrogator didn't know a thing about literature. His principal interest was finding out whether Ivanov had met with members of the Trotskyist opposition. During his time in the cell, Ivanov made friends with a rat he called Nikita. At night, when the rat came out, Ivanov held long conversations with her. As one might imagine, they didn't talk about literature, and certainly not about politics, but about their respective childhoods. Ivanov told the rat about his mother, who was often in his thoughts, and his siblings, but he avoided talking about his father. The rat, whose Russian was scarcely a whisper, talked in turn about the Moscow sewers and the sky in the sewers, where because of the blossoming of certain debris or an inexplicable phosphorescent process, there were always stars. She also talked to him about her mother's warmth and her sister's foolish capers, how she had laughed at those capers. Even now as she remembered them they brought a smile to her Nar rat's face. Sometimes Ivanov let himself succumb to despair and he rested his cheek on his palm and asked Nikita what would become of them. Then the rat looked at him with sad, perplexed eyes and her look told Ivanov that she was even more innocent than he was. A week after he had been locked in the cell, although for Ivanov it seemed more like a year, he was interrogated again and no one had to hit him to make him sign various papers and documents. He wasn't returned to his cell. They took him straight out to a courtyard where he was shot in the back of the head and his body tossed on the bed of a truck. After Ivanov's death, Ansky's notes grow chaotic, apparently haphazard, although amid the chaos Ryder divined a structure and a kind of order. Ansky talks about writers. He says the only viable writers, though he doesn't explain what he means by viable, are those from the underclass and the aristocracy. Proletarian and bourgeois writers, he says, are merely decorative figures. He talks about sex. He recalls Sade and a mysterious Russian monk, Lap Ishin, who lived in the 17th century and left various writings, complete with the corresponding illustrations, on group sexual practices in the region between two rivers, the Dvina and the Pechora. Only sex? Nothing but sex? Ansky asks himself repeatedly in notes written in the margins. He talks about his parents. He talks about Dublin. He talks about homosexuality and impotence. The American continent of sex, he says. He jokes about Lenin's sexuality. He talks about the drug addicts of Moscow. About the sick. About the killers of children. He talks about Flavius Josephus. His discussion of the historian is tinged with melancholy, though it might be a feigned melancholy. But for whom is he feigning if he knows very well no one will read his notebook? If it's God he has in mind, then he treats God with a certain condescension, perhaps because God was never lost on the Kamchatka Peninsula, cold and hungry, as he was. He talks about the young Russian Jews who made the revolution and who now, this is ably written in 1939, are dropping like flies. He talks about Yuri Pyatakov, assassinated in 1937, after the Second Moscow trial. He mentions names Ryder has never heard before. Then, a few pages on, he mentions them again. As if he were afraid of forgetting them. Names, names, names. Those who made revolution and those who were devoured by that same revolution, though it wasn't the same but a Another, not the dream but the nightmare that hides behind the eyelids of the dream. He talks about Lev Kamenev. He mentions his name along with many other names also unknown to Ryder. And he talks about his adventures in different houses in Moscow, with friends who presumably helped him and whom Ansky, to be safe, identifies by numbers. For example, "Today I was at Five's house, we had tea and talked past midnight. Then I walked home, the sidewalks were covered in snow." Or, "Today I saw 9, he talked to me about 7, and then he began to ramble about illness, whether or not it was a good idea to find a cure for cancer." Or, "This afternoon I saw 13 in the metro, though he didn't notice me. I was sitting there half asleep and I let the train go by, and 13 was reading a book on a bench nearby. A book about invisible men, and then his train came and he got up and got on the train without closing his book, even though the train was full." And he also writes, "Our eyes met. Fucking a snake. And he doesn't feel sorry for himself." It's in Ansky's notebook, long before he sees a painting by the man, that Ryder first reads about the Italian painter Archimboldo, Giuseppe or Joseph or Josefo or Josephus Archimboldo or Archimboldi or Archimboldus, 1527–1593. "When I'm sad or bored," writes Ansky, although it's hard to imagine Ansky bored, busy fleeing 24 hours a day, "I think about Giuseppe Archimboldo and the sadness and tedium vanish as if on a spring morning, by a swamp. Morn ing's imperceptible advance clearing away the mists that rise from the shores, the reed beds." There are also notes on Courbet, whom Ansky considers the paradigm of the revolutionary artist. He mocks, for example, the Manichaean conception that some Soviet painters have of Courbet. He tries to imagine the Courbet painting The Return from the Conference, which depicts a gathering of drunken priests and ecclesiastical dignitaries and was rejected by the Official Salon and the Salon des Refuses, which in Ansky's judgment casts the rejectors into ignominy. The fate of The Return from the Conference strikes him as not only inevitable and poetic but also telling. A rich Catholic buys the painting and no sooner does he get home than he proceeds to burn it. "The ashes of The Return from the Conference float not only over Paris," reads Ryder with tears in his eyes, tears that sting and rouse him, but also over Moscow and Rome and Berlin. Ansky talks about the artist's studio. He talks about the figure of Baudelaire that appears on the edge of the painting, reading, and stands for poetry. He talks about Courbet's friendship with Baudelaire, Daumier, Jules Valles. He talks about the friendship of Courbet, the artist, with Proudhon, the politician, and likens the sensible opinions of the latter to those of a pheasant. On the subject of art, a politician with power is like a colossal pheasant, able to crush mountains with little hops, whereas a politician without power is only like a village priest, an ordinary-sized pheasant. He imagines Courbet in the Revolution of 1848 and then he sees him in the Paris Commune, where the vast majority of artists and men of letters shone, literally, for their absence. Not Courbet. Courbet takes an active role and after the repression he is arrested and locked up in Saint-Pélagie, where he occupies himself drawing still lifes. One of the charges the state brings against him is that of having incited the multitudes to destroy the column in the Place Vendôme. Although Ansky isn't quite clear on this point or his memory fails him or he relies on hearsay. The monument to Napoleon in the Place Vendôme, the monument plain and simple in the Place Vendôme, the Vendôme column in the Place Vendôme. In any case, the public office that Courbet held after the fall of Napoleon III made him responsible for the protection of the monuments of Paris, which in view of later events must certainly be taken as a monumental joke. France, however, wasn't in the mood for jokes and all the artist's assets were seized. Courbet left for Switzerland, where he died in 1877 at the age of 58. Then come some lines in Yiddish that Ryder can't quite decipher. He supposes them to be expressions of pain or bitterness. Then Ansky goes off on a tangent about some Courbet paintings. The one called Bonjour, Monsieur Courbet suggests to him the beginning of a film, one that gets off to a bucolic start and gradually lapses into horror. The young ladies on the banks of the Seine recall spies or shipwrecked sailors enjoying a brief rest, and Ansky goes on to say, spies from another planet, and also, bodies that wear out more quickly than other bodies, and also, disease, the transmission of disease, and also, the willingness to stand firm, and also, where does one learn to stand firm? In what kind of school or university? And also, factories, desolate streets, brothels, prisons, and also, the unknown university, and also, meanwhile the Saint F. Lows and flows, and those ghastly faces of horse contain more beauty than the loveliest lady or vision sprung from the brush of Ingres or Delacroix. Then there are chaotic jottings, the schedules of trains leaving Moscow, the grey noon light falling vertical on the Kremlin, a dead man's last words, the flip side of a trilogy of novels whose titles he notes, True Dawn, True Dusk, Tremble of Twilight, whose structure and plots might have lent a bit of order and dignity to the last 3 novels published under Ivanov's name, The Icebeam of the Tapestry, though Ivanov probably wouldn't have agreed to take them under his wing. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Ansky thinks and writes, perhaps I judge Ivanov unfairly, since based on all the information I possess he didn't betray me, when it would have been so easy to say he wasn't the author of those 3 novels, and yet that was the one thing he didn't do. He betrayed everyone his torturers wanted him to betray. Old friends and new, playwrights, poets, and novelists, but he didn't say a word about me. Accomplices in imposture until the end. What a nice pair we would have made in Borneo, writes Ansky with irony. And then he recalls a joke that Ivanov told him long ago, a joke Ivanov was told at a party at the offices of a magazine where he worked at the time. The occasion was an informal reception for a group of Soviet anthropologists who had just returned to Moscow. The joke, half truth, half legend, was set in Borneo, where a group of French scientists made their way into a region of jungle-covered mountains. After several days of walking, the French reached the source of a river, and on the other side of the river, in the deepest part of the jungle, they found a tribe that lived practically in the Stone Age. The Frenchman's first guess, explained one of the Soviet anthropologists, a big fat man with the bushy whiskers of a southerner, was that the natives were or might be cannibals, and to be safe and avoid any misunderstanding from the start, they asked them, in the different languages of the coastal natives and accompanying their questions with explicit gestures, whether they ate human flesh or not. The natives understood and answered emphatically that they did not. Then the French wondered what they ate, since in their opinion a diet lacking in animal protein was a calamity. When asked, the natives responded that they did hunt, but not much, because in the highland jungle there weren't many animals, and they also ate the pulp of a certain tree, cooked in many different ways, which upon being examined by the skeptical Frenchman turned out to be an excellent alternative source of protein. The rest of their diet consisted of a wide range of jungle fruits, roots, tubers. The natives didn't plant anything. What the jungle thought fit to give it would give, and what it didn't would be forever taboo to them. They lived in total symbiosis with the ecosystem. When they stripped the bark from certain trees to cover the floors of the little huts they built, they were actually keeping the trees healthy. They lived like garbagemen. They were the garbagemen of the jungle. Their language, however, wasn't crude like that of the garbagemen of Moscow or Paris. Nor were they big like them, nor did they possess their muscular torsos, nor did they have the gaze of those men, the gaze of dealers in shit. But rather they were short and fine-boned, and they spoke in soft coos, like birds, and they did their best not to brush against the strangers, and their conception of time had nothing to do with the Frenchman's conception of time. And it was due to this, most likely, said the Soviet anthropologist with bushy whiskers, due to their different conceptions of time, that the catastrophe was hatched, because after spending 5 days with the natives the French anthropologists thought they had their trust. They were chums now, comrades, good friends, and they decided to delve into their language and customs. And they discovered that when the natives touched someone they didn't look him in the face. Whether that someone was a Frenchman or one of their own tribe. For example, if a father embraced his son he tried always to look elsewhere. And if a little girl curled up in her mother's lap, her mother glanced to the side or up at the sky, and the little girl, if she was old enough to understand, stared at the ground. And friends who went out together to gather tubers did look each other in the eye. But if after a lucky day one touched another's shoulder, each man averted his gaze, and the anthropologists also noticed and recorded that when the natives shook hands they stood sideways, and if they were right-handed they passed the right hand under the left armpit and let it hang limp or gave only a slight squeeze, and if they were left-handed, they passed the left hand under the right armpit. And then one of the Frenchmen, said the Soviet anthropologist, laughing boist, Asli, decided to demonstrate the greeting of his own people, the handshake of those who hailed from beyond the lowlands, from beyond the sea, from beyond the setting sun, and with gestures or taking another anthropologist as partner he showed them the way men greet each other in Paris. 2 hands that grasp and pump or shake, faces impassive or friendly or surprised, eyes that frankly meet the other's gaze, while the lips open and say bonjour, Monsieur Jouffroy, or bonjour, Monsieur Delorme, or bonjour, Monsieur Corbett. although it was clear, thought Ryder, reading Ansky's notebook, that there was no Monsieur Corbett present, or if there had been it was a disturbing coincidence, a pantomime that the natives watched with good grace, some with a smile on their lips and others as if sunk in a well of compassion, patient and in their way polite and forbearing, at least until the anthropologist tried to test the handshake on them. According to the man with the whiskers, this happened in the little village, if one can call a cluster of huts half hidden in the jungle a village. The Frenchman went up to a native and offered his hand. The native looked meekly away and stuck his right hand under his left armpit. But then the Frenchman surprised him and yanked him around by his hand, giving it a good squeeze and pumping it up and down. Feigning surprise and happiness, he said, "Bonjour, Monsieur one indigene." And he didn't let go of the native's hand and tried to look him in the eye and smiled at him and showed his white teeth, and still he didn't let go but instead patted the native's shoulder with his left hand, "Bonjour, Monsieur one indigene," as if he really was very happy, until the native let out a blood-curdling yell, and then he spoke a word, incomprehensible to the Frenchman and the Frenchman's guide, and upon hearing this word another native hurled himself at the pedagogic anthropologist, who still hadn't let go of the first native's hand, and with a stone he smashed open the anthropologist's head, and then the anthropologist let go. The result? The natives rose up and the French had to retreat hurriedly to the other side of the river, leaving behind a dead colleague and in turn inflicting mortal losses on the native side in clashes as they withdrew. For many days, in the mountains and later at the bar in a town on the Bornean coast, the anthropologists racked their brains to explain what could have suddenly plunged a peaceful tribe into violence or terror. After much back and forth they thought they'd found the key in the word uttered by the native who had been assaulted, or degraded, by the healthy and entirely innocent handshake. The word was deyiyi, which translates as cannibal or impossibility, but also has other meanings, including, man who rapes me, which, spoken after a howl, meant or could mean, man who rapes me in the ass, or, cannibal who fucks me in the ass and then eats my body, though it could also mean, man who touches me, or rapes me, and stares me in the eyes, to eat my soul. In any case, the Frenchmen made their way back up the mountain after a rest on the coast, but they never saw the natives again. When he was near despair, Ansky returned to Archimboldi. He liked to remember Archimboldi's paintings, though he knew or pretended to know almost nothing about the painter's life, which wasn't in a state of constant turmoil like Corbett's, true, but in Archimboldi's canvases Ansky found something that for lack of a better word he called simplicity, a descriptive term that would not have been to the liking of many scholars and exegetes of the Archimboldian oeuvre. The Milanese painter's technique struck him as happiness personified. The end of Semb Lance. Arcadia before the coming of man. Not all of the paintings, of course, because the roast, for example, was like a horror painting, a reversible canvas that, hung one way, looked like a big metal platter of roast meats, including a suckling pig and a rabbit, with a pair of hands, probably a woman's or an adolescent's, trying to cover the meat so it won't get cold, and, hung the other way, showed the bust of a soldier, in helmet and armor, with a bold, satisfied smile missing some teeth, the terrible smile of an old mercenary who looks at you, writes Ansky, and his gaze is even more terrible than his smile, as if he knew things about you that you never even suspected. The lawyer, a lawyer or high official with his head made of pieces of small game and his body of books, was also like a horror painting. But the paintings of the Four Seasons were pure bliss. Everything in everything, writes Ansky. As if Archimboldi had learned a single lesson, but one of vital importance. And here Ansky belies his lack of interest in the painter's life and writes that when Leonardo da Vinci left Milan in 1516 he bequeathed his notebooks and some drawings to his disciple Bernardino Luini, which in time the young Archimboldi, friend of Luini's son, M. I possibly have consulted and studied. When I'm sad or in low spirits, writes Ansky, I close my eyes and think of Archimboldi's paintings and the sadness and gloom evaporate, as if a strong wind, a mentholated wind, were suddenly blowing along the streets of Moscow. Then come scattered notes about his flight. Some friends, 2 men and a woman, spend a whole night talking about the advantages and disadvantages of suicide. In the lapses and lulls in their conversation, they also discuss the sex life of a well-known poet who has recently vanished, in fact he has already been killed. An acmeist poet and his wife, reduced to destitution and ceaseless indignities. A couple who, amid poverty and isolation, come up with a very simple game. The game of sex. The poet's wife fucks other men. Not other poets, because the poet and therefore his wife are blacklisted and other poets shun them like lepers. The woman is very beautiful. The three friends in Ansky's notebooks who talk all night agree. The three know her or at some point manage to catch glimpses of her. Stunning. An impressive woman. Deeply in love. The poet fucks other women too. Not poetesses or the wives and sisters of other poets, because the acmeist is walking poison and everyone flees him. Also, it can't be said that he's handsome. Not at all. Closer to ugly. But the poet fucks workers he meets in the metro or waiting in line at some store. Ugly, ugly, but a sweet-tempered man with a velvet tongue. The friends laugh. Yes, so good is the poet's memory that he's able to recite the saddest poems, and the young and not-so-young workers weep when they hear him. Then they climb into bed. The poet's wife, whose beauty exempts her from having a good memory, but whose memory is even more prodigious than the poet's, infinitely more prodigious, goes to bed with workers or sailors on leave or with gigantic widowed foremen who no longer know what to do with their lives or their strength and to whom the sudden appearance of this incredible woman is like a miracle. They also make love in groups. The poet, his wife, and another woman. The poet, his wife, and another man. Usually it's trios, but occasionally it's quartets and quintets. Sometimes, guided by a presentiment, with great pomp and circumstance they introduce their respective lovers, who, after a week, fall in love with each other and never return. Never participate again in these small proletarian orgies, or maybe they do, who can say? In any case, all of this comes to an end when the poet is arrested and never heard from again, because he's been killed. Then the friends talk more about suicide, its disadvantages and advantages, until the sun comes up and one of them, Ansky, leaves the house and leaves Moscow, without papers, at the mercy of any informer. Then there are landscapes. Landscapes seen through glass, shattered landscapes, and dirt roads and nameless country stations where young tramps out of Makarenko gather. And there are hunchbacked adolescents and adolescents with colds, trickles of liquid dribbling from their noses, and streams and hard bread and a thwarted Rob Berry. Though Ansky doesn't say how he thwarts it. Finally there's the village of Kostakino. And the night. And the familiar sound of the wind. And Ansky's mother, who opens the door and doesn't recognize him. The last notes are brief. A few months after he returned to the village his father died, as if he had only been waiting for Ansky's arrival to plunge headlong into the next world. His moth-er arranged the funeral, and at night, while everyone was asleep, Ansky slipped into the cemetery and sat beside his father's grave for a long time, thinking vague thoughts. During the day he slept in the attic, blankets pulled up to his chin, in total darkness. During the night he came down to the first floor and read by the light of the fire, next to the bed where his mother slept. In one of his last notes he mentions the chaos of the universe and says that only in chaos are we conceivable. In another, he wonders what will be left when the universe dies and time and space die with it. Zero, nothing. But the idea makes him laugh. Behind every answer lies a question, Ansky remembers the peasants of Kostakino say. Behind every indisputable answer lies an even more complex question. Complexity, however, makes him laugh, and sometimes his mother hears him laugh in the attic, like the 10-year-old boy he once was. Ansky ponders parallel universes. Around this time Hitler invades Poland and World War II begins. Warsaw falls, Paris falls, the Soviet Union is attacked. Only in chaos are we conceivable. One night Ansky dreams the sky is a great ocean of blood. On the last page of his notebook he sketches a map to join the guerrillas. Yet to be explained was the hiding place for a single person at the back of the fireplace. Who built it? Who hid there? After much thought, Ryder decided the builder must have been Ansky's father. Probably the hiding place was finished before Ansky returned to the village. The possibility also existed that Ansky's father had built it after his son's return, which was in fact more logical, since only then did his parents learn that Ansky was an enemy of the state. But Ryder sensed that the hiding place, whose creation he imagined to be slow, craftsmanlike, unhurried, had been conceived long before Ansky returned, which gave his father the aura of a seer or a madman. He also came to the conclusion that no one had used the hiding place. He didn't rule out, of course, the inevitable visit of the party officials, who would have poked around the farmhouse seeking some trace of Ansky. That Ansky would have hidden in the fireplace during these visits was likely, almost certain. But at the crucial moment, when the detachment of the Einsatzgruppe C arrived, no one had hidden there, not even Ansky's mother. He imagined her finding a safe place for her son's notebook and then, in his dreams, he watched her go off with the other Jews of Kostakino toward the waiting German punishment, toward us, toward death. He saw Ansky in his dreams too. He saw him walking across country, by night, a nameless person heading westward, and he saw him felled in a hail of gunfire. For several days Ryder thought that he had been the one who shot Ansky. At night he had horrible nightmares that woke him up and made him weep. Sometimes he lay still, curled up in bed, listening to the snowfall on the village. He no longer thought about suicide, because he believed he was dead. In the mornings the first thing he did was read Ansky's notebook, opening it at random. At other times during the day he took long walks in the snowy forest, until he reached the old sovkhoz where the Ukrainians worked under the orders of 2 listless Germans. When he stopped by the main building in the village to get his food he felt as if he were on another planet. There the fire was always lit and steam from 2 huge pots of soup filled the ground floor. It smelled of cabbage and tobacco, and his comrades were in shirt sleeves or shirtless. He far preferred the forest, where he sat in the snow until his backside froze. He preferred the farmhouse, where he lit a fire and sat down by the hearth to reread Ansky's notebook. Every so often he lifted his gaze and stared into the fireplace, as if a shadowy figure radiating timidity and goodwill were looking out at him. A shiver of pleasure ran through him then. Sometimes he imagined he lived with the Ansky family. He saw young Ansky and his mother and father traveling the roads of Siberia and he ended up covering his eyes. When the fire in the hearth had burned down to tiny bright embers in the darkness, he climbed carefully into the hiding place, which was warm, and he stayed there a long time, until the morning chill woke him. One night he dreamed he was back in Crimea. He wasn't sure what part, but it was Crimea. He shot his gun amid the clouds of smoke that erupted here and there like geysers. Then he set off walking and came upon a dead Red Army soldier, face down, with a rifle still in his hand. When he bent to turn him over and see his face, he feared, as he had so often feared, that the corpse would have Ansky's face. As he grasped the dead soldier by the jacket, he thought, "I don't want to bear this weight. I want Ansky to live. I don't want him to die. I don't want to be the one who killed him, even unintentionally, accidentally, unawares." Then, with more relief than surprise, he discovered that the corpse had his own face, Ryder's face. When he woke from the dream that morning, his voice had returned. The first thing he said was, "Thank God, it wasn't me." At the start of the summer of 1942 someone remembered the soldiers in Kostakino and Ryder was returned to his division. He was in Crimea. He was in Kerch. He was on the banks of the Kuban and in the streets of Krasnodar. He traveled through the Caucasus to Budan-Nosk and he crossed the Kalmyk steppe with his battalion, always carrying Ansky's notebook under his jacket, between his madman's garb and his soldier's uniform. He swallowed dust and saw no enemy troops, but he saw Wilkie and Cruz and Sergeant Lemke, although they were hard to recognize because they had changed, not just their looks but their voices. Now Wilkie, for example, spoke only in dialect and almost no one except Ryder understood him, and Cruz's voice had changed. He talked as if his testicles had long since been removed, and Sergeant Lemke no longer shouted, except on rare occasions. Most of the time he addressed his men in a kind of murmur, as if he were tired or he'd been lulled to sleep by the long distances they'd traveled. In any case, Sergeant Lemke was gravely wounded as they tried vainly to fight their way through to Tuapse and he was replaced by Sergeant Bublitz. Then came fall, the mud, the wind, and at the end of the fall the Russians counter-attack. D. Ryder's division, which was part of the 17th Army now, not the 11th, retreated from Elista to Proletarskaya and then followed the Manich River up to Rostov. And then it kept retreating west, to the Meuse River, where a new front line was established. Summer 1943 came and the Russians attacked again and Ryder's division retreated again. Each time it retreated there were fewer men. Cruz was killed. Sergeant Bublitz was killed. Voss, who was brave, was promoted first to sergeant and then lieutenant, and under Voss the number of casualties doubled in less than a week. Ryder acquired the habit of inspecting the dead like someone who inspects a lot for sale or a farm or a country house, and then going through the dead man's pockets in case there was any food to be found. Wilkie did the same, but rather than doing it in silence he sang to himself, "Prussian soldiers may masturbate, but they don't commit suicide." Some of their battalion comrades dubbed them the vampires. Ryder didn't care. In his free time he took a piece of bread and Ansky's notebook from his jacket and began to read. Sometimes Wilkie sat down next to him and fell asleep. Once he asked Ryder whether he had written what was in the notebook. Ryder looked at him as if the question was too stupid to merit a reply. Wilkie asked again whether he had written it. Ryder thought Wilkie must be talking in his sleep. His eyes were half shut and he was unshaven and his cheekbones and jaw seemed to leap from his face. "A friend wrote it," he said. "A dead friend," said Wilkie's voice in his sleep. "More or less," said Ryder, and he kept reading. Ryder liked to fall asleep listening to artillery fire. Wilkie couldn't stand a long silence either, and before he closed his eyes he sang to himself. But Lieutenant Voss plugged his ears when he slept and only with difficulty did he awake and readjust to wakefulness and the war. Sometimes he had to be shaken and then he demanded to know what the fuck was going on and struck out in the dark. But he won medals and once Ryder and Wilkie accompanied him to division headquarters where General von Barenberg in person pinned on his chest the highest honor a soldier of the Wehrmacht could receive. This was a happy day for Voss but not for the 79th Division, which by then had fewer troops than a regiment, since that afternoon, as Ryder and Wilkie ate sausages beside a truck, the Russians attacked their position, which meant that Voss and his two companions had to return immediately to the front line. The resistance was brief and they retreated again. In the course of the retreat the division was reduced to the size of a battalion and many of the soldiers looked like madmen escaped from an asylum. For several days they marched west as best they could, keeping in their companies or in groups that formed and split up at random. Ryder went off alone. Sometimes he saw squadrons of Soviet planes pass overhead, and sometimes the sky, a blinding blue the minute before, grew overcast and a storm that lasted hours was suddenly unleashed. From a hill he saw a column of German tanks moving east. They looked like the coffins of an extraterrestrial civilization. He walked at night. During the day he found shelter as best he could and passed the time reading Ansky's notebook and sleeping and watching things grow or burn around him. Sometimes he remembered the seaweed forests of the Baltic and smiled. Sometimes he thought about his little sister and that made him smile too. It had been a long time since he had news of his family. He had never gotten a letter from his father and Ryder suspected it was because his father didn't know how to write very well. His mother had written. What did she say in her letters? Ryder couldn't remember, they weren't very long, but he couldn't remember anything she said. All he remembered was her handwriting, shaky and sprawling, her grammar mistakes, her nakedness. Mothers should never write letters, he thought. His sister's letters, however, he remembered perfectly, and that made him smile, flat on his stomach, hidden in the grass, as sleep overtook him. They were letters in which she talked about the things that had happened to her, about the village, school, the dresses she wore, him. "You're a giant," said little Lotte. At first Ryder was disconcerted by this. But then he thought that for a child, and a child as sweet and impressionable as Lotte, someone of his height was the closest thing to a giant she had ever seen. "Your steps echo in the forest," said Lotte in her letters. "The birds of the forest hear the sound of your footsteps and stop singing. The workers in the fields hear you. The people hidden in dark rooms hear you. The Hitler Youth hear you and come out to wait for you on the road into town. Everything is happiness. You're alive. Germany is alive," etc. One day, without knowing how, Ryder found himself back in Costachino. There were no Germans left in the village. The sovkhoz was deserted and only the heads of a few undernourished and trembling old people looked out of farmhouses to inform him, by signs, that the Germans had evacuated the engineers and all the young Ukrainians who had been working in the village. That day Ryder slept at Ansky's farmhouse and he felt more comfortable than he would have felt at home. He lit a fire in the hearth and lay clothed on the bed. But he couldn't fall asleep right away. He began to think about semblance, as Ansky had discussed it in his notebook, and he began to think about himself. He felt free, as he never had in his life, and although malnourished and weak, he also felt the strength to prolong as far as possible this impulse toward freedom, toward sovereignty. And yet the possibility that it was all nothing but semblance troubled him. Semblance was an occupying force of reality, he said to himself, even the most extreme, borderline reality. It lived in people's souls and their actions, in willpower and in pain, in the way memories and priorities were ordered. Semblance proliferated in the salons of the industrialists and in the underworld. It set the rules, it rebelled against its own rules, in uprisings that could be bloody, but didn't therefore cease to be semblance, it set new rules. National Socialism was the ultimate realm of semblance. As a general rule, he reflected, love was also semblance. My love for Lotte isn't semblance. Lotte is my sister and she's little and she thinks I'm a giant. But love, ordinary love, the love of a man and a woman, with breakfasts and dinners, with jealousy and money and sadness, is playacting, or semblance. Youth is the semblance of strength, love is the semblance of peace. Neither youth nor strength nor love nor peace can be granted to me, he said to himself with a sigh, nor can I accept such a gift. Only Ansky's wandering isn't semblance, he thought. Only Ansky at 14 isn't semblance. Ansky lived his whole life in rabid immaturity because the revolution, the one true revolution, is also immature. Then he fell asleep and didn't dream, and the next day he went into the forest in search of firewood, and when he returned to the village, out of curiosity, he went into the building where the Germans had lived during the winter of '42 and found it abandoned and in a shambles. No cooking pots or sacks of rice. No blankets or fires in the grates. The window panes broken and the shutters hanging loose. The floor dirty and covered in slicks of mud or shit that clung to the soles of one's boots if one made the mistake of stepping in them. On one wall a soldier had written Heil Hitler in charcoal. On another there was a kind of love letter. On the walls, and on the ceiling of the floor above someone had amused himself by drawing scenes from the daily life of the Germans who had lived in Costachino. Thus, in a corner was a sketch of the forest and 5 Germans, recognizable by their caps, gathering wood or hunting birds. In another corner 2 Germans made love while a third, with both arms bandaged, watched from behind a tree. In another, 4 Germans lay asleep after dinner and next to them one could make out the bones of a dog. In the last corner was Ryder himself, with a long blonde beard, peering out the window of the Ansky's farmhouse at the passing parade of an elephant, a giraffe, a rhinoceros, and a duck. In the middle of the fresco, if it could be called that, was a paved square, an imaginary square that had never existed in Costachino, crowded with women or the ghosts of women, their hair standing on end, who ran back and forth wailing as 2 German soldiers oversaw the work of a squad of young Ukrainians raising a stone statue whose shape couldn't yet be made out. The drawings were crude and childish and the perspective was pre-Renaissance. But the composition revealed glimpses of irony and thus of a secret mastery much greater than was at first apparent to the eye. As he returned to the farmhouse, Ryder reflected that the painter had talent, but that he had gone mad like the rest of the Germans who spent the winter of '42 in Costachino. He also pondered his own surprise appearance in the mural. The painter clearly believed that it was he who had gone mad, he concluded. The figure of the duck, bringing up the rear of the procession headed by the elephant, suggested as much. He remembered that in those days he hadn't yet recovered his voice. He also remembered that in those days he had ceaselessly read and reread Ansky's notebook, memorizing each word, and feeling something very strange that sometimes seemed like happiness and other times like a guilt as vast as the sky. And he accepted the guilt and happiness, and some nights he even weighed them against each other, and the net result of his unorthodox reckoning was happiness. But a different kind of happiness, a heartrending happiness that for Ryder wasn't happiness but simply Ryder. One night, 3 days after he had come to Costachino, he dreamed that the Russians had taken the village and to escape them he had plunged into the stream, Sweet Spring, and swum until he came to the Dnieper, and the Dnieper, the banks of the Dnieper, were swarming with Russians, to the left as well as the right, and they all laughed to see him appear in the middle of the river and fired at him, and he dreamed that to escape the bullets he ducked underwater and let himself be carried along by the current, coming up only to breathe and going under again, and in this way he traveled miles and miles of river, sometimes holding his breath for 3 minutes or 4 or 5, the world record, until the current had carried him away from the Russians. But even then Ryder kept going under, coming up, taking a breath, and going under again, and the bottom of the river was like a gravel road. Every so often he saw schools of little white fish, and every so often he bumped into a corpse already picked clean, just the bare bones, and these skeletons that dotted the river could be German or Soviet, it was impossible to say, because their clothes had rotted and the current had swept them down river, and in Ryder's dream the current swept him down river too, and sometimes, especially at night, he came up to the surface and did the dead man's float, to rest or perhaps to sleep for 5 minutes as the river carried him incessantly southward in its embrace, and when the sun came up Ryder went under again and dove down, returned to the gelatinous bottom of the Dnieper, and so the days went by. Sometimes he passed a city and saw its lights, or if there were no lights he heard a vague noise, like the clatter of furniture, as if sick people were moving furniture around, and sometimes he passed under military pontoons and he saw the frozen shadows of the soldiers in the night, shadows cast on the choppy surface of the water, and one morning, at last, the Dnieper flowed into the Black Sea, where it ceased to exist or was transformed, and Ryder approached the shore of the river or the sea with shaky steps, as if he were a student, the student he had never been, who flops down on the sand after swimming to the point of exhaustion, dazed, at the zenith of the holidays, only to discover with horror, as he sat on the beach contemplating the immensity of the Black Sea, that Ansky's notebook, which he was carrying under his jacket, had been reduced to a kind of pulp, the ink blurred forever, half of the notebook stuck to his clothes or his skin and the other half reduced to particles washed away by the gentle waves. Then Ryder woke and decided he should leave Costachino as quickly as possible. He dressed in silence and gathered his few belongings. He didn't light a lamp or stir the fire. He thought about how far he would have to walk that day. Before he left the farmhouse he returned Ansky's notebook carefully to the chimney hiding place. Let someone else find it now, he thought. Then he opened the door, closed it with care, and left the village with great strides. Several days later he found a column from his division and returned to the monotony of holding a bit of ground and retreating, until they were destroyed by the Soviets at the Bug, west of Pervomes, and the remnants of the 79th were incorporated into the 303rd Division. In 1944, as they headed to Jassy with a Russian motorized brigade on their heels, Ryder and the other soldiers in his battalion saw a blue dust cloud rising toward the midday sky. Then they heard shouts and very faint singing, and shortly afterward, through his binoculars, Ryder saw a group of Romanian soldiers hurtle across a field, as if they were possessed or terrified, and turn onto a dirt track that ran parallel to the road along which his division was retreating. They didn't have much time, because the Russians would be there from one moment to the next, and yet Ryder and some of his comrades decided to go and see what was happening. They left the hill they were using as a lookout post and crossed the scrubland that Sapar aided the two roads, riding in an armored vehicle mounted with a machine gun. They saw a kind of Romanian castle, deserted, the windows closed, with a paved courtyard that stretched to the stables. Then they came out into an open space where there were still some Romanian soldiers, stragglers playing dice or loading paintings and furniture from the castle onto carts they would later pull themselves. At the far end of the space, driven into the yellow earth, there was a great cross built of big pieces of wood varnished in dark shades, probably ripped from the great hall of the estate. On the cross was a naked man. The Romanians who spoke some German asked what they were doing there. The Germans answered that they were fleeing the Russians. "They'll be here soon," said the Romanians. "So what's that?" asked a German, motioning toward the crucified man. "The general of our corps," said the Romanians as they hurried to pack their plunder onto the carts. "Are you deserting?" asked one of the Germans. "That's right," answered a Romanian. "Last night the 3rd Army Corps decided to desert." The Germans exchanged glances, as if they weren't sure whether to shoot at the Romani ANS or desert with them. "Where are you going now?" they asked. "West, back home," said some of the Romanians. "Are you sure you're doing the right thing?" "We'll kill anyone who gets in our way," said the Romanians. As if to confirm this, most picked up their rifles and there were even a few who took aim openly at the Germans. For an instant it seemed as if the two groups were about to exchange fire. Just at that moment Ryder got out of the vehicle, and paying no heed to the standoff between the Romanians and the Germans, he set out toward the cross and the crucified man. The man had dried blood on his face, as if his nose had been broken with the butt of a rifle the night before, and he had 2 black eyes and his lips were swollen, but even so Ryder recognized him immediately. It was General Antrescu, the man who had slept with the Baroness von Zumpe in the castle in the Carpathians and whom he and Wilkie had spied on from the secret passageway. His clothes had been torn off, probably while he was still alive, leaving him naked except for his riding boots. Antrescu's penis, a proud cock that measured a foot when erect, according to his and Wilkie's reckoning in earlier days, swayed wearily in the evening breeze. At the foot of the cross there was a box of the fireworks with which General Antrescu entertained his guests. The powder must have been wet or the fireworks were old because when they went off all they did was make a little puff of blue smoke that soon rose up to the sky and disappeared. One of the Germans, behind Ryder, made a remark about General Antrescu's member. A few Romanians laughed and all of them, some more quickly than others, approached the cross as if it had suddenly regained its magnetic force. The rifles were no longer pointed at anyone. The soldiers held them like field tools, as if they were tired peasants marching along the edge of the abyss. They knew the Russians weren't far off and they feared them, but none could resist a last visit to General Entrescu's cross. "What kind of man was he?" asked a German, knowing it didn't matter. "He wasn't a bad sort," said a Romanian. Then they all stood lost in thought, some with their heads bowed and others staring at the general with dazzled eyes. No one thought to ask how they had killed him. Probably they'd beaten him, then knocked him down and kept hitting him. The cross was dark with blood and the stain reached, dark as a spider, to the yellow earth. It didn't occur to anyone to bring him down. "It'll be a while before you come across another specimen like this," said a German. The Romanians didn't understand him. Ryder inspected Entrescu's face. His eyes were closed but they might have been wide open. His hands were fixed to the wood with big silver nails. 3 to a hand. Heavy blacksmith's nails were driven through his feet. To Ryder's left, a young Romanian, no more than 15, his uniform too big on him, prayed. Ryder asked whether there was anyone else left on the estate. They answered that they were the only ones. The Third Corps, or what was left of the Third Corps, had arrived at the Lidic station 3 days ago, and the general, instead of seeking a safer place to the west, had decided to pay a visit to his castle, which they found deserted. There were no servants or any animals to be killed and eaten. For 2 days the general shut himself in his room and wouldn't come out. The soldiers roamed the house until they found the cellar and broke down the door. Despite the qualms of some of the officers, they started to drink. That night half of the Third Corps deserted. Those who stayed did so of their own free will, not coerced by anyone. They stayed because they loved General Entrescu. Or something like that. Some went out to loot the neighboring villages and didn't come back. Others shouted up at the general from the courtyard to resume command and decide what to do. But the general remained locked in his room and wouldn't let anyone in. One drunken night the soldiers broke down the door. General Entrescu was sitting in an armchair, surrounded by candelabras and tapers, looking through a photo album. Then what happened. At first Entrescu defended himself, lashing out with his riding crop. But the soldiers were crazed with hunger and fear and they killed him and nailed him to the cross. "It must have been hard to make such a big cross," said Ryder. "We made it before we killed the general," said a Romanian. "I don't know why we made it, but we made it even before we got drunk." Then the Romanians went back to loading their spoils and some Germans helped and others decided to take a look around the house, to see whether there was any liquor remaining in the cellars, and the figure on the cross was left alone again. Before he left, Ryder asked whether they knew a man by the name of Popescu, who was always with the general and was probably employed as his secretary. "Ah, Captain Popescu," said a Romanian, nodding, in the same tone of voice he might have used to say Captain Duck-billed Platypus. "He must be in Bucharest by now." As they headed off toward the scrubland, raising a cloud of dust along the road, Ryder thought he saw some blackbirds flying over the piece of flat ground from where General Entrescu watched the course of the war. One of the Germans riding next to the machine gun wondered, laughing, what the Russians would think when they saw the man on the cross. No one answered. Moving from defeat to defeat, Ryder finally returned to Germany. In May 1945, at the age of 25, after spending 2 months hidden in a forest, he surrendered to some American soldiers and was interned in a prisoner of war camp outside of Ansbach. There he showered for the first time in many days and the food was good. Half of the prisoners of war slept in barracks that had been built by black American soldiers and the other half slept in big tents. Every other day visitors came to the camp and checked the prisoners' papers, in strict alphabetical order. At first they set up a table outside and the prisoners filed past one by one and answered their questions. Then the black soldiers, with the help of a few Germans, set up a special barracks with 3 rooms, and the lines now formed in front of this barracks. Ryder didn't know anyone in the camp. His comrades from the 79th and then the 303rd had been killed or taken prisoner by the Russians or had deserted, as he had. What was left of the division had been on its way to Pilsen, in the Protectorate, when Ryder struck off on his own in the midst of the confusion. In the Ansbach camp he tried not to associate with anyone. Some of the German soldiers sang in the afternoons. From their watch posts the black soldiers stared and laughed, but since none of them seemed to understand the words of the songs, they let them sing until lights out. Others would stroll from one end of the camp to the other, arm in arm, discussing the most peculiar subjects. It was said that hostilities would soon start up between the Soviets and the Allies. There was speculation about the circumstances of Hitler's death. There was talk about Hun Jier and how the potato harvest would once again save Germany from disaster. Next to Ryder's cot slept a man of about 50, a Volkssturm soldier. The man had let his beard grow and his German was soft and gentle, as if nothing that happened around him could touch him. During the day he often talked to 2 other ex-Volkssturm soldiers, who walked and ate with him. Sometimes, however, Ryder saw him alone, writing in lead pencil on various slips of paper that he took out of his pockets and then put away with great care. Once, before he fell asleep, Ryder asked what he was writing, and the man said he was trying to get his thoughts down on paper. Which, he added, wasn't easy. That was all Ryder asked, but after that, every night before they went to sleep, the former Volkssturm soldier found a reason to exchange a few words with him. He said his wife had died when the Russians took Kustrin, where they were from, but he didn't bear anyone a grudge. War was war, he said, and when the war ended it was best for each side to forgive the other and start anew. Start how? Ryder wanted to know. From zero, and with joy and imagination, whispered the other man in his deliberate German. The man's name was Zeller and he was thin and withdrawn. When Ryder saw him walk through the camp, always with the other 2 former Volkssturm soldiers, he radiated a great dignity, perhaps in contrast to his 2 companions. One night Ryder asked whether he had any family. "My wife," Zeller answered. "But your wife is dead," said Ryder. "I had a son and a daughter," Ryder heard him whisper, "but they died too. My son in the Battle of Kursk and my daughter during a bombing raid on Hamburg." "Don't you have any other relatives?" asked Ryder. 2 little grandchildren, twins, a girl and a boy, but they died in the same raid." "Good God," said Ryder. "My son-in-law died too, not in the raid, but days later, from sorrow at the death of his wife and children." "That's terrible," said Ryder. "He killed himself by taking rat poison," whispered Zeller in the dark. "He suffered agonies for 3 days before he died." Ryder didn't know what to say anymore, partly because he was about to fall asleep, and the last thing he heard was Zeller's voice saying that war was war and it was best to forget everything, everything, everything. The truth is that Zeller possessed an enviable serenity. This serenity was disturbed only when new prisoners appeared or upon the return of the visitors who interrogated them one by one inside the barracks. After 3 months it was the turn of those whose last names started with Q, R, and S, and Ryder went in to talk to the soldiers and some men in civilian dress, who politely asked him to face forward and sideways and then search through a couple of files that were probably full of photographs. Then one of the civilians asked what he'd done during the war and Ryder had to tell them that he'd been in Romania with the 79th and then in Russia, where he'd been wounded several times. The soldiers and civilians wanted to see his wounds and he had to undress and show them. One of the civilians, who spoke German with a Berlin accent, asked him whether he ate well at the camp. Ryder said he ate like a king, and when the one who had asked the question translated for the others, they all laughed. "Do you like American food?" asked one of the soldiers. The civilian translated the question and Ryder said, "American meat is the best in the world." They all laughed again. "You're right," said the soldier, "but what you're eating isn't American meat. It's dog food." This time the translator, who chose not to translate the answer, and some of the soldiers laughed so hard they fell down. A black soldier looked in the door with a worried expression on his face and asked whether they were having trouble with the prisoner. They ordered him to close the door and leave. Nothing was wrong, they were telling jokes. Then one man took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Ryder. "I'll smoke it later," said Ryder, and he stuck it behind his ear. After this the soldiers suddenly turned serious and began to write down the information Ryder gave them: date and place of birth, names of parents, address of parents and of at least 2 family members or friends, etc. That night Zeller asked what had happened during the interrogation and Ryder told him everything. "Did they ask what year and month you joined the army?" "Yes." "Did they ask where your recruitment office was?" "Yes." "Did they ask what division you served in?" "Yes." "Were there photographs?" "Yes." "Did you see them?" "No." When he had finished his own private interrogation, Zeller pulled his blanket up over his face and seemed to fall asleep, but after a while Ryder heard him mutter in the dark. On the next visit, which took place a week later, only 2 interrogators came to the camp and there were no lines or interrogations. The prisoners were made to stand in formation and the black soldiers went through the ranks, pulling out approximately 10 men, whom they led to 2 trucks, into which they were loaded after they'd been handcuffed. These prisoners, the camp commander told them, were suspected of being war criminals, and then he ordered them to disband and resume their usual activities. When the visitors returned a week later, they moved on to the letters T, U, and V, and this time Zeller really got nervous. His voice was as gentle as ever, but his talk and manner of speech changed. Words came tumbling from his lips, and at night he couldn't stop whispering. He spoke quickly, as if compelled by reasons beyond his control, reasons he scarcely understood. He craned his neck toward Ryder and leaned on one elbow and began to whisper and moan and imagine scenes of splendor that together formed a chaotic assemblage of dark cubes stacked one on top of the other. During the day things were different. Zeller once again radiated dignity and decorum, and although he didn't associate with anyone except his old comrades from the Volkssturm, almost everyone respected him and believed him to be a decent person. For Ryder, however, who had to endure his nightly disquisitions, Zeller's countenance betrayed a progressive deterioration, as if inside of him a merciless struggle were being waged between diametrically opposed forces. What forces were these? Ryder didn't know, but he sensed that both sprang from a single source, which was madness. One night Zeller said his name wasn't Zeller, it was Sammer, and it therefore stood to reason that he need not appear before the alphabetic interrogators on their next visit. That night Ryder wasn't tired and the full moon filtered through the fabric of the tent like boiling coffee through a sock. "My name is Leo Sammer and some of the things I've told you are true and some aren't," said the fake Zeller, rolling on his cot as if his whole body itched. "Do you recognize my name?" "No," said Ryder. "There's no reason you should, son. I'm not, nor have I ever been a famous man. Although during the time you've been far from home my name has grown like a malignant tumor and now it turns up on the most unlikely documents," said Sammer in his soft and increasingly rapid German. "Of course, I was never in the Volkssturm. I fought, never let it be said I didn't fight, I did fight, like any well-born German, but I served in other theaters, not on the military battlefield but on the economic and political battlefield. My wife, thanks be to God, isn't dead," he added after a long silence in which he and Ryder watched the light sweeping the tent like a bird's wing or a claw. "My son died, that much is true. My poor son. An intelligent boy who liked sports and reading. What more can you ask of a son? Serious, an athlete, a good reader. He died in Kursk. At the time, I was the assistant director of an organization responsible for supplying workers to the Reich, whose main offices were located in a Polish town just a few miles outside the territory of the general government. When they gave me the news I stopped believing in the war. My wife, to make matters worse, began to lose her grip on her senses. I wouldn't wish my situation on anyone. Not even my worst enemy. A son dead in the prime of life, a wife with constant migraines, and an exhausting job that required maximum effort and concentration from me. But I forged ahead thanks to my methodical nature and tenacity. The truth is, I worked to forget my misfortunes. As a result, I was appointed the head of the government organization to which I lent my services. From one day to the next, our work tripled. Not only did I have to send workers to Gierman factories but now I also had to ensure the proper functioning of the bureaucracy in that rainy part of Poland. A sad backwater we were trying to Germanize. Where every day was grey and the earth seemed stained with soot and no one enjoyed himself in civilized fashion. So that even the 10-year-old boys were alcoholics, if you can believe it, poor boys. But they were wild, too, and all they cared about was liquor, as I've said, and soccer. Sometimes I watched them from the window of my office. They played in the street with a rag ball and their running and jumping were truly pathetic, because the liquor they had drunk was always making them fall or miss easy goals. But I don't mean to go on and on. The point is, these were soccer matches that often ended in blows. Or kicks. Or with empty beer bottles broken over the heads of the rival team. And I watched it all from the window and didn't know what to do. My God! How to end that plague, how to improve the situation of those innocents. I confess. I was lonely, very lonely. I couldn't rely on my wife. The only time the poor thing left her dark room was to beg me on her knees to let her return to Germany, to Bavaria, to join her sister. My son had died. My daughter lived in Munich, happily married and far removed from my troubles. Work piled up and my fellow workers were losing heart. The war wasn't going well and anyway it no longer interested me. How can someone who's lost a son care about the war? My life, in short, unfolded under permanent black clouds. Then I received a new order. I was to take charge of a group of Jews from Greece. I think they were from Greece. They might have been Hungarian or Croatian. But probably not, the Croats killed their own Jews. Maybe they were Serbian. Anyway, let's call them Greek. They were sending me a trainload of Greek Jews. Me. And I didn't have anywhere to put them. It was a sudden order, unexpected. I ran a civil operation, not military or SS. I didn't have experts on the subject. I just sent foreign workers to the factories of the Reich, so what would I do with these Jews? Courage, I said to myself, and one morning I went to the station to wait for them. With me I brought the local police chief and all the officers I could muster at the last minute. The train from Greece stopped on a siding. An official made me sign some papers confirming the delivery of 500 Jews, men, women, and children. I signed. Then I approached the cars and the smell was unbearable. I forbade them all to be opened. This could lead to the spread of disease, I said to myself. Then I phoned a friend, who put me in touch with a man who ran a camp for Jews near Chełmno. I explained my problem, asked what I could do with my Jews. I should say that there were no Jews in the town where I worked, just drunk children and drunk women and old people who spent all day chasing the sun's meager rays. The man from Chełmno said to call back in 2 days, that believe it or not he had problems of his own. I thanked him and hung up. I returned to the siding. The official and the engineer were waiting for me. I bought them breakfast. Coffee and sausage and fried eggs and hot bread. They ate like pigs. Not me. I had other things on my mind. They told me I had to unload the train. Their orders were to return to southern Europe that very night. I met their gaze and said I would. The official said I could count on him and his guards to empty the cars in exchange for a hand with cleanup from the station crew. I said that was fine. We set to the task. The smell that came from the cars when they were opened made even the woman who cleaned the station washrooms wrinkle her nose. 8 Jews had died on the trip. The official made the survivors fall into ranks. They didn't look well. I ordered them to be taken to an abandoned tannery. I told one of my employees to go to the bakery and buy all the bread available to distribute to the Jews. Have them charge it to me, I said, but be quick about it. Then I went to my office to take care of other urgent business. At noon I was informed that the train from Greece was leaving the village. From the window of my office I watched those drunken boys play soccer and for an instant I felt as if I'd had too much to drink myself. I spent the next few hours seeking a more permanent arrangement for the Jews. One of my secretaries suggested I put them to work. In Germany? I asked. Here, he said. It wasn't a bad idea. I ordered that some 50 Jews be given brooms and that they be divided into brigades of 10 to sweep my ghost town. Then I returned to the main business of the day. Several factories in the Reich wanted at least 2,000 workers and I had missives from the general government requesting available labor. I made a few phone calls. I said I had 500 Jews available, but they wanted Poles or Italian prisoners of war. Italian prisoners of war? I'd never seen an Italian prisoner of war. And I'd already sent all the Polish men I had, keeping only the strictly necessary. So I called Chełmno again and asked once more whether they were interested in my Greek Jews. If they were sent to you, it must be for a reason, answered a metallic voice. You deal with them. But I don't run a camp, I said, I don't have the proper experience. You're responsible for them, the voice answered. If you have any questions ask the people who sent them to you. My dear sir, I answered, whoever sent them to me is probably in Greece. Then talk to Greek affairs, in Berlin, said the voice. Wise reply. I thanked him and hung up. For a few seconds I wondered whether it was really a good idea to call Berlin. Outside, all of a sudden, a brigade of Jewish sweepers came by. The drunk boys stopped playing soccer and stepped onto the sidewalk, watching the Jews as if they were animals. At first the Jews kept their heads down and swept dutifully, guarded by a village policeman, but then one of them lifted his head, he was no more than a boy, and glanced at the villagers and the ball trapped under the boot of one of those little rogues. For a few seconds I thought they would start to play sweepers versus drunkards. But the policeman knew his job and after a while the brigade of Jews had disappeared and the boys went back to playing in the street with their poor excuse for a ball. Once again, I buried myself in my paperwork. I addressed the matter of a shipment of potatoes that had gotten lost somewhere between the region under my oversight and the city of Leipzig, which was its final destination. I ordered that the matter be investigated. I've never trusted truck drivers. I addressed a matter involving beets. A matter involving carrots. A matter involving ersatz coffee. I put a call through to the mayor. One of my secretaries arrived with a document stating that the potatoes had left my region by rail, not truck. The potatoes had reached the station in carts drawn by mules or horses or donkeys, all of which the peas ants still kept, but not by truck. There was a copy of the shipping receipt, but it had been lost. "Find that copy," I ordered. Another of my secretaries came in with the news that the mayor was ill in bed. "Is it serious?" I asked. "A cold," said my secretary. "Well, have him get up and come in," I said. When I was alone I started to think about my poor wife, confined to her bed with the curtains drawn, and the thought made me so upset that I began to pace my office, because if I sat still I ran the risk of suffering a stroke. Then I saw the brigade of sweepers come back along the quite clean street and I was suddenly paralyzed by the sense that time was repeating itself. But thanks be to God, it wasn't the same sweepers. The problem was that they looked so much alike. The policeman on guard, however, was different. The first officer was tall and thin and very upright in his carriage. The second officer was fat and short and 60, though he looked 10 years older. The Polish boys playing soccer surely felt as I did and they stepped back up on the sidewalk to let the Jews pass. One of the boys said something. From where I stood glued to the window, I imagined he was insulting the Jews. I opened the window and called to the policeman. "Mr. Menard," I called from above, "Mr. Menard." At first the policeman didn't know who was calling him and he looked all around, confused, which made the drunk boys laugh. "Up here, Mr. Menard, up here." Finally he saw me and stood to attention. The Jews stopped working and waited. All of the drunk boys were staring up at my window. "If any of those little bastards insults my workers, shoot him, Mr. Menard," I said loud enough so that everyone could hear me. "Everything is fine, Excellency," said Mr. Menard. "Did you hear me?" I shouted. "Perfectly well, Excellency. Fire at will, is that clear, Mr. Menard?" "Clear as day, Excellency." Then I closed the window and got back to business. I hadn't been studying a circular from the Ministry of Propaganda for 5 minutes when one of my secretaries interrupted me to say that the bread had been distributed to the Jews, but there hadn't been enough for everyone. Also, as he oversaw the distribution, he had discovered that 2 more had died. 2 dead Jews? I repeated, dazed. But they all got off the train on their own 2 feet. My secretary shrugged his shoulders. "They died," he said. My, these are strange times we live in, aren't they?" I said. "They were 2 old people," said my secretary. "An old man and an old woman, to be precise." "And the bread?" I asked. "There wasn't enough for everyone," said my secretary. "That will have to be fixed," I said. "We'll try," said my secretary, "but it's too late today, it'll have to be tomorrow." His tone was highly disagreeable. I waved him out. I tried to concentrate on work again, but I couldn't. I went over to the window. The drunk boys were gone. I decided to take a walk. Cold air has a calming effect and strengthens the constitution. Although I would just as soon have gone home, where a fire in the hearth and a good book awaited me to while away the hours. Before I went out I told my secretary that if anything urgent came up I could be found at the station bar. Out in the street, as I came around a corner, I ran into the mayor, Mr. Tip Pelkirch, who was on his way to visit me. He was bundled in a coat and several sweaters that gave him an exceedingly bulky look, with a scarf pulled up to his nose. He explained that he hadn't been able to come before because he was running a temperature of 104 degrees. "Let's not exaggerate," I said without slowing my pace. "Ask the doctor," he said behind me. When we got to the station I ran into several peasants waiting for the arrival of a regional train from the east, from general government territory. The train, they informed me, was an hour late. Nothing but bad news. I had coffee with Mr. Tippelkirch and we talked about the Jews. "I've heard all about it," said Mr. Tippelkirch, clutching his cup of coffee in both hands. His hands were very white and delicate, crisscrossed with veins. For a moment I was put in mind of the hands of Christ. Hands worthy of being painted. Then I asked what we should do. "Send them back," said Mr. Tippelkirch. A rivulet ran from his nose. I pointed it out with my finger. He didn't seem to understand. "Blow your nose," I said. "Oh, pardon me," he said, and after searching his coat pockets he pulled out a white handkerchief, very large and not very clean. "How do we send them back?" I asked. "By chance do I have a train at my disposal? And if I did, shouldn't I use it for something more productive?" A kind of spasm shook the mayor and he shrugged. "Put them to work," he said. "Then who will feed them? The town?" "No, Mr. Tippelkirch, I've considered every possible ity and there's only one answer. We must hand them over to another authority." "And what if, as a temporary measure, we lent a pair of Jews to each peasant in the Région, wouldn't that be a good idea?" asked Mr. Tippelkirch. "At least until we decide what to do with them. I looked him in the eye and lowered my voice. "That's against the law and you know it," I said. "Yes," he said, "I know it, you know it, but our situation is grim and we could use the help. I don't think the peasants will complain." "No, absolutely unthinkable," I said. But I thought about it and my thoughts plunged me into a deep, dark pit where all that was visible, lit by sparks from who knows where, was my son's face, flickering between life and death. I was roused by the chatter of Mr. Tippelkirsch's teeth. "Do you feel unwell?" I asked. He made as if to reply but couldn't, and a few moments later he fainted. From the bar, I called my office and asked them to send a car. One of my secretaries told me he had managed to contact Greek affairs in Berlin and had accepted no responsibility for the matter. When the car paired, between the owner of the bar, a peasant, and myself, we managed to get Mr. Tippelkirsch into it. I told the driver to leave the mayor at home and then return to the station. In the meantime I played a game of dice by the fire. A peasant who had emigrated from Estonia won every match. His 3 sons were at the front and each time he won he said something that struck me as very strange, even mysterious. "Luck and death go hand in hand," he said. And he gave us a sad-eyed look as if the rest of us should take pity on him. I think he was a popular man in the village, especially among the Polish women, who had nothing to fear from a widower with 3 grown and faraway sons, a common old man, as far as I could tell, but not as stingy as most peasants, someone who every so often would make a gift tea. Owe a woman of a bit of food or an item of clothing in exchange for a night spent at his farm. Quite the Lothario. After a while, when the game was over, I bade farewell to those present and returned to my offices. I called Kelno again, but this time I couldn't get through. One of my secretaries told me that the official at Greek affairs in Berlin had suggested I call the General Government SS headquarters. Rather foolish advice, since even though our town and the surrounding region, villages and farms included, were just a few miles outside the boundaries of general government territory, we actually belonged administratively to a German Gau. What to do, then? I decided I'd had enough for the day and turned my attention to other matters. Before I left for home I got a call from the station. The train still hadn't arrived. "Patience," I said. Inside I knew it would never come. On my way home it started to snow. The next day I got up early and went to the club for breakfast. All the tables were empty. After a while, perfectly dressed, combed, and shaved, 2 of my secretaries appeared with the news that another pair of Jews had died during the night. "Of what?" I asked. They didn't know. They were just dead. And this time it wasn't 2 old people but a young woman and her child, approximately 8 months old. Defeated, I hung my head and stared at myself for a few seconds in the calm, dark surface of my coffee. "Maybe they died of cold," I said. "It snowed last night." "Could be," said my secretaries. I felt as if everything were spinning around me. "Let's go and see those lodgings," I said. "What lodgings?" asked my secretaries, startled. "The place we've put the Jews," I said, already standing and moving toward the door. Just as I imagined, the old tannery couldn't have been in a worse state. Even the officers on guard complained. One of my secretaries told me the guards were cold at night and shifts weren't scrupulously observed. I told him to fix the matter of shifts with the police chief and to bring them blankets. The Jews, too, of course. The secretary whispered that it would be hard to find blankets for all of them. I told him to try. I wanted to see at least half the Jews with blankets. "What about the other half?" asked the secretary. "If they have any fellow feeling, each Jew will share his blanket with another, and if not, that's their business. I've done all I can," I said. On my way back to my office I noticed that the streets were cleaner than they'd ever been. The rest of the day passed as usual, until that night I received a call from Warsaw, the Office of Jewish Affairs, an organization of whose existence I had previously been unaware. A distinctly adolescent voice asked me whether it was true that I had 500 Greek Jews. I said yes and added that I didn't know what to do with them, because no one had advised me of their arrival. "It seems there's been a mistake," said the voice. "So it seems," I said, and I was silent. The silence lasted for quite a while. "That train should have unloaded in Auschwitz," said the adolescent's voice, "or at least I think so, I'm not quite sure." "Hold, please." For 10 minutes I stood with the phone to my ear. While I was waiting, one of my secretaries appeared with some papers for me to sign and another came in with a memorandum on low milk production in the region and yet another came to say he had something to tell me, but I shushed him, so he wrote what he had to say on a piece of paper. Potatoes stolen in Leipzig by their own growers. which surprised me greatly because those potatoes had been grown on German farms by people who had just settled in the region and were on their best behavior. How? I wrote on the same paper. I don't know, wrote the secretary under my query, possibly by forging shipping documents. Yes, it wouldn't be the first time, I thought, but not my peasants. And even if they were guilty, what could I do? Throw them all in prison? And what would I gain by that? Should I let the fields lie fallow? Should I fine them and make them poorer than they already were? I decided I couldn't do that. Investigate further, I wrote under his message. And then I wrote, "Good work." The secretary smiled at me, raised his hand, moved his lips as if he were saying Heil Hitler, and tiptoed off. At that moment the adolescent voice asked, "Are you still there?" "I'm here," I said. "Look, with the situation as it is, we have no transportation available to collect the Jews. Administratively they belong to Upper Silesia. I've talked to my superiors and we're in agreement that the easiest and best thing would be for you to dispose of them." I didn't answer. "Do you understand?" asked the voice from Warsaw. "Yes, I understand," I said. "Then we have a solution, don't we?" "That's right," I said. "But I'd like to receive the order in writing," I added. I heard a pealing laugh at the other end of the line. It could be my son's laugh, I thought, a laugh. That conjured up country afternoons, blue rivers full of trout, and the scent of fistfuls of flowers and grasses. "Don't be naive," said the voice without a hint of arrogance. "These orders are never issued in writing." That night I couldn't sleep. I understood that what they were asking me to do was to eliminate the Greek Jews myself and at my own risk. From my office the next morning I called the mayor, the fire chief, the police chief, and the president of the War Veterans Association and summoned them to a meeting at the club. The fire chief said he couldn't come because he had a mare about to foal, but I told him this wasn't a game of dice, it was something much more urgent. He wanted to know what the matter was. "You'll find out soon enough," I said. When I got to the club they were all there, around a table, listening to an old waiter tell jokes. On the table was fresh baked bread and butter and jam. When he saw me, the waiter was quiet. He was an old man, short and very thin. I sat in an empty chair and requested a cup of coffee. When it came I asked the waiter to leave us. Then, briefly, I explained to the others the situation we were in. The fire chief said a call should be made immediately to the head of some camp that would take the Jews. I said I had already talked to a man at Kelno, but the fire chief interrupted me and said we should contact a camp in Upper Silesia. The discussion went on like this for a while. They all had friends who knew someone who was friends with someone else, etc. I let them talk, calmly drank my coffee, split a roll and spread half with butter and ate it. Then I put jam on the other half and ate it. The coffee was good. It wasn't like the coffee from before the war, but it was good. When I had finished I told them that every possibility had been considered and the order to dispose of the Greek Jews was unequivocal. "The problem is how," I said. "Do you have any ideas?" The others exchanged glances and no one said a word. To break the uncomfortable silence more than anything else, I asked the mayor how his cold was. "I doubt I'll survive the winter," he said. We all laughed, thinking he was joking, but in fact he was serious. Then we talked about country things. Some boundary problems caused by a stream that had changed course overnight, shifting an inexplicable and capricious 10 yards. A phenomenon for which no one could provide a convincing explanation and that affected the property titles of 2 neighboring farms whose border was marked by the wretched stream. I was also asked about the investigation of the missing shipment of potatoes. I downplayed the matter. "They'll turn up," I said. At mid-morning I returned to my office and the Polish boys were already drunk and playing soccer. I let 2 days go by without coming to any decision. No Jews died and one of my secretariats organized 3 gardening brigades, in addition to the 5 sweeping brigades. Each brigade was made up of 10 Jews and, besides tidying the town squares, they cleared a strip of land along the road, land the Poles had never cultivated and that we, for lack of time and manpower, hadn't either. Little else happened, as I recall. An enormous sense of boredom overtook me. At night, when I got home, I ate alone in the kitchen, shivering with cold, staring at some vague point on the white walls. I didn't even think anymore about my son killed in Kursk, or put on the radio to listen to the news or light music. In the mornings I played dice at the station bar and I listened to the lewd jokes of the peasants who gathered there to pass the time, without entirely understanding them. Thus 2 days of inactivity passed, dreamlike, and then 2 more. But work was piling up and one morning I knew I could no longer avoid the problem. I called my secretaries. I called the police chief. I asked the chief how many armed men he could spare to deal with the matter. He said it depended, but in a pinch he could call up 8. "And what do we do with them then?" asked one of my secretaries. "We're going to solve that right now," I said. I sent the police chief away but ordered him to keep in close contact with my office. Then, followed by my secretaries, I went out and we all got in my car. The driver drove us to the outskirts of the village. For an hour we meandered along back roads and old cart tracks. In some places there was still snow on the ground. I stopped at a few farms that struck me as ideal and talked to the farmers, but they all came up with excuses and posed objections. "I've been too kind to these people," I said to myself, "it's time I got tough." But it isn't in my nature to be tough. There was a hollow that one of my secretaries knew about some 10 miles from town. We went to look at it. It wasn't bad. It was in a remote spot, lots of pine trees, dark soil. The bottom of the hollow was covered in masses of fleshy leaves. According to my secretary, people came here in the spring to hunt rab. The place wasn't far from the road. When we got back to the city I had decided what had to be done. The next morning I went in person to fetch the police chief at his house. On the sidewalk in front of my office, 8 policemen gathered, joined by 4 of my men, one of my secretaries, my driver, and 2 clerks, and 2 farmers, volunteers who were there simply because they wanted to participate. I told them to act with dispatch and to return to my office to inform me of what had happened. The sun wasn't up yet when they left. At 5 in the afternoon the police chief and my secretary returned. They looked tired. They said everything had gone according to plan. They had stopped at the old tannery and left town with 2 brigades of sweepers. They had walked 10 miles. They had turned off the road and headed with weary steps toward the hollow. And there the deed had been done. Was there chaos? Did chaos reign? Did chaos prevail? I asked. A little, they answered sulkily, and I chose not to press them. The next morning the same operation was repeated, with a few changes. Rather than 2 volunteers we had 5, and 3 policemen were replaced by 3 others who hadn't taken part in the previous day's labors. Among my men there were changes, too. I sent the other secretary and no clerks, although the driver remained part of the contingent. Midway through the afternoon another 2 brigades of sweepers disappeared and that night I sent the secretary who hadn't been at the hollow and the fire chief to organize 4 new brigades. Before nightfall I set out to visit the scene. We had an accident or a near accident and swerved off the road. My driver, I could see at once, was more agitated than usual. I asked what was wrong. "You can speak frankly," I said. "I don't know, Excellency," he answered. "I feel strange, it must be the lack of sleep." "Aren't you sleeping?" I asked. "It's hard, Excellency, it's hard, God knows I try, but it's hard." I promised him he had nothing to worry about. Then he got the car back on the road and we drove on. When we arrived I took a flashlight and made my way along a ghostly path. The animals seemed to have suddenly retreated from the area around the hollow. From now on, I thought, this is the realm of insects. My driver followed me a little reluctantly. I heard him whistle and I asked him to stop. At a glance the hollow looked just as it had the first time I saw it. "And the hole?" I asked. "Over there," said the driver, pointing toward the far end of the expanse. I had no desire to undertake a closer inspection and I went home. The next day my troop of volunteers, with the obligatory variations I had imposed for reasons of mental hygiene, returned to work. By the end of the week 8 brigades of sweepers had disappeared, which made a total of 80 Greek Jews, but after the Sunday rest a new problem arose. The taxing work had begun to take its toll on the men. The volunteers from the farms, of whom there had been as many as 6 at a certain point, were reduced to 1. The town police complained that their nerves were frayed and when I tried to urge them on I could see they really were at the breaking point. My office staff were either unwilling to continue to take an active part in the operations or they suddenly fell ill. My own health, I discovered one morning as I was shaving, hung by a thread. I asked them, nevertheless, for a final effort, and that morning, after a notable delay, they escorted 2 more brigades of sweepers to the hollow. Waiting for them, I was unable to work. I tried, but I couldn't. At 6 in the evening, after dark, they returned. I heard them singing in the streets, I heard them bid each other farewell. It was clear that most of them were drunk. I didn't blame them. The police chief, one of my secretaries, and my driver came up to my office, where I awaited them engulfed in the darkest foreboding. I remember that they sat, the driver remained standing by the door, and it wasn't necessary for them to say anything in order for me to understand how much and to what degree the appointed task was wearing them down. "Something will have to be done," I said. That night I didn't sleep at home. I rode around town, in silence, with my driver at the wheel smoking a cigarette I had given him. At some point I fell asleep in the backseat, wrapped in a blanket, and I dreamed that my son was shouting onward. Ever onward. I was stiff all over when I woke up. It was 3 in the morning when I stopped at the mayor's house. At first no one answered my knock and I almost kicked the door down. Then I heard hesitant footsteps. It was the mayor. "Who's there?" he asked, in what I imagined was a weasel's voice. That night we talked until dawn. The next Monday, instead of leading more brigades of sweepers out of town, the police waited for the appearance of the young soccer players. In total, they rounded up 15 boys. I had them brought into the town hall and I dead there myself with my secretaries and driver. When I saw them, so terribly pale, so terribly thin, so terribly in need of soccer and alcohol, I felt sorry for them. Standing motionless there, they seemed less like children than like the skeletons of children, abandoned sketches, pure wool and bone. I told them there would be wine for all of them and also bread and sausages. No reaction. I repeated what I had said about the wine and food and added that there would probably also be something they could take home to their families. I interpreted their silence as acquiescence and I sent them to the hollow in a truck, accompanied by 5 policemen and a load of 10 rifles and a machine gun that, I had been informed, was always jamming. Then I ordered the rest of the policemen, accompanied by 4 armed peasants whom I forced to participate under threat of reporting their regular thieving to the state, to escort 3 full brigades of sweepers to the hollow. I also gave orders that no Jew should leave the old tannery for any reason whatsoever. At 2 in the afternoon the policemen who had led the Jews to the hollow returned. They ate at the station bar and by 3 they were on their way back to the hollow with 30 more Jews. At 10 they all returned, the escorts and the drunken boys and the policemen who had led the boys and taught them how to handle guns. "Everything went well," said one of my secretaries. "The boys put their hearts into it, and those who wanted to watch watched and those who didn't went away and came back when it was all over." The next day, I caused a rumor to be spread among the Jews that they were all being transported, in small groups because of our lack of resources, to a work camp properly equipped for their stay. Then I talked to a group of Polish mothers, who were easily soothed, and from my office I oversaw 2 new transfers of Jews to the hollow, in groups of 20. But problems resurfaced when it snowed again. According to one of my secretaries, there was no way to dig new graves in the hollow. I told him that must be impossible. In the end, the problem lay in the way the graves had been dug, horizontally rather than vertically, all across the hollow, and not very deep. I organized a group and resolved to fix the problem that same day. The snow had erased any trace of the Jews. We began to dig. After a little while, I heard an old farmer called Bars shout that there was something there. I went to look. Yes, there was something. "Do I keep digging?" asked Bars. "Don't be stupid," I answered. "Cover it up again, leave it as it was." Each time someone found something I repeated the same thing. "Leave it alone. Cover it up. Go dig somewhere else. Remember, the idea isn't to find things, it's to not find them." But all my men, one after the other, kept finding something and in fact, as my secretary had said, it seemed there was no room left at the bottom of the hollow. And yet in the end my tenacity won out. We found an empty space and I put all my men to work there. I told them to dig deep, always down, farther down, as if we were trying to dig all the way to hell, and I also made sure the pit was as wide as a swimming pool. That night, working by flashlight, we managed to finish the job and then we left. The next day the weather was so bad we were able to bring only 20 Jews to the hollow. The boys got drunker than ever. Some couldn't stand up, others vomited on the way back. The truck left them in the main square, not far from my offices, and many stayed there, under the eaves of the gazebo, huddled together as the snow kept falling, and they dreamed about liquor-fueled soccer matches. The next morning 5 of the boys had come down with pneumonia and the rest, to a greater or lesser degree, were in a pitiable state, unable to work. When I ordered the police chief to replace the boys with our men, at first he was reluctant, but in the end he gave in. That afternoon he disposed of 8 Jews. It struck me as a paltry number, and I said as much. "There were 8 of them," the police chief answered, "but it was as if there were 800. I gazed at him in the eyes and understood. I told him we would wait until the Polish boys recovered. The ill luck that dogged us, however, seemed determined to persist, no matter what we did. 2 Polish boys died of pneumonia, in the throes of a fever, with visions of soccer matches in the snow and white holes into which balls and players disappeared, as the town doctor explained. As a token of condolence, I sent their mothers a bit of smoked bacon and baskets of potatoes and carrots. Then I waited. I let the snow fall. I let myself freeze. One morning I went to the hollow. The snow there was soft, even excessively soft. For a few seconds I felt as if I were walking across a big dish of cream. When I got to the edge and looked down, I saw that nature had done its work. Magnificent. There was no sign of anything, only snow. Then, when the weather improved, the brigade of drunk boys went back to work. I gave them a rousing speech. I told them they were doing a good job and now their families had more food, more opportunities. They stared at me and didn't say anything. Still, their indifference and lack of enthusiasm for the task at hand was evident in their bearing. I knew very well they would rather have been in the street drinking and playing soccer. Meanwhile, at the station bar all anyone talked about was how close the Russians were. Some said Warsaw would fall at any moment. They whispered it. But I heard the whispers and I whispered, too. Ill omens. One afternoon they told me the boys had drunk so much they had fallen down one after the other in the snow. I scolded them. They didn't seem to understand what I was saying. It didn't matter. One day I asked how many Greek Jews we had left. After half an hour one of my secretaries handed me a detailed account of everything, the 500 Jews who had arrived by train from the south, those who had died on the trip, those who had died during their stay at the old tannery, those we had dispatched ourselves, those the drunken boys had dispatched, etc. I still had more than 100 Jews and everyone was exhausted, my policemen, my volunteers, and the Polish boys. What to do? The work was too much for us. Man wasn't made to bear some tasks for very long, I said to myself as I contemplated the horizon from my office window, striped in pink and a cloacal murk. It was too much for me, anyway. I was doing my best, but I couldn't stand it. Nor could my policeman. 15, all right. 30, fine. But when one reaches 50 the stomach turns and the head spins and the restless nights and nightmares begin. I put a halt to the work. The boys went back to playing soccer in the street. The policemen returned to their duties. The peasants returned to their farms. No one from the outside showed any interest in the Jews, so I started up the sweeping brigades again and let some, no more than 20, do farm work, making the farmers responsible for their safety. One night I was gotten out of bed and told I had an urgent call. It was an official from Upper Galicia with whom I had never spoken before. He told me to prepare for the evacuation of Germans from my region. There are no trains, I said. How can I evacuate them all? That's your problem, said the official. Before he hung up I said I had a group of Jews in my power, what to do with them? He didn't answer. The line had gone dead or he had other people like me to call or the Jews were of no interest to him. It was 4 in the morning. I couldn't go back to bed. I told my wife we were leaving and then I sent for the mayor and the police chief. When I got to my office they were there, looking as if they had slept little and poorly. They were both afraid. I reassured them. I told them that if we acted fast no one would be in danger. We put our people to work. Before dawn the first evacuees were already on their way west. I stayed until the end. I spent another day and night in the village. In the distance the sound of artillery could be heard. I went to see the Jews, the police chief as my witness, and I told them to leave. Then I collected the 2 policemen who were on guard and abandoned the Jews to their fate in the old tannery. That's freedom, I suppose. My driver told me he had seen some Wehrmacht soldiers passing through without stop ping. I went up to my office without knowing very well what I was looking for. The night before I had slept on the sofa for a few hours and I had already burned everything that needed to be burned. The town streets were empty, although women's heads could be glimpsed at some windows. Then I went down the stairs, got in my car, and left, said Sammer to Ryder. I was a fair administrator. I did good things, guided by my instincts, and bad things, driven by the vicissitudes of war. But now the drunken Polish boys will open their mouths and say I ruined their childhoods, said Sammer to Ryder. Me? I ruined their childhoods? Liquor ruined their childhoods. Soccer ruined their childhoods. Those lazy, shiftless mothers ruined their childhoods. Not me. Anyone else in my place, said Sammer to Ryder, would have killed all those Jews with his own hands. I didn't. It isn't in my nature. One of the men with whom Sammer took long walks around the camp was the police chief. The other was the fire chief. The mayor, Sammer said one night, had died of pneumonia after the war ended. The driver had disappeared at a crossroads, when the car stopped running for good. Sometimes, in the afternoons, Ryder watched Sammer from the distance and he could see that Sammer, in turn, was watching him out of the corner of his eye, his gaze betraying desperation, unease, and also fear and mistrust. "We do things, say things, that later we regret with all our souls," Sammer said to him one day, as they were waiting in line for breakfast. And another day he said, "When the American police come back and interrogate me, I know they'll arrest me and I'll be subjected to public disgrace." When Sammer talked to Ryder, the police chief and the fire chief stood to one side, several feet from them, as if they didn't want to meddle in their former boss's affairs. One morning Sammer's body was found halfway between the tent and the latrines. Someone had strangled him. The Americans interrogated perhaps 10 prisoners, among them Ryder, who said he hadn't heard anything unusual that night, and then they took away the body and buried it in the common grave of the Ansbach cemetery. When Ryder was allowed to leave the camp, he went to Cologne. There he lived in some barracks near the station and then in a cellar shared with a veteran of one of the armored divisions, a silent man with a burn down one side of his face who could go for whole days without eating, and another man who said he had worked for a newspaper and who, unlike his companion, was friendly and talkative. The tank veteran must have been about 30 or 35 and the former reporter about 60, though both seemed like children at times. During the war, the reporter had written a series of articles in which he described the heroic life in a few panzer divisions, east and west. He still had the clippings, which the taciturn tank veteran had chanced to read with a Proval. Sometimes he would open his mouth and say, "Otto, you've captured the essence of the tankman's life." With a modest shrug, the reporter answered, "Gustav, my greatest reward is that it should be precisely you, a tank veteran, who assures me I didn't get it all wrong." "You didn't get anything wrong, Otto," answered the tankman. "I thank you for your kind words, Gustav," said the reporter. The two worked occasionally clearing debris for the city or selling the things they found under the rubble. When the weather was nice they went off to the countryside and Ryder had the basement to himself for a week or two. He spent his first few days in Cologne trying to get a train ticket to return to his village. Then he found work as a doorman at a bar that catered to a clientele of American and English soldiers who tipped well and for whom he sometimes did little extra jobs, like finding them flats in certain neighborhoods or introducing them to girls or putting them in contact with black marketeers. So he stayed in Cologne. During the day he wrote and read. Writing was easy, because all he needed was a notebook and a pencil. Reading was a little harder, because the public libraries were still closed and at the few bookshops one could find, most of them mobile, the prices were exorbitant. Even so, Ryder read and he wasn't the only one. Sometimes he looked up from his book and everyone around him was reading too. As if all the Germans cared about was reading and food, which wasn't true but sometimes seemed to be, especially in Cologne. Meanwhile, Ryder noted, interest in sex had waned considerably, as if the war had used up men's reserves of testosterone, pheromones, desire, and no one wanted to make love anymore. They only fucked whores, as far as Ryder could tell from what he saw on the job. There were some women who dated the occupying forces, but even for them desire was really the mask of something else. A theater of innocence, a frozen slaughterhouse, a lonely street, a movie theater. The women he saw were like girls who've just woken from a terrible nightmare. One night as he stood guard at the door to the bar on the Spenglerstrasse, a female voice spoke his name out of the darkness. Ryder looked around and when he didn't see anyone he thought it must be one of the whores, with their strange, sometimes incomprehensible sense of humor. But when his name was called again, he knew the voice didn't belong to any of the women who frequented the bar and he asked what it wanted. "I just wanted to say hello," said the voice. Then he saw a nicker of movement and in 2 strides he was across the street and had grabbed the owner of the voice by the arm and dragged her into the light. The girl who had called him by name was very young. When he asked what she wanted from him, she answered that she was his girlfriend. Frankly, she said, it was sad he didn't recognize her. "I must look very ugly," she said, "but if you were still a German soldier, you would try to pretend I wasn't." Ryder examined her carefully but no matter how he tried he couldn't remember who she was. "War is often linked to amnesia," said the girl. Then she said, "Amnesia is when you lose your memory and you don't remember anything, even your name or your girlfriend's name." And she added, "There's also such a thing as selective amnesia. which is when you remember everything or think you remember everything and forget only a single thing, the one important thing in your life. I know this girl, thought Ryder as he listened to her talk, but he couldn't say where or under what circumstances he'd met her. So he decided to proceed calmly and asked if she'd like a drink. The girl glanced at the door of the bar and after considering for a moment, she accepted. They had tea sitting at a table near the entrance. The woman who waited on them asked Ryder who this hatchling was. My girlfriend, said Ryder. The girl smiled at the woman and nodded. She's very nice, said the woman. And hard-working, too, said the girl. The woman made a face, frowning, as if to say, a girl with initiative. Then she said, we'll see, and she went away. After a while, Ryder turned up the collar of his black leather jacket and went back to the door, because people were beginning to arrive, and the girl remained sitting at the table, every so often reading a few pages from a book and most of the time watching people as the bar filled up. After a while the woman who had served her the cup of tea took her by the arm and led her outside, explaining that the table was needed for customers. The girl said a friendly goodbye to the woman but got no reply. Ryder was talking to 2 American soldiers and the girl decided not to bother him. Instead she crossed the street, settled into the entranceway of the house opposite, and spent a while watching the constant movement at the bar door. As he worked, out of the corner of his eye, Ryder watched the doorstep of the house across the street and sometimes he thought he saw a bright pair of cat eyes peering at him from the dark. When there was a lull he ventured into the entranceway and was about to call out to her, but he realized he didn't know her name. With the help of a match he found her asleep in a corner. On his knees, as the match burned down in his fingers, he spent a few seconds gazing at her sleeping face. Then he remembered who she was. When she woke Ryder was still by her side, but the doorway had become a room with a vaguely feminine air, with photographs of performers stuck up on the walls and a collection of dolls and stuffed bears on a chest of drawers. Stacked on the floor, however, were cases of whiskey and wine. A green quilt was pulled up to her neck. Someone had taken off her shoes. She felt so good she closed her eyes again. But then she heard Ryder's voice saying, "You're the girl who lived in Hugo Halder's old flat." Without opening her eyes, she nodded. "I don't remember your name," said Ryder. She rolled over, turning her back to him, and said, "You have a terrible memory. My name is Ingeborg Bauer." "Ingeborg Bauer," repeated Ryder, as if his fate were contained in those 2 words. Then she fell asleep again and when she woke up she was alone. That morning, as she walked with Ryder around the destroyed city, Ingeborg Bauer told him that she lived, with some strangers, in a building near the train station. Her father had died in a bombing raid. Her mother and sisters fled Berlin before the city was besieged by the Russians. First they were in the country, with one of her mother's brothers, but despite what they'd imagined, there was nothing to eat in the country and girls were often raped by their uncles and cousins. According to Ingeborg Bauer, the forests were full of graves where the locals buried city dwellers after they had robbed, raped, and killed them. "Were you raped, too?" Ryder asked her. No, she wasn't, but one of her younger sisters had been raped by a cousin, a boy of 13 who wanted to join the Hitler Youth and die a hero's death. So her mother decided they should move on and they left for a small city in the Westerwald, in Hesse, where her mother was from. Life there was boring and at the same time very strange. Ingeborg Bauer told Ryder, because the inhabitants of the city lived as if there was no war, even though many men had marched to the front with the army and the city itself had suffered 3 bombing raids, none of them devastating, but raids all the same. Her mother got a job at a beer hall and the girls found occasional work, helping out in offices or filling in at factories or delivering messages, and sometimes the youngest ones even had time to go to school. Despite the constant bustle, life was boring and when peace came Ingeborg couldn't stand it any longer and one morning, when her mother and sisters were out, she left for County Loan. "I was sure," she said to Ryder, "that I would find you here, or someone very like you." And that was everything that had happened, broadly speaking, since they kissed in the park, when Ryder was looking for Hugo Halder and she told him the story of the Aztecs. Of course, Ryder soon understood that Ingeborg had gone mad, if she wasn't already mad when he met her, and he also understood that she was sick or maybe just hungry. He brought her to live with him in the cellar, but since Ingeborg was always coughing and seemed to have something wrong with her lungs he looked for new lodgings. He found them in the garret of a half-ruined building. There was no elevator and some stretches of the stairs were unsound, with steps that gradually sank under the weight of the climbers, or gaps that yawned over an empty space, so that one could see or guess at the building's innards and the bomb shrapnel. But they had no problem living there. Ingeborg weighed just 110 pounds and Ryder, although he was very tall, was thin and bony, and the steps were perfectly able to support his weight. The same wasn't true for the other tenants. A small, amiable Brandenburger who worked for the occupation troops fell through a gap between the second and third floors and broke his neck. Each time the Brandenburger saw Ingeborg, he greeted her with interest and affection, and each time, without fail, he presented her with the flower he wore in his buttonhole. At night, before he went to work, Ryder checked to make sure Ingeborg had everything she needed so she wouldn't have to go down the stairs to the street with just a candle to light her way, although in his heart he knew that Ingeborg, and he too, lacked so many things that his precautions were pointless from the outset. At first their relations excluded sex. Ingeborg was very weak and all she wanted to do was talk, or read, when she was alone and there were enough candles. Ryder sometimes fucked the girls who worked at the bar. These were hardly very passionate encounters. On the contrary, they made love as if they were talking soccer, sometimes even with a cigarette still in their mouths or chewing American gum, which had begun to be fashionable. And it was good for the nerves, chewing gum and fucking this way impersonally. Although the act was far from impersonal but rather objective, as if once the nakedness of the slaughterhouse had been achieved everything else was unacceptable theatricality. Before he began working at the bar, Ryder had slept with other girls, at the Cologne or Solingen train stations or in Remscheid or Wuppertal, factory workers and peasants who liked it when men, so long as they looked healthy, came in their mouths. Some afternoons Ingeborg asked Ryder to tell her about his adventures. That was what she called them, and Ryder, lighting a cigarette, would tell her. Those Solingen girls thought there were vitamins in semen, said Ingeborg, just like the Cologne station girls you fucked. I understand them perfectly, said Ingeborg. I spent a while at the Cologne station too and I talked to them and did what they did. You sucked off strangers too, thinking the semen would be good for you? Asked Ryder. I did, said Ingeborg. So long as the men looked healthy, so long as they didn't seem to be rotting away from cancer or syphilis, said Ingeborg. The peasant women who roamed the station, the factory workers, the mad women who were lost or had fled their homes, we all believed that semen was a precious nutrient, an extract of all kinds of vitamins, the best remedy for a cold, said Ingeborg. Some nights, before I went to sleep, huddled in a corner of the station, I would think about the country girl who first came up with the idea. An absurd idea, although certain respected doctors say a daily dose of semen can cure anemia, said Ingeborg. But I would think about that country girl, that desperate girl who arrived at the same idea by the process of deduction. I imagined her awestruck in the silent city contemplating the ruins of everything and saying to herself that this was how she had always dreamed the city would look. I imagined her as industrious, with a smile on her face, helping anyone who asked, and curious, too, walking the streets and squares and reconstructing the outline of the city where she had secretly always wanted to live. Some nights, too, I imagined her dead, of any dis-ease, a disease that led not to a long, drawn-out death or to a death that was too sudden but to a reasonably prolonged death, one that gave her time to stop sucking dicks and retreat into her own chrysalis, her own sorrows. But what makes you think one girl came up with the idea, and not a few at once? Ryder asked her. What makes you think a girl came up with it at all, and a country girl at that? Couldn't it have been some fast talker, wanting to get sucked off for free? One morning Ryder and Ingeborg made love. The girl was feverish and her legs, under her nightdress, seemed to Ryder the most beautiful legs he had seen in his life. Ingeborg had just turned 20 and Ryder was 26. From then on they began to fuck every day. Ryder liked to do it sitting by the window with Ingeborg straddling him, making love as they looked into each other's eyes or out at the ruins of Cologne. Ingeborg liked to do it in bed, where she cried and writhed and came 6 or 7 times, with her legs on Ryder's bony shoulders, calling him my darling, my love, my prince, my sweetheart, words that embarrassed Ryder, because he found them precious and in those days. He had declared war on preciousness and sentimentality and softness and anything overembellished or contrived or saccharine, but he didn't object, since the despair he glimpsed in Ingeborg's eyes, never entirely dispelled even by pleasure, paralyzed him as if he, Ryder, were a mouse caught in a trap. Of course, they often laughed, though not always at the same things. Ryder, for example, was highly amused when their Brandenburger neighbor fell through the gap in the stairs. Ingeborg said the Brandenburger was a nice person, always with a kind word on his lips, and anyway she couldn't forget the flowers he had given her. Ryder warned her that nice people weren't to be trusted. Most of them, he said, were war criminals who deserved to be strung up in the main square, an image that gave Ingeborg the shivers. How could a person who bought a flower every day to wear in his buttonhole be a war criminal? Ingeborg, meanwhile, was amused by more abstract things and situations. Sometimes she laughed at the patterns traced by the damp on the garret walls. On the plaster or stucco she saw long lines of trucks emerging from a kind of tunnel, which for no reason she called the time tunnel. Other times she laughed at the cockroaches that occasionally ventured into the attic. Or at the birds that watched Cologne perched in the blackened coffers of the tallest buildings. Sometimes she even laughed at her own disease. A nameless disease, its namelessness gave her real amusement, which had been vaguely diagnosed by the two doctors she'd seen, one of them a patron of the bar where Ryder worked and the other an old man with white hair and a white beard and a booming, theatrical voice whom Ryder paid with bottles of whiskey, one per visit, and who was probably, according to Ryder, a war criminal, as something halfway between a nervous complaint and a pulmonary ailment. In any case, they spent many hours together, sometimes talking about the most random things, or sometimes with Ryder at the table writing his first novel in a notebook with a cane-colored cover and Ingeborg lying in bed, reading. It was Ryder who usually did the house cleaning and shopping, and Ingeborg cooked, which was something she was quite good at. Their after-supper conversations were strange and on occasion turned into long monologues or soliloquies or confessions. They talked about books, about poetry. Ingeborg asked Ryder why he didn't write poetry and he answered that all poetry, of any style, was contained or could be contained in fiction. About sex, they had made love in every possible way, or so they believed, and they theorized about new ways but came up only with death, and death. When the old crone made her appearance, they had usually finished eating and the conversation was languishing, as Ryder, drawing himself up like a great Prussian lord, lit a cigarette, and Ingeborg peeled an apple with a short-bladed, wooden-handled knife. Then, too, their voices dropped nearly to a whisper. Once Ingeborg asked whether he had ever killed anyone. After thinking about it for a moment, Ryder answered that he had. For a few seconds, which stretched on a bit too long, Ingeborg stared at him. His fleshless lips, the smoke that rose along his prominent cheekbones, his blue eyes, his blonde, rather dirty hair, perhaps in need of a cut, his country boy ears, his nose, which, in contrast to his ears, was noble and jutting, his forehead, across which a spider seemed to crawl. A few seconds earlier she might have been able to believe he had killed someone, some nameless person, during the war, but after looking at him she was sure he meant something else. She asked who he had killed. A German, said Ryder. In Ingeborg's restless mind, always prone to wild imaginings, the victim could only be Hugo Halder, the former tenant of her house in Berlin. When she asked Ryder, he laughed. No, no. Hugo Halder was his friend. Then they were quiet for a long time and the remains of their supper seemed to congeal on the table. Finally Ingeborg asked if he was sorry and Ryder made a gesture with his hand that could have meant anything. Then he said, no. And after a long interval he added, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Did you know the person? Whispered Ingeborg. Who? Asked Ryder as if he were waking up. The person you killed. Yes, said Ryder, you could say that. For many nights we slept side by side and there was plenty of talk. Was it a woman? Whispered Ingeborg. No, it wasn't a woman, said Ryder, and he laughed, it was a man. Ingeborg laughed too. Then she began to talk about the way some women were attracted to men who killed women. About the high regard in which woman killers were held by whores, for example, or by women who chose to love without reservations. In Ryder's opinion these women were hysterics. But Ingeborg, who claimed to know women of the sort, believed they were just gamblers, like card players, more or less, who end up killing themselves late at night, or like the habitués of racetracks who commit suicide in cheap rented rooms or hotels tucked away on back streets frequented by gangsters or Chinamen. Sometimes, said Ingeborg, when we're making love and you grab me by the neck, I've thought you might be a woman killer. I've never killed a woman, said Ryder. Such a thing never even occurred to me. That was the last they talked about the matter until the following week. Ryder told her it was possible that the American police and the German police, too, were looking for him, or that his name was on a list of suspects. The man he had done away with, he said, was called Sammer and he was a killer of Jews. Then you've committed no crime, she tried to say, but Ryder wouldn't let her. All of this happened in a prisoner of war camp, said Ryder. I don't know who Sammer thought I was, but he kept telling me things. He was nervous because the American police were going to interrogate him. As a precaution, he had changed his name. He called himself Zeller. But I don't think the American police were looking for Sammer. They weren't looking for Zeller either. As far as the Americans were concerned, Zeller and Sammer were two German citizens above any suspicion. The Americans were looking for war criminals of a certain prestige, people from the death camps, SS officials, party bigwigs. Sammer was just a civil servant of no consequence. They questioned me. They asked what I knew about him, whether he had talked to me about enemies among the other prisoners. I said I didn't know anything, that Sammer had talked only about his son who died in Kursk and his wife's migraines. They looked at my hands. They were young policemen and they didn't have time to waste in a prisoner of war camp. But they weren't convinced. They wrote down my name and questioned me again. They asked whether I'd been a member of the National Socialist Party, whether I knew many Nazis, what my family did and where I lived. I tried to be truthful and I gave honest answers. I asked them to help me find my parents. Then the camp began to empty as new groups arrived. But I wasn't released. A comrade told me the guards were only for show. The black soldiers had other things on their minds and they didn't pay us much attention. One morning, during a transfer of prisoners, I slipped out and got away as easy as that. I spent a while wandering from city to city. I was in Koblenz. I worked at the mines that were beginning to reopen. There wasn't enough to eat. I felt as if Sammer's ghost was clinging to my heels. I thought about changing my name, too. Finally I got to Cologne and it struck me that everything that could possibly happen to me had already happened and it was pointless to let myself be hunted by Sammer's filthy ghost. Once I was arrested. It was after a scuffle at the bar. The MP came and brought a few of us to the station. They looked for my name in their files, but they didn't find anything and they let me go. Around that time I got to know an old woman who sold cigarettes and flowers at the bar. Sometimes I would buy a cigarette or two and I always let her in. The old woman told me that during the war she'd been a fortune teller. One night she asked me to walk her home. She lived on the Regina Strasse, in a big flat so full of things you could hardly move. One of the rooms looked like the back room of a clothing shop. I'll explain in a minute. When we arrived she poured 2 glasses of brandy and sat at the table and brought out a pack of cards. "I'm going to tell your fortune," she said. There were some boxes full of books. I remember I picked out the complete works of Novalis and Friedrich Hebel's Judith and as I leafed through them the old woman told me that I had killed a man, etc. Same story. "I was a soldier," I said. "It's written here that during the war you were almost killed many times. But you didn't kill anyone, which is worth something," said the old woman. Is it so obvious? I wondered. Is it just as obvious that I'm a murderer? Of course, I didn't feel like a murderer. "I suggest you change your name," said the old woman, "and you should listen to me. I was the fortune teller for many of the big SS bosses and I know what I'm talking about. Don't make the classic English whodunit mistake." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "TM talking about English whodunits," said the old woman. "Those addictive English whodunits that infected the American whodunits first and then the French and German and Swiss." "And what mistake is that?" I asked. "An article of faith," said the old woman. "An assumption you can sum up in one word. The killer always returns to the scene of the crime." I laughed. "Don't laugh," said the old woman. "Listen to me, because I'm one of the few people in Cologne who really care about you." I stopped laughing. I asked her to sell me Judith and the works of Novalis. "You can keep the M," she said. "Every time you come to see me you can take 2 books. But now pay attention to something much more important than literature. You must change your name. You must never return to the scene of the crime. You must break the chain. Do you understand?" "A little," I said, although all I'd really understood, with great pleasure, was the offer of the books. Then the old woman told me that my mother was alive and every night she thought about me, and my sister was alive and every morning and afternoon and night she dreamed about me, and that my strides, a giant's strides, echoed in my sister's head. She didn't mention my father. And then the sun began to come up and the old woman said, "I heard the call of a nightingale." And then she asked me to come with her to a room, the one full of clothes, like a ragpicker's room, and she dug in the mountains of clothes until she re-emerged, victorious, with a black leather coat and she said, "This coat is for you. It's been waiting for you all this time, since its previous owner died." And I took the coat and tried it on and in fact it fit as if it had been made for me. Later Ryder asked the old woman who the former owner of the coat had been, but on this point the old woman's answers were contradictory and vague. Once she told him it had belonged to a Gestapo agent, and another time she said it had belonged to a lover of hers, a communist who died in a concentration camp, and once she even told him that the previous owner was an English spy, the first, and only, English spy to parachute down near Cologne in 1941 to reconnoiter for a future uprising of the citizens of Cologne. A prospect greeted with incredulity by the actual citizens of Cologne who happened to talk to him, since in their judgment and that of all Europeans at the time, England was lost, and although this spy, according to the old woman, was Scottish, not English, no one took him seriously, especially when the few who met him saw him drink. He drank like a Cossack, although he could hold his liquor admirably. His eyes got misty and he cast sidelong glances at women's legs, but he maintained a certain verbal coherence and a kind of chilly elegance that the honorable anti-fascist citizens of Cologne with whom he had dealings thought were the marks of a bold and dashing character, qualities that only added to his charm. And anyway, in 1941 the time wasn't ripe. Only twice did the old fortune-teller see this English spy, or so she told Ryder. The first time she put him up at her house and read his fortune. Luck was on his side. The second and last time, she supplied him with clothes and papers, because the Englishman, or Scotsman, was returning to England. It was then that the spy left her his leather coat. Other times, however, the old woman wouldn't hear a word about the spy. Dreams, she said, fantasies, foolish visions, the imaginings of a desperate old woman. And then she repeated that the leather coat had belonged to a Gestapo agent, one of the men who at the end of 44 and the beginning of 45 had tracked down and crushed the deserters who were gathering strength, so to speak, in the noble city of Cologne. Then Ingeborg's health took a turn for the worse, and an English doctor told Ryder that the girl, that lovely, delightful girl, probably had no more than 2 or 3 months to live. And then he just looked at Ryder, who began to weep without a word. But the English doctor wasn't really looking at Ryder, he was staring at his handsome black leather coat, assessing it with the eye of a furrier or a leatherworker. And finally, as Ryder continued to weep, he asked where he'd bought it. "Where did I buy what?" "The coat." "Oh, in Berlin," lied Ryder, "before the war, at a shop called Hahn and Forster," he said. And then the doctor said that the furriers Hahn and Forster or their heirs had probably been inspired by the leather coats of Mason and Cooper, the Manchester coatmakers, who also had a branch in London, and who in 1938 had made a coat exactly like the one Ryder was wearing, the same sleeves, the same collar, the same number of buttons, to which Ryder responded with a shrug, drying the tears that ran down his cheeks with his coat sleeve. And then the doctor was moved and he stepped forward and put a hand on Ryder's shoulder and said that he too had a leather coat like this, like Ryder's, except that his was from Mason and Cooper and Ryder's was from Hahn and Forster, although by the feel, and Ryder could take his word for it because he was a connoisseur, an aficionado of black leather coats, they were identical. It was as if both had come from the same lot of leather that Mason and Cooper had used in 1938 to make his coat, which was a true work of art, and unreproducible, too. Since even though the house of Mason and Cooper was still in business, Mr. Mason, or so he'd heard, had died during the war in a bombing raid, not killed by a bomb, he hastened to explain, but because he had a weak heart, unable to withstand the dash to the shelter or the alarm whistle, the sounds of destruction and the explosions, or perhaps the wail of the sirens, who can say? But whatever the case, Mr. Mason was overcome by a heart attack, and from that moment on the house of Mason and Cooper experienced a slight drop not just in productivity but in quality too, although perhaps that was an overstatement, since the quality of Mason and Cooper's leather coats was and would continue to be beyond reproach, if not in the detail then in the mood, if one could properly call it that, of the new models, in the Inton Gibble, something that made a leather coat a work of craftsmanship. A piece of art that kept pace with history but also bucked the tide of history. "I don't know whether you follow me," said the doctor, and then Ryder took off the coat and handed it to him. "Look at it as long as you want," he said as he sat down in one of the 2 chairs in the office and continued to weep, and the doctor was left with the coat hanging from his hands, and only then did he seem to wake from his dream of leather coats and manage to offer a few words of encouragement, or words that struggled to form an encouraging sentence, though he knew that nothing could lessen Ryder's pain. And then he draped the coat over Ryder's shoulders, and again he thought that this coat, the coat of a doorman at a bar in Cologne's red light district, was exactly like his, and for a moment he even imagined it was his, just a bit more worn, as if his own coat had flown from its wardrobe on a London street and crossed the Channel and the north of France with the sole intent of seeing him again. He, its owner, an English military doctor who led a licentious life, a doctor who treated the destitute for free, so long as the destitute were his friends, or at least the friends of friends, and for a moment he even thought that the weeping young German had lied to him, that he hadn't bought the coat at Hahn and Forster, that it was an authentic Mason and Cooper, acquired in London, at the house of Mason and Cooper. But ultimately, the doctor said to himself as he helped the tearful Ryder back into his coat, so particular to the touch, so pleasing, so familiar, life is a mystery. For the next 3 months Ryder managed to spend nearly all of his time with Ingeborg. He bought fruit and vegetables on the black market. He found books for her to read. He cooked and cleaned the garret they shared. He read medical books and searched for remedies of every sort. One morning 2 of Ingeborg's sisters and her mother appeared on the doorstep. Ingeborg's mother spoke little and her manner was formal, but the sisters, one 18 and the other 16, cared only about going out and seeing the interesting parts of the city. One day Ryder told them that the most interesting part of Cologne was the garret where they lived, and Ingeborg's sisters laughed. Ryder, who laughed only when he was with Ingeborg, laughed too. One night he took them to work with him. Hild, the 18-year-old, looked haughtily at the whores who frequented the bar, but that night she went off with 2 young American lieutenants and didn't come back until late the next day, to the alarm of her mother, who accused Ryder of playing the pimp. Meanwhile, Ingeborg's illness had sharpened her craving for sex, but the attic was small and they all slept in the same room, which inhibited Ryder when he came home from work at 5 or 6 in the morning and Ingeborg demanded that they make love. When he tried to explain that her mother would almost certainly hear them, she wasn't deaf, Ingeborg grew angry and said he didn't want her anymore. One afternoon the younger sister, 16-year-old Greta, took a walk with Ryder through the shattered neighborhood and told him that a number of psychiatrists and neurologists had visited her sister in Berlin and the general diagnosis was insanity. Ryder looked at her. She resembled Ingeborg but she was plumper and taller. In fact, she was so tall and looked so athletic that she might have been a javelin thrower. "Our father was a Nazi," said Greta, "and Ingeborg was, too. Back then, she was a Nazi. Ask her. She belonged to the Hitler Youth. So according to you she's crazy?" asked Ryder. "Completely insane," said the sister. Soon afterward, Hild told Ryder that Greta was falling in love with him. "So she's in love with me, you say?" "Madly in love," said Hild, rolling her eyes. "How interesting," said Ryder. One morning, after coming in silently, trying not to wake any of the 4 sleeping women, Ryder got into bed and drew Ingeborg's hot body against him and he knew immediately that Ingeborg had a fever and his eyes filled with tears and he began to feel sick, but so gradually that the feeling wasn't entirely unpleasant. Then he felt Ingeborg's hand take hold of his cock and begin to stroke it and with his hand he pulled Ingeborg's nightdress up to her waist. ND found her clitoris and in turn began to stroke her, thinking about other things, about his novel, which was progressing, about the seas of Prussia and the rivers of Russia and the benevolent monsters that dwell in the deep waters off the Crimean coast, until he felt Ingeborg slip 2 fingers into her vagina and then moisten the entrance to her ass with the same fingers and ask him, no, order him, to penetrate her, sodomize her, right now, immediately, before another moment passed, which Ryder did without thinking twice or weighing the consequences of his actions, though he knew very well how Ingeborg would react. But that night his urges were like the urges of a man in his sleep, unable to foresee anything and attuned only to the moment, and so, as they fucked and Ingeborg moaned, from a corner he saw rise not a ghostly figure but a pair of cat eyes, and the eyes floated up and hovered in the dark, and then another pair of eyes rose and settled in the shadows, and he heard Ingeborg order the eyes, in a hoarse voice, to go back to bed, and then Ryder noticed that Ingeborg's body had begun to sweat and he began to sweat too and he thought this was good for the fever. And he closed his eyes and kept caressing Ingeborg's sex with his left hand and when he opened his eyes he saw 5 pairs of cat eyes floating in the dark, and that did strike him as an unequivocal sign that he was dreaming, because 3 pairs of eyes, belonging to Ingeborg's sisters and mother, made some sense, but 5 pairs of eyes lacked spatio-temporal coherence, unless each of the sisters had brought home a lover that night, which was outside the realm of possibility, neither feasible nor credible. The next day Ingeborg was in a temper and everything her sisters or mother did or said seemed to be done or said to vex her. From then on, the situation grew so tense that she was unable to read and he was unable to write. Sometimes Ryder got the sense that Ingeborg was jealous of Hild, when the sister she had good reason to be jealous of was Greta. Sometimes, before he left for work, Ryder watched from the attic window as Hild's 2 officers shouted her name and whistled from the pavement across the street. More than once he walked her down the stairs and advised her to be careful. Unconcerned, Hild answered, "What can they do to me? Bomb me?" And then she laughed and Ryder laughed too. "The worst thing they can do to me is what you've done to Ingeborg," she said once, and Ryder spent a long time turning her answer over in his head. What I've done to Ingeborg? What had he done to Ingeborg but love her? Finally one day Ingeborg's mother and sisters decided to return to the town in the Westerwald where the family had settled and Ryder and Ingeborg were left alone again. "Now we can love each other in peace," said Ingeborg. Ryder looked at her. Ingeborg had gotten up and was tidying the place a little. Her nightdress was ivory and her feet were bony and long and nearly the same color. From that day on her health improved considerably and when the fateful date proclaimed by the English doctor arrived she was better than ever. Shortly afterward she found work at a seamstress's shop where old dresses were made into new dresses and unfashionable dresses into fashionable dresses. At the shop they had just 3 sewing machines, but thanks to the resourcefulness of the owner, an enterprising and pessimistic woman who was certain that World War III would begin by 1950 at the latest, the business prospered. At first Ingeborg's work consisted of piecing together patterns aided by Mrs. Robb. But soon, due to the small shop's huge volume of work, her task was to visit women's clothing shops and take orders that she later filled herself. Around this time Ryder finished his first novel. He called it Ludisch and he had to roam the back streets of Cologne in search of someone who would rent him a typewriter, because he had decided that he wouldn't borrow or rent one from anyone he knew, in other words no one who knew his name was Hans Reiter. Finally he found an old man who owned an old French typewriter and wasn't in the habit of renting it but would sometimes make an exception for writers. The sum the old man requested was high and at first Ryder thought he had better keep looking. But when he saw the typewriter in perfect condition, not a speck of dust, every letter ready to leave its impression on the paper, he decided he could permit himself the luxury. The old man asked for the money up front, and that same night, at the bar, Ryder requested and obtained several loans from the girls. The next day he returned and showed the old man the money, but then the man took an accounting book out of his desk and wanted to know his name. Ryder said the first thing that came into his head, "My name is Benno von Archimboldi." The old man looked him in the eye and said, "Don't play games with me, what's your real name?" "My name is Benno von Archimboldi, sir," said Ryder, "and if you think I'm joking I'd better go." For a few seconds both were silent. The old man's eyes were dark brown, although in the dim light of his study they looked black. Archimboldi's eyes were blue and to the old man they looked like the eyes of a young poet, tired, strained, reddened, but young and in a certain sense pure, although it had been a long time since the old man stopped believing in purity. "This country," he said to Ryder, who that afternoon, perhaps, became Archimboldi, "has tried to topple any number of countries into the abyss in the name of purity and will. As far as I'm concerned, you understand, purity and will are utter tripe. Thanks to purity and will we've all, every one of us, hear me you, become cowards and thugs, which in the end are one and the same. Now we sob and moan and say we didn't know. We had no idea. It was the Nazis. We never would have done such a thing. We know how to whimper. We know how to drum up sympathy. We don't care whether we're mocked so long as they pity us and forgive us. There'll be plenty of time for us to embark on a long holiday of forgetting. Do you understand me?" "I understand," said Archimboldi. "I was a writer," said the old man. "But I gave it up. This typewriter was a gift from my father. An affectionate and cultured man who lived to the age of 93. An essentially good man. A man who believed in progress, it goes without saying. My poor father. He believed in progress and of course he believed in the intrinsic goodness of human beings. I too believe in the intrinsic goodness of human beings, but it means nothing. In their hearts, killers are good, as we Germans have reason to know. So what? I might spend a night drinking with a killer, and as the two of us watch the sun come up, perhaps we'll burst into song or hum some Beethoven. So what? The killer might weep on my shoulder. Naturally. Being a killer isn't easy, as you and I well know. It isn't easy at all. It requires purity and will and purity. Crystalline purity and steel-hard will. And I myself might even weep on the killer's shoulder and whisper sweet words to him. Words like, brother, friend, comrade in misfortune. At this moment the killer is good, because he's intrinsically good, and I'm an idiot, because I'm intrinsically an idiot, and we're both sentimental, because our culture tends inexorably toward sentimentality. But when the performance is over and I'm alone, The killer will open the window of my room and come tiptoeing in like a nurse and slit my throat, bleed me dry. My poor father. I was a writer, but my indolent, voracious brain gnawed at my own entrails. Vulture of my Prometheus self or Prometheus of my vulture self, one day I understood that I might go so far as to publish excellent articles in magazines and newspapers, and even books that weren't unworthy of the paper on which they were printed. But I also understood that I would never manage to create anything like a masterpiece. You may say that literature doesn't consist solely of masterpieces, but rather is populated by so-called minor works. I believed that, too. Literature is a vast forest and the masterpieces are the lakes, the towering trees or strange trees, the lovely, eloquent flowers, the hidden caves. But a forest is also made up of ordinary trees, patches of grass, puddles, clinging vines, mushrooms, and little wild flowers. I was wrong. There's actually no such thing as a minor work. I mean, the author of the minor work isn't Mr. X or Mr. Y. Mr. X and Mr. Y do exist. There's no question about that. And they struggle and toil and publish in newspapers and magazines, and sometimes they even come out with a book that isn't unworthy of the paper it's printed on. But those books or articles, if you pay close attention, are not written by them. Every minor work has a secret author, and every secret author is, by definition, a writer of masterpieces. Who writes the minor work? A minor writer, or so it appears. The poor man's wife can testify to that. She's seen him sitting at the table, bent over the blank pages, restless in his chair, his pen racing over the paper. The evidence would seem to be incontrovertible. But what she's seen is only the outside. The shell of literature. A semblance, said the old man to Archimboldi, and Archimboldi thought of Ansky. The person who really writes the minor work is a secret writer who accepts only the dictates of a masterpiece. Our good craftsman writes. He's absorbed in what takes shape well or badly on the page. His wife, though he doesn't know it, is watching him. It really is he who's writing. But if his wife had X-ray vision, she would see that instead of being present at an exercise of literary creation, she's witnessing a session of hypnosis. There's nothing inside the man who sits there writing. Nothing of himself, I mean. How much better off the poor man would be if he devoted himself to reading. Reading is pleasure and happiness to be alive or sadness to be alive, and above all it's knowledge and questions. Writing, meanwhile, is almost always empty. There's nothing in the guts of the man who sits there writing. Nothing, I mean to say, that his wife, at a given moment, might recognize. He writes like someone taking dictation. His novel or book of poems, decent, adequate, arises not from an exercise of style or will, as the poor unfortunate believes, but as the result of an exercise of concealment. There must be many books, many lovely pines, to shield from hungry eyes the book that really matters, the wretched cave of our misfortune, the magic flower of winter. Excuse the metaphors. Sometimes, in my excitement, I wax romantic. But listen. Every work that isn't a masterpiece is, in a sense, a part of a vast camouflage. You've been a Saul Dyer, I imagine, and you know what I mean. Every book that isn't a masterpiece is canon fod dur, a slogging foot soldier, a piece to be sacrificed, since in multiple ways it mimics the design of the masterpiece. When I came to this realization, I gave up writing. Still, my mind didn't stop working. In fact, it worked better when I wasn't writing. I asked myself, why does a masterpiece need to be hidden? What strange forces wreathe it in secrecy and mystery? By now I knew it was pointless to write. Or that it was worth it only if one was prepared to write a masterpiece. Most writers are deluded or playing. Perhaps delusion and play are the same thing, two sides of the same coin. The truth is we never stop being children, terrible children covered in sores and knotty veins and tumors and age spots, but ultimately children. In other words, we never stop clinging to life because we are life. One might also say, we're theater, we're music. By the same token, few are the writers who give up. We play at believing ourselves immortal. We delude ourselves in the appraisal of our own works and in our perpetual misappraisal of the works of others. See you at the Nobel, writers say, as one might say, see you in hell. Once I saw an American gangster movie. In one scene a detective kills a crook and before he fires the fatal shot he says, see you in hell. He's playing. The detective is playing and he's deluded. The crook, who meets his gaze and curses him just before he dies, is also playing and deluded, although his fields of play and delusion have been reduced to almost zero, since in the next shot he's going to die. The director of the film is also playing. So is the scriptwriter. See you at the Nobel. We'll go down in history. We have the gratitude of the Geerman people. A heroic battle remembered for generations to come. An immortal love. A name inscribed in marble. The time of the Muses. Even a phrase as seemingly innocent as echoes of Greek prose is all play and delusion. Play and delusion are the blindfold and spur of minor writers. Also, the promise of their future happiness. A forest that grows at a vertiginous rate, a forest no one can fence in, not even the academies. In fact, the academies make sure it flourishes unhindered, as do boosters and universities, breeding grounds for the shameless, and government institutions and patrons and cultural associations and declaimers of poetry. All aid the forest to grow and hide what must be hidden. All aid the forest to reproduce what must be reproduced, since the process is inevitable, though no one ever sees what exactly is being reproduced, what is being tamely mirrored back. Plagiarism, you say? Yes, plagiarism, in the sense that all minor works, all works from the pen of a minor writer, can be nothing but plagiarism of some masterpiece. The small difference is that here we're talking about sanctioned plagiarism. Plagiarism as camouflage as some wood and canvas scenery as a charade that leads us, likely as not, into the void. In a word, experience is best. I won't say you can't get experience by hanging around libraries, but libraries are second to experience. Experience is the mother of science, it is often said. When I was young and I still thought I would make a career in the world of letters, I met a great writer. A great writer who had probably written a single masterpiece, although in my judgment everything he had written was a masterpiece. I won't tell you his name. It'll do you no good to learn it, nor do you need to know it for the purposes of this story. Suffice it to say that he was German and one day he came to Cologne to give a few lectures. Of course, I didn't miss a single one of the 3 he gave at the university. At the last lecture I got a seat in the front row, and rather than listen, the truth is he repeated things he'd already said in the first and second lectures. I spent the time observing him in detail, his hands, for example, bony and energetic, his old man's neck, like the neck of a turkey or a plucked rooster, his faintly Slavic cheekbones, his lifeless lips that one could slash with a knife and from which one could be sure not a single drop of blood would fall, his grey temples like a stormy sea, and especially his eyes, deep eyes that at the slight tilt of his head seemed at times like 2 endless tunnels, 2 abandoned tunnels on the verge of collapse. Of course, once the lecture was over he was mobbed by local worthies and I wasn't even able to shake his hand and tell him how much I admired him. Time went by. The writer died, and, as one might expect, I continued to read and reread him. The day came when I decided to give up literature. I gave it up. This was in no way traumatic but rather liberating. Between you and me, I'll confess that it was like losing my virginity. What a relief to give up literature, to give up writing and simply read. But that's another story. We can discuss it when you return my typewriter. And yet I couldn't forget the great writer and his visit. Meanwhile, I began to work at a factory that made optical instruments. I did well for myself. I was a bachelor, I had money. Every week I went to the movies, the theater, exhibitions, and I also studied English and French and visited bookshops where I bought whatever books struck my fancy. A comfortable life. But I couldn't shake the memory of the great writer's visit, and what's more, I realized abruptly that I remembered only the 3rd lecture, and my memories were limited to the writer's face, as if it was supposed to tell me something that in the end it didn't. But what? One day, for reasons that are beside the point, I went with a doctor friend of mine to the university morgue. I doubt you've ever been there. The morgue is underground and it's a long room with white tiled walls and a wooden ceiling. In the middle there's a stage where autopsies, dissections, and other scientific atrocities are performed. Then there are 2 small offices, one for the Dean of Forensic Studies and the other for another professor. At each end are the refrigerated rooms where the corpses are stored, the bodies of the destitute or people without papers visited by death in cheap hotel rooms. In those days I showed a doubtless morbid interest in these facilities and my doctor friend kindly took it upon himself to give me a detailed tour. We even attended the last autopsy of the day. Then my friend went into the dean's office and I was left alone outside in the corridor, waiting for him, as the students left and a kind of crepuscular lethargy crept from under the doors like poison gas. After 10 minutes of waiting I was startled by a noise from one of the refrigerated rooms. In those days, I promise you, that was enough to frighten anyone, but I've never been particularly cowardly and I went to see what it was. When I opened the door, a gust of cold air hit me in the face. At the back of the room, by a stretcher, a man was trying to open one of the lockers to stow away a corpse, but no matter how hard he struggled, the door to the locker or cell wouldn't budge. Without moving from the threshold, I asked whether he needed help. The man straightened up, he was very tall, and gave me what seemed to me a despairing look. Perhaps it was because I sensed despair in his gaze that I was emboldened to approach him. As I did, flanked by corpses, I lit a cigarette to calm my nerves, and when I reached him the first thing I did was offer him another cigarette, perhaps forcing a false camaraderie. Only then did the morgue worker look at me, and it was as if I had gone back in time. His eyes were exactly like the eyes of the great Ryder whose Cologne lectures I had devoutly attended. I confess that just then, for a few seconds, I even thought I was going mad. It was the morgue worker's voice, nothing like the warm voice of the great Ryder, that rescued me from my panic. He said, "Smoking isn't allowed here." I didn't know what to answer. He added, "Smoke is harmful to the dead." I laughed. He supplied an explanatory note, "Smoke interferes with the process of preservation." I made a non-committal gesture. He tried a last time. He spoke about filters, he spoke about moisture levels, he uttered the word purity. I offered him a cigarette again, and he announced with resignation that he didn't smoke. I asked whether he had worked there for a long time. In an impersonal and somewhat shrill voice, he said he had worked at the university since long before the 1914 war. "Always at the morgue?" I asked. "Here and nowhere else," he answered. "It's funny," I said, "but your face, and especially your eyes, remind me of a great German writer." At this point I mentioned the writer's name. "I've never heard of him," was his response. In earlier days this reply would have outraged me, but thanks God I was living a new life. I remarked that working at the morgue must surely prompt wise or at least original reflections on human fate. He looked at me as if I were mocking him or speaking French. I insisted. "These surroundings," I said, with a gesture that encompassed the whole morgue, "are in a certain way the ideal place to contemplate the brevity of life, the unfathomable fate of mankind, the futility of earthly strife." With a shudder of horror, I was suddenly aware that I was talking to him as if he were the great German writer, and this was the conversation we'd never had. "I don't have much time," he said. I looked him in the eye again. There could be no doubt about it, he had the eyes of my idol. And his reply, "I don't have much time." How many doors it opened! How many paths were suddenly cleared, revealed to me. I don't have much time, I have to haul corpses. I don't have much time, I have to breathe, eat, drink, sleep. I don't have much time, I have to keep the gears meshing. I don't have much time, I'm busy living. I don't have much time, I'm busy dying. As you can imagine, there were no more questions. I helped him open the locker. I wanted to help him slide the corpse in, but my clumsiness was such that the sheet slipped, and then I saw the face of the corpse and I closed my eyes and bowed my head and let him work in peace. When my friend came out he watched me from the door in silence. "Everything all right?" he asked. I couldn't answer, or didn't know how to answer. Maybe I said, "Everything's wrong." But that wasn't what I meant to say. Before Archimboldi left, after they'd had a cup of tea, the man who rented him the typewriter said, "Jesus is the masterpiece. The thieves are minor works. Why are they there? Not to frame the crucifixion, as some innocent souls believe, but to hide it." On one of Archimboldi's many journeys across the city in search of someone who would rent him a typewriter, he once again happened upon the two tramps with whom he had shared a cellar before he moved to the garret. Little had changed, it seemed, for his old comrades in misfortune. The former reporter had tried to get work at the new paper in Cologne, where they wouldn't take him because of his Nazi past. Little by little his cheerfulness and good nature disappeared as his trial showed no sign of ending and he began to suffer the aches and pains of old age. The tank veteran, meanwhile, now worked at a motorcycle repair shop and had joined the Communist Party. When the two were together in the cellar, they fought constantly. The tank man took the old reporter to task for his Nazi militancy and cowardice. The old reporter got down on his knees and swore at the top of his lungs that yes, he had been a coward, but never a Nazi, not a real Nazi. "We wrote what they told us to write. If we didn't want to be fired, we had to write what we were told," he whined. But the tankman was unmoved, adding to his reproaches the undeniable fact that while he and others like him were fighting in tanks that broke down and caught on fire, the reporter and others like him were content to write propagandistic lies, ignoring the feelings of the tankmen and the mothers of the tankmen and even the fiancées of the tankmen. "For that," he said, "I will never forgive you, Otto." "But it isn't my fault," whined the reporter. "Snivel, snivel," said the tank soldier. "We tried to make poetry," said the reporter. "We tried to while away the time and stay alive to see what would come next." "Well, now you've seen what comes next, you filthy swine," answered the tankman. Sometimes the reporter talked about suicide. "I don't see any other way out," he said when Archimboldi came to visit them. "As a reporter, I'm finished. As a factory worker, I'm hopeless. As some local government clerk, I'll always be marked by my past. As a free agent, I don't know how to do anything right. So why prolong my suffering? To pay your debt to society, to atone for your lies," shouted the tankman, who sat there at the table pretending to be engrossed in the paper but in fact listening. "You don't know what you're saying, Gustav," the reporter answered. "My only sin, I've told you 1,000,000 times, has been cowardice, and I'm paying dearly for it. You'll have to pay even more dearly, Otto, even more dearly." During this visit, Archimboldi suggested to the reporter that perhaps his luck would change if he moved to another city, a city less devastated than Cologne, a smaller city where no one knew him. This was a possibility that hadn't occurred to the reporter, and from that moment on he gave it serious consideration. It took Archimboldi 20 days to type his novel. He made a carbon copy and then, at the public library, which had just reopened its doors, he searched for the names of 2 publishing houses where he might send the manuscript. After long scrutiny he realized that the houses that published many of his favorite books had long ago ceased to exist, some because they'd gone bankrupt or because of the apathy or waning interest of their owners, others because the Nazis had shut them down or imprisoned their editors, and some because they'd been wiped out in Allied bombing raids. One of the librarians, who knew him and knew that he wrote, asked whether he needed assistance, and Archimboldi told her he was looking for literary publishing houses that were still active. The librarian said she could help. For a while she rummaged through some papers and then she made a phone call. When this was done she handed Archimboldi a list of 20 publishing houses, the same as the number of days he'd spent typing his novel, which was surely a good sign. But the problem was that he had just the original and 1 copy of the manuscript, which meant he could choose only 2 places. That night, standing at the door to the bar, he took out the paper every so often and studied it. Never had the names of publishers struck him as so beautiful, so distinguished, so full of promise and hope. Still, he decided to be prudent and not let himself be carried away by enthusiasm. The original he dropped off in person at a publishing house in Cologne. The advantage of this was that if it was rejected, Archimboldi could go pick up the manuscript himself and send it out straight away again. The carbon copy he sent to a house in Hamburg that had published books of the German left until 1933, when the Nazi government not only shut down the business but also tried to send its editor, Mr. Jacob Bubis, to a prison camp, which it would have done if Mr. Bubis hadn't been a step ahead of them and taken the path of exile. A month after both were sent, the Cologne publishing house wrote back to say that despite its undeniable merits, his novel Lotte regrettably wasn't the right fit for their list, but he should be sure to send them his next novel. He chose not to tell Ingeborg what had happened, and that same day he went to pick up the manuscript, which took several hours, since no one at the publishing house seemed to know where it was, and Archimboldi made it plain he wouldn't leave without it. The next day he took it in person to another Cologne publishing house, which rejected it in a month and a half, using more or less the same words as the first publishing house, perhaps with the addition of a few adjectives, perhaps wishing him better luck the next time around. Now there was just one publishing house left in Cologne, a house that from time to time published some novel or volume of poetry or history, but whose catalogue mainly consisted of practical manuals that might just as easily provide instruction on the proper care of a garden as on the correct administration of first aid or the reconstruction of the shells of destroyed houses. The name of the publishing house was The Advisor, and unlike the first 2 times, this time the publisher came out in person to receive the manuscript. And it wasn't for lack of employs, as he pointed out to Archimboldi, since he had at least 5 people working for him, but because he liked to see the faces of the writers who hoped to be published by his company. Their conversation, as Archimboldi remembered it, was odd. The editor had the face of a gangster. He was a young man, just a bit older than Archimboldi, dressed in a well-cut suit that was nevertheless a bit tight on him, as if overnight he had surreptitiously gained 20 pounds. During the war he had served in a paratrooper unit, although he had never, he hastened to clarify, made a jump, much as he would have liked to. His military record included participation in various battles in different theaters of operations, especially in Italy and Normandy. He said he had been carpet-bombed by American planes. And he claimed to know the secret to surviving such an attack. Since Archimboldi had spent the whole war in the East, he had no idea what carpet bombing was, and he said as much. The editor, whose name was Michael Bittner but who preferred his friends to call him Mickey, like the mouse, explained that carpet bombing was when masses of enemy planes, really huge masses, a vast number, dropped their bombs on a given area, a previously designated piece of countryside, until not a blade of grass was left. "I don't know whether you get the idea, Benno," he said, fixing his gaze on Archimboldi. "I get the idea perfectly, Mickey," said Archimboldi, thinking all the while that this man was not only irritating but ridiculous, with the particular ridiculousness of self-dramatizers and poor fools convinced they've been present at a decisive moment in history, when it's common knowledge, thought Archimboldi, that history, which is a simple whore, has no decisive moments but is a proliferation of instants, brief interludes that vie with one another in monstrousness. But what Mickey Bittner wanted, the poor wretch, stuffed into his well-tailored, tight-fitting suit, was to explain the effect of carpet bombing on soldiers and the system he had come up with to combat it. Noise. First of all is noise. The soldier in his trench or his poorly fortified position suddenly hears noise. The noise of planes. But not the noise of fighter planes or fighter bombers, which is a quick noise, if one can call it that, a low-flying noise. Instead it's a noise that comes from the highest point in the sky, a harsh, roaring noise that heralds nothing good. As if a storm were approaching, as if the clouds were colliding, but the problem is there are no clouds, there is no storm. Of course, the soldier looks up. At first he sees nothing. The artilleryman looks up. He sees nothing. The machine gunner, the mortar operator, the advance scout, look up and see nothing. The driver of an armored vehicle or tank gun looks up. He sees nothing either. As a precaution, however, he turns his vehicle off the road. He parks it under a tree or covers it with a camouflage tarp. Just then the first planes appear. The soldiers watch them. There are many planes, but the soldiers think they're on their way to bomb some city behind the front lines. A city or bridges or rail lines. There are many, so many they blacken the sky, but their targets are surely in some industrial region of G or many. To general surprise the planes drop their bombs and the bombs fall within specific bounds. After the first wave comes a second wave. The noise grows deafening, the bombs fall and make craters in the earth. The forests are set ablaze. The undergrowth, the main COVR in Normandy, begins to disappear. All the hedges are blown to pieces. The terraces call lapse. Many soldiers are momentarily deafened. A few can't bear it and go running. By now the third wave of planes is dropping bombs over the chosen swath. Impossible as it seems, the noise grows louder. Call it noise, why not? One might call it a din, a roar, a clamor, a hammering, a great shriek, a bellow of the gods. But noise is a simple word that serves just as well to describe what has no name. The machine gunner dies. Another bomb falls directly on his dead body. Bones and shreds of flesh are scattered over spots that 30 seconds later will be pulverized by other bombs. The mortar operator is vaporized. The driver of the armored vehicle starts his engines and goes in search of better shelter, but along the way he is struck by a bomb. And then two more bombs turn the vehicle and the driver into a single formless thing in the middle of the road amid the wreckage and the lava. Then comes the fourth wave and the fifth. Everything is burning. It looks more like the moon than Normandy. When the bombers have finished pounding the designated piece of earth, not a single bird can be heard. In fact, not even in the neighboring areas where no bomb has fallen, to either side of the devastated divisions, does a single bird cry. Then the enemy troops appear. For them, too, there is horror in forging into that steel-grey territory, smoking and pocked with craters. Every so often there rises up from the fiercely churned earth a German soldier with the eyes of a madman. Some surrender, weeping. Oath-ers, the paratroopers, the Wehrmacht veterans, some SS infantry battalions, open fire, try to re-establish lines of command, hold off the enemy advance. A few of these soldiers, the most indomitable, have clearly been drinking. Among them is certainly the paratrooper Mickey Bittner, because his recipe for enduring any kind of bombardment is precisely this. Drink schnapps, drink cognac, drink brandy, drink grappa, drink whiskey, drink any kind of strong drink. even wine if that's all there is, to escape the noises, or to confuse the noises with the throbbing and spinning of one's head. Then Mickey Bittner wanted to know what Archimboldi's novel was about and whether it was his first novel or whether he already had a body of work behind him. Archimboldi told him it was his first novel and described the plot in broad strokes. "Sounds like it has potential," said Bittner. Immediately he added, "But we won't be able to publish it this year." And then he said, "Of course, there'll be no talk of an advance." And later he clarified, "We'll give you 5% of the sales price, which is more than fair." And then he confessed, "In Germany people don't read the way they used to. Now there are more practical things to think about." And then Archimboldi knew for sure that the man was talking for the sake of talking and that probably all para-trooper bastards, general students' dogs, talked for the sake of talking, just to hear their own voices and to reassure themselves that no one had strung them up yet. For a few days Archimboldi thought that what Germany really needed was a civil war. He had no faith that Bittner, who surely knew nothing about literature, would publish his novel. He was nervous and lost his appetite. He hardly read at all, and the little he did read disturbed him so much that no sooner did he begin a book than he had to shut it, because he would start to shake and was overcome by an irresistible urge to go outside and walk. He did make love, although sometimes, in the middle of the act, he went off to another planet, a snow-way planet where he memorized Ansky's notebook. "Where are you?" Ingeborg asked when this happened. Even the voice of the woman he loved reached him as if from a great distance. After 2 months of receiving no response, negative or positive, Archimboldi visited the publishing house and asked to speak to Mickey Bittner. The secretary told him that Mr. Bittner was now involved in the import and export of essential goods and was rarely to be found at the publishing house, which was still his, of course, although he almost never stopped by. Upon insisting, Archimboldi got the address of Bittner's new office, on the outskirts of Cologne. The office was in a neighborhood of old 19th-century factories, above a warehouse stacked with crates, but Bittner wasn't there either. In his place were 3 ex-paratroopers and a secretary with silver-colored hair. The paratroopers informed him that Mickey Bittner was in Antwerp just then closing a deal on a shipment of bananas. Then they all started to laugh, and it took Archimboldi a moment to understand that they were laughing about the bananas, not at him. Then the paratroopers began to talk about the movies, since they were all avid moviegoers, as was the secretary, and they asked Archimboldi what front he'd been on and in what arm of the service, and Archimboldi said he'd been in the East, always the East, and in the light infantry, although in the last years of the war he hadn't seen a single mule or horse. The paratroopers themselves had always fought in the West, in Italy, France, one of them in Greta, and they had that cosmopolitan air of veterans of the Western Front, an air of roulette players, late-night revelers, sippers of fine wines, men who visited brothels and greeted the whores by name, an air unlike that of most veterans of the Eastern Front, who looked more like the living dead, zombies, cemetery dwellers, soldiers without eyes or mouths, but with penises, thought Archimboldi, because the penis, sexual desire, is unfortunately the last thing man loses, when it should be the first. But no, human beings keep fucking or fucking themselves, which amounts to the same thing, until their last breaths, like the soldier who was trapped under a pile of corpses and there, beneath the corpses and the snow, he dug a little cave with his regulation shovel, and to pass the time he jerked off, more boldly each time, because once the fear and surprise of the first few instants had vanished, all that was left was the fear of death and boredom, and to stave off boredom he began to masturbate, first timidly, as if he were seducing a peasant girl or a little shepherdess, then with increasing determination, until he managed to bring himself off to his full satisfaction, and he went on like that for 15 days, in his little cave of corpses and snow, rationing his food and indulging his urges, which didn't make him weaker but rather seemed to retronourish him, as if he had drunk his own semen or as if after going mad he had found a forgotten way back to a new sanity, until the German troops counterattacked and discovered him. And here was a curious bit of information, thought Archimboldi. One of the soldiers who freed him from the pile of reeking corpses and the heaps of snow said the man smelled strange somehow, in other words not dirty or like shit or urine, nor like rot or worm meat. In fact, the survivor smelled good. The smell was strong, perhaps, but good, like cheap perfume, Hungarian perfume or gypsy perfume. Maybe with a faint hint of yogurt. Maybe a faint scent of roots, but the predominant smell wasn't of yogurt or roots but of something else. Something that surprised all of those present, all the men shoveling out the corpses to send them behind the lines or give them a Christian burial. a smell that parted the waters, as Moses parted the waters of the Red Sea, to let the soldier pass, though he could scarcely stand. And where was he going? Who could say? Surely away from the fighting, surely to a madhouse back home. The paratroopers, who weren't bad people, offered Archimboldi the chance to get in on a job they had to handle that very night. Archimboldi asked what time it would end, because he didn't want to lose his position at the bar, and the paratroopers promised that everything would be over by 11. They agreed to meet at 8 at a bar near the station, and when he left the secretary winked at him. The bar was called the Yellow Nightingale, and the first thing that struck Archimboldi when the paratroopers came in was that they were all wearing black leather coats very similar to his. The job consisted of unloading part of a freight car full of U.S. Army stoves. Near the freight car, on an isolated bit of track, they met an American who first demanded a certain sum of money, which he counted to the last bill, and then warned them, like someone repeating a familiar order to slow-witted children, that they could take boxes only from that particular freight car, and only the boxes marked PK. He spoke English, and one of the paratroopers answered in English telling him not to worry. Then the American vanished into the darkness, and another of the paratroopers paired with a little truck, its lights off, and after forcing the lock of the freight car they set to work. An hour later they were done, and 2 paratroopers got in the cab of the truck, and Archimboldi and the other paratrooper got in the back, in the tiny space left by the boxes. They drove along back streets, some unlit, to Mickey Bittner's office on the edge of the city. There the secretary was waiting for them with a thermos of hot coffee and a bottle of whiskey. When they had unloaded everything they went up to the office and began to talk about General Udet. As the paratroopers spiked their coffee with whiskey, they slipped into recollections of historic events, which in this case were also manly reminiscences punctuated by disillusioned laughter. As if to say, I've seen it all. You can't fool me. I know human nature. The endless clash of wills. My memories are written in letters of fire, and they're my only capital. And then they began to recall the figure of Udet, General Udet, the flying ace who killed himself because of slander spread by Göring. Archimboldi wasn't sure who Udet was, and he didn't ask. The name was familiar, in the way other names were familiar, but that was all. 2 of the paratroopers had once managed to catch a glimpse of Udet, and they spoke of him in glowing terms. One of the best men in the Luftwaffe. The 3rd paratrooper listened to them and shook his head, not entirely convinced but in no way prepared to argue, and Archimboldi listened in horror, because if there was anything he was sure about it was that the war provided more than sufficient reason to commit suicide. But the tittle-tattle of scum like Göring clearly didn't qualify. So this Udet killed himself because of Göring's salon intrigues? He asked. So he didn't kill himself because of the death camps or the slaughter on the front lines or the cities in flames, but because Göring called him an incompetent? The 3 paratroopers looked at him as if they were seeing him for the first time, although without much surprise. Maybe Göring was right, said Archimboldi, pouring himself a little more whiskey and earing the cup with his hand when the secretary moved to fill it with coffee. Maybe the man was essentially incompetent, he said. Maybe he really was a mass of blunted and frayed nerves, he said. Maybe he was a faggot, like most Germans who let themselves be fucked by Hitler, he said. So you're Austrian? Asked one of the paratroopers. No, I'm German too, said Archimboldi. For a while the 3 paratroopers were silent, as if contemplating whether to kill him or settle for beating him to a pulp. But so assured was Archimboldi, who every so often shot them looks of rage in which many things but fear could be read, that they decided against a violent response. Pay him, said one of them to the secretary. She got up and opened a metal cabinet, in the lower part of which was a little strongbox. The money she handed to Archimboldi represented half his monthly pay at the bar on the Spenglerstrasse. Archimboldi put the money in an inside pocket of his coat as the paratroopers watched nervously. They were sure he had a gun in there, or at least a knife, and then he looked around for the bottle of whiskey and couldn't find it. He asked where it was. I've put it away, said the secretary. You've had enough to drink, kid. Archimboldi liked that she called him kid, but he asked for more anyway. Have a last drink and then go because we have things to do, said one of the paratroopers. Archimboldi nodded. The secretary poured him 2 fingers of whiskey. Archimboldi drank slowly, savoring the liquor, which he supposed was also contraband. Then he got up and 2 of the paratroopers escorted him to the door. Outside it was dark, and although he knew perfectly well where he was going, he still stumbled into the pits and potholes that dotted the streets in that neighborhood. 2 days later Archimboldi paid another visit to Mickey Bittner's publishing house, and the same secretary from before recognized him and told him they'd found his manuscript. Mr. Bittner was in his office. The secretary asked whether Archimboldi wanted to see him. "Does he want to see me?" asked Archimboldi. "I think so," said the secretary. It briefly crossed his mind that maybe now Bittner wanted to publish his novel. He might also want to see him so that he could offer him another job on the import-export side of his business. But he thought that if he saw him he would probably break his nose, so he said no. "Good luck, then," said the secretary. "Thank you," said Archimboldi. He sent the recovered manuscript to a publishing house in Munich. After he mailed it, when he got home, he suddenly realized that during all this time he had hardly written anything. He discussed it with Ingeborg while they were making love. "What a waste of time," she said. "I don't know how it could have happened," he said. That night, as he was working the door at the bar, he amused himself by thinking about a time with two speeds, one very slow, in which the movement of people and objects was almost imperceptible, and the other very fast, in which everything, even inert objects, glittered with speed. The first was called Paradise, the second Hell, and Archimboldi's only wish was never to inhabit either. One morning he received a letter from Hamburg. The letter was signed by Mr. Bubis, the great editor, and in it he said flattering things, or at least flattering things could be read between the lines, about Lotte, a work he would like to publish, that is, of course, if Mr. Benno von Archimboldi didn't already have a publisher, in which case he would be very sorry, because the novel wasn't lacking in merit and was, in a certain sense, rather original. In any case, it was a book that he, Mr. Bubis, had read with great interest, a book he felt he could take a gamble on. Although such was the state of publishing in Germany just now that the most he could offer as an advance was such and such, a ridiculous sum, he knew, a sum that 15 years ago he would never have proposed, but at the same time he guaranteed that the book would receive the finest treatment and be carried in all the best bookshops, not just in Germany but also in Austria and Switzerland, where the Bubis name was remembered and respected by democratic bookshop owners, a symbol of independent and high-quality publishing. Then Mr. Bubis signed off in a friendly way, begging him to come and visit if someday he should happen to pass through Hamburg, and with the letter he enclosed a leaflet from the publishing house, printed on cheap paper but in a lovely typeface, announcing the impending release of two magnificent books, one of Doblin's first works and a volume of essays by Heinrich Mann. When Archimboldi showed Ingeborg the letter she was surprised because she didn't know who Benno von Archimboldi was. "It's me, of course," said Archimboldi. "Why did you change your name?" she wanted to know. After thinking about it for a moment, Archimboldi answered that it was for his safety. "The Americans might be looking for me," he said. "It's possible the American and German police have put two and two together." "For the sake of a war criminal?" asked Ingeborg. "Justice is blind," Archimboldi reminded her. "Blind when it suits her," said Ingeborg, "and who does it benefit if Sammer's dirty laundry is hung out in public?" "No one. You never know," said Archimboldi. "In any case it's safest for me if Ryder is forgotten." Ingeborg looked at him, surprised. "You're lying," she said. "No, I'm not lying," said Archimboldi, and Ingeborg believed him. But later, before he left for work, she said with an enormous smile, "You're sure you'll be famous?" Until that moment Archimboldi had never thought about fame. Hitler was famous. Göring was famous. The people he loved or remembered fondly weren't famous, they just satisfied certain needs. Doblin was his consolation. Ansky was his strength. Ingeborg was his joy. The disappeared Hugo Halder was lightheartedness and fun. His sister, about whom he had no news, was his own innocence. Of course, they were other things too. Sometimes they were even everything altogether, but not fame, which was rooted in delusion and lies, if not ambition. Also, fame was reductive. Everything that ended in fame and everything that issued from fame was inevitably diminished. Fame's message was unadorned. Fame and literature were irreconcilable enemies. All that day he thought about why he had changed his name. At the bar everyone knew he was Hans Reiter. His acquaintances in Cologne knew he was Hans Reiter. If the police finally did decide to come after him for Sammer's murder, there would be plenty of clues. So why adopt a nom de plume? Maybe Ingeborg is right, thought Archimboldi. Maybe deep down I'm sure I'll be famous, and with the change of name I'm making the first arrangements for my future protection. But maybe this all means something else. Maybe. The day after he received the letter from Mr. Bubis, Archimboldi wrote to assure him that his novel wasn't promised to any other publisher and that the advance Mr. Bubis had proposed was satisfactory. Soon afterward he received a letter in which Mr. Bubis invited him to Hamburg so they could meet in person and proceed to sign the contract. "In times like these," said Mr. Bubis, "I don't trust the German post or its proverbial punctuality and infallibility. And lately, especially since I returned from England, I've acquired the habit of meeting all my authors in person. Before 33, he explained, I published many promising young German writers, and in 1940, in the solitude of a lawn Don Hotel, I set out to pass the time by calculating how many of the first-time writers I published had become members of the Nazi Party, how many had joined the SS, how many had written for rabidly anti-Semitic newspapers, how many had made a career in the Nazi bureaucracy. The result almost drove me to suicide," wrote Mr. Bubis. "Instead of committing suicide I simply hit myself. Anyone who saw me would have thought I was mad. Suddenly I felt as if I couldn't breathe and I opened the window. There, unfurled before me, was the great nocturnal theatre of war. I watched the bombing of London. The bombs were falling near the river, but in the dark they seemed to drop just a few feet from the hotel. Spotlights crisscrossed the sky. The noise of the bombs grew louder and louder. Every once in a while a small explosion, a flash above the barrage balloons, made one think, even if it wasn't so, that a Luftwaffe plane had been hit. Despite the horror that surrounded me I kept beating myself and cursing. Idiot, ass, cretin, fool, moron, dolt, utterly puerile or senile name-calling, as you see. Then someone knocked at my door. It was a young Irish bellhop. In a fit of madness I thought I saw James Joyce in his face. Ludicrous. Better close the shutters there, he said. The what? I asked, red as a beet. The blinds, old man, and downstairs with I understood that he was ordering me to the cellar. Wait a moment, boy, I said, and I handed him a tip. Very kind of you, sir, he said before he left, and now hurry, to the catacombs. You go first, I answered, and I'll catch up. When he left I opened the window again and stood there watching the blazes on the docks, and then I wept for what I thought at the time was a life lost and then saved by a hair. So Archimboldi asked for leave from work and took the train to Hamburg. Mr. Bubis's publishing house was in the same building it had occupied until 1933. The two neighboring buildings had been flattened by bombs, as had several buildings across the street. Some of the publishing house employees, behind Mr. Bubis's back, of course, said he had personally directed the raids on the city. Or at least on that particular neighborhood. When Archimboldi met Mr. Bubis, the publisher was 74 and sometimes he gave the impression of being an ailing man, bad-tempered, miserly, mistrustful, a money-grubber who cared little or nothing for literature, though he wasn't really like that at all. Mr. Bubis enjoyed or pretended to enjoy enviable health, never got sick, was always ready with a smile, was as trusting as a child, and wasn't miserly, though at the same time it couldn't be said he paid his employees handsomely. In addition to Mr. Bubis, who did everything, the publishing house employed a copy editor, a bookkeeper who also handled press relations, a secretary, who often assisted the copy editor and the bookkeeper, and a storeroom attendant, who was hardly ever in the storeroom, which was in the building's cellar and was constantly under repair because it was periodically flooded by rainwater and occasionally even by groundwater, as the attendant explained, which rose and settled in the cellar in big damp patches, very damaging for the books and the health of those who worked there. As well as these four employees, there was often a respectable-looking woman on the premises, more or less the same age as Mr. Bubis, if not a bit older, who had worked at the house until 1933, Mrs. Marianne Gottlieb, Bubis's most faithful employee, to the extent, or so it was said, that she had driven the car that carried the publisher and his wife to the Dutch border, from where they had continued on to Amsterdam after the car was searched by the border police, who didn't find anything. How had Bubis and his wife managed to get past the border control? No one knew, but in every version of the story the feat was credited to Mrs. Gottlieb. When Bubis returned to Hamburg, in September 1945, Mrs. Gottlieb was living in the direst poverty, and Bubis, who by then had lost his wife, brought her to live with him. Little by little Mrs. Gottlieb recovered. First she regained her sanity. One morning she looked at Bubis and recognized him as her old employer, but said nothing. That night, when Bubis got back from City Hall, because at the time he was engaged in political matters, he found supper made and Mrs. Gottlieb standing by the table, waiting for him. That was a happy night for Mr. Bubis and Mrs. Gottlieb, although supper ended with the story of Mr. Bubis's exile and Mrs. Bubis's death, and with a flood of tears for Mrs. Bubis's lonely grave in London's Jewish cemetery. Then Mrs. Gottlieb's health improved somewhat, so that she was able to move into a small flat with a view of a ravaged park that nevertheless came to life in the spring, renewed by the forces of nature, generally indifferent to human deeds, don't you think, said Mr. Bubis, the skeptic, who accepted but didn't share Mrs. Gottlieb's yearning for independence. Soon afterward she asked him for help finding a job, because Mrs. Gottlieb was incapable of being idle. Then Bubis made her his secretary. But Mrs. Gottlieb, who never spoke of these things, had also had her share of nightmarish times, and sometimes, for no apparent reason, her health failed and she fell ill as quickly as she then recovered. Other times it was her mind that faltered. On occasion, Bubis had to meet with the English authorities in a particular place and Mrs. Gottlieb sent him to the other end of the city. Or she scheduled appointments for him with hypocritical and unrepentant Nazis who wanted to offer their services to the city of Hamburg. Or she fell asleep, nodding off in her office with her head resting on the blotter. Which is why Mr. Bubis found her a new job in the Hamburg archives, where Mrs. Gottlieb would have to handle books and files, all papers, that is, to which she was more accustomed, or so Mr. Bubis supposed. And yet even in the archives, where outrageous behavior was more easily accommodated, Mrs. Gottlieb's bouts of erratic and pragmatic activity persisted in equal measure. And she also continued to visit Mr. Bubis, in hours stolen from sleep, in case her presence might be of any use to him. Until at last Mr. Bubis got bored with politics and city affairs and decided to focus his efforts on what had after all brought him back to Germany, reviving his publishing house. Often, when he was asked why he had returned, he quoted Tacitus. Then, besides the dangers of a boisterous and unknown sea, who would relinquish Asia, Africa, or Italy, for G or many, a land rude in its surface, rigorous in its climate, cheerless to every beholder and cultivator, except a native? Those who heard him nodded and smiled and commented among themselves, "Bubis is one of us. Bubis hasn't forgotten us. Bubis bears us no grudge." Some patted him on the back and understood nothing. Others assumed stricken expressions and said what truth there was in the Roman's words. A great man, Tacitus, as is our dear Bubis, on a different level, of course. The truth is that when Bubis quoted the Latin, he meant it literally. The Channel crossing was something he had always dreaded. Bubis got seasick on boats and vomited and was mostly confined to his stateroom, so that when Tacitus referred to a boisterous and unknown sea, even though what he meant was the Baltic or the North Sea, Bubis always thought of the Channel crossing and how disastrous it proved for his sensitive stomach and his health in general. Similarly, when Tacitus talked about relinquishing Italy, Bubis thought about the United States, New York in particular, where he had received several highly respectable offers of work at publishing houses in the Big Apple, and when Tacitus mentioned Asia and Africa, Bubis was put in mind of the emerging state of Israel, where he was sure there were all sorts of things he could do, in the publishing field, of course, not to mention that it was home to many of his old friends, whom he would have liked to see again. And yet he had chosen Germany, cheerless to every beholder and cultivator. Why? Certainly not out of any loyalty to his homeland, because although Mr. Bubis felt himself to be German, he despised national pride, which to his mind was one of the causes of the death of more than 50 million people, but because Germany was home to his publishing house or to the idea he had of a publishing house, a German publishing house, a publishing house with its headquarters in Hamburg, and its networks, in the form of book orders, linking old book shops all over Germany, some of whose owners he knew personally and with whom, when he traveled for business, he drank tea or coffee, sitting in a corner of the bookshop, always complaining about hard times, bemoaning the public's indifference, sighing over the middlemen and paper salesmen, grieving for the future of a country that didn't read, in a word, utterly enjoying himself as they nibbled biscuits or little slices of kuchen until at last Mr. Bubis rose and shook hands with the elderly owner of, say, Iserlohn, and then went off to Bochum, to visit the elderly owner of Bochum, who kept certain books with the Bubis logo like relics for sale, of course, books published in 1930 or 1927, that by law, Schwarzwald law, naturally, he should have burned in 1935 at the latest, but that the old bookseller had chosen to hide, out of pure love, which was something Bubis understood, and few others could understand, not excluding the book's author, and for which he showed his gratitude with a gesture of respect that went beyond literature, a gesture, somehow, of honorable tradesmen, of tradesmen in possession of a secret that went back possibly as far as the dawn of Europe, a gesture that was a mythology or else opened the door to a mythology, its two central pillars the bookseller and the editor, not the writer embarked on his unpredictable course or hostage to ghostly imponderables, but the bookseller, the editor, and a long, winding road sketched by a painter of the Flemish school. So it was no real surprise that Mr. Bubis soon tired of politics and decided to reopen his publishing house, because deep down all he really cared about was the adventure of printing books and selling them. Around this time, however, just before he returned to the building that justice had restored to him, Mr. Bubis was in Mannheim, in the American zone, when he met a young refugee in her early 30s, of good family and remarkable beauty, and though no one could say how, because Mr. Bubis was hardly a ladies' man, they became lovers. The change this affair wrought in him was plain. His energy, already prodigious considering his age, tripled. His zest for life became overpowering. His faith in the success of his new publishing enterprise, although Bubis would correct anyone who spoke to him of a new enterprise, since to him it was the same old enterprise, reappearing now after a lengthy and unwelcome hiatus, was contagious. At the publishing house's opening ceremony, with all of Hamburg's officials and artists and politicians invited, as well as a delegation of book-loving English officers, though regrettably most were enthusiasts of the whodunit or the foxhunting novel in its Georgian incarnation, or the philatelic novel, and not only the German press but also the French, English, Dutch, Swiss, and even American press, his lady friend, as he called her fondly, made her first public appearance, and displays of respect were coupled with perplexity, because everyone expected a woman of 40 or 50, someone more intellectual, and some had thought she would be Jewish, as was the tradition in the Bubis family, while others, judging by experience, imagined that this was just another of Mr. Bubis's pranks, since he was a great one for practical jokes. But the thing was in earnest, as became evident during the party. The woman wasn't Jewish but 100% Aryan, nor was she 40 but just over 30, although she looked 27 at most, and 2 months later, Bubis's prank or little joke became a fait accompli when he got married, with every honor and flanked by a municipal who's who, at the venerable City Hall in the midst of reconstruction, in an unforgettable civil ceremony presided over by the very mayor of Hamburg, who seized the occasion to shower Bubis with flattery, declaring him a prodigal son and model citizen. When Archimboldi arrived in Hamburg, the publishing house hadn't yet attained the high level that Mr. Bubis had set as a second goal. The first was to maintain a constant supply of paper and keep up distribution throughout Germany. The remaining 8 were known only to Mr. Bubis, but it was moving ahead at an acceptable pace and its owner and master was satisfied and weary. Writers had begun to appear in Germany who interested Mr. Bubis, though not much, or at least nowhere near as much as the writers in the Germany of his early days, to whom he remained commendably loyal. But some of the new ones weren't bad, even if among them no glimpse could be seen, or Mr. Bubis was incapable of catching a glimpse, as he himself acknowledged, of a new Doblin, a new Musil, a new Kafka. Although if a new Kafka appeared, said Mr. Bubis, laughing, but with a look of profound sadness in his eyes, I would quake in my boots, a new Thomas Mann. The bulk of the catalogue was still the house's inexhaustible backlist, but new writers also began to crop up under Bubis's nose from the bottomless quarry of German literature, as well as translations of French and English literature, which in those days, after the long Nazi drought, gained enough loyal readers to guarantee success, or at least prevent losses. The rate of work, in any case, was steady, if not frenetic, and when Archimboldi arrived at the house his first thought was that Mr. Bubis, busy as he seemed, would have no time for him. But Mr. Bubis, after making him wait 10 minutes, ushered him into his office, an office Archimboldi would never forget, because with every shelf crammed full, books and manuscripts collected on the floor in stacks and towers, some so precarious that they in turn spilled over. A chaos that was a reflection of the world, rich and magnificent despite war and injustice. A library of glorious books that Archimboldi would have given anything to read. First editions of the works of great writers with handwritten dedications to Mr. Bubis. Books of degenerate art that other publishing houses were once again issuing in Germany, books published in France and England, paperbacks from New York and Boston and San Francisco, as well as American magazines with mythical names that for an impecunious young writer were a treasure trove, the ultimate display of wealth, and turned Bubis's office into something like Ali Baba's cave. Nor would Archimboldi forget the first question Bubis asked him after the standard introductions. "What's your real name?" "Because it can't be the name you've given me, of course." "That's my name," answered Archimboldi. "Do you think the years I spent in England or the years in general have made me stupid? No one has a name like that. Benno von Archimboldi. To be called Benno, in the first place, is suspicious." "Why?" Archimboldi wanted to know. "You don't know? You really don't?" "I swear I don't," said Archimboldi. "Why?" "Because of Benito Mussolini, man. Where's your head?" At that point Archimboldi thought the money and time he had spent travelling to Hamburg were wasted, and he saw himself that very evening on the night train back to Cologne. With luck, he'd be home by the next morning. "They called me Benno after Benito Juarez," said Archimboldi. "I suppose you know who Benito Juarez was?" Bubis smiled. "Benito Juarez," he muttered, still smiling. "So it's Benito Juarez, is it?" he asked in a slightly louder voice. Archimboldi nodded. "I thought you were going to tell me it was in honor of Saint Benedict." "I've never heard of a saint by that name," said Archimboldi. "Well, I know of 3, said Bubis. "Saint Benedict of Anion, who reformed the order of Benedictines in the 9th century. Saint Benedict of Nursia, who in the 6th century founded the order that bears his name and was known as the Father of Europe, a dangerous title, wouldn't you say? And Saint Benedict the Moor, who was black, of the Negro race, I mean, and who lived and died in Sicily in the 16th century and was a Franciscan monk. Which of the 3 do you prefer?" "Benito Juarez," said Archimboldi. "And that last name, Archimboldi, you can't expect me to believe everyone in your family is called that?" "That's what I'm called," said Archimboldi, who was about to abandon this bad-tempered little man mid-sentence and walk out without saying goodbye. "No one is called that," Bubis replied gloomily. "I suppose in this case it's after Giuseppe Archimboldo. And where on earth does the von come in? Benno isn't satisfied with being Benno Archimboldi? Benno wants to make it plain he's German? What part of Germany are you from?" "I'm Prussian," said Archimboldi as he stood up, ready to go. "Wait a moment," protested Bubis. "Before you leave for your hotel I want you to see my wife." "I'm not going to any hotel," said Archimboldi, "I'm going back to Cologne. Please let me have my manuscript." Bubis smiled again. "There'll be time for that later," he said. Then he rang a bell and before the door opened he asked for the last time, "So you really won't tell me your name?" "Benno von Archimboldi," said Archimboldi, looking him in the eye. Bubis spread his hands apart and brought them together, as if he were clapping, but without making a sound, and then his secretary poked her head in the door. "Take the gentleman to Mrs. Bubis's office," he said. Archimboldi glanced at the secretary, a blonde girl with her hair in curls, and when he looked back at Bubis the latter was already immersed in a manuscript. He followed the secret airy. Mrs. Bubis's office was at the end of a long hallway. The secretary knocked and then, without waiting for a response, opened the door and said, "Anna, Mr. Archimboldi is here." A voice ordered him to come in. The secretary grabbed him by the arm and pushed him in. Then, with a smile, she left. Mrs. Anna Bubis was sitting behind a desk that was nearly empty, especially in contrast to Mr. Bubis's, on which there sat just an ashtray, a pack of English cigarettes, a gold lighter, and a book in French. Archimboldi, despite the years that had gone by, recognized her immediately. It was the Baroness von Zumpe. And yet he just stood there, determined at least for the moment to say nothing. The Baroness took off her glasses, which she hadn't worn before, at least as far as Archimboldi remembered, and contemplated him with a faraway look, as if it were an effort for her to tear herself away from what she was reading or thinking, or perhaps that was her usual expression. "Benno von Archimboldi?" she asked. Archimboldi nodded. For a few seconds the Baroness said nothing and only studied his face. "I'm tired," she said. "Would you like to step out for a walk, perhaps for a cup of coffee?" "All right," said Archimboldi. As they descended the building's dark stairs, the Baroness said that she had recognized him and was sure that he had recognized her too. Instantly, "Baroness," said Archimboldi. "But it's been a long time," said the Baroness von Zumpe, "and I've changed." "Not physically, Baroness," said Archimboldi behind her. "And yet your name is unfamiliar," said the Baroness. "You were the son of one of our maids, that much I do remember. Your mother worked in the house in the woods, but your name is unfamiliar." Archimboldi thought it was amusing the way the Baroness referred to her old country estate. House in the woods sounded like a doll's house, a cabin, a hut. a place that existed on the edge of time and remained fixed in a willed and imaginary childhood, comfortable and unspoiled. "My name is Benno von Archimboldi now, Baroness," said Archimboldi. "Well," said the Baroness, "you've chosen a very elegant name." "Rather jarring, but with a certain elegance, I'm sure." Some of the streets of Hamburg, Archimboldi could see as they walked, were in a worse state than the most devastated streets of Cologne, although in Hamburg he had the impression that the reconstruction efforts were more in earnest. As they walked, the Baroness as jauntily as a schoolgirl playing truant, and Archimboldi with his bag over his shoulder, they told each other some of the things that had happened since their last meeting in the Carpathy ANS. Without going into detail, Archimboldi told her about the war, about Crimea, about the Kuban and the great rivers of the Soviet Union, about the winters and the months he spent unable to speak, and somehow, obliquely, he conjured up Ansky, though he never mentioned his name. The Baroness, meanwhile, as if to counterbalance Archimboldi's forced travels, told him about her own journeys, all planned and desired and therefore happy, exotic trips to Bulgaria and Turkey and Montenegro and receptions at the German embassies of Italy, Spain, and Portugal. And she confessed that sometimes she tried to repent of the good times she'd had. But no matter how strongly she rejected her hedonistic behavior on an intellectual or perhaps more accurately a moral level, the truth was that when she thought back on those days she still felt a shiver of pleasure. "Do you understand? Can you understand me?" she asked as they had cappuccino and cakes at a coffee shop like something out of a fairy tale, next to a big window with views of the river and rolling green hills. Then Archimboldi, rather than saying whether he understood her or not, asked if she knew what had happened to Întrescu, the Romanian general. "I have no idea," said the Baroness. "I do," said Archimboldi, "and if you want, I can tell you." "My guess is it won't be anything good," said the Baroness. "Am I right?" "I don't know," admitted Archimboldi. "Depending on how you look at it, it's either very bad or not so bad." "So you saw him, did you?" murmured the Baroness, gazing out at the river where two ships were passing just then, one on the way to the sea, the other heading inland. "Yes, I saw him," said Archimboldi. "Then don't tell me yet," said the Baroness, "there'll be time enough later." One of the waiters at the coffee shop called them a taxi. The Baroness gave the driver the name of a hotel. At the front desk there was a reservation in the name of Benno von Archimboldi. The two of them followed the porter to a single room. With surprise, Archimboldi discovered a radio on one of the bureaus. "Unpack your bag," said the Baroness, "and freshen up a little, tonight we dine with my husband." As Archimboldi put away a pair of socks, a shirt, and a pair of undershorts, the Baroness set about finding a jazz station on the radio. Archimboldi went into the bathroom and shaved and splashed water on his hair and then combed it. When he came out the lights were off, except for the lamp on the little night table, and the Baroness ordered him to take off his clothes and get in bed. From there, with the covers pulled up to his chin and feeling pleasantly tired, he watched the Baroness, standing, dressed only in a pair of black underpants, turn the dial until she found a classical station. In all, he spent 3 days in Hamburg. Twice he dined with Mr. Bubis. The first time he talked about himself and the second time he met some of the famous editor's friends and hardly opened his mouth, for fear of saying something foolish. In Mr. Bubis's inner circle, at least in Hamburg, there were no writers. A banker, a ruined nobleman, a painter who now only wrote monographs on 17th-century painters, and a translator from the French, all well versed in cultural matters, all intelligent, but no writers. Even so, he hardly opened his mouth. Mr. Bubis's attitude toward him had changed considerably, which Archimboldi attributed to the good offices of the Baroness, to whom he had finally told his real name. He told it to her in bed, as they made love, and the Baroness didn't need to ask him to repeat it. Her attitude, meanwhile, when she demanded he tell her what had happened to General Întrescu, was strange and in a way illuminating. After he told her that the Romanian had died at the hands of his own soldiers in retreat, who beat him and then crucified him, the only thing the Baroness chose to ask, as if dying crucified was an everyday occurrence during the war, was whether the body he'd seen on the cross was naked or dressed in uniform. Archimboldi's answer was that to all intents and purposes the body was naked, but scraps of uniform still clung to it, enough so that the Russians, who were close on their heels, would have known when they reached the spot that the gift the Romanian soldiers had left behind was a general. But he was also naked enough so that the Russians could confirm with their own eyes the colossal size of Romanian members, though General Întrescu's was definitely a misleading specimen, said Archimboldi, because he had seen some Romanian soldiers naked and their attributes were in no way different from, say, the German average, whereas General Entrez-Siu's penis, flaccid and bruised as might be expected of a man who'd been beaten and then crucified, was double or triple the size of a normal cock, whether Romanian or German, or, to give a random example, French. Having said this, Archimboldi fell silent, and the Baroness remarked that such a death would not have displeased the bold general. And she added that Antrescu, despite the successes attributed to him on the battlefield, was always a disaster as a tactician and strategist. As a lover, however, he was the best she'd ever had. Not because of the size of his cock, the Baroness explained, to clear up any misunderstandings that Archimboldi, next to her in bed, might entertain, but because of a kind of shape-shifting quality. He was cleverer than a crow when he talked, and in bed he turned into a devil-ray. To which Archimboldi replied that from the little he'd been able to observe during Entrez-Siu's short stay with his entourage at the castle in the Carpathians, he believed the crow was actually Antrescu's secretary, Popescu, an opinion that was immediately rejected by the Baroness, to whom Popescu was nothing but a cockatoo flitting after a lion. Except that the lion had no claws, or if he did he wasn't prepared to use them, nor did he have the fangs to rip anyone apart, just a somewhat ridiculous sense of his own destiny, a destiny and a notion of destiny that in a way echoed Byron's destiny and notion of destiny, though Archimboldi, who happened to have read Byron by one of those coincidences that arise from the use of public libraries, thought the poet was in no way comparable, even as an echo, to the execrable General Antrescu, adding that incidentally the notion of destiny wasn't something that could be separated from the destiny of an individual, a wretched individual, but that the two things were essentially the same. Destiny, ungraspable until it became inevitable, was each person's notion of his own destiny. To which the Baroness responded with a smile, saying it was clear Archimboldi had never fucked Antrescu. Which prompted Archimboldi to confess that it was true, he had never gone to bed with Antrescu, but he had in fact been an eyewitness to one of the general's famous trysts. "With me, I suppose," said the Baroness. "You suppose right," said Archimboldi. "And where were you?" asked the Baroness. "In a secret chamber," said Archimboldi. Then the Baroness laughed so hard she couldn't stop, and between gasps she said she wasn't surprised he had decided to call himself Benno von Archimboldi. Archimboldi didn't understand what she meant, but he accepted the remark with good grace, laughing with her. So after 3 very instructive days, Archimboldi returned to Cologne on the night train, with people sleeping even in the corridors, and soon he was back in his attic, relaying to Ingeborg the excellent news from Hamburg, news that upon being shared filled them with such joy that they began to sing and then dance, never fearing that the floor would collapse beneath their feet. Afterward they made love, and Archimboldi described the publishing house, Mr. Bubis, Mrs. Bubis, Uda, the copy editor, who could correct the grammar of Lessing, whom she despised with Hanseatic fervor, but not of Lichtenberg, whom she loved, Anita, the bookkeeper or head of publicity, who knew practically every writer in Germany but liked only French literature, Martha, the secretary, who had a literature degree and gave him some books from the publishing house in which he had expressed an interest, Rainer Maria, the storeroom attendant, who, despite his youth, had already been an expressionist poet, a symbolist, and a decadent. He also told her about Mr. Bubis's friends and Mr. Bubis's list of writers. And each time Archimboldi finished a sentence he and Ingeborg laughed, as if he were telling an irresistibly funny story. Then Archimboldi set to work in earnest on his second book, and in less than 3 months he had finished it. Lotte had yet to come off the presses when Mr. Bubis received the manuscript of The Endless Rose, which he read in 2 nights, after which, deeply shaken, he woke his wife and told her they would have to publish this new book by Archimboldi. "Is it good?" asked the Baroness, half asleep and not bothering to sit up. "It's better than good," said Bubis, pacing the room. Then he began to talk, still pacing, about Europe, Greek mythology, and something vaguely like a police investigation, but the Baroness fell back asleep and didn't hear him. During the rest of the night, Bubis, who often suffered from fits of insomnia that he knew how to turn to his advantage, tried to read other manuscripts, go over his accounts, write letters to his distributors, all in vain. At the first light of day he woke his wife again and made her promise that when he was no longer head of the publishing house, his euphemism for his own death, she wouldn't abandon Archimboldi. "Abandon him in what sense?" asked the Baroness, still half asleep. Bubis didn't answer for a moment. "We have to protect him," he said. After a few seconds, he added, "Protect him to the extent possible as his publishers." These last words the Baroness von Zumpe didn't hear because she had fallen asleep again. For a while Bubis sat gazing at her face, which was like something out of a pre-Raphaelite painting. Then he got up from the foot of the bed and went into the kitchen in his bathrobe, where he made himself a cheese sandwich with pickled onions, a recipe he'd been taught in England by an Austrian writer in exile. "There's something so simple and restorative about a sandwich like this," the Austrian had told him. Simple, doubtless. And tasty, with an unusual flavor. But not at all restorative, thought Mr. Bubis. One needs an iron stomach to withstand a diet like this. Then he went into the sitting room and opened the curtains to let in the grey morning light. Restorative, 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 thought Mr. Bubis as he nibbled distractedly at his sandwich. We need something more restorative than a cheese sandwich with pickled onions. But where to look, where to find it, and what to do with it when we found it? At that moment he heard the back door open and he listened, with his eyes closed, for the soft step of the maid who came each morning. He could have stood like that for hours. A statue. Instead he left the sandwich on the table and went to his room, where he proceeded to dress for another day of work. Lotte garnered 2 positive notices and 1 negative notice, and 300 copies in total were sold of the first edition. The Endless Rose, which came out 5 months later, received 1 positive review and 3 negative reviews and sold 205 copies. No other editor would have ventured to publish a third book by Archimboldi, but Bubis was ready to take on not only the third but also the fourth, the fifth, and every book that came along. Archimboldi was in good hands. During this time, Archimboldi's finances improved slightly, but only slightly. The Cologne Cultural Center paid him for 2 public readings in 2 different city bookshops, whose owners, it must be said, knew Mr. Bubis personally. Neither reading aroused marked interest. Only 15 people, counting Ingeborg, came to the first, at which the author read selections from his novel Lotte, and at the end only 3 dared to buy the book. At the second reading, of selections from The Endless Rose, there were 9, again counting Ingeborg, and at the end only 3 people were left in the room, the small size of which went some way toward softening the blow. Among them, of course, was Ingeborg, who hours later confessed to Archimboldi that at a certain point she too had considered leaving. In collaboration with the recently established and somewhat muddled cultural councils of Lower Saxony, the Cologne Cultural Center also organized a series of lectures and readings that began with some pomp and circumstance in Oldenburg and continued on to various towns and villages, each smaller and more God-forsaken than the previous one, places no writer had agreed to visit before. The tour ended in the fishing hamlets of Frisia, where Archimboldi unexpectedly found the largest crowds, and where very few people left before an event was over. Archimboldi's writing, the process of creation or the daily routine in which this process peacefully unfolded, gathered strength and something that for lack of a better word might be called confidence. This confidence didn't signify the end of doubt, of course, much less that the writer believed his work had some value, because Archimboldi had a view of literature, though the word view is too grand, as something divided into 3 compartments, each connected only tenuously to the others. In the first were the books he read and reread and considered magnificent and sometimes monstrous, like the fiction of Doblin, who was still one of his favorite authors, or Kafka's complete works. In the second compartment were the books of the epigons and authors he called the Horde, whom he essentially saw as his enemies. In the third compartment were his own books and his plans for future books, which he saw as a game and also a business, a game insofar as he derived pleasure from writing, a pleasure similar to that of the detective on the heels of the killer, and a business insofar as the publication of His books helped to augment, however modestly, his doorman's pay. The job at the bar he didn't give up, of course, in part because he had grown used to it and in part because the mechanics of it were perfectly adapted to the mechanics of writing. When he finished his third novel, The Leather Mask, the old man who rented him the typewriter and to whom Archimboldi had given a copy of The Endless Rose offered to sell him the machine at a reasonable price. The price probably was reasonable as far as the ex-writer was concerned, especially if one took into account that he hardly ever rented the machine anymore, but for Archimboldi it was still too much, though also a temptation. So, after a few days of thinking about it and doing sums, he wrote to Bubis, for the first time requesting an advance on a book he hadn't yet started. Naturally, he explained in the letter what he needed the money for and solemnly promised to deliver his next book in no more than 6 months. Bubis's response was completely unexpected. One morning a couple of deliverymen from the Olivetti branch in Cologne brought Archimboldi a splendid new typewriter, and all he had to do was sign some papers acknowledging receipt. 2 days later he received a letter from the publisher's secretary in which he was informed that on the boss's instructions a purchase order for a typewriter had been issued in his name. "It's a gift from the publishing house," said the secretary. For a few days Archimboldi was nearly dizzy with joy. "They believe in me," he repeated to himself aloud, as people passed by in silence, or, like him, talking to themselves, a common sight in Cologne that winter. 96 copies of the leather mask were sold, which wasn't a lot, Bubis said to himself with resignation as he went over his accounts, but the publisher's support for Archimboldi never waned. On the contrary, around this time Bubis had to travel to Frankfurt, and while he was there he made a day trip to Mainz to visit the literary critic Lothar Junge, who lived in a little house on the edge of the city, near a forest and a hill, a little house from which one could hear birdsong, which struck Bubis as incredible. "Listen. You can even hear the birds singing," he said to the Baroness von Zumpe, with his eyes wide and a smile from ear to ear, as if the last thing he would have expected to find in that part of Mainz was a forest and a colony of songbirds and a 2-story house behind whitewashed walls, like something out of a fairy tale. A little house. A little white chocolate house with beams like slabs of dark chocolate, surrounded by a little garden in which the flowers looked like paper cutouts and a lawn trimmed with mathematical precision, and a little gravel path that crunched underfoot, a noise that set one's nerves or nervelets on edge, all laid out with a ruler, carpenter's square, and compass, as Bubis said under his breath to the Baroness just before he let the door knocker, which was in the shape of a pig's head, fall against the heavy wooden door. Lothar Junge himself came to the door. Of course, they were expected, and on the table Mr. Bubis and the Baroness found crackers with smoked ham, typical of the region, and 2 bottles of spirits. The critic was at least 6'3" and he moved around the house as if he were afraid of hitting his head. He wasn't fat, but he wasn't thin either, and he dressed in the fashion of the professors of Heidelberg, who never removed their ties except in situations of true intimacy. For a while, as they did justice to the appetizers, they discussed the current German literary scene, a territory through which Lothar Junge moved with the caution of a diffuser of unexploded bombs or mines. Then a young writer from Mainz arrived with his wife, followed by another literary critic from the same paper in Frankfurt where Junge's reviews were published. They ate rabbit stew. The wife of the writer from Mainz opened her mouth only once during the meal, to ask the Baroness where she'd bought the dress she was wearing. "In Paris," answered the Baroness, and that was the last time the writer's wife spoke. And yet from then on her face was transformed into a discourse or memorandum on the affronts suffered by the city of Mainz from its founding until the present day. The sum of her pouts or scowls, which flitted at light speed between utter resentment and embryonic hatred of her husband, who in her mind stood for all the unworthy people at the table, didn't pass unnoticed by anyone, except Willie, the other literary critic, whose specialty was philosophy and who therefore reviewed philosophy books and whose hope was someday to publish a book of philosophy, 3 occupations, if they could be called that, which made him especially insensitive to indications of the state of mind, or soul, of a fellow diner. The meal finished, they returned to the sitting room for coffee or tea, and Bubis, whose plans did not include spending any long in that maddening toy house, seized the moment to drag a willing Junge into the back garden, as carefully tended as the front garden, but with the advantage of being bigger, and from which one had an even closer view, if possible, of the surrounding forest. They spoke, first of all, about the critic's writings, which he was dying to see published by Bubis. The latter made vague mention of an idea he'd been toying with for months, which was to create a new imprint, though he took care not to mention what sort of imprint he had in mind. Then they went on to discuss the new authors who were being published by Bubis and Bubis's colleagues in Munich and Cologne and Frankfurt and Berlin, as well as the publishing houses firmly established in Zurich or Bern and those resurfacing in Vienna. At last Bubis asked in a deliberately casual tone what Junge thought, for example, of Archimboldi. Lothar Junge, who walked as cautiously in the garden as he did under his own roof, at first shrugged his shoulders. "Have you read him?" asked Bubis. Junge didn't answer. He considered his reply with his head bent, absorbed in contemplation or admiration of the grass, which, as they approached the edge of the woods, became more untidy, less scoured of fallen leaves or twigs or even, as it seemed, of insects. "If you haven't read him, say so, and I'll send you copies of all his books," said Bubis. "I've read him," admitted Junge. "And what did you think?" asked the old editor, stopping by an oak whose very presence seemed to announce in a threatening tone, "Here ends the realm of Junge and here begins the republic of trees." Junge stopped, too, but a few steps farther on, his head slightly ducked, as if he feared a branch might muss his sparse hair. I don't know," he murmured. Then, incomprehensibly, he began to make faces that in some way linked him to the wife of the writer from Mainz, to such a degree that Bubis thought they must be brother and sister, and only thus could one fully understand the presence of the writer and his wife at the meal. It was also possible, thought Bubis, that they were lovers, because it was common knowledge that lovers often began to resemble each other, usually in their smiles, their opinions, their points of view, in short, the superficial trappings that all human beings are obliged to bear until their deaths, like the rock of Sisyphus. Yes, Sisyphus, known as the craftiest of men, son of Aeolus and Anarete, founder of the city of Ephra, which is the old name for Corinth, a city that the good Sisyphus turned into the staging ground of his happy misdeeds, because with his characteristic nimbleness of body and intellectual inclination to see every turn of fate as a chess problem or a detective story to unravel, and his instinct for laughter and jokes and jests and cracks and quips and gags and pranks and punchlines and spoofs and stories and gibs and taunts and send-ups and satires, he turned to theft, in other words parting all passers-by from their belongings, even going so far as to steal from his neighbor Autolycus, also a thief, perhaps with the remote hope that one who steals from a thief is granted 100 years of forgiveness, and at the same time smitten by his neighbor's daughter, Anticle, because Anticle was very beautiful, a treat. But the girl had an official suitor, she was promised to Laertes, of subsequent fame, which didn't daunt Sisyphus, who could count on the complicity of the girl's father, the thief Autolycus, whose admiration for Sisyphus had sprung up like the regard of an objective and honorable artist for another artist of superior gifts, so that even though it could be said that as a man of honor he remained true to his promise to Laertes, he didn't look unkindly upon the romantic attention Sisyphus lavished on his daughter or treat them as disrespect or mockery of his future son-in-law, and in the end his daughter married Laertes, or so it said, but only after surrendering to Sisyphus 1 or 2 or 5 or 7 times, possibly 10 or 15 times, always with the collusion of Autolycus, who wanted his neighbor to plant the seed of a grandchild as clever as Sisyphus, and on one of these OCCA scions Anticle was left with child, and 9 months later, now the wife of Laertes, her son would be born, the son of Sisyphus, called Odysseus or Ulysses, who in fact turned out to be just as clever as his father, though Sisyphus never gave him a thought and continued to live his life, a life of excesses and parties and pleasure, during which he married Merope, the dim-messed star in the Pleiades, precisely because she married a mortal, a miserable thief, a miserable gangster and thrall to his excesses, blinded by his excesses, among which not least was the seduction of Tyro, the daughter of Sisyphus's brother Salmoneus, whom Sisyphus pursued not because he was interested in Tyro, not because Tyro was particularly sexy, but because Sisyphus hated his own brother and wanted to cause him pain, and for this deed, after his death, he was condemned in hell to push a stone to the top of a hill only to watch it roll down to the bottom and then push it back up to the top of the hill and watch it roll again to the bottom, and so on eternally, a bitter punishment out of all proportion to his crimes or sins, the vengeance of Zeus, it said, because on a certain occasion Zeus passed through Corinth with a nymph he had kidnapped, and Sisyphus, who was smarter than a whip, seized his chance, and when Asopus, the girl's father, came by in desperate search of his daughter, Sisyphus offered to give him the name of his daughter's kidnapper, but only if Asopus made a fountain spring up in the city of Corinth, which shows that Sisyphus wasn't a bad citizen, or perhaps he was thirsty, to which Asopus agreed, and the fountain of crystalline waters sprang up, and Sisyphus betrayed Zeus, who, in a blind rage, sent him ipso facto to Thanatos, or death. But Sisyphus was too much for Thanatos, and in a masterstroke perfectly in keeping with his craftiness and sense of humor he captured Thanatos and threw him in chains, a feat within reach of very few, truly very few, and for a long time he kept Thanatos in chains, and during all that time not a single human being died on the face of the earth. A golden age in which men, though still men, lived free of the anxiety of death, in other words, free of the anxiety of time, because now they had more than enough time, which is perhaps what distinguishes a democracy: spare time, surplus time, time to read and time to think, until Zeus had to intervene personally and Thanatos was freed and then Sisyphus died. But the faces Junge was making didn't have anything to do with Sisyphus, thought Bubis. They resulted instead from an unpleasant facial tic, well, not highly unpleasant, but not pleasant either, that he, Bubis, had noted in other German intellectuals. As if after the war some of them had suffered a nervous shock that manifested itself in this fashion, or as if during the war they had been subjected to an unbearable strain that, once the fighting was over, left this odd and harmless aftereffect. "What do you think of Archimboldi?" repeated Bubis. Junge's face turned as red as the sunset swelling behind the hill and then as green as the needles of the pines in the forest. He said, and then his eyes drifted toward the little house, as if he expected inspiration or eloquence or some kind of help to come from it. "To be frank," he said. And then, "honestly, my opinion isn't. And finally, what can I tell you?" "Anything," said Bubis, "your opinion as a reader, your opinion as a critic." "Very well," said Junge. "I have read him, that's a fact." They both smiled. "But there's something," he went on, "something about him. I mean, he's German, no doubt about that, his prose is German, crude but German. What I mean to say is, he doesn't strike me as a European author." "American, perhaps?" suggested Bubis, who at the time was nursing the idea of buying the rights to 3 novels by Faulkner. "No, not American either, more like African," said Junge, and he made more faces under the tree branches. "Or rather, Asian," murmured the critic. "From what part of Asia?" Bubis asked. "Who knows?" said Junge. "Indochina, Malaya, at his best he seems Persian." "Ah, the literature of Persia," said Bubis, who in fact knew nothing about Persian literature. Malayan," said Junge. Then they went on to talk about other Bubis authors whom the critic held in greater esteem or who interested him more, and they returned to the garden with its view of the crimson sky. Soon afterward Bubis and the Baroness took their leave with laughter and friendly words, and those present not only accompanied them to their car but stood in the street waving goodbye until Bubis's vehicle disappeared around the first bend. That night, after remarking with feigned surprise on the mismatch between Junge and his little house, just before they went to bed at their hotel in Frankfurt, Bubis told the Baroness that the critic didn't like Archimboldi's books. "Does it matter?" asked the Baroness, who in her own way, independent as she was, loved the publisher and greatly respected his opinion. "It depends," said Bubis in his drawers by the window as he peered out into the darkness through a tiny parting of the drapes. "To us, it doesn't really matter. But it matters a great deal to Archimboldi." The Baroness said something in reply, something Mr. Bubis didn't hear. Outside everything was dark, he thought, and he parted the drapes a bit more, just a bit. There was nothing to see. Only his own face, Mr. Bubis's increasingly sharp and wrinkled face, and more darkness. It wasn't long before Archimboldi's 4th book arrived at the publishing house. It was called Rivers of Europe, although it was really about only one river, the Dnieper. One might say the Dnieper was the protagonist and the other rivers were the chorus. Mr. Bubis read the book in one sitting, in his office, and his laughter as he read it could be heard all over the house. This time the advance he sent Archimboldi was bigger than any previous advance, in fact so large that Martha, the secretary, before mailing the check to Cologne, brought it into Mr. Bubis's office and asked, not once but twice, whether the sum was correct, to which Mr. Bubis answered yes, it was, or it wasn't, what did it matter, a sum, he thought when he was alone again, is always approximate, there is no such thing as a correct sum, only the Nazis and teachers of elementary mathematics believed in correct sums, only sectarians, madmen, tax collectors, God rot them, numerologists who read one's fortune for next to nothing believed in correct sums. Scientists, meanwhile, knew that all numbers were only approximate. Great physicists, great mathematicians, great chemists, and publishers knew that one was always feeling one's way in the dark. Around this time, during a routine medical checkup, Ingeborg was diagnosed with a pulmonary condition. At first she didn't say anything to Archimboldi. Instead she just took the pills prescribed for her by a not very bright doctor, though only erratically. When she began to cough up blood, Archimboldi dragged her to the office of an English doctor, who sent her immediately to a German lung specialist. He told her she had tuberculosis, a common illness in post-war Germany. With the money obtained for Rivers of Europe, Archimboldi, on the instructions of the SPE moved them to Kempten, a town in the Bavarian Alps, where the cold, dry climate would help to cure Ingeborg. Ingeborg got sick leave from work and Archimboldi gave up his job at the bar. Ingeborg's health didn't improve much, but the days they spent together in Kempten were happy. Ingeborg had no fear of her tuberculosis because she was sure she wouldn't die of it. Archimboldi brought his typewriter, and in a month, writing 8 pages a day, he finished his 5th book, which he called Bifurcaria Bifurcata and which was about seaweed, as the title clearly indicated. What most surprised Ingeborg about this book, on which Archimboldi spent no more than 3 hours a day, occasionally 4, was the speed with which it was written, or rather how skillfully Archimboldi handled the typewriter, with the familiarity of a veteran typist, as if Archimboldi were the reincarnation of Mrs. Dorothea, a secretary Ingeborg had met as a girl, when she went in with her father one day to the Berlin offices where he worked, for reasons she no longer remembered. At these offices, Ingeborg said to Archimboldi, there were endless rows of secretaries typing without pause in a very long, narrow room constantly crisscrossed by a brigade of errand boys dressed in green shirts and brown shorts, who ran ceaselessly back and forth delivering papers or retrieving clean copies of documents from the silver trays beside each secretary. And although each secretary was typing a different document, Ingeborg said to Archimboldi, the typewriters seemed to have one voice, as if they were all typing the same thing or all typing at the same speed. Except for one. Then Ingeborg explained that there were 4 rows of desks and their respective secretaries. And that presiding over the 4 rows, facing them, was a single desk, like a manager's desk, although the secretary who sat there wasn't the manager of anything, she was simply the oldest, the one who had worked the longest at that office or government ministry where her father had brought her and where he was probably employed. And when she and her father stepped into the room, she drawn by the noise and her fath wanting to satisfy her curiosity or perhaps surprise her, the main desk, the head desk, although it wasn't a head desk, let me make that clear, said Ingeborg, was empty and all that could be seen in the room were the secretaries typing at a brisk pace and the boys in shorts and knee socks trotting down the aisles between the rows, and also a big painting that hung from the high ceiling, at the other end of the room, behind the secretaries' backs, a painting of Hitler contemplating a bucolic landscape. A Hitler with something futuristic about him, the chin, the ear, the lock of hair. But above all he was a pre-Raphaelite Hitler, and the lights that hung from the ceiling and that, according to her father, were left on 24 hours a day, and the dirty glass of the skylights that ran the full length of the room. The light from them not only too faint to type by but too faint for anything else, in fact good for nothing, except as a reminder that outside that room and that building there was a sky and probably people and houses, and precisely at that moment, just as Ingeborg and her father had walked all the way down one row and had turned around and were on our way back, Mrs. Dorothea came in through the main door, a tiny old woman, dressed in black and wearing slippers hardly suitable for the cold outside, a little old woman with white hair gathered in a bun, a little old woman who sat at her desk and bent her head, as if nothing existed except her and the typists, and just at that moment and in unison, the typists said good morning, Mrs. Dorothea, all at once, but without looking at Mrs. Dorothea and still typing, which struck Ingeborg as incredible. Whether incredibly beautiful or incredibly horrible she wasn't sure, but in any case, after this choral greeting she, the girl Ingeborg, stood as still as if she'd been struck by lightning or as if she were finally in a real church where the liturgy and sacraments and pomp were real, where they ached and throbbed like the ripped-out heart of an Aztec victim, so fiercely that she, the girl Ingeborg, not only stood still but also brought one hand to her heart, as if it had been ripped out, and then, just then, Mrs. Dorothea pulled off her cloth gloves, flexed her translucent hands without looking at them, and with her gaze fixed on a document or manuscript to one side, began to type. At that instant, said Ingeborg to Archimboldi, I understood that there could be music in anything. Mrs. Dorothea's typing was so quick, so particular, there was so much of Mrs. Dorothea in her typing, that despite the noise or the clamor or the rhythmic beat of more than 60 typists working at once, the music that flowed from the oldest secretary's typewriter rose far above the collective composition of her office mates, without imposing itself on them, but rather adjusting to them, shepherding them, frolicking with them. Sometimes it seemed to reach the skylights, other times it wound along at floor level, brushing the ankles of the visitors and the boys in shorts. Sometimes it even allowed itself the luxury of slowing down, and then Mrs. Dorothea's typewriter was like a heart, a giant heart beating in the middle of the fog and chaos. But these moments were scarce. Mrs. Dorothea liked speed and her typing was usually ahead of the other typing, as if she were blazing a path in the middle of a dark jungle, said Ingeborg, dark, dark. Mr. Bubis didn't like Bifurcaria bifurcata, to the extent that he didn't even finish reading it, although of course he decided to publish it, thinking maybe that idiot Lothar Junge would like this one. Before he sent it to the printers, though, he passed it to the Baroness and asked for her honest opinion. 2 days later the Baroness said she had fallen asleep and couldn't get past page 4, which didn't discourage Mr. Bubis, who anyway didn't put much stock in the literary judgment of his lovely wife. Soon after he sent the contract for Bifurcaria bifurcata to Archimboldi, he received a letter from the writer stating in no uncertain terms his dissatisfaction with the advance Mr. Bubis intended to pay him. For an hour, as Mr. Bubis ate alone in a restaurant with views of the estuary, he thought about how to answer Archimboldi's letter. His first reaction upon reading it was indignation. Then the letter made him laugh. Finally, it saddened him, which was in part due to the river, which at that time of day acquired the hue of old gilt, gold leaf, and everything seemed to crumble, the river, the boats, the hills, the little stands of trees, each thing going its own way, toward different times and different spaces. Nothing lasts, murmured Bubis. Nothing remains with us for very long. In the letter Archimboldi said he expected to receive an advance at least as big as the advance for Rivers of Europe. Really, he's right, thought Mr. Bubis. Just because a novel bores me doesn't mean it's bad. It just means I won't be able to sell it and it will take up precious space in my warehouse. The next day he sent Archimboldi a slightly larger sum than the latter had received for Rivers of Europe. 8 months after their first stay in Kempten, Ingeborg and Archimboldi returned. But this time the town didn't seem as pretty as it had before, so after 2 days, by which time both were on edge, they left in a cart headed to a village up the mountain. Fewer than 20 people lived in the village and it was very near the Austrian border. They rented a room from a man who kept a dairy and lived alone, because he had lost his 2 sons during the war, one in Russia and the other in Hungary, and his wife had died of sorrow, or so he said, although according to the villagers the man had pushed her into a ravine. The man's name was Fritz Luby and he seemed happy to have guests, although when he saw that Ingeborg was coughing up blood he was upset, because he thought tuberculosis was highly contagious. In any case, they didn't see much of each other. At night, when he came back with the cows, Luby prepared an enormous pot of soup for himself and his 2 guests, which lasted a few days. If they were hungry, there were all kinds of cheeses and cured meats in the kitchen and cellar, which they could eat whenever they liked. The bread, big round loaves weighing 5 or 6 pounds, he bought from one of the village women or picked up if he passed through some other village or went down to Kempten. Sometimes Luby uncorked a bottle of brandy and stayed up late talking to Ingeborg and Archimboldi, asking them about the big city, for him this meant any city with more than 30,000 inhabitants, and furrowing his brow at the answers, often ill-intentioned, that Ingeborg gave. At the end of these evenings, Luby would recork the bottle and clear the table, and before he went to bed he would say there was nothing like life in the country. In those days Ingeborg and Archimboldi made love constantly, as if they had some foreboding. They did it in the dark room they rented from Luby and they did it in the front room, in front of the hearth, when Luby had gone to work. The few days they were in Kempten they essentially spent fucking. In the village, one night, they did it in the stable, among the cows, while Luby and the villagers slept. In the mornings, when they got up, they looked as if they'd been in a fight. Both had bruises in different places and enormous circles under their eyes that Luby said were typical of city folk who led unhealthy lives. To recover they ate black bread with butter and drank big bowls of hot milk. One night, after coughing for a long time, Ingeborg asked Luby how his wife had died. Of sorrow, answered Luby, as he always did. It's strange, said Ingeborg, in town I've heard it said you killed her. Luby, aware of the gossip, didn't seem surprised. If I had killed her I'd be locked up by now, he said. All killers, even those who kill for a good reason, go to prison sooner or later. I don't think so, said Ingeborg. There are many people who kill, especially men who kill their wives, who never end up in prison. Luby laughed. That only happens in novels, he said. I didn't know you read novels, answered Ingeborg. I did when I was younger, said Luby. I had time to waste then, because my parents were alive. So how am I supposed to have killed my wife? He asked after a long silence in which the only sound was the crackle of the fire. They say you pushed her into a ravine, said Ingeborg. Which ravine? Asked Luby, who was finding the conversation more and more amusing. "I don't know," said Ingeborg. "There are lots of ravines around here, ma'am," said Luby. "There's the Lost Sheep Ravine and the Flower Ravine. The Shadow Ravine, so called because it's always deep in shadow. And the Children of Cruz Ravine. There's the Devil's Ravine and the Virgin's Ravine, St. Bernard's Ravine and the Slabs Ravine. From here to the border post there are more than 100 ravines." "I don't know," said Ingeborg, "any of them. No, not just any of them, it has to be one in particular, because if I killed my wife by pushing her into any old ravine it's as if I didn't kill her. It has to be a specific one, not any of them," repeated Luby. "Especially," he said after another long silence, "because there are ravines that turn into riverbeds during the spring thaw and everything that's been tossed there or has fallen or anything one tries to hide washes down to the valley. Dogs gone over the edge, lost calves, scraps of wood," said Luby almost inaudibly. "What else do my neighbors say?" he asked after a while. "That's all," said Ingeborg, looking him in the eye. "They're lying," said Luby, "they're lying and holding their tongues. There are many other things they could say, but they're lying and holding their tongues. They're like animals, don't you think?" "No, I hadn't got that impression," said Ingeborg, who in fact had hardly spoken to the few villagers, all too busy at their tasks to bother with strangers. "And yet," said Luby, "they've had time to inform you about my life." "Very superficially," said Ingeborg, and then she gave a loud and bitter laugh that made her cough once more. As he listened to her cough, Luby closed his eyes. When she took the handkerchief away from her mouth, the stain of blood was like a giant rose in full bloom. That night, after they had made love, Ingeborg left the village and set out along the Mount Toyne road. The snow seemed to refract the light of the full moon. There was no wind and the cold was bearable, but Ingeborg wore her heaviest sweater and a jacket and boots and a wool cap. At the first bend the village disappeared from sight and all she could see was a row of pines and the mountains multiplying in the night, all white, like nuns with no worldly ambitions. 10 minutes later Archimboldi woke with a start and realized that Ingeborg wasn't in bed. He got dressed, looked for her in the bathroom, the kitchen, and the front room, and then went to wake Luby. The man was sleeping like the dead and Archimboldi had to shake him several times until Luby opened one eye and gave him a terrified look. "It's me," said Archimboldi, "my wife has disappeared." "Go find her," said Luby. The tug Archimboldi gave him almost tore his nightshirt. "I don't know where to start," said Archimboldi. Then he went back up to his room and put on his boots and jacket, and when he came downstairs he found Luby, unkempt but dressed to go out. When they reached the center of the village, Luby gave him a flashlight and told him it would be best if they separated. Archimboldi took the mountain road and Luby started down toward the valley. When he got to the bend in the road, Archimboldi thought he heard a shout. He stopped. The shout came again. It seemed to rise from deep in a gorge, but Archimboldi understood that it was Luby, who was shouting Ingeborg's name as he walked toward the valley. "I'll never see her again," thought Archimboldi, shivering with cold. In his hurry, he had forgotten to put on gloves and a scarf, and as he climbed in the direction of the border post his hands and face froze so stiff he couldn't feel them anymore, and every so often, he stopped and breathed into his hands or rubbed them together, and pinched his face to no avail. Luby's shouts came at longer and longer intervals until they couldn't be heard anymore. Sometimes Archimboldi got confused and thought he saw Ingeborg sitting by the side of the road, gazing into the chasms that yawned to either side, but when he came closer he discovered that what he had seen was just a rock or a small pine blown down in a gale. Halfway up his flashlight died and he put it in one of his pockets, although he would happily have tossed it onto the snow-covered slopes. Anyway, the road was bathed in moonlight and a flashlight wasn't necessary. Thoughts of suicide and accidents passed through his mind. He stepped off the road and tested the firmness of the snow. In some spots he sank almost up to his knees. In others, closest to the cliffs, he sank nearly to his waist. He imagined Ingeborg walking with a vacant gaze. He imagined her coming close to one of the ravines. Stumbling. Falling. He too went up to the edge of a ravine. But the moonlight illuminated only the road. The bottom of the gorge was still black, a formless black, in which one could glimpse indistinct shapes and outlines. He returned to the road and kept climbing. At a certain point he realized he was sweating. Perspiration came hot out of his pores and immediately turned into a cold film that in turn was eliminated by more hot perspiration. In any case he was no longer cold. When he had almost reached the border post he saw Ingeborg, standing by a tree, looking up at the sky. Ingeborg's neck, her chin, her cheeks, shone as if touched by a white madness. He ran up to her and threw his arms around her. "What are you doing here?" asked Ingeborg. "I was afraid," said Archimboldi. Ingeborg's face was as cold as ice. He kissed her cheeks until she slipped from his embrace. "Look at the stars, Hans," she said. Archimboldi obeyed. The sky was full of stars, many more than could be seen at night in Kempten, and many, many more than it was possible to see on the clearest night in Cologne. "It's a very pretty sky, darling," said Archimboldi, and then he tried to take her hand and drag her back to the village. But Ingeborg clung to a tree branch, as if they were playing, and wouldn't go. "Do you realize where we are, Hans?" she asked, laughing with a laugh that sounded to Archimboldi like a cascade of ice. "On the mountain, darling," he said, still grasping her hand and trying vainly to embrace her again. "On the mountain," said Ingeborg, "but we're also in a place surrounded by the past." "All these stars," she said, "can you possibly not understand, clever as you are?" "What is there to understand?" asked Archimboldi. "Look at the stars," said Ingeborg. He lifted his gaze. It was true, there were many stars. Then he turned to look at Ingeborg again and shrugged. "You know I'm not as clever as all that," he said. "All this light is dead," said Ingeborg. "All this light was emitted thousands and millions of years ago. It's the past, do you see? When these stars cast their light, we didn't exist, life on Earth didn't exist, even Earth didn't exist. This light was cast a long time ago. It's the past, we're surrounded by the past. Everything that no longer exists or exists only in memory or guesswork is there now, above us, shining on the mountains and the snow, and we can't do anything to stop it. An old book is the past, too," said Archimboldi. "A book written and published in 1789 is the past. Its author no longer exists, neither does its printer or the ones who read it first or the time when it was written, but the book, the first edition of that book, is still here. Like the pyramids of the Aztecs," said Archimboldi. "I hate first editions and pyramids, and I hate those bloodthirsty Aztecs," said Ingeborg. "But the light of the stars makes me dizzy. It makes me want to cry," said Ingeborg, her eyes damp with madness. Then, waving Archimboldi off, she turned toward the border post, which was a small 2-story wooden cabin. A slender plume of black smoke rose from the chimney and dissolved in the night sky, and a sign hung from a pole announcing the border. Next to the cabin there was a shed without walls where a small truck was parked. There was no light, except for the faint shine of a candle coming through a shutter left ajar on the second floor. "Let's see whether they have anything hot to give us," said Archimboldi, and he knocked at the door. No one answered. He knocked again, harder this time. The border post seemed deserted. Ingeborg, who was waiting for him a few steps from the porch, had crossed her arms on her chest and her face had grown pale until it was the same shade as the snow. Archimboldi walked around the cabin. In the back, next to the woodpile, he came upon a good-sized doghouse, but he didn't see any dog. When he returned to the front porch, Ingeborg was still standing looking up at the stars. "I think the border guards are gone," said Archimboldi. "There's a light," answered Ingeborg without looking at him, and Archimboldi didn't know whether she was talking about the starlight or the light visible on the second floor. "I'm going to break a window," he said. He looked around on the ground for something solid and couldn't find anything, so after he had pulled away the wooden shutter, he broke one of the panes with his elbow. Then, with his hands, he carefully removed the shards of glass and opened the window. A thick, heavy smell struck him in the face as he slid inside. In the cabin everything was dark, except for a dim glow from the fireplace. Next to it, in an armchair, he saw a border guard with his jacket undone and his eyes closed, as if he were asleep, but he wasn't asleep, he was dead. In a bedroom on the ground floor, lying on a bunk, he found another person, a man with white hair in a white undershirt and long underwear. On the second floor, in the room with the candle visible from the road, there was no one. It was just a room, with a bed, a table, a chair, and a small bookshelf holding several books, most of them westerns. Moving quickly but cautiously, Archimboldi found a broom and newspaper and then swept up the glass he had broken before, tipping it through the hole in the window, as if one of the two dead men, from inside the cabin, not outside, had caused the damage. Then he went out without touching anything and put his arm around Ingeborg, and like that, with their arms around each other, they returned to the village while the whole past of the universe fell on their heads. The next day Ingeborg couldn't get out of bed. She had a temperature of 104 degrees and by evening she was delirious. At midday, while she was asleep, Archimboldi watched from the window of his room as an ambulance drove by toward the border post. Shortly afterward a police car passed and 3 hours later the ambulance came by on its way down to Kempten with its load of bodies, but the police car didn't return until 6, when it was already dark, and when it reached the village it stopped and the police talked to some of the villagers. Archimboldi and Ingeborg weren't questioned, possibly thanks to Luby's intercession. By evening Ingeborg had begun to hallucinate and that very night she was taken to the Kempten hospital. Luby didn't accompany them, but the next morning, as Archimboldi smoked in the corridor just inside the entrance to the hospital, he saw Luby appear, dressed in a wool jacket, very old and worn, although not without a certain style, with a tie and a pair of crude low boots that looked handmade. They spoke for a few minutes. Luby said no one in the village knew about Ingeborg's nighttime flight, and if questions were asked, it would be best if Archimboldi said nothing. Then he inquired whether the patient, that was what he said, the patient was receiving the proper treatment, although by the way he asked it was clear he assumed it couldn't be otherwise, about the hospital food, about the medicine she was being given, and then, abruptly, he left. Before he went, without saying a word, he handed Archimboldi a package wrapped in cheap paper. Inside was a good chunk of cheese, bread, and 2 kinds of cured meat, the kind they ate every night. Archimboldi wasn't hungry, and when he saw the cheese and the cured meat he felt an overpowering urge to vomit. But he didn't want to throw the food away and finally he left it in the drawer of Ingeborg's night table. During the night she was delirious again and didn't recognize Archimboldi. At dawn she vomited blood and when they took her for X-rays she shouted at him not to leave her alone, not to let her die at a miserable hospital like this. "I won't," promised Archimboldi in the corridor, as the nurses hurried away with the stretcher where Ingeborg fought for our life. 3 days later the fever began to subside, although Ingeborg's mood shifts became more pronounced. She almost didn't speak to Archimboldi and when she did it was to demand that he get her out of there. In the same room were 2 other women with lung ailments who soon became Ingeborg's mortal enemies. According to her, they envied her for being from Berlin. After 4 days the nurses were fed up with Ingeborg and at least one doctor saw her, sitting very still in bed, with her smooth hair falling over her shoulders, as the incarnation of Nemesis. A day before she was released, Luby appeared again at the hospital. He came into the room, asked Ingeborg a few questions, and then gave her a little package identical to the one he had given Archimboldi several days before. The rest of the time he remained silent, sitting stiffly in a chair, every so often casting curious glances at the other patients and their visitors. When he left he told Archimboldi he wanted to speak to him in private, but Archimboldi didn't feel like talking to Luby, so instead of taking him to the hospital canteen he stood with him in the corridor, which flustered Luby, who had hoped to talk in a quieter spot. "I just wanted to tell you," he said, "that the young lady was right. I killed my wife. I pushed her into a ravine. The Virgin's Ravine. Actually, I don't remember anymore. It might have been the Flower Ravine. But I pushed her into a ravine and I watched her body fall, battered against the outcroppings of rock. Then I opened my eyes and searched for her. There she was down below. A spot of color on the stone slabs. For a long time I stared. Then I went down and slung her over my shoulder and climbed up with her, but she didn't weigh a thing anymore, it was like climbing up with a bundle of sticks. I brought her into the house through the back door. No one saw me. I washed her carefully, I dressed her in clean clothes, I laid her out on the bed. How did no one notice all her bones were broken? I said she had died. What did she die of? They asked. Of sorrow, I said. When you die of sorrow it's as if you've broken all the bones in your body, bruised yourself all over, cracked your skull. That's sorrow. I made the coffin myself in a night's work and the next day I buried her. Then I took care of the papers in Kempten. I won't tell you the clerks thought it was normal. Some were suspicious. I saw the looks on their faces. But I didn't say anything and they registered the death. Then I went back to the village and kept living. Alone forever, he whispered after a long pause. As it should be. Why have you told me this? Asked Archimboldi. So you can tell the young lady. I want her to know. It's for her sake I'm telling you, so she knows. Agreed? All right, said Archimboldi, I'll tell her. When they left the hospital they returned to Cologne by train, but they didn't last 3 days there. Archimboldi asked Ingeborg if she wanted to visit her mother. Ingeborg answered that one of her plans was never to see her mother or sisters again. I'd like to travel, she said. The next day Ingeborg applied for a passport and Archimboldi took up a collection among their friends. First they were in Austria and then Switzerland, and from Switzerland they moved on to Italy. They visited Venice and Milan, like a couple of vagabonds, and between the two cities they stopped in Verona and slept at the boarding house where Shakespeare slept and ate at the trattoria where Shakespeare ate, now called Trattoria Shakespeare, and went into the church where Shakespeare once sat and thought or played chess with the parish priest, because Shakespeare, like the two of them, spoke no Italian, but to play chess there was no need to speak Italian or English or German or even Russian. And since there wasn't much else to see in Verona, they travelled to Brescia and Padua and Vicenza and other cities along the rail line between Milan and Venice, and then they were in Mantua and Bologna, and they spent 3 days in Pisa making love like mad, and they swam in Cesena and Piombino, across from the island of Elba, and then they visited Florence and made their way to Rome. What did they live on? Probably Archimboldi, who had learned many things working at the bar on the Spenglerstrasse, turned to petty theft. Robbing American tourists was easy. Robbing Italians was only a little more difficult. Archimboldi might have asked for another advance from the publishing house and he might have received it by mail, or perhaps it was the Baroness von Zumpe herself who delivered it by hand, curious to meet her former servant's companion. But the meeting was in a public place, and only Archimboldi came. He had a beer, took the money, thanked her, and left. Or that was how the Baroness described it to her husband in a long letter written from a castle in Senegalia where she spent 15 days lying in the sun and going for long swims. Long swims that Ingeborg and Archimboldi couldn't take, or that they postponed for another reincarnation, because Ingeborg's health was failing as summer came to an end, and the possibility of returning to the mountains or checking into a hospital was rejected without further discussion. The beginning of September found them in Rome, both dressed in shorts, dune or desert yellow-colored, as if they were ghosts of the Africa corpse lost in the catacombs of the early Christians, lonely catacombs where all that could be heard was the erratic drip of some nearby gutter and Ingeborg's cough. Soon, however, they drifted toward Florence, and from there, walking or hitchhiking, they headed to the Adriatic. By then, the Baroness von Zumpe was in Milan as the guest of some Milanese editors, and from a café bearing an uncanny resemblance to a Romanesque cathedral, she wrote a letter to Bubis in which she gave news of her hosts, who wished Bubis could be there, and of some Turin editors she had just met, one old and very jovial who always referred to Bubis as his brother-in-arms, and one young, leftist, very handsome, who said that editors, too, why not, should do their part to change the world. On the same trip, at one party or another, the Baroness had met a number of Italian writers, some of whom had books that might be interesting to translate. Of course, the Baroness could read Italian, although her daily activities somehow left no time for reading. Every night there was a party. And when there wasn't a party, her hosts conjured one up. Sometimes they left Milan in a caravan of 4 or 5 cars and drove to a town on the shores of Lake Garda called Bardolino, where someone had a villa, and Don often found them all, tired and happy, dancing at some trattoria in Desenzano, under the curious gaze of the locals who had been up all night, or had just risen, drawn by the revelry. One morning, however, she received a telegram from Bubis saying that Archimboldi's wife had died in a remote village on the Adriatic coast. Without knowing quite why, the Baroness began to weep as if she had lost a sister, and that same day she informed her hosts that she was leaving Milan for the remote village, without knowing very well whether she would have to take a train or a bus or a taxi, since there was no mention of the village in her travel guide. The young leftist editor from Turin offered to drive her, and the Baroness, who'd had a few dalliances with him, was so grateful that the editor was taken aback. The trip was a threnody or an epicede, depending on the countryside through which they were passing, recited in an increasingly exaggerated and infectious Italian. At last they reached the mysterious village. Exhausted after having gone through an interminable list of dead family members, the Baroness's as well as the editors, and lost friends, some of whom were also dead, though they didn't know it. But they still had the strength to inquire after a German man whose wife had died. The villagers, surly and hard at work mending their nets and caulking their boats, told them that a German couple had in fact arrived a few days before, and shortly afterward the man had left alone because the woman had drowned. Where had the man gone? They didn't know. The Baroness and the editor asked the village priest, but he didn't know anything either. They also asked the gravedigger, and he repeated like a litany what they had already heard. The German had left a little while ago, and the German woman wasn't buried in the cemetery, because she had drowned and her body was never found. That evening, before they left the village, the Baroness insisted on driving up a mountain from which there was a view of the whole area. She saw winding paths in shades of yellow that vanished in the middle of little leaden-colored clusters of trees, the clusters like spheres swollen with rain. She saw hills covered in olive trees and specks that moved with a slowness and bewilderment that seemed of this world and yet intolerable. For a long time there was no news of Archimboldi. Despite expectations, Rivers of Europe kept selling and a second edition was printed. Soon afterward the same thing happened with the leather mask. Archimboldi's name appeared in 2 essays on New German fiction, though he was mentioned in passing each time, as if the authors of the essays were never entirely sure that some joke wasn't being played on them. A few young people read him. His books were cult objects, a caprice of university students. 4 years after Archimboldi's disappearance, Bubis received the weighty manuscript of Inheritance, a novel more than 500 pages long, full of crossings out and addenda and lengthy and often illegible footnotes. The package had been sent from Venice, where Archimboldi, or so he said in a short letter enclosed with the manuscript, had been working as a gardener, something Bubis thought must be a joke, because work as a gardener, he thought, is hard enough to find in any Italian city, let alone Venice. In any case, the publisher's reply was swift. That same day he wrote back, asking what advance Archimboldi wanted and requesting a more or less reliable address at which to send him the money. His money, which had gradually been accumulating over the last 4 years. Archimboldi's response was even briefer. He gave an address in Cannaregio and signed off with the usual pleasantries, wishing Bubis and his wife a happy new year, because the end of December was approaching. Over the course of the next few days, very cold days all over Europe, Bubis read the manuscript of Inheritance, and despite the chaos of the text, in the end he was left with a feeling of great satisfaction, because Archimboldi had lived up to all the hopes he had placed in him. What hopes were these? Bubis didn't know, or care to know. They certainly didn't involve Archimboldi's steady output, which was something any hack could achieve, or his storytelling powers, of which Bubis had been convinced since the Endless Rose, or his capacity to inject new blood into the sclerotic German language, a deed accomplished, in Bubis's judgment, by 2 poets and 3 or 4 fiction writers, among whom he counted Archimboldi. But it wasn't that. What, then? Bubis didn't know, although he felt it, and not knowing didn't trouble him in the least, among other reasons perhaps because knowing only led to trouble, and he was a publisher and God's ways truly were mysterious. Since the Baroness was in Italy at the time, where she had a lover, Bubis called her and asked her to go and visit Archimboldi. He would happily have gone himself, but the years hadn't passed for nothing, and Bubis could no longer travel the way he used to do. So it was the Baroness who appeared one morning in Venice, accompanied by a rather younger Roman engineer, a thin, bronzed, handsome man who was sometimes addressed by the title of architect and other times doctor, although he was just an engineer, a civil engineer, and a passionate reader of Moravia, to whom he had introduced the Baroness, bringing her to one of Moravia's evenings at home in his sprawling apartment, with a view, when night fell and dozens of spotlights came on, of the ruins of a circus, or perhaps it was a temple, of burial mounds and stones that the very light seemed to muddle and obscure, and that Moravia's guests watched in laughter or on the verge of tears from the novelist's huge terrace. The novelist didn't impress the Baroness, or at least didn't impress her as much as her lover had hoped, since in his mind every word Moravia wrote was golden, but for the next few days the Baroness couldn't stop thinking about him, especially after she received the letter from her husband and travelled, accompanied by the Moravian engineer, to wintertime Venice, where they got a room at the Danieli, and the Baroness, after she showered and changed, but without having breakfast, went out alone with her lovely hair dishevelled, seized by an inexplicable haste. Archimboldi's address was on Calle Terlona in Cannaregio, and the Baroness guessed correctly that the street couldn't be too far from the train station, or perhaps from the Church of the Madonna dell'Orto, where Tintoretto had worked all his life. So she got on a vaporetto at San Zaccaria and let herself be carried along the Grand Canal, lost in thought, and then she got off in front of the station, asked for directions, and set out on foot, and meanwhile she thought about Moravia's eyes, which were nice, and Archimboldi's eyes, which she suddenly discovered she couldn't remember, and she also thought how different those 2 men were, Moravia and Archimboldi, the former bourgeois and practical and worldly, though not above paving the way for certain subtle and timeless jokes, not for his own sake but for the sake of his audience, whereas the latter, especially by comparison, was essentially a man of the lower orders, a Germanic barbarian, an artist in a state of permanent incandescence, as Bubis said, someone who would never see the view from Moravia's terrace, the ruins cloaked in light, and would never hear Moravia's records or go for night strolls around Rome with friends, poets and filmmakers, translators and students, aristocrats and Marxists, as Moravia did, always ready with a kind word, a clever remark, a judicious comment, while Archimboldi addressed long soliloquies to himself, thought the Baroness as she walked along the Lista di Spagna to the Campo San Geremia and then crossed over the Ponte Gugli and went down some steps to the Fondamenta Pescaria, the unintelligible soliloquies of a maid's son or a barefoot soldier wandering Russian soil, a hell populated with succubi, thought the Baroness, and then for no reason she remembered that in the Berlin of her adolescence some people, especially servant girls from the country, called the pederast succubi, opening their eyes very wide and pretending to look frightened. Little maid servants who left their families to come to the big houses in the rich neighborhoods. Girls who delivered long soliloquies that made it possible for them to live another day. But did Archimboldi really soliloquize to himself? The Baroness wondered as she turned down Calle Ghetto Vecchio, or was he addressing someone else? And if so, who was that other person? A dead man? A German demon? A monster he had discovered when he worked on her country estate in Prussia? A monster that lived in the cellars of her house when the boy Archimboldi came to work with his mother? A monster hiding in the von Zumpe forest? The ghost of the peat bogs? The spirit of the rocky beaches along the rough road between the fishing villages? Pure blather, thought the Baroness, who had never believed in ghosts or ideologies, only in her body and the bodies of others, as she walked through the Campo Ghetto Nuovo and then crossed the bridge to the Fondamenta degli Ormacini, and turned left onto Calle Terlona. All old houses, buildings propping each other up like little old Alzheimer's patients, a jumble of houses and maze-like passageways where distant voices could be heard. Worried voices asking questions and offering answers with great dignity, until she reached Archimboldi's door, in a house that gave no clear indication, within or without, as to which floor one was on, whether it was the third or the fourth, perhaps the third and a half. Archimboldi came to the door. His hair was long and tangled and his beard covered his neck. He was dressed in a wool sweater and wide, dirt-stained trousers, an unusual sight in Venice, where there was only water and stones. He recognized her immediately, and when the Baroness came in she noticed that his nostrils flared, as if he was trying to smell her. The place consisted of two small rooms, separated by a plaster partition, and a bathroom, also tiny and recently installed. The only window was in the room that served as dining room and kitchen, and it looked onto a canal that flowed into the Rio della Senza. Inside, everything was a dark mauve, shading to black, a provincial black, thought the Baroness, in the second room, where Archimboldi's bed and clothes were. What did they do that day and the next? Probably they talked and fucked, more the latter than the former, because that night the Baroness didn't return to the Danieli, to the distress of her engineer, who had read novels about mysterious disappearances in Venice, especially of tourists of the weaker sex, women seduced by the call of the flesh, women hypnotized by the libido of Venetian pimps, slave women who lived between the same walls as the legitimate wives of their masters, fat wives with mustaches who spoke in dialect and left their caves only to buy vegetables and fish, Cro-Magnon women married to Neanderthal men, and serfs educated at Oxford or in Swiss boarding schools tied by one leg to the bed awaiting the shadow. In any case, the Baroness didn't come back that night and the engineer got quietly drunk at the bar of the Danieli and didn't go to the police. In part because he was afraid of making a fool of himself and in part because he sensed that his German lover was the type of woman who always emerges unscathed without resort to pleas or demands. And that night there was no shadow, although the Baroness asked questions, not many, and showed herself willing to answer those Archimboldi thought fit to ask. They talked about his job as a gardener, which was real, a job working either for the city of Venice in the few but well-tended public parks or for certain private citizens, or law firms, who kept inner gardens, some splendid, behind the walls of their palazzi. Then they made love again. Then they talked about how cold it was in Venice, a cold Archimboldi warded off by wrapping himself in blankets. Then they kissed for a long time and the Baroness chose not to ask how long it had been since he was with a woman. Then they talked about some American writers who were published by Bubis and who visited Venice regularly, although Archimboldi had never heard of them or read anything by them. And then they talked about the Baroness's vanished cousin, the ill-fated Hugo Halder, and Archimboldi's family, whom Archimboldi had finally found. And just as the Baroness was about to ask where he had found his family and under what circumstances and how, Archimboldi got out of bed and said, "Listen." And the Baroness tried to listen, but she couldn't hear anything, just silence, utter silence. And then Archimboldi said, "This is what it's about, the silence, do you hear it?" And the Baroness was about to say that one couldn't hear silence, only sound. But the comment struck her as pedantic and she didn't say anything. And Archimboldi, naked, went over to the window and opened it and leaned half his body outside, as if he planned to throw himself into the canal, but that wasn't his intention. And when he pulled his torso back in, he told the Baroness to come and look. And the Baroness got up, naked too, and came over to the window and watched as the snow fell on Venice. The last visit Archimboldi made to his publisher was to go over the proofs of inheritance with the copy editor and add about 100 pages to the original manuscript. This was the last time he saw Bubis, who would die a few years later, not without first having published 4 more novels by Archimboldi, and it was also the last time he saw the Baroness, at least in Hamburg. At the time, Bubis was immersed in the sweeping and often idle debates of the German writers of the Federal Republic and the Democratic Republic, with intellectuals and letters and telegrams streaming through his office during the day, and at night urgent phone calls that generally led nowhere. The atmosphere at the publishing house was one of feverish activity. Sometimes, however, everything halted, and the copy editor made coffee for herself and Archimboldi and tea for a new girl who worked as a designer, because by now the house had grown and the slate of employees had grown, and sometimes, at a nearby desk, there was a young copy editor, Swiss. Why on earth he lived in Hamburg no one knew, and the Baroness came out of her office and so did the head of publicity and sometimes the secretary, and they talked about all sorts of things, about the last movie they'd seen or the actor Dirk Bogarde, and then the bookkeeper and even Marianne Gottlieb would drop by with a smile, and if the laughter was very loud in the big room where the copy editors worked, then Bubis himself would peer in with his teacup in his hand, and they would talk not just about Dirk Bogarde but also about politics and the dirty business that the new Hamburg officials got up to, or they talked about some writers who had no ethical sense, self-confessed and happy plagiarists who hid expressions of mingled fear and outrage behind a cheerful mask, writers prepared to cling to any reputation, with the certainty that they would thus live on in posterity, any poster ity, which made the copy editors and the other employees laugh and even prompted a resigned smile from Bubis, since no one knew better that posterity was a vaudeville joke audible only to those with front row seats, and then they started to talk about lapsus calami, many of them collected in a book published long ago in Paris and fittingly titled La Musée des Erreurs, as well as others selected by Max Sengen, Hunter of Errata. And one thing led to another, and it wasn't long before the copy editors got out a book, which wasn't the French Museum of Errors or Sengen's text, whose title Archimboldi couldn't see, and began to read aloud a selection of cultured pearls. Poor Marie. Whenever she hears the sound of an approaching horse, she is certain that it is I. Vie de Rani, Chateaubriand. The crew of the ship swallowed up by the waves consisted of 25 men, who left hundreds of widows consigned to misery. Les cages flottantes, Gaston Leroux. With God's help, the sun will shine again on Poland. The deluge, Sienkiewicz. Let's go, said Peter, looking for his hat to dry his tears. Lords, Zola. The Duke appeared followed by his entourage, which preceded him. Letters from my mill, Alphonse Daudet. With his hands clasped behind his back, Henri strolled about the garden, reading his friend's novel. Le Cataclysme, Rosny. With one eye he read, with the other he wrote. On the banks of the Rhine, Aubec. Silently the corpse awaited the autopsy. Lux favorite, octave foyer. William couldn't imagine the heart served for anything other than breathing. Death, A.R. Jabachev. This sword of honor is the most beautiful day of my life. Honor d'artiste, octave foilet. I can hardly see anymore, said the poor blind woman. Beatrix, Balzac. After they cut off his head, they buried him alive. The death of Montgomery, Henri Zavadon. His hand was as cold as a snake's. Ponson du Terray. And here there was no indication of the source of the lapsus calami. The following unattributed quotes from Max Sengen's collection were particularly notable. The corpse stared reproachfully at those gathered around him. What can a man do who's been killed by a lethal bullet? Near the city there were roaming whole packs of solitary bears. Unfortunately, the wedding was delayed 15 days, during which time the bride fled with the captain and gave birth to 8 children. 3 or 4 day excursions were a daily occurrence. And then came the commentary. The Swiss boy, for a start, declared that the Chateaubriand quote was entirely unexpected, particularly because one sensed it had a sexual subtext. "Highly sexual," said the Baroness. "Which is hard to believe considering that it's Chateaubriand," said the copy editor. "Well, the allusion to horses is clear enough," said the Swiss boy. "Poor Maria!" the head of publicity exclaimed in conclusion. Then they talked about Henri, about Rosny's fateful day, a cubist text, according to Bubis. Or the perfect expression of nervous activity and the pursuit of reading, according to the designer, because Henri read not only with his hands clasped behind his back but also as he strolled about the garden. Which could be very pleasant at times, according to the Swiss boy, who turned out to be the only one of those present who occasionally read as he walked. "The possibility also exists," said the copy editor, "that our Henri has invented a device that allows him to read with his hands free." "But how," asked the Baroness, "does he turn the pages?" "Very simple," said the Swiss boy, "with a little stick or metal wand that he manipulates with his mouth, and that is, of course, part of the reading device, which probably takes the form of a folding tray. One must also keep in mind that Henri is an inventor, which means he belongs to the class of objective men, and he's reading a novel by a friend, which is a great responsibility, because his friend will want to know whether he liked the book, and if he liked it he'll want to know whether he liked it a lot, and if he liked it a lot he'll want to know whether Henri considers it a masterpiece, and if Henri admits he thinks it's a masterpiece his friend will want to know whether he's written one of the great works of French letters, and so on until poor Henry's patience is exhausted, since he surely has better things to do than hang that ridiculous device around his neck and pace up and down the garden." "In any case," said the head of publicity, "by all indications Henri doesn't like what he's reading. He's upset, he's afraid his friend's book is no good, he's reluctant to admit the obvious. His friend has written a piece of trash." "And how do you deduce that?" the copy editor wanted to know. "By the way Rosny presents him to us. The hands clasped behind the back. Disquiet, absorption. He reads on foot and in constant motion. Resistance to the facts, agitation. But the act of using the reading machine saves him," says the designer. Then they talked about the Daudet quotation, which, according to Bubis, wasn't an example of lapsus calami but of the writer's sense of humor, and about Luck's favorite, by Octave Foyer, St. L. 6 1821 Paris 1890, a highly successful writer in his day and a foe of the realist and naturalist novel, whose works had fallen into the most grievous oblivion, into the most deserved oblivion, and whose lapsus, silently the corpse awaited the autopsy, in some sense prefigured the fate of his own books, said the Swiss boy. "Doesn't foyer have something to do with the French word feuilleton?" asked old Marie-Anne Gottlieb. "I seem to remember it means both the literary supplement of a particular newspaper and the serial novels published in it." "They're probably the same thing," said the Swiss boy enigmatically. "The word feuilleton certainly does come from Foyer, the prince of serial novels," said Bubis, feigning confidence, though he wasn't entirely sure. "But my favorite is Aubax," said the copy editor. "He must be German," said the secretary. "That's a good one. With one eye he read, with the other he wrote. It wouldn't be out of place in a biography of Goethe," said the Swiss boy. "Leave Goethe alone," said the head of publicity. "Aubac might have been French, too," said the proofreader, who had lived in France for many years. "Or Swiss," said the Baroness. "And what do you think of, his hand was as cold as a snake's?" asked the bookkeeper. "I prefer Henri's Evadon. After they cut off his head, they buried him alive," said the Swiss boy. "There's a certain logic to it," said the copy editor. "First they cut off his head. The killers think the victim is dead, but they're in a hurry to get rid of the body. They dig a grave, toss the body in, cover it with dirt. But the victim isn't dead. The victim hasn't been guillotined. They've cut off his head, which in this case might mean they've cut his throat, or tried to cut his throat. There's lots of blood. The victim loses consciousness. His attackers take him for dead. After a while, the victim wakes. The earth has staunched the bleeding. He's buried alive. There you go. End of story," said the copy editor. "Doesn't that make sense?" "No," said the head of publicity. "You're right, it doesn't," admitted the copy editor. "It makes a little bit of sense, dear," said Marianne Gottlieb. "History is full of special cases." "But this one doesn't make sense," said the copy editor. "Don't try to make me feel better, Mrs. Marianne. I think it does make some sense," said Archimboldi, who couldn't stop laughing, "although it isn't my favorite." "Which one is your favorite?" asked Bubis. "The Balzac," said Archimboldi. "Ah, that's a great one," said the copy editor. And the Swiss boy recited. "I can hardly see anymore," said the poor blind woman. After inheritance, the next manuscript Archimboldi I sent to Bubis was St. Thomas, the apocryphal biography of a biographer whose subject is a great writer of the Nazi regime, in whom some critics wanted to see a likeness of Ernst Junger, although clearly it isn't Junger but a fictional character. At the time, Archimboldi still lived in Venice, as far as Bubis knew, and he was probably still working as a gardener, although the advances in checks the publisher sent him periodically would have permitted him to write full-time. The next manuscript, however, arrived from a Greek island, the island of Icaria, where Archimboldi had rented a little house in the rocky hills with the sea in the distance. Like the final surroundings of Sisyphus, thought Bubis, and he told Archimboldi so in a letter in which he notified him, as usual, that the text had arrived and been read, and in which he suggested 3 forms of payment, so Archimboldi could choose the one that suited him best. Archimboldi's response surprised Bubis. In it he said that Sisyphus, once he was dead, had escaped from hell by means of a legal stratagem. Before Zeus freed Thanatos, Sisyphus asked his wife not to perform the usual funeral rites, knowing that the first thing death would do was come for him. So when he got to hell, Hades scolded him and all the infernal lords naturally clamored to the skies or the vault of hell and tore out their hair and took offense. But Sisyphus said it was his wife's fault, not his, and he requested permission to return to earth to punish her. Hades considered it. The proposal Sisyphus made was reasonable and freedom was granted to him on the condition that he stay away for only 3 or 4 days, long enough to get his just vengeance and set in motion, however belatedly, the proper funeral rites. Of course, Sisyphus jumped at the chance. Not for nothing was he the craftiest man in the world. And he returned to earth, where he lived happily to a ripe old age, and didn't go back to hell until his body failed him. According to some, the punishment of the rock had only one purpose: to keep Sisyphus occupied and prevent him from hatching new schemes. But at the least expected moment, Sisyphus will devise something and he'll come back to earth. Archimboldi ended his letter. The novel he sent to Bubis from Icaria was called The Blind Woman. As one might expect, it was about a blind woman who didn't know she was blind and some clairvoyant detectives who didn't know they were clairvoyant. More books soon came to Hamburg from the island. The Black Sea, a theatre piece or a novel written in dramatic form, in which the Black Sea converses with the Atlantic Ocean an hour before dawn. Lethia, his most explicitly sexual novel, in which he transfers to the Germany of the Third Reich the story of Lethia, who believes herself more beautiful than any goddess and is finally transformed, along with Olinus, her husband, into a stone statue. This novel was labeled as pornographic and after a successful court case it became Archimboldi's first book to go through 5 printings. The Lotteryman, the life of a crippled German who sells lottery tickets in New York. And The Father, in which a son recalls his father's activities as a psychopathic killer, which begin in 1938, when his son is 20, and come to an enigmatic end in 1948. He lived for a while on Icaria. Then he lived on Amorgos. Then on Santorini. Then on Cfnos, Syros and Mykonos. Then he lived on a tiny island, which he called Hecatum or Su Perego, near the island of Naxos, but he never lived on Naxos. Then he left the islands and returned to the continent. In those days he ate grapes and olives, big dry olives which in taste and consistency were like clods of dirt. He ate white cheese and cured goat cheese that was sold wrapped in grape leaves and could be smelled from 1,000 feet away. He ate very hard black bread that had to be softened with wine. He ate fish and tomatoes. Figs. Water. The water came from a well. He had a bucket and a jerry-can like the kind they used in the army that he filled with water. He swam, but the seaweed boy was dead. Still, he was a strong swimmer. Sometimes he dove. Other times he sat alone on the slopes of the hills covered in scrub, until dusk fell or dawn came, thinking, or so he claimed, but really he wasn't thinking anything at all. After he moved back to the continent, he was reading a German paper on a terrace in Missolonghi when he learned of Bubis's death. Thanatos had come to Hamburg, a city he knew like the palm of his hand, while Bubis was in his office reading a book by a young writer from Dresden, a viciously funny book that made him laugh until he shook. His laughter, according to the publicity chief, could be heard in the lobby and the bookkeeper's office and also in the copy editor's office and the meeting room and the reading room and the bathroom and the room that served as kitchen and pantry, and it even reached the office of the boss's wife, which was the farthest away of all. Suddenly, the laughter ceased. Everybody at the publishing house, for one reason or another, remembered the time, 11:25 in the morning. After a while, the secretary knocked at Bubis's door. No one answered. Afraid to disturb him, she decided to wait. Shortly thereafter she tried to transfer a call to him. No one picked up the phone in Bubis's office. This time the call was urgent, and the secretary, after knocking several times, opened the door. Bubis was slumped over, amid his books artfully scattered across the floor, and he was dead, although the expression on his face was happy. His body was burned and his ashes were scattered over the waters of the Ulster. His widow, the Baroness, took the helm of the publishing house and declared that she had no intention of selling the company. Nothing was said about the manuscript by the young author from Dresden, who had already had problems with censorship in the Democratic Republic. When he had finished reading, Archimboldi read the whole story again and then a third time, and then he got up shaking and went for a walk around Monologues, which was full of memorials to Byron, as if Byron had done nothing in Monologues but stroll about, from inn to tavern, from back street to little square, when it was common knowledge that he had been too ill to move, and it was Thanatos who walked and looked and took note, Thanatos who visited not just in search of Byron but also as a tourist, because Thanatos is the biggest tourist on earth. And then Archimboldi wondered whether he should send a card to the publishing house with his condolences. And he even imagined the words he would write. But then he decided that none of it made sense, and he didn't write or send anything. More than a year after Bubis's death, when Archimboldi was living in Italy again, the manuscript of his latest novel, titled The Return, arrived at the publishing house. The Baroness von Zumpe had no desire to read it. She gave it to the copy editor and told her to prepare it for publication in 3 months. Then she sent a telegram to the return address on the envelope in which the manuscript had arrived, and the next day she was on a plane to Milan. From the airport she made it to the station just in time to catch a train to Venice. That evening, in a trattoria in Cannaregio, she saw Archimboldi and gave him a check for the advance on his new novel and the royalties generated by his previous books. It was a respectable sum, but Archimboldi put the check in his pocket without a word. Then they began to talk. They ate Venetian sardines with slices of semolina and drank a bottle of white wine. They got up and walked around a Venice that was very different from the snowy wintertime Venice they had enjoyed the last time they met. The Baroness confessed that she hadn't been back since. "I've been here only a little while," said Archimboldi. They were like two old friends who don't need to say much to each other. It was the beginning of fall, the weather mild, and a light sweater was enough to keep warm. The Baroness wanted to know whether Archimboldi still lived in Cannaregio. "That's right," said Archimboldi, "but not on Calle Terlona." Among his plans was to head south. For many years Archimboldi's home, his only belongings, were his suitcase, which held clothes and a ream of paper and the 2 or 3 books he was currently reading, and the typewriter Bubis had given him. He carried the suitcase in his right hand. The typewriter he carried in his left hand. When the clothes got old, he threw them away. When he had finished reading a book, he gave it away or left it on a table. For a long time, he wouldn't buy a computer. Sometimes he went into stores that sold computers and asked the salespeople how they worked. But at the last minute he always balked, like a peasant reluctant to part with his savings. Until laptop computers appeared. Then he did buy one, and after a little while he became skilled in its use. When laptops began to come with modems, Archimboldi exchanged his old computer for a new one, and sometimes he spent hours on the internet, searching for odd bits of news, names no one remembered anymore, forgotten occurrences. What did he do with the typewriter Bubis had given him? He flung it off a cliff onto the rocks. One day, as he was exploring the internet, he found news of a man by the name of Hermes Popescu, whom he was quick to identify as the secretary of General Antrescu, whose crucified body he'd chanced to observe in 1944, as the German army fought in retreat from the Romanian border. On an American search engine he found the man's life story. Popescu had immigrated to France after the war. In Paris he frequented Romanian exile circles, associating especially with those intellectuals who for one reason or another lived on the left bank of the Seine. Little by little, however, Popescu realized that this was all, in his own words, a farce. Romanians were bitterly anti-communist, and they wrote in Romanian, and their prospects were bleak, their lives barely illuminated by a few faint rays of religious or sexual light. Popescu soon found a practical solution. In a few deft moves strongly tinged with the absurd, he insinuated himself into murky business deals in which the underworld, espionage, the church, and work permits mingled. Money flowed in. Buckets of money. But he kept working. He managed teams of undocumented Romanians. Then Hungarians and Czechs. Then North Africans. Sometimes, dressed in a fur coat, like a phantom, he went to visit them in their hovels. The smell of the blacks made his head swim, but he liked it. "Those bastards are real men," he liked to say. Secretly, he hoped that the smell would cling to his coat, his silk scarf. He smiled like a father. At times he even cried. In his dealings with the gangsters he was different. Sobriety was his distinguishing feature. Not a ring, not a pendant, nothing shiny, not even the slightest glint of gold. He made money and then he made more money. The Romanian intellectuals came to see him and asked for loans. They needed money, milk for the children, rent, a cataract operation for the wife. Popescu listened to all of them as if he were asleep, in a dream. He gave them everything they asked for, but with one condition, that they stop writing their screeds in Romanian and do it in French. One day he received the visit of a crippled captain formerly of the Romanian 4th Army Corps, which had been under the command of Antrescu. When Popescu saw the captain come in, he leapt like a boy from chair to chair. He got up on the desk and danced a Carpathian folk dance. He pretended to urinate in a corner and a few drops trickled out. The only thing he didn't do was frolic on the rug. The crippled captain tried to imitate him, but his handicaps, he was missing a leg and an arm, and his weakness, he was anemic, prevented him. "Ah, the nights of Bucharest," said Popescu. "Ah, the mornings of Pitești. Ah, the skies of Cluj-Rewan. Ah, the vacant offices of Târnu-Sev-Aran. Ah, the milkmaids of Bacău. Ah, the wid OWS of Constanța." Then they walked arm in arm to Popescu's flat, on the Rue de Verneuil, very near the École Nationale Supérieure des Beaux-Arts, where they talked more and drank more, and the crippled captain had occasion to give Popescu a detailed account of his life, heroic, yes, but full of adversity. Until Popescu, wiping away a tear, interrupted and asked whether he too had been a witness to Antrescu's crucifixion. "I was there," said the crippled captain. "We were fleeing the Russian tanks, we had lost our artillery, we were running low on ammunition." "So you were running low on ammunition," said Popescu, "and you were there?" "I was there," said the crippled captain, "fighting on the sacred soil of my homeland, in command of a few ragged soldiers. The 4th Army Corps shrunk to the size of a division, and no mess officers or scouts or doctors or nurses or anything reminiscent of a civilized war. Just tired men and a contingent of madmen that grew by the day." "So, a contingent of madmen," said Popescu, "and you were there?" "There I was," said the crippled captain, "and we were all following General Antrescu. We were all waiting for an idea, a sermon, a mountain, a shining grotto, a lightning bolt in the cloudless sky, a sudden flash of lightning, a kind word." "So, a kind word," said Popescu, "and you were there waiting for this kind word?" "Like a man waiting for manna from heaven," said the crippled captain. "I was waiting, and the colonels were waiting, and the generals who were still with us were waiting, and the callow lieutenants were waiting, and so were the madmen, the sergeants and the madmen, those who would desert in half an hour and those who were already on their way, dragging their rifles over the parched earth, those who left without knowing very well whether they were heading west or east, north or south, and those who stayed behind, writing posthumous poems in good Romanian, letters to their mothers, notes dampened with tears to the girls they would never see again." "So, letters and notes, notes and letters," said Popescu, "and did you also succumb to lyricism?" "No, I had no paper or pen," said the crippled captain. "I had obligations. I had men under my command and I had to do something, but I didn't know what to do. The 4th Army Corps had come to a halt at a country house. More than a house, it was a palace. I had to station the healthy soldiers in the stables and the sick soldiers in the stalls. I settled the madmen in the granary, and I took the necessary measures to set it on fire if the madness of the madmen went beyond simple madness. I had to speak to my commanding officer and inform him that on that great estate there was no food at all. And my commanding officer had to speak to a general, and the general, who was ill, had to go up the stairs to the second floor of the palace to inform General Antrescu that the situation was untenable, that there was already a smell of rot, that it would be best to strike camp and head west by forced marches. But General Antrescu sometimes came to the door and other times he didn't answer. "So sometimes he answered and sometimes he didn't," said Popescu, "and you were an eyewitness to all of this?" "I was a witness, but I heard more than I saw," said the crippled captain. I and the rest of the officers of what remained of the 4th Army Corps, dazed, astonished, confused, some weeping and others choking back tears, some lamenting the cruel fate of Romania, a country that for all its sacrifices and virtues should be a beacon of light, and others gnawing their fingernails, all downcast, 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 until at last what was fated came to be. I didn't see it. The madmen grew more numerous than the sane. They left the granary. Some non-commissioned officers began to build a cross. General Danilescu had already left, setting out north at dawn without a word to anyone, leaning on his walking stick and accompanied by 8 men. I wasn't in the palace when all of this happened. I was nearby with some soldiers preparing defenses that were never used. I remember we dug trenches and found bones. "They're sick cows," said one of the soldiers. "They're human bodies," said another. "They're sacrificial calves," said the first. "No, they're human bodies." "Keep digging," I said. "Never mind, keep digging." But more bones turned up. "What the fuck is this?" I bellowed. "What strange land is this?" I shouted. The soldiers stopped digging trenches around the palace. We heard a commotion, but we were too exhausted to go and see what was happening. One of the soldiers said that maybe our comrades had found food and were celebrating. Or wine. It was wine. The cellars had been emptied and there was wine enough for all. Then, as I sat by one of the trenches and examined a skull, I saw the cross. A huge cross that a group of madmen was parading around the palace courtyard. When we got back, with the news that the trenches couldn't be dug because the place looked like a graveyard, and perhaps was a graveyard, everything was over. "So everything was over," said Popescu, "and did you see the general's body on the cross?" "I saw it," said the crippled captain. "We all saw it and then everyone began to leave, as if General Antrescu might come back to life at any moment and punish us for what we'd done. Before I left, a patrol of Germans arrived who were also fleeing. They told us the Russians were just 2 villages away and they weren't taking prisoners. Then the Germans left and soon afterward we were on our way, too." This time Popescu didn't say anything. They were both silent for a while and then Popescu went into the kitchen and prepared a steak for the crippled captain, asking him, from the kitchen, how he liked his meat, rare or well done. "Medium rare," said the crippled captain, still sunk in his memories of that terrible day. Then Popescu served him a big steak, with a pepper sauce, and offered to cut the meat into little pieces for him. The crippled captain thanked him with an absent air. There was no talk while the meal lasted. Popescu stepped away for a few seconds, saying he had to make a phone call, and when he returned the captain was chewing his last piece of steak. Popescu smiled in satisfaction. The captain raised a hand to his forehead, as if he were trying to remember something or his head hurt. "Burp, burp, if your body demands it, my good friend," said Popescu. The crippled captain burped. "How long has it been since you ate a steak like that, eh?" asked Popescu. "Years," said the crippled captain. "And did it taste divine?" "It surely did," said the crippled captain, "but talking about General Antrescu has been like opening a door long barred." "Unburden yourself," said Popescu, "you're among fellow countrymen." The use of the plural made the crippled captain jump and look toward the door, but it was clear there were only 2 of them in the room. "I'm going to put on a record," said Popescu. "Would you like to listen to some Gluck?" "I've never heard of him," said the crippled captain. "Some Bach?" "Yes, I like Bach," said the crippled captain, half closing his eyes. Back at the captain's side, Popescu poured him some Napoleon cognac. "Is there anything troubling you, Captain? Anything on your mind? Any story you want to tell me? Any way I can help you?" The captain's lips parted but then they closed and he shook his head. "I need nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing," repeated Popescu, settling in his armchair. The bones," murmured the crippled captain. "Why did General Antrescu bring us to a palace whose grounds were riddled with bones?" Silence. "Maybe because he knew he was going to die and he wanted it to be at home," said Popescu. "Wherever we dug we found bones," said the crippled captain. "The grounds were brim-ming with human bones. It was impossible to dig a trench without finding little hand bones, an arm, a skull. What was that place? What had happened there? And why did the madman's cross, seen from the distance, ripple like a flag?" "An optical illusion, surely," said Popescu. "I don't know," said the crippled captain. "I'm tired." "That's right, you're very tired, Captain, close your eyes," said Popescu, but the captain's eyes had been closed for quite a while. "I'm tired," he repeated. "You're among friends," said Popescu. "It's been a long road." Popescu nodded silently. The door opened and 2 Hungarians came in. Popescu didn't even look at them. With his thumb, index finger and middle finger very near his mouth and nose, he was keeping time to the Bach. The Hungarians stood watching and waiting for a sign. The captain fell asleep. When the music stopped, Popescu got up and tiptoed over to the captain. "Son of a Turk and a whore," he said in Romanian, though his tone was more thoughtful than brutal. He beckoned for the Hungarians to approach. One on each side, they lifted the crippled captain and dragged him to the door. The captain began to snore more forcefully and his prosthetic leg came off on the rug. The Hungarians dropped him on the floor and tried in vain to screw it back on. "You clumsy oafs," said Popescu, "leave it to me." In a minute, as if he'd done nothing else his whole life, Popescu replaced the leg and then, emboldened, he checked the prosthetic arm. "Try not to lose any parts along the way," he said. "Not to worry, boss," said one of the Hungarians. "Do we take him to the usual place?" "No," said Popescu, "you'd better throw this one in the Seine. And make sure he stays in." "Of course, boss," said the Hungarian who had spoken before. At that moment the crippled captain opened his right eye and said in a hoarse voice, "The bones, the cross, the bones." The other Hungarian gently lowered his eyelid. "Don't worry," said Popescu, laughing, "he's asleep." Many years later, when his fortune was more than considerable, Popescu fell in love with a Central American actress, Asuncion Reyes, a woman of extraordinary beauty, whom he married. Asuncion Reyes's career in European film, whether French or Italian or Spanish, was brief, but the parties she gave and attended were literally countless. One day Asuncion Reyes asked Popescu to do something for a country in need, since he had so much money. At first he thought she meant Romania, but then he realized she was talking about Honduras. So that year, at Christmas, he traveled with his wife to Tegucigalpa, a city that to Popescu, an admirer of contrasts and the bizarre, seemed divided into 3 clearly distinct groups or clans: the Indians and the Sikh, who made up the majority of the population, and the so-called whites, actually mestizos, who were the minority who wielded power. All friendly and degenerate people, affected by the heat and diet or lack of diet, people staring nightmare in the face. Business opportunities existed, that he saw immediately, but the Hondurans, even the Harvard-educated ones, had a natural tendency to theft, violent theft if possible, so he did his best to give up his original idea. But Asuncion Reyes was so insistent that on their second Christmas trip he contacted the country's ecclesiastical leaders, the only leaders he trusted. Once contact had been established and after he had talked to several bishops and the Archbishop of Tegucigalpa, Popescu contemplated where to invest his capital, in what branch of the economy. The only functioning, profitable sectors were already in the hands of the Americans. One evening, however, at a gathering hosted by the president and the president's wife, Asuncion Reyes had a brilliant idea. It simply occurred to her that it would be nice if Tegucigalpa had something like the Paris Metro. Popescu, who was daunted by nothing, and was able to see profit in the most outlandish ideas, looked the president of Honduras in the eye and said he could build it. Everyone got excited about the project. Popescu set to work and made money. More money was made by the president and some ministers and secretaries. Nor did the church come out badly. There were opening ceremonies for cement factories and contracts with French and American companies. The preliminaries lasted for more than 15 years. With Asuncion Reyes, Popescu found happiness, but then he lost it and they were divorced. He forgot the Tegucigalpa metro. Death surprised him in a Paris hospital, asleep on a bed of roses. Archimboldi had almost nothing to do with other German writers, in part because the telephones where they stayed when they went abroad weren't the hotels where he stayed. But he did get to know a distinguished French writer, an older writer whose literary essays had brought him fame and recognition, who told him about a house for the vanished writers of Europe, a place of refuge. The Frenchman W. as a vanished writer himself, so he knew what he was talking about, and Archimboldi agreed to visit the house. They arrived at night, in a dilapidated taxi driven by a man who talked to himself. The driver repeated himself, swore, repeated himself again, got angry at himself, until Archimboldi lost patience and told him to concentrate on his driving and be quiet. The old essayist, who didn't seem bothered by the driver's monologue, gave Archimboldi a look of mild reproach, as if he were afraid that the driver, the only one in town, after all, might take offense. The house where the vanished writers lived was surrounded by trees and flowers in a vast garden, with a pool flanked by white-painted wrought iron tables and umbrellas and lounge chairs. In the back, in the shadow of some 100-year-old oaks, there was a space to play pétanque, and beyond that was the forest. When they arrived, the vanished writers were in the dining room, having supper and watching the news on TV. There were lots of them and almost all of them were French, which surprised Archimboldi, who had never imagined there were so many vanished writers in France. But what struck him most was the great number of women. All were elderly, some dressed with care, even elegantly, and others in an obvious state of neglect, probably poets, thought Archimboldi, wearing dirty robes and slippers, knee socks, no makeup, their grey hair sometimes piled in wool caps that they must have knitted themselves. The tables were waited on, at least in theory, by 2 servers dressed in white, but the din-ing room actually worked like a buffet with each writer carrying his own tray and helping himself to whatever he liked. "What do you think of our little community one?" asked the essayist, laughing softly, because at that moment, at the other end of the dining room, one of the writers had fallen down in a faint or been struck down by an attack of something and the 2 servers were trying to revive him. Archimboldi said it was too soon to tell. Then they found an empty table and filled their plates with something that looked like mashed potatoes and spinach, accompanied by a hard-boiled egg and a grilled steak. To drink they poured themselves little glasses of a heavy, earthy-tasting local wine. At the end of the dining room, next to the fallen writer, there were now a couple of young men, both dressed in white, as well as the 2 servers and a circle of 5 vanished writers who watched as their companion was revived. After they ate, the essayist took Archimboldi to the front desk so he could be formally admitted, but since no one was there to help them they went to the TV room, where several vanished writers were drowsing in front of an announcer talking about fashion and the love affairs of French movie and TV celebrities, many of whom Archimboldi had never heard of before. Then the essayist showed him his bedroom, a set IC room with a single bed, a desk, a chair, a TV, a wardrobe, a small refrigerator, and a bathroom with a shower. The window looked out over the garden, which was still lit. A scent of flowers and wet grass drifted into the room. In the distance he heard a dog bark. The essayist, who had remained standing in the doorway as Archimboldi examined the room, handed him the keys and assured him that here, though he might not find happiness, which in any case didn't exist, he would find peace and quiet. Then Archimboldi went down to the essayist's room, which was on the first floor and looked like an exact copy of the room he'd been assigned, not so much because of the furnishings and size, but because of the bareness. Anyone would say, thought Archimboldi, that the essayist was another new arrival. There were no books, no clothes strewn about, no wastepaper or personal effects, nothing to differentiate it from his room except for an apple on a white plate on the nightstand. As if reading his thoughts, the essayist met his eyes. His expression was perplexed. He knows what I'm thinking and now he thinks the same thing and can't understand it, just as I can't understand it, thought Archimboldi. Actually, the look on their faces was more a look of sadness than perplexity. But there's the apple on the white plate, thought Archimboldi. That apple has a scent at night, said the essayist. When I turn out the light, it smells as strongly as Rimbaud's voiles. But everything collapses in the end, said the essayist. Everything collapses in pain. All eloquence springs from pain. I understand, said Archimboldi, although he didn't understand at all. Then they shook hands and the essayist closed the door. Since he wasn't yet tired, Archimboldi didn't sleep much, although at times he could sleep for 16 hours straight. He took a walk around the different parts of the house. In the TV room only 3 vanished writers were left, all fast asleep, and a man on TV who was apparently about to be murdered. For a while Archimboldi watched the mauve. But then he got bored and went into the empty dining room and then walked down several corridors until he came to a kind of gym or massage room, where a young man in a white t-shirt and white pants was lifting weights as he talked to an old man in pajamas, both of whom glanced at him when he came in and then kept talking, as if he wasn't there. The weightlifter seemed to be an employee and the old man in pajamas looked less like a vanished novelist than like a justly forgotten novelist, the typical hard-luck bad French novelist, most likely born at the wrong time. When he left the house by the back door, he found 2 old ladies sitting together on a porch swing at one end of a lighted porch. One was talking in a sweet and chirping voice, like the water of a brook that runs over a bed of flat stones, and the other was silent, watching the dark forest that stretched beyond the pétanque courts. The one who was talking struck him as a lyric poet, full of things to say that she hadn't been able to say in her poems, and the silent one struck him as a distinguished novelist, tired of pointless sentences and meaningless words. The first was dressed in youthful, even childish clothes. The second was wearing a cheap bathrobe, sneakers, and jeans. He said good evening in French and the old ladies looked at him and smiled, as if inviting him to sit down with them, and Archimboldi needed no urging. "Is this your first night at our house?" asked the youthful old lady. Before he could answer, the silent old lady said the weather was improving and soon everyone would have to go about in shirt-sleeves. Archimboldi said she was right. The youthful old lady laughed, perhaps thinking about her wardrobe, and then she asked what he did. "I'm a novelist," said Archimboldi. "But you aren't French," said the silent old lady. "That's right, I'm German." "From Bavaria?" the youthful old lady wanted to know. "I was in Bavaria once and I loved it. Everything is so romantic," said the youthful old lady. "No, I'm from the north," said Archimboldi. The youthful old lady feigned a shudder. "I've been to Hanover, too," she said. "Is that where you're from?" "More or less," said Archimboldi. "The food there is impossible," said the youthful old lady. Later Archimboldi inquired what they did and the youthful old lady told him she had been a hairdresser in Rodez until she got married and then her husband and children wouldn't let her keep working. The other said she had been a seamstress but she hated to talk about her work. What strange women, thought Archimboldi. When he left them he walked into the garden, moving farther and farther from the house, where many of the lights were still on, as if another guest were expected. Walking aimlessly, but enjoying the night and the country smells, he came to the front entrance, a big wooden door that didn't latch tightly and that anyone could force. To one side he discovered a sign he hadn't seen when he arrived with the essayist. In small, dark letters, the sign said Mercier Clinic. Rest Home. Neurological Center. Without surprise he understood at once that the essayist had brought him to a mental asylum. After a while he returned to the house and went up the stairs to his room, where he retrieved his suitcase and laptop. Before he left he wanted to see the essayist. After he knocked and received no reply, he entered the room. The essayist was fast asleep, with all the lights off, although light from the front door came in the window, through the parted curtains. The bedclothes were hardly rumpled. The essayist looked like a cigarette covered with a handkerchief. "He's so old," thought Archimboldi. Then he left without a sound and as he crossed the garden again he thought he saw a man in white running full speed along one side of the property and ducking behind tree trunks on the edge of the forest. Only when he was out of the clinic, on the road, did he slow down and try to catch his breath. The road, a dirt road, ran through woods and gentle hills. Every so often a gust of wind made the tree branches sway and ruffled his hair. The wind was warm. At one point he crossed a bridge. When he got to the edge of town the dogs began to bark. Near the square in front of the station he spotted the taxi that had brought him to the clinic. The driver wasn't there, but when Archimboldi passed the car he saw a shape in the backseat that moved and sometimes cried out. The doors of the station were open, but the ticket windows hadn't opened to the public yet. Sitting on a bench he saw 3 North Africans talking and drinking wine. They exchanged nods and then Archimboldi went out to the tracks. There were 2 trains stopped by some sheds. When he went back into the waiting room one of the North Africans was gone. He sat at the opposite end of the room and waited for the ticket windows to open. Then he bought a ticket on the first train out of town. Archimboldi's sex life was limited to his deal. Ings with whores in the different cities where he lived. Some whores didn't charge him. They charged him at first, but later, when Archimboldi began to form part of the landscape, they stopped, or they didn't always charge him, which often led to misunderstandings that were violently resolved. During all those years the only person with whom Archimboldi maintained more or less permanent ties was the Baroness von Zumpe. Generally their contact was epistolary, although sometimes the Baroness made an appearance in the cities and towns where Archimboldi was living and they went for long walks, arm in arm like 2 ex-lovers who no longer have many secrets to tell. Then Archimboldi accompanied the Baroness to her hotel, the best the city or town had to offer, and they parted with a kiss on the cheek, or, if the day had been particularly melancholy, with an embrace. The next morning the Baroness would leave first thing, long before Archimboldi got up and came in search of her. In their letters, things were different. The Baroness talked about sex, which she practiced until a very advanced age, about increasingly pathetic or despicable lovers, about parties at which she enjoyed herself as much as she had when she was 18, about people Archimboldi had never heard of, although according to the Baroness they were household names in Germany and Europe. Of course, Archimboldi didn't watch TV, or listen to the radio, or read the papers. He heard about the fall of the Berlin Wall thanks to a letter from the Baroness, who was in Berlin that night. Sometimes, in an access of sentimentalism, the Baroness asked him to come back to Germany. "I have come back," Archimboldi answered. "I'd like you to come back for good," answered the Baroness. "Stay for longer. Now you're famous. A Presskonferenz wouldn't hurt. Though perhaps that might be too much for you. But at least an exclusive interview with some top cultural reporter. Only in my worst nightmares," Archimboldi wrote her. Occasionally they talked about saints, because the Baroness, like some women with intense sex lives, had a mystical streak, although hers was relatively benign and was satisfied aesthetically or through her collector's enthusiasm for medieval altarpieces and carvings. They talked about Edward the Confessor, who died in 1066 and gave his royal ring as alms to St. John the Evangelist himself, who naturally returned it to him years later by way of a pilgrim from the Holy Land. They talked about Pelagia or Pelagia, an Antiochene actress who, in her apprenticeship to Christ, changed her name several times and passed as a man and assumed countless identities, as if in a fit of lucidity or madness she had decided that her theatre was the whole Mediterranean and her single, labyrinthine performance was Christianity. With the years, the Baroness's writing, she always wrote by hand, grew shakier. Sometimes her letters were indecipherable. Archimboldi could make out only a few words. Prizes, honors, awards, candidacies. Prizes for whom? For him, for the Baroness. Surely for him, since in her own way the Baroness was extremely modest. He could also decipher. Work, printings, the lights at the publishing house, which were the lights of Hamburg, when everyone had gone and only she and her secretary were left, and her secretary helped her down the stairs to the street where a car like a hearse awaited her. But the Baroness always recovered, and after these near-death letters he received postcards from Jamaica or Indonesia, in which the Baroness, in a steadier hand, asked whether he'd ever been to America or Asia, knowing very well that Archimboldi had never left the Mediterranean. Occasionally a long time passed between letters. If Archimboldi moved, as he often did, he sent her his new address. Sometimes, at night, he woke abruptly, thinking about death, but in his letters he avoided mentioning it. The Baroness, however, perhaps because she was older, often talked about death, about the dead people she'd known, the dead people she'd loved and who were now just a heap of bones or ashes, about the dead children she'd never known and would so greatly have liked to know and rock in her arms and raise. At moments like these one might have thought she was going mad. But Archimboldi knew that she always maintained her equilibrium and was frank and honest. In fact, the Baroness hardly ever told a lie. Everything was an open book from the time she visited her family's country estate, raising a cloud of dust along the dirt road, with her friends, the golden youth of Berlin, ignorant and proud, whom Archimboldi watched from the distance, from a window of the house, as they got out of their cars, laughing. At some moment, remembering those days, he asked whether she'd ever had news of her cousin Hugo Halder. The Baroness said she hadn't, that after the war Hugo Halder was never heard of again, and for a while, maybe just a few hours, Archimboldi toyed with tea. The idea that he himself was really Hugo Halder. Another time, talking about his books, the Baroness confessed that she had never bothered to read any of them, because she hardly ever read difficult, or dark, novels like the ones he wrote. With the years, too, this habit had grown entrenched, and once she turned 70 the scope of her reading was restricted to fashion or news magazines. When Archimboldi wanted to know why she kept publishing him if she didn't read him, which was really a rhetorical question since he knew the answer, the Baroness replied, A. Because she knew he was good, B. Because Bubis had told her to, C. Because few publishers actually read the books they published. At this point it must be said that upon Bubis's death very few believed the Baroness would remain at the head of the publishing house. They expected she would sell the business and devote herself to her lovers and her travels, which were her most famous interests. But the Baroness took the reins of the publishing house and there wasn't the slightest dip in quality, because she knew how to surround herself with good readers and also because in purely business matters she showed an aptitude that no one had glimpsed before. In a word, Bubis's business continued to grow. Sometimes, half in jest and half seriously, the Baroness told Archimboldi that if he were younger she would name him her heir. When the Baroness turned 80, this very question was asked of her in Hamburg literary circles. Who would take charge of Bubis's publishing house after her death? Who would be named her official heir? Had the Baroness made a will? To whom would she leave Bubis's fortune? There were no relatives. The Baroness was the last von Zumpe. On Bubis's side, not counting his first wife, who had died in England, the rest of his family had disappeared in the concentration camps. Neither Bubis nor the Baroness had children. There were no siblings or cousins, except Hugo Halder, who was probably dead by now. There were no nieces or nephews, unless Hugo Halder had had a child. It was said that the Baroness planned to leave everything, except the publishing house, to charity, and that some picturesque NGO representatives visited her office as one might visit the Vatican or the Deutsche Bank. There were plenty of candidates to succeed the Baroness. The most frequently mentioned was a young man of 25 who had a face like Mann's Tadzio and the body of a swimmer, a poet and an assistant professor at Göttingen, whom the Baroness had assigned to head the house's poetry list. But everything, in the end, remained in the nebulous realm of rumors. "I'll never die," the Baroness said once to Archimboldi. Or "I'll die at 95, which is the same as never dying." The last time they saw each other was in a ghostly Italian city. The Baroness von Zumpe wore a white hat and used a cane. She talked about the Nobel Prize, and she also complained bitterly about vanished writers, a custom or habit or joke that she believed to be more American than European. Archimboldi was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and he listened to her carefully, because he was going deaf, and he laughed. And at last we come to Archimboldi's sister, Lotte Ryder. Lotte was born in 1930 and she was blonde and had blue eyes, like her brother, but she didn't grow as tall as him. When Archimboldi went away to war, Lotte was 9 and what she most wished for was that he would be given leave and come home covered in medals. Sometimes she heard him in her dreams. The footsteps of a giant. Big feet shod in even bigger Wehrmacht boots, so big they had to be made especially for him, striding along with no regard for puddles or brambles, making a beeline for the house where she and her parents slept. When she woke up she felt so sad she had to do her best not to cry. Other times she dreamed that she too had gone to war, only to find her brother's body riddled with bullets on the battlefield. Sometimes she told her parents her dreams. "They're just dreams," said her one-eyed mother, "don't dream those dreams, my little Kit 10. But her one-legged father asked about certain details, like the faces of the dead soldiers. What were they like? What did they look like? As if they were asleep? To which Lotte answered yes, exactly as if they were asleep, and then her father shook his head and said, "Then they weren't dead, little Lotte, it's hard to explain, but the faces of dead soldiers are always dirty. As if the soldiers were working hard all day and at the end of the day they didn't have time to wash their faces." And yet in the dream her brother's face was always perfectly clean, his expression sad but determined, as if despite being dead he was still capable of many things. In her heart, Lotte believed her brother could do anything. And she was always alert for the sound of his footsteps, the footsteps of a giant who one day would approach the village, approach the house, approach the garden where she waited for him and tell her that the war was over and he was coming home forever, and from that moment on everything would change. But what exactly would change? She didn't know. The war, in any case, was endless, and her brother's visits grew farther and farther apart until he stopped coming. One night her mother and father began to talk about him, not knowing that she, in bed, the dun-colored blanket pulled up to her chin, was awake and could hear them, and they talked about him as if he were already dead. But Lotte knew her brother hadn't died, because giants never die, she thought, or they die only when they're very old, so old one doesn't even notice they've died. They just sit at the door to their houses or under a tree and fall asleep and then they're dead. One day they had to leave the village. According to her parents they had no choice because the war was coming. Lotte thought that if the war was coming her brother was coming too, because he lived inside the war the way a fetus lives inside a fat woman, and she hid so they wouldn't take her because she was sure Hans was on his way. For hours they looked for her and at dusk her one-legged father found her hiding in the forest. He gave her a slap and dragged her after him. As they moved west, along the coast, they passed 2 columns of soldiers and Lotte called after them, asking whether they knew her brother. The first column was made up of soldiers of all ages, old men like her father and 15-year-old boys, some with only half a uniform, and none of them seemed very pleased to be going where they were going, but they all answered Lotte's question politely, saying they didn't know her brother and hadn't seen him. The second column was made up of ghosts, corpses just risen from a graveyard, specters in grey or verdigris uniforms and steel helmets, invisible to all eyes except Lotte's, and she repeated her question, which a few scarecrows deigned to answer, saying yes, they'd seen him in Soviet country, fleeing like a coward, or they'd seen him swimming in the Dnieper and then drowning, as he well deserved, or they'd seen him on the Kalmyk steppe, gulping water as if he were dying of thirst, or they'd seen him crouching in a forest in Hungary, wondering how to shoot himself with his own rifle, or they'd seen him on the edge of a cemetery, the stupid bâtard, not daring to go in, pacing back and forth until night fell and the cemetery emptied of relatives, and only then, the faggot, did he stop pacing and climb the walls, digging his hobnailed boots into the red, crumbling bricks and poking his nose and blue eyes over the edge, peering down at where the dead lay, the groats and the krusses, the Nitskes and the Kunzes, the Barzes and the Wilks, the Lemkes and the Noaks, discreet Ladanthan and brave Voss, and then, emboldened, he climbed to the top of the wall and sat there for a while, his long legs dangling, and then he stuck out his tongue at the dead, and then he took off his helmet and pressed both hands to his temples, and then he closed his eyes and howled. That was what the spectres told Lot, as they laughed and marched behind the column of the living. Then Lot's parents stopped for a while in Lübeck, along with many others from their village, but her father said the Russians would come, and he took his family and kept walking west, and then Lot lost all sense of time. The days were like nights and the nights like days, and sometimes the days and nights were unlike anything. Everything was a continuum of blinding brightness and explosions. One night Lot saw shadows listening to the radio. One of the shadows was her father. Another shadow was her mother. Other shadows had eyes and noses and mouths that she didn't recognize. Mouths like carrots, with peeling lips, and noses like wet potatoes. They all had their heads and ears covered with kerchiefs and blankets, and on the radio a man's voice said Hitler didn't exist, that he was dead. But not existing and dying were different things, thought Lot. Until then her first menstrual period had been late in coming. Earlier that day, however, she had begun to bleed and she didn't feel well. Her one-eyed mother told her it was normal. The same thing happened sooner or later to all women. My brother the giant doesn't exist, thought Lot, but that doesn't mean he's dead. The shadows didn't notice her presence. Some sighed. Others began to weep. Mein Führer, they cried without raising their voices, like women who haven't yet begun to menstruate. Her father didn't weep. Her mother did weep, and the tears flowed only from her good eye. He stopped existing, said the shadows, he's dead. He died like a soldier, said one of the shadows. He stopped existing. Then they left for Paderborn, where a brother of Lot's one-eyed mother lived. But when they got there the house was occupied by refugees. They moved in, though there was no sign of the brother. A neighbor told them that unless he was greatly mistaken they would never see him again. For a while they lived on charity, handouts from the English. Then Lot's one-legged father fell ill and died. His last wish was to be buried in his village with military honors, and his wife and Lot told him they would make sure it happened. Yes, we promise, but his remains were tossed in the common grave in the Paderborn cemetery. There was no time for ceremony, although Lot suspected that this was precisely the time for ceremony, for gallant gestures, for attention to detail. The refugees left and Lot's one-eyed mother took possession of her brother's house. Lot found work. Later she went back to school. Not for long. She returned to work. She quit. She went back to school again for a little while. She found another job, a better one. She left school for the last time. Her one-eyed mother found a boyfriend, an old man who'd been a civil servant in the days of the Kaiser and during the Nazi years and had taken up the same job again in post-war Germany. A German civil servant, said the old man, isn't easy to find, even in Germany. That was the sum total of his shrewdness, his intelligence, his astuteness. And for him it was enough. By then Lot's one-eyed mother didn't want to return to the village, which had ended up in the Soviet zone. Nor did she want to see the sea again. Nor did she show much interest in learning the fate of her lost son. He must be buried in Russia, she said with a hard, resigned shrug. Lot began to go out. First she dated an English soldier. Then, when the Sol Dyer was transferred, she dated a boy from Paderborn, a boy whose middle-class family wasn't pleased by his romance with the giddy blonde girl, because Lot, in those days, knew every popular dance. What she cared about was being happy, and she cared about the boy, too, not his family, and they were together until he left for university and then their relations ended. One night her brother appeared. Lot was in the kitchen, ironing a dress, and she heard his footsteps. It's Hans, she thought. When a knock came on the door she ran to let him in. He didn't recognize her, because she was a woman now, as he told her later, but she had no need to ask him any questions and she clung to him for a long time. That night they talked until dawn, and Lotte had time to iron not just her dress but also all her clean clothes. After a few hours Archimboldi fell asleep, with his head resting on the table, and he woke only when his mother touched his shoulder. 2 days later he left and everything returned to normal. By then Lotte's one-eyed mother had replaced the civil servant with a mechanic, a jovial man with his own business, who was doing very well repairing vehicles for the occupation troops and trucks for the farmers and factory owners of Paderborn. As he said himself, he could have found a younger, prettier man, but he preferred someone decent and hard-working, who wouldn't suck his blood like a vampire. The mechanic's shop was big, and at Lotte's mother's request he found a job there for Lotte, but she refused it. Shortly before her mother married the mechanic, Lotte met Werner Haas, a worker at the shop, and since they liked each other and never fought they began to go out together, first to the movies, then to dance halls. One night Lotte dreamed that her brother appeared outside her bedroom window and asked why their mother was going to marry. "I don't know," answered Lotte from her bed. "Don't you ever get married?" her brother said. Lotte nodded, and then her brother's head disappeared and all that was left was the frost-covered window and an echo of the giant's footsteps. But when Archimboldi came to Paderborn, after his mother's marriage, Lotte introduced him to Werner Haas and they seemed to get along. When her mother got married, the two women went to live at the mechanic's house. The mechanic thought Archimboldi must be a crook, someone who lived off swindles or thieving or black market deals. "I can smell swindlers at 100 yards, said the mechanic. His wife didn't say anything. Lotte and Werner Haas discussed it. According to Werner, the crook was the mechanic, who smuggled parts over the border and often said a car was fixed when it wasn't. Werner, thought Lotte, was a good person, always with a kind word for everyone. Around this time it occurred to Lotte that she and Werner and all the young people born around 1930 or 1931 were fated to be unhappy. Werner, who was her confidant, listened to her without saying anything, and then they went to the movies, to see American or English films, or they went out dancing. Some weekends they went to the country, especially after Werner bought a broken-down motorcycle that he repaired himself in his free time. For these picnics Lotte prepared sandwiches of black bread and white bread, a bit of kuchen, and never more than 3 bottles of beer. Werner, meanwhile, filled a canteen with water and sometimes brought sweets and chocolates. On occasion, after walking and eating in the woods, they spread a blanket on the ground and fell asleep holding hands. The dreams Lotte had in the country were disturbing. She dreamed about dead squirrels and dead deer and dead rabbits, and sometimes she thought she saw a wild boar in the undergrowth and she approached it very slowly, and when she parted the branches she saw an enormous female boar lying on the ground, in its death throes, surrounded by hundreds of little dead boars. When this happened she woke with a start and only the sight of Werner next to her, sleeping placidly, could soothe her. For a while she thought about becoming a vegetarian. Instead, she took up smoking. Back then, in Paderborn and all over Germany, it was common for women to smoke, but in Paderborn, at least, few did so in public, when they were out for a walk or on their way to work. Lotte was one of the few who smoked openly. She lit her first cigarette early in the morning and as she walked to the bus stop she was already on her second of the day. Werner didn't smoke, and although Lotte insisted he take it up, the most he would do, to make her happy, was to take a few puffs on her cigarette and nearly choke. When Lotte began to smoke, Werner asked her to marry him. "I have to think about it," said Lotte, "but for weeks or months, not a day or two." Werner told her to take all the time she needed, because he wanted their marriage to last a lifetime and he knew it was important not to make a hasty decision. From then on Lotte and Werner saw less of each other. When Werner noticed, he asked her whether she had stopped loving him, and when Lotte answered that she was trying to decide whether to marry him or not, he regretted having asked her. They no longer went on excursions as regularly as before, nor did they go to the movies or out to dance. Around the same time, Lotte met a man who worked at a pipe factory that had just been built in the city, and she began to see this man, an engineer named Heinrich who lived in a boarding house downtown, because his real home was in Duisburg, the site of the factory's main plant. Shortly after she began to spend time with him, Heinrich confessed that he was married and had a child, but he didn't love his wife and was planning to get a divorce. Lotte didn't care that he was married, but she did care that he had a child, because she loved children and the idea of hurting a child, even indirectly, seemed horrible to her. Even so, they saw each other for almost 2 months, and sometimes Lotte talked to Werner and Werner asked her how things were going with her new boyfriend and Lotte said fine, normal, typical. In the end, however, it became clear that Heinrich would never leave his wife and she broke things off with him, although every so often they went to the movies and then out to dinner. One day, when she left work, Werner was outside on his motorcycle, waiting for her. This time he didn't talk about marriage or love but just invited her to a café and then took her home. Gradually they began to see each other again, which pleased Lotte's mother and the mechanic, the latter of whom had no children and liked it that Werner was serious and hard-working. The nightmares that had troubled Lotte since childhood came less frequently, until finally they were gone, and she never dreamed at all. "I'm sure I dream," she said, "like everybody, but I'm lucky enough not to remember anything when I wake up." When she told Werner that she had thought long enough about his proposal and she would marry him, he began to cry and in a choked voice confessed that he had never been happier than he was at that instant. 2 weeks later they were married, and during the party, which was held on a restaurant terrace, Lotte remembered her brother, and for a moment she wasn't sure—maybe because she'd had too much to drink—whether she'd invited him to the wedding or not. They spent their honeymoon in a small spa on the banks of the Rhine, and then they each returned to their respective jobs and life went on exactly as it had before. Living with Werner, even in a one-room flat, was easy, because her husband did everything he could to make her happy. On Saturday they went to the movies, on Sundays they often rode into the country on the motorcycle or went dancing. During the week, despite how hard he worked, Werner managed to help her with all the chores. The only thing he couldn't do was cook. At the end of the month, he often bought her a present or took her to the center of Paderborn to choose a pair of shoes or a blouse or a scarf. So that there would be enough money, Werner began to work overtime at the shop, or sometimes he did jobs of his own, behind the mechanic's back, fixing tractors or combines for farmers, who didn't pay much but instead gave him sausages and meat and even sacks of flour, which made it look as if Lotte's kitchen was a storeroom or as if the two of them were preparing for the next war. One day, without having shown any signs of illness, the mechanic died and Werner took over the shop. Some relatives appeared, distant cousins who demanded their share of the inheritance, but Lotte's one-eyed mother and her lawyers fixed everything, and in the end the country cousins left with a bit of money and little else. By then Werner had gotten fat and begun to lose his hair, and although there was less physical work, his responsibilities grew, which made him quieter than ever. The two of them moved into the mechanic's flat, which was big but right over the shop, so that the boundary between work and home faded and Werner was always working. Deep down he would have preferred that the mechanic hadn't died or that Lotte's one-eyed mother had put someone else in charge of the shop. Of course, the new job also had its compensations. That summer Lotte and Werner spent a week in Paris. And for Christmas they went to Lake Constanza with Lotte's mother, because Lotte loved to travel. Back in Paderborn, too, something new happened. For the first time they talked about the possibility of having a baby, something neither of the two was inclined to favor because of the Cold War and the threat of nuclear attack, even though their financial situation had never been better. For 2 months they discussed in rather half-hearted fashion the repercussions of taking such a step, until one morning at breakfast, Lotte told Werner she was pregnant and there was nothing else to discuss. Before the baby was born they bought a car, and for more than a week they vacationed in the south of France and in Spain and Portugal. On the way home Lotte asked to drive through Cologne, and they went looking for the only address she had for her brother. In the place where Archimboldi had once lived with Ingeborg, there now rose a new apartment building, and no one who lived there remembered a young man matching Archimboldi's description, tall and blond, bony, a former soldier, a giant. For half the ride home Lotte was quiet, as if in a sulk, but then they stopped to eat at a roadside restaurant and talked about the cities they'd seen, and her mood improved considerably. 3 months before her son was born, Lotte stopped working. The birth was normal and quick, although the boy weighed more than 9 pounds and according to the doctors he was in the wrong position. But at the last minute, it seemed, the baby turned head down and everything was fine. They called him Klaus, after Lotte's maternal grandfather, although at some point Lotte thought about calling him Hans, after her brother. But the name doesn't really matter, thought Lotte, what matters is the person. From the beginning Klaus was his grandmother's and father's darling, but the boy loved Lotte best. Sometimes she looked at him and saw a resemblance to her brother, as if Klaus were Hans's reincarnation in miniature, which pleased her because until then she had always associated her brother with all things large and outsized. When Klaus was 2, Lotte got pregnant again, but 4 months later she had a miscarriage, and something must have gone wrong because she couldn't have any more children. Klaus had the childhood of a typical middle-class boy in Paderborn. He liked to play soccer with his friends, but at school he played basketball. Only once did he come home with a black eye. As he explained it, a classmate had made fun of his one-eyed grandmother and they had fought. He wasn't a brilliant student, but he had a great liking for machines of any kind, and he could spend hours in the shop watching his father's mechanics work. He almost never got sick, although the few times he did his temperature soared and he was delirious and saw things no one else could see. When he was 12 his grandmother died of cancer in the Paderborn hospital. She was on a constant morphine drip and when Klaus went to see her she confused him with Archimboldi and called him my son or talked to him in the dialect of the Prussian village where she was born. Sometimes she told him things about his one-legged grandfather, about the years the old soldier had served faithfully under the Kaiser and how much he always regretted not being tall enough to join the elite Prussian regiment that admitted only soldiers over 5'11". Small in stature, but brave as they come. That was your father, said his grandmother with a morphine-addled smile. Until then no one had told Klaus anything about his uncle. After his grandmother's death he asked Lotte about him. He wasn't really very interested, but he felt so sad he thought it might take his mind off things. It had been a long time since Lotte thought about her brother and Klaus's question came as something of a surprise. Around this time Lotte and Werner had gotten involved in real estate, which neither of them knew anything about, and they were afraid of losing money. So Lotte's answer was vague. She told him that his uncle was 10 years older than she was, more or less, and that the way he made a living wasn't exactly a model for young people, more or less, and that it had been a long time since the family had news of him, because he had disappeared from the face of the earth, more or less. Later she told Klaus that when she was little she thought her brother was a giant, but that this was the sort of thing little girls often imagined. Another time Klaus asked Werner about his uncle and Werner said he was a nice man, quiet and very observant, although according to Lotte her brother hadn't always been like that. It was the artillery, the mortars, the bursts of machine gun fire during the war that had made him quiet. When Klaus asked whether he looked like his uncle, Lotte said yes, there was a resemblance, they were both tall and thin, but Klaus's hair was much blonder than her brother's and his eyes might be a brighter blue. Then Klaus stopped asking questions and life went on as it had before his one-eyed grandmother's death. The new business projects didn't turn out as well as Lotte and Werner had hoped, but they didn't lose money and in fact they made a bit, although they didn't get rich. The shop continued to work at full capacity and no one could have said things were going badly. At 17 Klaus got in trouble with the police. He wasn't a good student and his parents had accepted that he wouldn't go to college, but at 17 he got mixed up, with 2 friends, in the theft of a car and a later case of sexual assault involving an Italian girl who worked at a small medical supply factory. Klaus's 2 friends spent a while in prison, because they were legally adults. Klaus was sent to a reformatory for 4 months and then he came home to his parents. During his time at the reformatory he worked in the repair shop and learned how to fix all kinds of appliances, from refrigerators to blenders. When he got home he was given a job in his father's shop and for a while he stayed out of trouble. Lotte and Werner tried to convince each other that their son was back on the right track. At 18 Klaus dated a girl who worked at a bakery, but the relationship lasted scarcely 3 months, in Lotte's opinion because the girl wasn't exactly a beauty. After that, they didn't meet any other girlfriends and they came to the conclusion that Klaus didn't have any or that for unknown reasons he avoided bringing them home. Around this time, Klaus took up drinking, and at the end of the workday he would go to the beer halls of Paderborn to drink with other young workers from the shop. More than once, on a Friday or Saturday night, he got into trouble, nothing out of the ordinary, fights with other youths and vandalism, and Werner had to pay the fine and collect him from the police station. One day Klaus decided that Paderborn was too small for him and he left for Munich. Sometimes he called his mother Colette and they had forced, trivial conversations that Lotte nevertheless found comforting. A few months went by before Lotte saw him again. According to Klaus, there was no future in Germany or Europe and the only thing left for him was to try his luck in America, where he planned to go as soon as he could save some money. After he'd worked at the shop for a few months he set sail from Kiel on a German ship whose final destination was New York. When he left Paderborn, Lotte wept. Her son was very tall and hardly fragile looking, but still she wept because she had a feeling he wouldn't be happy on the new continent, where the men weren't as tall or as blonde as he was, but they were clever and often ill-intentioned, the dregs of society, people one couldn't trust. Werner drove Klaus to Kiel and when he got back to Paderborn he told Lotte the ship was fine, sturdy, it wouldn't sink, and there was nothing dangerous about Klaus's job as a waiter and part-time dishwasher. But his words didn't calm Lotte, who had refused to go to Kiel so as not to prolong the agony. When Klaus reached New York, he sent his mother a postcard of the Statue of Liberty. "This lady is on my side," he wrote. Then months went by and they didn't hear from him. Then more than a year. Until they received another postcard in which he told them he was applying for U.S. citizenship and he had a good job. The return address was Macon, Georgia, and Lotte and Werner each wrote a letter full of questions about his health, his finances, his future plans, which Klaus never answered. With time, Lotte and Werner got used to the idea that Klaus had left the nest and was fine. Sometimes Lotte imagined him married to an American, living in a sunny American house, and leading a life similar to the lives one could see in the American movies shown on television. In Lotte's dreams, however, Klaus's American wife had no face. Lotte always saw her from behind, that is, she saw her blonde hair, just a shade darker than Klaus's, her tanned shoulders, and her slender, upright figure. She saw Klaus's face, looking serious or expectant, but she never saw his wife's face or the faces of his children, when she imagined him with children. In fact, she never even saw Klaus's children from behind. She knew they were there, in some room, but she didn't see them, nor did she hear them, which was the oddest thing, because children are hardly ever quiet for long. Some nights Lotte spent so long thinking about the life she had imagined for Klaus that she fell asleep and dreamed about her son. Then she saw a house, an American house, but a house she didn't identify as an American house. As she approached the house she could smell something pungent, unpleasant at first, but then she thought, Klaus's wife must be cooking Indian food. And so, in a matter of seconds, the smell became an exotic smell, even pleasant. Then she saw herself sitting at a table. On the table there was a pitcher, an empty plate, a plastic cup, and a fork, nothing else, but all she could think about was who had let her in. No matter how she tried she couldn't remember, and that troubled her greatly. Her suffering was like the screech of chalk on a blackboard. As if a boy were dragging a piece of chalk across a blackboard on purpose to make it screech. Or maybe it wasn't chalk but the boy's fingernails, or maybe it wasn't his fingernails but his teeth. As time went by, this nightmare, the Klaus nightmare, as she called it, became a recurring dream. Sometimes, in the morning, as she helped Werner with breakfast, she would say, "I had a nightmare." "The Klaus nightmare?" Werner would ask. And Lotte, her eyes averted and a distracted expression on her face, would nod. Secretly, both she and Werner hoped that at some point Klaus would come to them asking for money, but the years went by and Klaus seemed lost forever in the United States. "Knowing Klaus," said Werner, "I wouldn't be surprised if he was living in Alaska by now." One day Werner got sick and the doctors ordered him to stop working. Since money wasn't a problem he turned the shop over to one of the most experienced mechanics and he and Lotte set out to travel. They took a cruise on the Nile, they visited Jerusalem, they drove a rental car around the south of Spain, they saw Florence and Rome and Venice. The first destination they chose, however, was the United States. They stopped in New York and then they visited Macon, Georgia, and they discovered with sorrow that the house where Klaus had lived was an apartment in an old building near the Black Ghetto. On this trip, possibly due to the many American movies they had seen together, it occurred to them that they should hire a detective. They visited one in Atlanta and explained their problem. Werner spoke some English and the detective, a former Atlanta cop, wasn't shy. He left them sitting in his office while he went out to buy an English-German dictionary, then he came running back and picked up the conversation without a break. And he wasn't out to get their money, because from the start he warned them that looking for a naturalized American citizen after so much time was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He might even have changed his name, he said. But they wanted to try and they paid a month's fee and the detective agreed to send the results of his inquiries to Germany. When the month was up a big envelope arrived in Paderborn, in which the detective itemized his expenses and gave an account of the investigation. Sum total. Nothing. He had managed to find a man who'd known Klaus, the landlord of the building where Klaus lived, which led him to another man, someone Klaus had worked for, but when Klaus left Atlanta he didn't tell either of the two where he planned to go. The detective suggested other lines of inquiry, but to pursue them he needed more money, and Werner and Lotte decided to thank him for his trouble and end the arrangement, at least for now. A few years later Werner died of heart disease and Lotte was left alone. Any other woman in her situation might well have been devastated, but Lotte didn't let herself be overcome by fate, and instead of sitting idle she doubled and tripled her daily activities. Not only did she keep her investments profitable and the shop in good order, but with her remaining capital she got into other businesses and was successful. Work, a surfeit of work, seemed to rejuvenate her. She was always poking her nose into things, she was never still. Some of her employees grew to hate her, but she didn't care. On her vacations, never longer than a week or a week and a half, she sought the warmth of Italy or Spain and sunned herself on the beach or read bestsellers. Sometimes she went on excursions with casual acquaintances, but usually she left the hotel alone and crossed the street to the beach, where she paid a boy to set up a lounge chair and an umbrella. There she took off the top of her bikini or pulled her suit down around her waist, not caring that her breasts weren't what they used to be, and slept in the sun. When she woke she adjusted the umbrella and went back to her book. Sometimes the boy who rented the lounge chairs and umbrellas came by and Lotte gave him money to bring her a rum and coke or a little pitcher of sangria with lots of ice from the hotel. Sometimes, at night, she sat out on the terrace at the hotel or went to the club, which was on the ground floor and was frequented by German, English, and Dutch men and women more or less her age, and she spent a while watching the couples dance or listening to the orchestra, which occasionally played songs from the early 60s. Seen from the distance, she looked like a lady with a pretty face, someone a little plump, aloof, with a touch of elegance and a certain indefinable sadness. From up close, when a widower or a divorce asked her to dance or to come for a walk along the beach and Lotte smiled and said no, thank you, she became a country girl again and the refinement vanished and only the sadness was left. In 1995 she received a telegram from Mexico, from a place called Santa Teresa, in which she was informed that Klaus was in prison. The sender was Isabel Santola, Klaus's lawyer. Lotte suffered such a shock that she had to leave her office, go upstairs, and get into bed, although of course she couldn't sleep. Klaus was alive. That was all that mattered to her. She answered the telegram, including her phone number, and 4 days later, after 2 operators had asked her whether she would accept the collect call, she heard the voice of a woman speaking to her in English, very slowly, enunciating each syllable, though she still didn't understand anything because she didn't know English. At last the woman's voice said, in a kind of German, "Klaus fine." And translator. And something else that sounded German, or that sounded German to Isabel Santola and that Lotte didn't understand. And a phone number, which Isabel Santola dictated in English, several times, and which Lotte wrote down on a piece of paper, because everyone knew the numbers in English. That day Lotte didn't work. She called a secretarial school and said she wanted to hire a girl who spoke perfect English and Spanish, although more than one mechanic at the shop knew English and could have helped her. At the school they told her they had the girl she was looking for and asked when she was needed. Right away, Lotte said. 3 hours later a girl of about 25 appeared at the shop. She had straight brown hair, was wearing jeans, and joked with the mechanics before she made her way up to Lotte's office. The girl's name was Ingrid and Lotte explained that her son was in prison in Mexico and she needed to talk to his Mexican lawyer, but the lawyer spoke only English and Spanish. After Lotte finished she thought she would have to explain it all again, but Ingrid was a sharp girl and it wasn't necessary. She picked up the phone and called a public information line to find out the time difference with Mexico. Then she called the lawyer and spent almost 15 minutes talking to her in Spanish, although occasionally she switched to English to clarify certain terms, and as she was talking she took notes. Finally she said, "We'll call you back," and hung up. Lotte was sitting at her desk and when Ingrid hung up she prepared herself for the worst. Klaus is in prison in Santa Teresa, which is a city in the north of Mexico, on the border with the United States, she said, but he's in good health and he hasn't suffered any physical injuries. Before Lotte could ask what he was in prison for, Ingrid suggested they have tea or coffee. Lotte made 2 cups of tea and as she moved about the kitchen she watched Ingrid go over her notes. "He's accused of killing several women," said the girl after 2 sips of tea. "Klaus would never do that," said Lotte. Ingrid nodded and then said that the lawyer, Isabel Santola, needed money. That night Lotte dreamed for the first time in a long time about her brother. She saw Archimboldi walking in the desert, dressed in shorts and a little straw hat, and everything around him was sand, one dune after another all the way to the horizon. She shouted something to him, she said stop, there's nowhere to go, but Archimboldi kept moving farther away, as if he wanted to lose himself forever in that unfathomable and hostile land. "It's unfathomable and hostile," she told him, and only then did she realize that she was a girl again, a girl who lived in a Prussian village between the forest and the sea. "No," said Archimboldi, and he seemed to whisper in her ear, "it's just boring, boring, boring." When she woke she knew she had to go to Mexico without wasting another minute. Ingrid arrived at noon. Lotte watched her through the office window. As was her way, before she came up, Ingrid joked with a few of the mechanics. Her laughter, muffled by the glass, struck Lotte as fresh and carefree. When she was with Lotte, however, Ingrid was much more serious. Before she called the lawyer they had tea with biscuits. For the last 24 hours Lotte hadn't had a bite to eat and the biscuits did her good. Ingrid's presence was comforting, too. She was a sensible, unassuming girl, who knew when to joke and when to be serious. When they called the lawyer, Lotte instructed Ingrid to tell her that she would come in person to Santa Teresa to handle whatever needed to be handled. The lawyer, who seemed sleepy, as if they had got her out of bed, gave Ingrid a few addresses and then they hung up. That afternoon Lotte visited her lawyer and explained the situation. Her lawyer made a few phone calls and then told her to be careful. One couldn't trust Mexican lawyers. "I know that," Lotte said firmly. He also advised her on the best way of withdrawing money abroad. That night she called Ingrid at home and asked if she'd like to come with her to Mexico. "I'll pay you, of course," she said. "As a translator?" asked Ingrid. "As a translator, an interpreter, a lady's companion. Whatever you want to call it," Lotte said crossly. "I'll come," said Ingrid. 4 days later they were on a plane to Los Angeles, where they caught a connecting flight to Tucson, and from Tucson they drove to Santa Teresa in a rental car. When Lotte saw Klaus, the first thing he said was that she looked older, which embarrassed her. "It's been a long time," she would have liked to say, but she couldn't speak through her tears. The four of them, she, Klaus, the lawyer, and Ingrid, were in a cement-walled room. The floor was cement too, with damp patches, and there was a plastic table made to look like wood bolted to the floor and 2 wooden slat benches also bolted to the floor. She, Ingrid, and the lawyer were sitting on one bench and Klaus on the other. He wasn't handcuffed, nor did he show signs of mistreatment. Lotte noticed that he had gained weight since the last time she saw him, but that was many years ago and Klaus was only a boy then. When the lawyer listed all the murders he was accused of, Lotte thought these people must have gone mad. "No one in his right mind could kill so many women," she said. The lawyer smiled and said that in Santa Teresa there was someone, probably not in his right mind, who had. The lawyer's office was in the upper part of the city, in the same apartment where she lived. There were 2 entrances, but it was the same apartment, with 3 or 4 extra walls. "I live in a place like this too," said Lotte, and the lawyer didn't understand, so Ingrid had to explain about the repair shop and the flat above the shop. In Santa Teresa, on the lawyer's recommendation, they stayed at the best hotel in the city, Las Dunas, although in Santa Teresa there were no dunes of any kind, as Ingrid informed Lotte, whether nearby or 50 miles around. At first Lotte planned to ask for 2 rooms, but Ingrid convinced her to get just one, which was cheaper. It had been a long time since Lotte shared a room with anyone, and the first few nights she had a hard time falling asleep. To pass the time she turned on the TV, without sound, and watched it from bed. People talking and gesticulating and trying to convince other people of something that was probably important. At night there were many televangelist shows. The Mexican televangelists were easy to identify. They were dark-skinned and sweated a lot and their suits and ties looked as if they'd been bought secondhand, although they were probably new. Also, their sermons were more dramatic, more showy, with more audience participation, though the audiences seemed drugged and utterly destitute, unlike the audiences of the American televangelists, who were just as poorly dressed but at least seemed to have steady jobs. "Maybe I think that," thought Lotte at night on the Mexican border, "just because they're white, some of them perhaps with German or Dutch roots and therefore closer to me." When she fell asleep at last, with the TV on, she dreamed about Archimboldi. She saw him sitting on a huge volcanic slab, dressed in rags and with an axe in one hand, looking at her sadly. "Maybe my brother is dead," thought Lotte in the dream, "but my son is alive." The second day she saw Klaus she told him, trying to be gentle, that Werner had died some time ago. Klaus listened and nodded with no change of expression. He was a good man, he said, but he said it with the same detachment with which he might speak of a cellmate. The third day, while Ingrid discreetly read a book in a corner of the room, Klaus asked about his uncle. "I don't know what's become of him," said Lotte. But Klaus's question surprised her, and she couldn't help telling him that since she got to Santa Teresa she'd been having dreams about her brother. Klaus asked her to describe a dream. After Lotte did he confessed that for a long time he'd had dreams about his uncle too. Oh, and they weren't good dreams. What kind of dreams were they? Lotte asked him. Bad dreams, said Klaus. Then he smiled and they went on to talk about other things. When visiting hours were over, Lotte and Ingrid would go for drives around the city, and once they went to the market and bought Indian crafts. According to Lotte, the crafts had probably been made in China or Thailand, but Ingrid liked them and she bought 3 little baked clay figures, unvarnished and unpainted, 3 crude, powerful images of a father, a mother, and a son, and she gave them to Lotte, telling her they would bring her good luck. One morning they went to Tijuana, to the German consulate. They had planned to drive, but the lawyer recommended they take the once-a-day flight between the 2 cities. In Tijuana they stayed at a hotel in the tourist quarter, noisy and full of people who didn't look like tourists, in Lotte's opinion, and that same morning she managed to speak to the consul and explain her son's case. The consul, to Lotte's surprise, was already aware of everything and, as he explained, a consular officer had gone to visit Klaus, something the lawyer had roundly denied. Perhaps, said the consul, the lawyer hadn't heard about the visit, or she wasn't Klaus's lawyer yet, or Klaus had chosen not to tell her about it. Anyway, Klaus was, to all intents and purposes, an American citizen, and that posed a series of problems. Under the circumstances, we have to tread carefully, concluded the consul, and it did no good for Lotte to assure him that her son was innocent. In any case, the consulate had taken a hand in the matter, and Lotte and Ingrid returned to Santa Teresa feeling comforted. The last 2 days they weren't able to visit Klaus or call him. The lawyer said prison regulations didn't allow it, although Lotte knew that Klaus had a cell phone and sometimes he spent all day talking to people on the outside. Still, she didn't want to make a scene or challenge the lawyer, and she spent those days seeing the city, which struck her as more chaotic than ever and of little interest. Before she left for Tucson, she shut herself in the hotel room and wrote a long letter to her son, to be given to him by the lawyer after she'd left. With Ingrid she went to take a look at the outside of the house where Klaus had lived in Santa Teresa, as one might visit a tourist site, and it struck her as acceptable, a California-style house, pleasant to look at. Then they went to the computer and electronics store that Klaus owned downtown and found it closed, as the lawyer had warned, because the property belonged to Klaus and he hadn't wanted to rent it since he was sure he would be released before the trial. Back in Germany she was suddenly aware that the trip had tired her much more than she'd realized. She spent several days in bed, not setting foot in the office, but each time the phone rang she was quick to answer it, in case the call was from Mexico. In one of her dreams a warm, loving voice whispered in her ear the possibility that her son really was the Santa Teresa killer. "That's ridiculous," she shouted, and immediately woke up. Sometimes the person calling was Ingrid. They didn't talk much. The girl asked how she was and inquired whether there had been any new developments in Klaus's case. The LAN gauge problem had been solved through the exchange of emails, which Lotte had translated by one of her mechanics. One afternoon Ingrid stopped by with a present, a German-Spanish dictionary that Lotte thanked her for effusively, although secretly she was sure she would never use it. Shortly afterward, however, as she was going through the photographs in the case file the lawyer had given her, she found Ingrid's dictionary and looked up some words. A few days later, and with no little astonishment, she discovered that she had a knack for LAN gauges. In 1996 she returned to Santa Teresa and asked Ingrid to come with her. Ingrid was dating a boy who worked at an architecture studio, though he wasn't an architect, and one night the two of them invited her out to dinner. The boyfriend was very interested in what was going on in Santa Teresa, and at first Lotte suspected that Ingrid wanted to travel with him, but Ingrid said he wasn't her boyfriend yet, and she would be happy to come with Lotte. The trial, which was supposed to take place in 1996, was ultimately postponed, and Lotte and Ingrid spent 9 days in Santa Teresa, visiting Klaus as often as they could, going for drives around the city, and sitting in their hotel room watching TV. Sometimes, at night, Ingrid would tell Lotte she was going to get a drink at the hotel bar or go dancing at the hotel club, and Lotte was left alone, and then she changed the channel, because Ingrid always chose shows in English, and she preferred to watch Mexican TV, which was a way, she thought, of being close to her son. Twice it was after 5 when Ingrid got back to the room, and both times Lotte was awake, sitting at the foot of the bed or in an armchair with the TV on. One night when Ingrid wasn't there, Klaus called, and the first thing that came to Lotte's mind was that he had escaped that horrible prison on the edge of the desert. Klaus asked how she was, sounding normal and even relaxed, and Lotte answered that she was fine and then she didn't know what to say. When she regained control of herself she asked where he was calling from. "Prison," said Klaus. Lotte looked at her watch. "How is it they let you make calls at this hour?" she asked. "No one lets me do anything," said Klaus, and he laughed. "I'm calling from my cell phone." Then Lotte remembered the lawyer had told her that Klaus had a cell phone, and after that they talked about other things, until Klaus said he'd had a dream and his voice shifted from casual and cool to a deeper register, which reminded Lotte of the time she'd seen a German actor recite a poem. The poem she didn't remember, it must have been some classic, but the actor's voice was unforgettable. "What did you dream?" asked Lotte. "Don't you know?" asked Klaus. "I don't," said Lotte. "Then I'd better not tell you," said Klaus, and he hung up. Lotte's first impulse was to call him right back and keep talking, but it soon occurred to her that she didn't have his number, so after a few minutes' hesitation, she called Isabel Santolaya, the lawyer, knowing it was rude to call so late, and when the lawyer finally answered, Lotte explained, in a mix of German, Spanish, and English, that she needed Klaus's cell phone number. After a long silence the lawyer repeated the number until she was sure Lotte had gotten it right, and then she hung up. That long silence, meanwhile, seemed to Lotte fraught with questions, because the lawyer didn't put down the phone to go and find the notebook where she had written Klaus's number, but rather remained silent on the other end of the line, perhaps lost in thought, as she decided whether to offer it. In any case, Lotte heard her breathe in the middle of the silence, almost as if she could hear her weigh the two possibilities. Then Lotte called Klaus's cell phone, but the line was busy. She waited 10 minutes and called again, and it was still busy. Who can Klaus be talking to at this time of night? She wondered. When she went to visit him the next day she chose not to bring up the matter or ask anything. Klaus, meanwhile, was the same as always, distant, cold, as if he wasn't the one in prison. Despite it all, on this second visit to Mexico Lotte didn't feel as lost as she had the first time. Sometimes, as she was waiting at the prison, she talked to the women who were on their way to visit the inmates. She learned to say, "Bonito niño" or "lindo chamaco," when the women had children in tow, or "buena viejita" or "simpatica viejita," when she saw the inmates' mothers or grandmothers wrapped in shawls, waiting in line for the start of visiting hours. I am passive and resigned. She herself bought a shawl on the third day of her stay, and sometimes, as she walked behind Ingrid and the lawyer, she couldn't help weeping, and then the shawl hid her face and afforded her some privacy. In 1997 she returned to Mexico, but this time she traveled alone because Ingrid had found a good job and couldn't come with her. Lotte's Spanish, which she had set out to learn, was much better now and she could talk on the phone with the lawyer. The trip went off without incident, although as soon as she got to Santa Teresa, she understood by the expression on Isabel Santolaya's face and then the overly long embrace into which the lawyer folded her that something strange was going on. The trial, which passed as if in a dream, lasted 20 days and at the end Klaus was found guilty of 4 murders. That night the lawyer drove her back to the hotel, and since she made no move to leave, Lotte thought she had something to say and didn't know how, so she offered to buy her a drink at the bar, although she was tired and wanted nothing more than to go to bed and sleep. As they drank next to a big window from which one could see the lights of the cars as they passed along a broad avenue lined with trees, the lawyer, who seemed as tired as Lotte, began to curse in Spanish, or so Lotte thought, and then she began openly to cry. "This woman is in love with my son," thought Lotte. Before she left Santa Teresa, Isabel Santola told her that the trial had been plagued with irregularities and would probably be declared a mystery al. In any case, she promised, "I'm going to appeal." During the car trip back, Lotte thought about her son, whom the verdict hadn't affected in the slightest, and the lawyer, and she thought that the two of them, in a strange but also natural way, made a good couple. In 1998, a mistrial was declared and the date was set for a second trial. One night, as she was talking to Isabel Santola on the phone from Paderborn, Lotte asked point-blank whether there w. as something else between her and Klaus. "There is," said the lawyer. "And isn't it too hard for you to bear?" asked Lotte. "No harder than it is for you," said Isabel Santola. "I don't understand," said Lotte. "I'm his mother but you're free to choose." "No one's free to choose in love," said Isabel Santola. "And does Klaus feel the same way?" asked Lotte. "I'm the one who sleeps with him," said Isabel Santola curtly. Lotte didn't understand what she meant. But then she remembered that in Mexico, as in Germany, all prisoners had the right to conjugal visits or visits with their partners. She had seen a TV show about it. The rooms where the prisoners stayed with their wives were unbearably sad, she remembered. The women tried to make them nice, but all they managed to do with their flowers and scarves was turn the sad, impersonal rooms into sad, cheap, whorehouse rooms. And that was in Nice German prisons, thought Lotte, prisons that weren't overcrowded, that were clean, functional. She didn't want to imagine what a conjugal visit would be like in the Santa Teresa prison. "I think it's admirable what you're doing for my son," said Lotte. "It's nothing," said the lawyer. "What Klaus gives me is priceless." That night, before she fell asleep, she thought about Isabel Santola and Klaus and Emma Jind, the two of them in Germany or any part of Europe, and she saw Isabel Santola with a big belly, expecting Klaus's child, and she slept like a baby. In 1998, Lotte traveled to Mexico twice and spent 45 days in total in Santa Teresa. The trial was postponed until 1999. When she got to Tucson on the flight from LA, she had problems with the people at the rental car agency, who refused to rent to her because of her age. "I'm old but I know how to drive," said Lotte in Spanish, "and I've never had one damn accident." After wasting half the morning arguing, Lotte hired a taxi to take her to Santa Teresa. The driver's name was Steve Hernandez and he spoke Spanish, and as they crossed the desert he asked what brought her to Mexico. "I'm here to see my son," said Lotte. "The next time you come," said the driver, "tell your son to pick you up in Tucson, because this isn't going to be a cheap ride." "If only I could," said Lotte. In 1999 she returned to Mexico, and this time the lawyer came to meet her in Tucson. It wasn't a good year for Lotte. Business in Paderborn wasn't going well, and she was thinking seriously of selling the shop and the building, including her own flat. Her health wasn't good. The doctors who examined her couldn't find anything wrong, but sometimes Lotte felt incapable of performing the simplest tasks. Whenever the weather was bad she got a cold and had to spend several days in bed, sometimes with a high fever. In 2000 she couldn't go to Mexico, but she talked to the lawyer once a week and got all the latest news. When they didn't talk on the phone they kept in touch by email, and she even had a fax installed at home to receive the new documents that kept appearing in the case of the murdered women. Over the course of the year Lotte strove conscientiously to be healthy so she could travel the following year. She took vitamins, hired a physical therapist, visited a Chinese acupuncturist once a week. She followed a special diet with lots of fresh fruit and salads. She stopped eating meat and ate fish instead. When the year 2001 came she was ready to embark on another trip to Mexico, although her health, despite all her efforts, wasn't what it used to be. Nor were her nerves as steady, as shall be seen. While she waited at the Frankfurt airport for the flight to LA, she went into a bookshop and bought a book and a few magazines. Lotte wasn't a good reader, whatever that means, and if every once in a while she bought a book it was usually the kind written by actors when they retire or when it's been a long time since they've made a movie, or biographies of famous people, or those books by TV personalities, supposedly full of interesting stories but in fact with no stories at all. This time, however, by mistake or because she was in a hurry not to miss her flight, she bought a book called The King of the Forest, by someone called Benno von Archimboldi. The book, no more than 150 pages long, was about a one-legged father and a one-eyed mother and their two children, a boy who liked to swim and a girl who followed her brother to the cliffs. As the plane crossed the Atlantic, Lotte realized in astonishment that she was reading a part of her childhood. The style was strange. The writing was clear and sometimes even transparent, but the way the stories followed one after another didn't lead anywhere. All that was left were the children, their parents, the animals, some neighbors, and in the end, all that was really left was nature. A nature that dissolved little by little in a boiling cauldron until it vanished completely. As the passengers slept, Lotte began to read T.H. novel over again, skipping the parts that weren't about her family or her house or her neighbors or her garden. And when she had finished she had no doubt that the author, this Benno von Archimboldi, was her brother, although there was also the possibility the author had talked to her brother, a possibility Lotte immediately rejected because in her judgment there were things in the book that her brother would never have told to anyone, though she didn't stop to think that by writing them he was telling the whole world. There was no author photograph on the cover, though there was a birth date, 1920, the year her brother was born, and a long list of titles, all published by the same publishing house. It also said that Benno von Archimboldi had been translated into a dozen languages and that for the past several years he had been mentioned as a possible Nobel recipient. As she waited in LA for her connection to Tucson she looked for more books by Archimboldi in the airport bookstores, But there were only books about aliens, people who had been abducted, encounters of the third kind, and sightings of flying saucers. In Tucson the lawyer was waiting for her, and on the way to Santa Teresa they talked about the case, which according to the lawyer was in a deadlock and had been for a long time, which was good, although Lotte didn't understand this, because to her it sounded like a bad thing. But she didn't want to argue, and she turned to admiring the landscape. The car windows were down and the desert air, sweet and warm, was just what Lotte needed after the plane trip. That same day she visited the prison and felt happy when a little old woman recognized her. "Bless your eyes, you're back, ma'am," said the old woman. "Oh, Manchita, how are you?" said Lotte as she gave her a long hug. "As you can see, dear, still barely holding on," answered the old woman. "A son's a son," Lotte pronounced, and they hugged again. Klaus was the same as always, distant, cold, a bit thinner, but as strong as always, with the same nearly imperceptible air of disdain he'd had since he was 17. They talked about trivial things, about Germany, although Klaus seemed completely uninterested in anything to do with Germany, about her trip, about the state of the shop, and when the lawyer left to talk to a prison official, Lotte told him about the book by Archimboldi that she'd read during the trip. At first Klaus didn't seem interested, but when Lotte took the book out of her bag and began to read the parts she'd underlined, Klaus's expression changed. "I'll lend it to you if you want," said Lotte. Klaus nodded and tried to take it, but Lotte wouldn't let go. "First let me make a note of something," she said, and she took out her notebook and wrote down the publishing house's contact information. Then she handed him the book. That night, while Lotte was at the hotel drinking orange juice and eating biscuits and watching late-night Mexican TV, she made a long-distance phone call to the Bubis offices in Hamburg. She asked to speak to the publisher. "That would be Mrs. Bubis," said the secretary, "but she isn't in yet. Call back later, please." "All right," said Lotte, "I'll call back later." And after a moment she added, "Tell her Lotte Haas, Benno von Archimboldi's sister, called." Then she hung up and dialed the front desk and asked to be woken in 3 hours. Without undressing she went to sleep. She heard noises in the corridor. The TV was still on but with the sound muted. She dreamed of a cemetery and the tomb of a giant. The gravestone split and the giant's hand rose up, then his other hand, then his head, a head crowned with long blonde hair caked with dirt. She woke before the front desk called. She turned the TV sound back on and spent a while pacing the room and half watching a show about amateur singers. When the phone rang she thanked the clerk and called Hamburg again. The same secret Airy answered and said that the publisher was in now. Lotte waited a few seconds until she heard the pleasant voice of a woman she thought sounded highly educated. "Are you the publisher?" asked Lotte. "I'm Benno von Archimboldi's sister, or Hans Reiter's sister, that is," she said, and then she was quiet because she didn't know what else to say. "Are you all right? Is there something I can do for you? My secretary said you were calling from Mexico." "Yes, I'm calling from Mexico," said Lotte, on the verge of tears. "Do you live in Mexico? What part of Mexico are you calling from?" "I live in Germany, meine Frau, in Paderborn, and I own an auto repair shop and a few properties." "Ah, I see," said the publisher. Only then did Lotte realize, though she couldn't say why, perhaps it was the way the publisher expressed herself or the way she asked questions, that she was older than Lotte, in other words a very old woman. Then the sluice gates opened and Lotte said it had been a long time since she saw her brother, that her son was in prison in Mexico, that her husband was dead, that she had never remarried, that necessity and desperation had driven her to learn Spanish, that she still had trouble with the language, that her mother had died and her brother probably didn't even know it, that she planned to sell the shop, that she had read a book by her brother on the plane, that the shock had almost killed her, that as she crossed the desert all she could do was think of him. Then Lotte apologized and at the same time realized she was crying. "When do you plan to return to Paderborn?" she heard the publisher ask. And then, "Give me your address." And then, "You were a very blonde, pale child and sometimes your mother brought you with her when she came to work at the house." Lotte thought, what house is she talking about? And how would I remember that? But then she thought of the only house where some villagers had worked, the country estate of the Baron von Zumpe, and she remembered the house and the days she'd gone with her mother and helped her dust, sweep, polish the candlesticks, wax the floors. But before she could say anything, the publisher said, "I hope you'll hear soon from your brother. It's been a pleasure speaking to you. Goodbye." And she hung up. In Mexico Lotte sat for a while longer with the phone pressed to her ear. The sounds she heard were like the sounds of the abyss. The sounds a person hears as she plummets into the abyss. One night, 3 months after she had returned to Germany, Archimboldi appeared. Lotte was in her nightdress, about to go to bed, when the doorbell rang. Over the intercom, she asked who it was. "It's me," said Archimboldi, "your brother." That night they talked until dawn. Lotte talked about Klaus and the killings of women in Santa Teresa. She also talked about Klaus's dreams. The dreams in which he saw a giant who would rescue him from prison. "Although you," she said to Archimboldi, "don't look like a giant anymore." "I never was a giant," said Archimboldi as he paced Lotte's living room and dining room and stopped next to a shelf that held more than a dozen of his books. "I don't know what to do anymore," said Lotte after a long silence. "I don't have the strength. I don't understand anything, and the little I do understand frightens me." "Nothing makes sense," said Lotte. "You're just tired," said her brother. "Old and tired. I need grandchildren," said Lotte. "But you're even older," said Lotte. "How old are you?" "Over 80, said Archimboldi. "I'm afraid of getting sick," said Lotte. "Is it true you might win the Nobel Prize?" asked Lotte. "I'm afraid Klaus will die. He's proud, I don't know who he takes after." "Werner wasn't like that," said Lotte. "You and father weren't either. Why do you call father one-legged when you talk about him? Why do you call mother one-eyed?" "Because they were," said Archimboldi. "Have you forgotten?" "Sometimes I do forget," said Lotte. "The prison is horrible, horrible," said Lotte, "although after a while you get used to it." "It's like catching something," said Lotte. "Mrs. Bubis was very nice to me. We didn't talk much, but it was very nice," said Lotte. "Do I know her? Have I ever met her?" "Yes," said Archimboldi, "but you were little and you don't remember anymore." Then he touched his books with the tips of his fingers. There were all different kinds of editions, hardcover, paperback, pocket size. "There are so many things I don't remember anymore," said Lotte. "Good things, bad things, worse things. But I never forget nice people. And that woman was very nice," said Lotte, "even though my son is rotting in a Mexican prison." "And who will look after him? Who will remember him when I'm dead?" asked Lotte. "My son has no children, no friends, he doesn't have anyone," said Lotte. "Look, the sun is coming up. Would you like some tea, a glass of water?" Archimboldi sat down and stretched his legs. The bones cracked. "Will you take care of it all?" "A beer," he said. "I don't have beer," said Lotte. "Will you take care of it all?" "First puckler. If you want a good chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry ice cream, you can order a first puckler. They'll bring you an ice cream in 3 flavors, but not just any 3 flavors, only chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. That's a first puckler." When Archimboldi left his sister, he went on to Hamburg, where he planned to catch a direct flight to Mexico. Since the flight didn't leave until the next morning, he went for a walk around a park he didn't know. A big park full of trees and little paved paths along which men strolled with their children and young people skated, and every so often students rode on bicycles. And he sat on the terrace of a terrace quite a distance from the bar itself, almost in the middle of the woods, and he began to read and ordered a sandwich and a beer and paid for them. Then he ordered a first puckler and paid for it because on the terrace one had to pay immediately anything one had. The only other person there was 3 tables away, wrought iron tables, heavy, elegant, and probably hard to steal, a gentleman of advanced age, though not as old as Archimboldi, reading a magazine and sipping a cappuccino. As Archimboldi was about to finish his ice cream, the gentleman asked whether he'd liked it. "I did," said Archimboldi, and he smiled. Drawn or encouraged by this friendly smile, the gentleman got up from his chair and sat down 1 table away. "Allow me to introduce myself," he said. "My name is Alexander First Puckler. How shall I say, creator of this ice cream," he said, "was a forebear of mine, a very brilliant first puckler, a great traveler, an enlightened man, whose main interests were botany and gardening. Of course, he thought, if he ever thought about it at all, that he would be remembered for some of the many small works he wrote and published, mostly travel chronicles, though not necessarily travel chronicles in the modern sense, but little books that are still charming today and, how shall I say, highly perceptive, anyway as perceptive as they could be, little books that made it seem as if the ultimate purpose of each of his trips was to examine a particular garden, gardens sometimes forgotten, forsaken, abandoned to their fate, and whose beauty my distinguished forebear knew how to find amid the weeds and neglect. His little books, despite their, how shall I say, botanical trappings, are full of clever observations, and from them one gets a rather decent idea of the Europe of his day, A Europe often in turmoil, whose storms on occasion reached the shores of the family castle, located near Gorlitz, as you're likely aware. Of course, my forebear wasn't oblivious to the storms, no more than he was oblivious to the vicissitudes of, how shall I say, the human condition. And so he wrote and published, and in his own way, humbly but in fine German prose, he raised his voice against injustice. I think he had little interest in knowing where the soul goes when the body dies, although he wrote about that too. He was interested in dignity and he was interested in plants. About happiness he said not a word, I suppose because he considered it something strictly private and perhaps, how shall I say, treacherous or elusive. He had a great sense of humor, although some passages of his books contradict me there. And since he wasn't a saint or even a brave man, he probably did think about posterity. The bust, the equestrian statue, the folios preserved forever in a library. What he never imagined was that he would be remembered for lending his name to a combination of 3 flavors of ice cream. That I can assure you. So what do you think? I don't know what to think, said Archimboldi. No one remembers the botanist First Puckler now, no one remembers the model gardener, no one has read the Ryder. But everyone at some moment has tasted a First Puckler, which is best and most pleasing in spring and fall. Why not in summer? Asked Archimboldi. Because in summer it can be cloying. Ices are best in summer, not ice cream. Suddenly the park lights came on, although there was a second of total darkness, as if someone had tossed a black blanket over parts of Hamburg. The gentleman sighed, he must have been about 70, and then he said, a mysterious legacy, don't you think? You're right, I do, said Archimboldi as he got up and took his leave of the descendant of First Puckler. Soon afterward he left the park and the next morning he was on his way to Mexico.